Chapter 501 What kind of existence is it? So it was such a trivial matter. Shu Kai smiled calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Men said in a deep voice, Miss Wan, why can't you be flexible? What is a mere law enforcement team? You can't rescue anyone now because your influence isn't enough, but if you organize this competition well and become famous, the entire Yin City will follow your lead. Once they all rush to curry favor with you, even the law enforcement team will have to fawn over you. When the time comes, deciding who to release is just a matter of a word. Can't you tell what's more important? Do you expect us two elders to handle such a trivial matter for you? It's a shame they just praised Wan Shireen for her abilities. How can you not even grasp this simple concept? What is more effective than absolute power? Doesn't the fact that Wan Shireen can't do it yet mean that she hasn't reached that level yet? Yes. Wan Shireen then suddenly realized what was going on. I can't figure it out myself. Concern can cloud judgment. The influence of the 9 provinces medical academy selection competition is immense. If I get this opportunity, how high will my status and the entire Wan family be elevated once word gets out? Why are you still fussing over such a trivial matter? Wan Shireen was overjoyed, and everything became clear to her. He hurriedly bowed to the 2 elders in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, elders. I know what to do now. I will definitely not let you down. That's right, come find us tomorrow. We'll come to your Wan family's house and personally oversee the selection process to help you organize the competition, the 2 said calmly and arrogantly. Yes. Wan Shireen hurriedly agreed. Then the 2 turned around and went back to the villa. At the entrance, a group of wealthy people cast envious glances at Wan Shireen. Miss Wan, you've really hit the jackpot now. We never expected that Miss Wan would get this opportunity so easily. As expected, Miss Wan, your talent and abilities are among the best in the entire Yin City. Please accept these gifts, and please make sure we have the opportunity to sponsor a joint project. Miss Wan, if you need money, just ask. We're willing to pay whatever it takes. After failing to curry favor with the 2 medical elders, the dozen or so wealthy men turned around and resorted to flattering Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen was flattered and quickly agreed. He was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. After the wealthy people left, Wan Shireen loaded the gifts into her car and prepared to drive back to the Wan family home. Seeing that Su Fanghua was still standing there, he turned to her and said, Miss Su, please get in the car, I'll take you home. No need, I'm still waiting to pay my respects to the big boss. Su Fanghua stood there expressionless. Wan Shireen smiled and said, Miss Su, aren't the 2 most powerful people here those 2 medical king elders from earlier? You missed them. You should have gone up to pay your respects to them earlier. It's too difficult to see them now. Why don't you come back with me first, and I'll find a way to let you meet them tomorrow. Wan Shireen assumed that Su Fanghua was going to visit the 2 people from the Kyushu Medical Academy. However, Su Fanghua curled her lip and sneered, those 2 pieces of trash. Do they even need to be met? If I wanted to see them, they would have to crawl on their knees and worship me. In my eyes, they are nothing. Furthermore, I must remind you that associating with those kinds of people is not a good thing for you. Why would so many wealthy people choose you over them? Have you thought about that? Wan Shireen immediately frowned. Su Fenghua's tone of voice sounds so familiar. Isn't this exactly the kind of boastful attitude that Su Ming usually has? He acts like he doesn't care about anyone. When did Su Fanghua learn it too? This left Wan Shireen with absolutely no goodwill towards her. She believed that Su Fanghua was jealous that she had been received by 2 elders of the Kyushu Medical Academy, while Su Fanghua herself had been neglected, so she deliberately said such things. Although Su Fanghua comes from the famous Wushuang sect, she is still a woman after all. Wan Shireen couldn't help but look down on Su Fanghua by 2 points. However, I don't want to offend someone like Su Fanghua. He then smiled and said, I think they probably value my abilities after all. I have the Black Gold Business Alliance behind Yin City. No other wealthy person has my background and power. If you don't get in the car, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Wan Shireen ignored Su Fanghua and drove away. What an idiotic woman. Su Fanghua gave a disdainful sneer. Those 2 old guys deliberately chose Wan Shireen, not because they valued her abilities, but because they thought she was easy to manipulate. They didn't even think this through, and they still think they've gotten a great deal. They'll be devoured alive by those two old foxes sooner or later without even realizing it. Only the top tycoon in this tallest villa is someone she deserves to personally pay her respects to. What kind of people live here? Su Fanghua looked at the villa in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Inside the villa, Su Ming frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Shen Luoyong leaned against the balcony window, watched for a while, then turned back and said, "Brother Su, it looked like people from the Kyushu Medical Academy, along with a group of wealthy people, were vying for the right to host some kind of competition, but they've all dispersed now. A bunch of idiots." Su Ming shook his head in frustration. Beside him, Yi Tang stepped forward and bowed to Su Ming, saying, "Your Highness Su, I think it's about the 9 Provinces Medical Academy's selection competition. I've also received news about this, probably because you're in Yun City. Luo Qianshan of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy is planning to hold the main venue for the selection competition in Yun City. At that time, renowned doctors from all over the country who participated in the selection will come to Yunqing for the final selection. Luo Qianshan will also bring people from the Kyushu Medical Academy to personally oversee and preside over the event. Who cares what happens?" Su Ming shook his head. I have absolutely no interest. He didn't care about the entire Kyushu Medical Academy, let alone a selection competition. His gaze fell on Yi Tang, and he asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out what I asked you to investigate?" "I've found out, Prince Su. According to the list provided by Sima Quanglong, I've discovered that there are 2 major families in the vicinity, both connected to Yang Shou, one of the 8 bandit leaders. They are the Fong family and the Lu family, located on the border of the Zhengzhou-San River Basin. Both of these families are located near the sea and are engaged in trade. The Fong family, in particular, made a fortune smuggling precious herbs and treasures. As for the Sheephead, one of the 8 bandit leaders, he was the one who contributed the most money in the bandit alliance back then. As far as I know, the Snake Head, also known as the Poison Head, among the 8 bandit leaders, relies on these 2 families to provide him with money and medicinal materials for all the poisons he concocts." Yi Tang's message revealed the information he had gathered during this period. Since receiving the family list from Sima Quanglong in Zhengzhou, Yi Tang and Su Ming have split up and been secretly investigating related information. That's why Yi Tang didn't go with Su Ming when he went to Shuzhou. "I see. Then it seems that these 2 are the ones who deserve to die the most." Su Ming revealed a chillingly cold smile. Even when the 8 bandit leaders joined forces, they couldn't harm him in the battle atop Mount Tai. The one who deserves to die the most is the mastermind of this poison, who risked his life to plant several deadly poisons in him. That's why he suffered so much, ended up in Yunqing, and almost lost his life. Even killing the entire Sima family wouldn't be enough to quell my anger. The most deserving of death are the families associated with this drug kingpin. 502, Chapter 5022 Domineering. Don't worry, Your Highness. I've received word that the Fong and Lu families will also be coming to Yun City to participate in the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. We'll be able to meet them then. Yi Tang said in a deep voice. Go to war with them, I'll take their lives. Su Ming sneered. Brother Su, that woman outside has been standing there all night. Are you really unwilling to see her? Judging from her expression, if you don't see her, she'll stand there until dawn. Shen Luoyun leaned on the balcony, looking at Su Fanghua outside the villa, and said, Not see. Su Ming waved his hand, stood up, and said to Yi Tang, Go out and send her away. I need to rest. After saying that, Su Ming turned and went upstairs. Yes. Yi Tang respectfully responded and turned to leave the villa. Su Ming returned to his room, took out the dragon roar pill from his pocket, took it, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to expel the remaining toxins from his body in the quiet night. However, after the dragon roar pill entered the body, its powerful aura still caused a disturbance in the surrounding area, and a strong medicinal aura spread outwards from the villa. The 2 doctors from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy in the adjacent villa were startled by the powerful medicinal aura of this 6th grade divine medicine, their faces filled with disbelief. The 2 rushed out of the hall, turned their heads to look at the towering villa on their right, their faces filled with shock. This is the medicinal aura of a 6th grade divine medicine, I'm not mistaken, am I? My God, this is truly a 6th grade divine medicine. No, this incredibly pure aura is probably even higher than that of an ordinary 6th grade pill. Even within our 9 provinces medical academy, no one can refine a pill of this caliber. The medicine was coming from that villa. Could there be an extraordinary master living here? The two looked at each other, and both saw an expression of unspeakable shock on each other's faces. The two rushed out of the house and ran towards the villa where Su Ming was. I want to see what kind of expert is using a 6th grade divine medicine. Su Fenghua also felt it. Although she knew nothing about medicine or elixirs, this pure aura was similar to the aura of the earth profound realm that she had sensed. Take a deep breath, and you'll feel refreshed and clear-headed. She looked up at the villa in front of her in utter shock. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. She hadn't come to the wrong place after all. She desperately wanted to rush into the villa and see the true face of this top tycoon. At that moment, she saw 2 elders from the Kyushu Medical Academy rush to the villa entrance, eager to go inside. But they were stopped by the guards stationed at the entrance. Several guards raised their guns, blocking Zhu Kai and Chen Men, and coldly shouted, "Private property, no trespassing." Zhu Kai forced a smile, his face full of flattery, and said, "Soldiers, we sense something extraordinary coming from here. There must be some extraordinary person living inside. Could you please let us in to pay our respects? If you let us in, you'll certainly reward us handsomely. Besides, we're not ordinary people. We're from the 9 provinces medical academy, and others call us Elder Medical King. Please give us some face." Roll. However, the guard's face turned cold, and he shouted sharply, "I don't care about you, Dr. King or Dog King. The master has ordered that no one is allowed to step into this place without his permission. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Even if you were the king of heaven himself, it wouldn't work." The faces of the 2 medical elders immediately darkened. Although a 6th grade divine medicine is remarkable. But this is just Yunqing, and the owner of this villa, no matter how powerful, can't be that powerful. If someone were truly of supreme power, how could they possibly choose to live in a small place like Cloud City? Clearly, this 6th grade divine medicine must be very precious to the other party. Otherwise, why would they have to have it heavily guarded before daring to use it? And the 2 of them represent the Imperial Medical Academy of Kyushu. They don't even care about Yunqing, let alone Zhengzhou. This guy's men dare to look down on people like that. Zhu Kai snorted coldly, "Young brother, I'd like to trouble you to go in and inform your master that Zhu Kai of the 9 provinces medical academy has come to see you. I think your master will be very pleased. Otherwise, if your master finds out afterward and you don't let me in, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility." The 2 men sneered. They simply couldn't believe that the people in this villa were so bold as to remain unmoved in the face of a visit from the Kyushu Medical Academy. The 9 provinces medical academy, is it? Even Luo Qianshan has to kneel before our Prince Su. Who do you think you are? Just then, a sharp shout rang out from the doorway. It turned out that Yi Tang had just come out. "Who are you?" Zhu Kai looked Yi Tang up and down and asked in a deep voice. "Never mind who I am. If you want to see Prince Su, kneel down first and kowtow 100 times, then I'll consider whether or not to inform Prince Su." Yi Tang looked at the 2 of them with a cold sneer and disdain. "You fucking have some nerve." Zhu Kai flew into a rage, pointing at Yi Tang and roaring, "How dare you defy my Kyushu Medical Academy? Do you believe I can kill you? A mere villa-owning lackey dares to call himself king. Do you even know what kind of person can be king in the entire land of Kyushu?" Both of them glared angrily at Yi Tang. They felt that Yi Tang and the guards in front of them were both arrogant and ignorant. Smack! However, the next moment, Yi Tang walked up and slapped Zhu Kai across the face, sneering, "So what if I despise your Kyushu Medical Academy? If you have any objections, call your boss Luo Qianshan to talk to me." "You're not convinced, are you? Look carefully at what this is before you talk to me." After saying that, Yi Tang took out the War God's Order of the Azure Dragon War God and held it up in front of the 2 of them. Upon seeing the War God's military order before them, the 2 elders, who had been filled with anger, were instantly terrified. With a thud, he knelt straight down on the ground. "The War God's order? You are the War God army? What's inside?" The 2 elders were so frightened they completely stuttered, their pupils a massive tremor, his face filled with terror. The guy in front of me is a commander-level figure in the war god army. What is the identity of the one inside? Could he be the king of the war god army? The two were so frightened they almost fainted. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The two arrogant elders who had been so haughty just moments before were instantly terrified, kowtowing repeatedly to Yi Tang, tears streaming down their faces. Waste. Roll. Yi Tang gave a sharp shout. Yes, we'll get out of here right now. The two of them scrambled and crawled, dragging their weak legs, and fled back to their dwelling. Yi Tang turned to the other guards and instructed, next time you encounter someone like this, don't waste words if they dare to attack, just kill them so as not to disturb Prince Su's peaceful cultivation. Yes. A group of guards responded in a loud voice, which echoed throughout the entire Yunding Tiangong Villa area. That's too domineering. Su Fanghua stared in disbelief at the scene. Although she didn't see the war god's military order, Yi Tang alone was enough to terrify two medical king elders, which shows just how terrifying the master's identity was. Fortunately, she didn't try to force her way in like those two idiots, otherwise she doesn't know what would have happened to her. While she was still in a daze, Yi Tang walked straight towards her. Su Fanghua was startled and looked at Yi Tang nervously, not daring to breathe. 503, Chapter 503 Being a CEO for only one day. You can leave now, Prince Su said he won't see you. Yi Tang approached Su Fanghua and said expressionlessly. What? Su Fanghua was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses and hurriedly explained, I'm not with those two idiots, I just want to pay my respects to the big boss, even if it's just to see his true face, I'll be satisfied. I hope you can make an exception for me. By the way, I am from the Wushuang sect, and the younger sister of Su Zifeng, the governor of Shuzhou. Su Fanghua revealed her entire identity, hoping to gain Yi Tang's approval. However, Yi Tang merely glanced at Su Fanghua indifferently and said in a deep voice, It doesn't matter who you are, Prince Su has said he won't see you, and that means no one can see you if you continue to stand here in this stalemate, you'll only anger Prince Su. Don't blame me for not warning you. This. Su Fanghua stood there stunned, utterly disappointed. But then, unwilling to give up, he asked, Then may I ask, where else can I see the big shot? Yi Tang thought for a moment and replied, Let's go to the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. When the competition starts, Prince Su should be in attendance. Yes, thank you. Upon hearing this answer, Su Fenghua's face lit up with joy. Although I didn't see him this time, there's still a chance. At the competition, I will definitely be able to meet this amazing big shot. Such an important figure would surely cause a sensation whenever he appeared. She'll recognize him at a glance. Su Fanghua immediately said gratefully, Thank you for your guidance, brother, I won't stay any longer, farewell. Su Fanghua turned and left happily, full of anticipation. Watching Su Fanghua leave, Yi Tang shook her head. Su Zifeng and Su Ming are so close, yet Su Fanghua, Su Zifeng's sister, still doesn't know Su Ming's identity. That means Su Fanghua isn't exactly smart either. Even if Su Ming shows up at the competition, this woman probably won't recognize him. Hopefully, this woman won't do anything reckless. Dad, Mom, this is my new company, it's upstairs, let me show you around. Downstairs at the commercial building, Chu Qingqing, beaming with excitement, led Chu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun up the elevator. Our daughter is truly remarkable, this time, she really owns her own company. Given time, Qingqing will be one of the top CEOs in Yuncheng. Chu Yingkai praised him with delight. The Chu family has been waiting for this day. In reality, it doesn't matter how much money they make, even if they get $1 billion, no one will recognize the Chu family. If you were to mention his name, Chu Yingkai, or Chu Qingqing, probably no one would have heard of him. But if Chu Qingqing becomes the president, achieves great success, and is listed on the rich list, and is widely publicized on various TV news, then in the whole Yun city, who wouldn't know the Chu family? Who doesn't know Chu Yingkai? Just thinking about it made Chu Yingkai feel incredibly proud, and his smile almost reached his ears. Chu Qingqing was also extremely proud and smug. Of course, it's all thanks to young Master Zhao's appreciation of Meihe gave me the entire company. IDE truly met a benefactor this time, unlike that brat Su Ming, who's just a parasite in our family. He only knows how to suck our blood. There was absolutely no feedback. Mom and Dad, after this, we absolutely can't let that kid stay in our house anymore, otherwise, when we become successful, who knows how much he'll drain away. When Su Ming was mentioned, Chu Qingqing would scoff and express her utter disgust. Especially since Su Ming had previously said that she would regret it and that there would be a time when she would cry. She didn't even know why she was crying. She's living the high life now. That kid never dreamed that Chu Qingqing would have such a day. As they were talking, the elevator doors opened, and Chu Qingqing led the two of them quickly to the entrance of her company. As soon as she pushed open the door, Chu Qingqing froze in shock. The scene before me was a complete mess. The office, which had looked neat and tidy yesterday, was now ransacked, leaving only scattered tables and chairs. There was also a group of strangers standing in the company. Chu Qingqing was dumbfounded. Xu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun were also shocked. Qingqing, what's going on? Are these people your employees? Xu Yingkai asked in confusion. Staff? A burly man in a suit, hearing the voices, turned around, gave Chu Qingqing a cold laugh, and said in a chilling voice, "We are the business managers of this commercial building. This company has been dissolved, and from now on, we have reclaimed this place. It will be put up for re-auction. If you want to buy, you can wait at the auction house, otherwise, get out of here and don't you dare set foot here again." Ah! Chu Qingqing was struck dumb, the smile vanished from her face, leaving only utter shock. She hurriedly stepped forward and explained to the man, "Brother, you must have made a mistake. I just acquired this company yesterday. It was personally transferred to me by young Master Xiao of the Xiao family. My name is Chu Qingqing, and I'm the president of this company. How could it be being taken back? I am the rightful owner of this place." Chu Qingqing felt her brain go numb and rumble. All her excitement and expectations had vanished, and she couldn't accept it at all. "I know." The man chuckled dismissively. "Xiao Hong did say he wanted to rent it for a month, but he cancelled the lease yesterday afternoon. That means he only rented it for one day." "President, are you dreaming? I've never seen anyone serve a day as the president of a company before." After she finished speaking, a group of business administrators burst into laughter, looking at Chu Qingqing with mocking and sarcastic expressions. Chu Qingqing was completely stunned. Xu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun were instantly ridiculed and blushed with shame, unable to lift their heads at all. "No, that's impossible. I think you've got the wrong idea. You'd better get out of here. This is my company, and you're the ones who should leave. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being unreasonable." Chu Qingqing's face turned bright red, and she was furious. Snort! The burly man in the suit sneered, pulled a document from his pocket, and held it up in front of Chu Qingqing, saying coldly, "Open your eyes and look carefully. This is the recycling contract, and it even has Xiao Heng's signature on it. Your company is back. If you say anything like that again, I'll have security come up and send you to the enforcement team." "President, you dare to challenge me?" The man scoffed. Now, it's truly a done deal. Xu Yingkai couldn't stand it anymore either. Anyone who isn't an idiot can see that Chu Qingqing has been tricked by Xiao Hong. He's become a complete clown. Continuing to argue like this is embarrassing and might even get us arrested by law enforcement. He rushed forward, grabbed Chu Qingqing, and said, "Qingqing, something's wrong. Let's go. We'll come back after we find out what's going on." "No, I won't leave." Chu Qingqing looked utterly devastated. Last night, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep, fantasizing about her dream of becoming a CEO. How could everything collapse overnight? Falling from heaven to the abyss was something she simply couldn't accept. She pointed at a group of administrators and roared, "You wait, I'm calling young Master Xiao right now to verify if it's not as you say. I'm suing you, you bunch of liars. Please go ahead." Everyone looked at Chu Qingqing as if she were an idiot, their faces full of mockery. Enraged, Chu Qingqing immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Xiao Heng's number. 504, Chapter 504, A Belated Realization. At this moment, Xiao Heng is at the Wan family home discussing the selection competition with Wan Shireen. The cell phone rang abruptly. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Chu Qingqing. Xiao Heng immediately frowned and hung up the phone. But soon, Chu Qingqing called again. Xiao Heng, annoyed, answered the phone and asked irritably, "What?" "Young Master Xiao, I just arrived at the company today, only to be told that it has been taken over. This is a misunderstanding. isn't it? Please explain this to the people at the commercial building. This kind of thing is bad for the company. It will be very difficult to conduct business in the future. Chu Qingqing said anxiously. Explain your ass. Xiao Hong sneered, laughing dismissively. You really think you're capable of being a CEO? Don't you understand yet? Do you really think I'd take over a company for free and let you manage it? Are you even qualified? I, Xiao Hong, have never seen such a stupid woman as you. Get lost. If you call me again, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Xiao Hong roared angrily. His tone revealed utter disgust towards Chu Qingqing. What, young Master Xiao, you can't go back on your word. We signed a contract. If you keep this up, I'll take the contract to the security team. Chu Qingqing said somewhat hysterically. Xiao Hong sneered. That's why I say you're stupid. A contract is just a piece of paper. Besides, take a good look at the contract. Is there any clause that states that I, Xiao Hong, will bear the responsibility for your Chu Qingqing company? Go to hell, you're such an idiot. Then give me back the prescription. On the other end of the phone, Chu Qingqing had already broken down, speaking with a sob in her voice. Impossible, get out. Xiao Hong gave a mocking sneer. I bought the prescription with my own money, and the billion has already been transferred to your account. If you want the prescription, give me the billion, and I'll give it to you. Xiao Hong grinned. Fine, you wait here. Where are you? I'll give you $1 billion, Chu Qingqing said through gritted teeth. I'm with Wan Jia. If you really have $1 billion, come on over. I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, Xiao Hong hung up the phone, too lazy to pay any more attention to Chu Qingqing. What a foolish woman. Xiao Hong put away his phone, a ridiculous look on his face. What's wrong, young Master Xiao? What happened? Wan Shirin asked Xiao Hong in confusion. It's nothing, Chu Qingqing from the Chu family. I bought her a prescription for $1 billion. And now she shamelessly wants to ask me to take it back. I assent. That ridiculous. She took my money and now she wants the prescription. I've never seen such a greedy person, Xiao Hong said with a mocking smile. Chu Qingqing? Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Wan Shirin immediately realized that it was probably about the commercial building incident. She was present at the time and had personally heard Xiao Hong cancel the company. I bet Chu Qingqing is only now realizing that Xiao Hong tricked her, and she's probably crying and screaming right now. However, this is nobody's fault. All I can say is that Chu Qingqing is incredibly foolish. Even Su Ming could see there was a problem, but Chu Qingqing was stubborn and delusional, eagerly signing the contract. It's no wonder she ended up like this. I just never expected that I would be so slow to realize this and so stupid. Sure enough, those who could walk with Su Ming were all from the bottom of society, with pitifully weak vision and knowledge. Wan Shirin shook her head, not wanting to pay any attention to such things. Without asking any further questions, they continued to study the details of the competition. Downstairs in the commercial building, Chu Qingqing was devastated and got into the car with her eyes red. She turned to Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun, her eyes red-rimmed, and said, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to have disappointed you, but I will definitely get it back from Xiao Hong. You go back first. I'm going to the Wan family now. He dared to play me. I'll make him lose everything, and if necessary, I'll fight him to the death. Chu Qingqing has almost gone mad. One after another, Qi Fei and Xiao Hong all treated him like a monkey. Do they really think Chu Qingqing is stupid? This series of blows had become too much for Chu Qingqing to bear. If Xiao Hong doesn't give her an explanation today, she doesn't plan to come back alive. Seeing Chu Qingqing's desperate expression, Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun realized that the situation was serious, and they didn't even have time to despair. Chu Yingkai hurriedly said, Qingqing, don't do anything rash. It's just a company. If it's gone, it's gone. Let's go back and think of a solution. We'll deal with Xiao Hong after we figure something out. Lin Xiaoyun quickly reassured her, yes, it's not a big deal. We didn't lose too much. I'll call Xiaoming and ask him to come back and help you think of a solution. They don't really understand these things either. It's clear that Chu Qingqing has fallen for Xiao Hong's trick and trap. But Su Ming is often away from home, so he definitely knows more than they do. If we bring Su Ming here, he'll definitely come up with a solution. But when Su Ming was mentioned, Chu Qingqing became even more agitated, angrily saying, what's the point of finding that good for nothing? I was tricked by Xiao Hong, but even I fell for it. Can that kid be stronger than me? Can he compare to Xiao Hong? I'll handle this. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Qingqing stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. It's over, something terrible has happened. If Qingqing goes there so recklessly and really offends Xiao Hong, will she be able to come back? Xu Yingkai looked utterly hopeless. I'll inform Xiao Ming right away. With trembling hands, Lin Xiaoyun took out her phone and called Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming was having breakfast in the Cloud Palace Villa. He felt refreshed after using the Dragon Roar pill to dispel the poison last night. Su Ming answered the phone when he saw that Lin Xiaoyun was calling. Xiao Ming, something's happened, Qingqing. She's been tricked by Xiao Hang. Now she's going to fight him to the death, but Xiao Hang is the young master of the Xiao family in Zhengzhou. How can we afford to offend him? If she goes like this, she's definitely doomed. Think of something. Money is fine, but please, whatever you do, we can't let anything happen to Qingqing. Lin Xiaoyun spoke anxiously, unable to hold back her sobs. Aunt Lin, don't panic. I understand. I've said it before. Xiao Hang is the kind of person who only cares about profit and can't be trusted. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements for this. I'll handle it. Su Ming said calmly. Real? Lin Xiaoyun sobbed, her voice trembling as she asked, you knew all along? Su Ming replied, I just didn't expect Qingqing to be so slow to react, and even more so to risk her life. Don't worry, I'll bring her back. That's great, Xiao Ming, thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. Lin Xiaoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely grateful. Aunt Lin, your business is my business, and I can't just stand by and do nothing. That's it. Su Ming hung up the phone. He then picked up his phone and called Yitang. When the call connected, Su Ming simply uttered a few words, take action against Xiao Hang. I want to see him in person. Yes, Prince Su. Yitang responded with a cold, deep voice, like muffled thunder. After making the arrangements, Su Ming slowly put down his phone, his gaze deep and cold as he pondered. 505, Chapter 505, demanding an explanation. Brother Su, what happened? Shen Luoyun asked curiously from the side. It's nothing. That girl Chu Qingqing brought it on herself. I warned her before, but she wouldn't listen. If it weren't for Aunt Lin's sake, I really wouldn't care how she died. Su Ming shook his head, speechless. Although Shen Luoyun didn't know what had happened, she understood a bit after hearing it. It's probably that foolish daughter of the Chu family who's gotten into trouble again. Shen Luoyun's eyes darted around, and she looked at Su Ming with a complicated expression, saying, Brother Su, don't blame me for being nosy, but I think that although the Chu family saved your life, it was only Lin Xiaoyun who saved it. Besides, you've already helped the Chu family enough. Some people's foolishness can't be undone. You can help them for a while, but not forever. I think it's time to let go of the Chu family. Otherwise, they would become even more reckless if they always managed to escape danger, thinking that heaven was protecting them. Little do they know that it is you, Brother Su, who is carrying the entire Chu family on your shoulders. With your help, Brother Su, if it were someone smarter, even someone like Wan Shirin, they would have already achieved great success. The fact that the Chu family is still stuck in the same place shows that they simply don't have the destiny to succeed. Shen Luoyun finished speaking cautiously. After hearing Shen Luoyun's words, Su Ming suddenly turned his head, his deep gaze falling on Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun was startled, her face turning pale instantly. She said in a panic, Brother Su, did I say something wrong? I won't say it again. No, you're absolutely right. Su Ming nodded calmly, I was too kind to the Chu family. The favor I showed to Lin Xiaoyun affected others, which made them think they could escape danger and keep causing trouble. This is the last time. I won't intervene again unless Aunt Lin is in danger. That's great, Brother Su. Shen Luoyun smiled happily. It wasn't that she was happy because Su Ming gave up on the Chu family, but rather that Su Ming was willing to take her advice, which made her happy. This shows that she still holds a very important place in Su Ming's heart. Shen Luoyun was so happy that her face turned red. By the way, Brother Su, I'm also planning to sign up for the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. In her excitement, Shen Luoyun shared her thoughts. What, you're going to the Kyushu Medical Academy to learn medicine? Su Ming asked, puzzled. No, it's not that. How could the 9 provinces medical academy compare to you, Brother Su? The medical skills you passed on to me are unmatched by 10 of the 9 provinces medical academy. However, I also want to put them into practice and see how far my medical skills have progressed. Moreover, standing out in the selection competition will also enhance the reputation of my Shen family. The Shin family is getting worse every day. If I don't do something, my dad alone probably won't be able to hold on. Shen Luoyun explained. Although Su Ming left a prescription for the 7 fragrance pill to the Shin family back then, the Shin family also managed to regain some of their standing thanks to the 7 fragrance pill formula. However, the conflict with the Zhao family still had a profound impact. If things continue like this, the Shin family will continue to decline until they become just another ordinary family. As the only eldest daughter of the Shin family, it's time for her to take over the family business. Your idea makes sense. Then go ahead and register with the medical skills I've taught you. You'll be more than guaranteed to be number 1 in the competition. Su Ming nodded calmly. Not too surprised. Everyone should have things they want to do. If Shin Luoyun continues to stagnate, that would be a mistake. Really? Receiving Su Ming's affirmation, Shin Luoyun was even more delighted and took the initiative to link arms with Su Ming, asking, then, Brother Su, can you come with me to register? I think I'll pass. I have absolutely no interest in that competition. Su Ming shook his head and said. But I don't feel confident without you here. Shin Luoyun clung to Su Ming and acted coquettishly. Okay, I'll go with you. Su Ming couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to agree. Xiaoheng, get out here right now. Filled with rage, Chu Qingqing stormed into the Wan family's residence, standing in the courtyard and roaring at the main hall. Boom! As Chu Qingqing's roar subsided, all the members of the Wan family rushed out and surrounded her. Luo Hongxia led her people out slowly, stood on the steps, looked down at Chu Qingqing, and grinned sarcastically. Who do we have here? It's just an ant from the Chu family. You think you've grown wings and dare to cause trouble at my Wan family? Have you even considered your own strength? My Wan family isn't a place you can just come to. Luo Hongxia was arrogant and domineering. They didn't take Chu Qingqing seriously at all. Let alone Chu Qingqing. Even if the entire Chu family came, they would be like ants in front of the Wan family now. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to demand an explanation from Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng has been playing me for a fool. If he doesn't give me an explanation today, I'll take his life. Chu Qingqing clenched her fists and roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. You? Luo Hongxia smiled. Everyone in the Wan family laughed. Looking at Chu Qingqing is like looking at a clown. Young Master Xiao is a distinguished guest of the Wan family, a member of our honored family. He is also a participant in the Kyushu Medical Academy's selection competition. What gives you the right to come and demand an explanation from young Master Xiao? What is your Chu family in Yun City? Don't you have any self-awareness? I'm telling you, you have 10 seconds to get out of here, or I'll have your legs broken and throw you out. Luo Hongxia said with a cold smile. Come on. Chu Qingqing had lost her mind. She sat down on the ground, her face flushed, and said, if you've got the guts, then take my life. Let's see if word gets out that your Wan family will ever be able to face anyone again. Court deaf. Luo Hongxia's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she prepared to have someone take action. No rush. Just then, Xiaoheng and Wan Shirin and I slowly walked out of the hall together. Xiaoheng raised his hand with a smile and said, Madam Luo, don't be anxious. If you lay a hand on this scoundrel, it will only cause trouble for your Wan family. She wants an explanation, and I will give her one. I will make sure she dies knowing why. You want the prescription, right? It's right here. Xiaoheng stepped forward, took out the Toad Spring Dew antidote prescription, held it up in his hand, and looked at Chu Qingqing with a mocking smile. Come on, I told you, I gave you 10 billion, give me 10 billion in return. If you can produce it, you can take the prescription. The billion was already in your company's account. I transferred it to you after the contract was signed, but now that the company is gone, you must return the prescription to me. Chu Qingqing almost went mad. This shameless scoundrel actually turned around and called her a rogue. She was absolutely furious. Oh, so you don't have it then? What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one causing trouble now, huh? Xiaoheng laughed triumphantly and wildly. Damn it, I have a contract, and it clearly states in the contract that I have already transferred the money to the company account. Chu Qingqing pulled out the contract and roared angrily. Then let me remind you, that company account is jointly owned by us. If the money is really in there, you can still withdraw it. You make a call, withdraw the billion, and I'll give you the prescription. Xiao Hong said with a smile. You wait. Xu Qingqing gritted her teeth, immediately took out her phone, and called the bank that held the company's account. But then she received news that filled her with despair. The company's accounts, totaling 1 billion yuan, have all been frozen. Xu Qingqing stood there dumbfounded, holding her phone. 506, Chapter 506 A Nest of Fools. Could it be that all so-called joint company accounts are fake? From the very beginning, she was being schemed against by Xiao Hong, whose goal was to get her to transfer money into the company account. Then Xiao Hang immediately ordered his men to freeze. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Hong never intended to give her a single penny. At this moment, Xu Qingqing finally realized. It turns out that what Su Ming said was true. A person like Xiao Hang would never have any favor for her, not even a shred of pity or sympathy. In Xiao Hang's eyes, she was just a fool, an ant. Xu Qingqing slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion and despair as she stared blankly at Xiao Hong. She felt a sense of powerlessness spreading from the bottom of her heart, engulfing her entire body, leaving her without even the strength to stand. So, Miss Chu, can you come up with 10 billion? Do you have any money in your account? Xiao Hong grinned, a sinister smile on his face. He knew, of course, that Xu Qingqing couldn't come up with the money because her account was frozen, and so were his assets. He did this partly to deliver a fatal blow to Xu Qingqing. Let Xu Qingqing know how ignorant and foolish she is. Secondly, I also want to see if Xu Qingqing knows who did this. However, it now seems that this woman was foolish from beginning to end, unaware that she was being played by him, let alone making such a large-scale move as freezing funds. You knew all along, you plotted against me, you beast, I'll fight you to the death. Xu Qingqing cried out in despair, her whole being filled with rage and madness as she rushed towards Xiao Hong, but she had only taken 2 steps before being pinned to the ground by the Wan family members. Xiao Hong also put away the prescription, looked coldly at the screaming Xu Qingqing, and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Aunt. Mrs. Luo, you may proceed. How you handle the situation is up to you. Xiao Hong ignored Xu Qingqing. At this moment, Xu Qingqing was of no value to him. Yes. Luo Hongxue responded triumphantly, waved her arm, and coldly snorted, get her, this woman likes to cry and make a scene, so beat her hard until she can't stand up anymore, then throw her out. From now on, this kind of trash is not allowed to step into my home again. Yes. The servants of the Wan family responded, and several of them held down Xu Qingqing, lifted her head, and were about to slap her. Boom! Just then, a loud bang was heard at the door, and the Wan family's gate was forced open. Numerous law enforcement officers, fully armed, rushed into the Wan family's courtyard. Bang! Someone fired a shot into the air, the sound echoing throughout the Wan family home, startling everyone into a moment of stunned silence. Luo Hongxue was also startled, staring in disbelief, not daring to breathe. From the crowd, a law enforcement officer slowly stepped forward, brandishing an arrest warrant in his hand. Pointing at Xiao Hong, he said, Xiao Hong, you are suspected of commercial fraud. You are under arrest. Come with us. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for taking force. Commercial fraud? Everyone in the Wan family was shocked. Luo Hongxue and Wan Shirin also turned their heads suddenly, looking at Xiao Hong with surprise and doubt. Xiao Heng's identity is that of the eldest young master of the Xiao family, the #1 medical expert in Zhongzhou. Even if Xiao Hong did do such a thing, who would dare to touch him given his status? Could it be that someone reported it? Or is it that Xu Qingqing has someone backing her up this time? Young Master Xiao, what is this? Luo Hongxue looked at Xiao Hong nervously, unsure of what to do. Now that Xiao Hang is a distinguished guest of the Wan family, and is even going to co-organize a selection competition with Wan Shirin, should they intervene now that Xiao Hong has been arrested? If they don't intervene, they might offend Xiao Hong and the 2 elders of the 9 provinces medical academy. But if we intervene, we'll offend the law enforcement team. Their only son is still being held by the law enforcement team. If they oppose the law enforcement team, it will only make things worse. The entire Wan family was at a loss for what to do. Xiao Hong waved his hand nonchalantly, his face calm and confident, and said with a light smile, I'll go with them. I, Xiao Hong, am upright and honest. What is the law enforcement team? The law enforcement team cannot harm innocent people. I will be back soon. They can't do anything to me. After saying that, Xiao Hong walked down the steps with an arrogant and swaggering air. As Xiao Hong passed by Chu Qingqing, he gave her a cold, sinister look and sneered, "You're the one who reported me, aren't you? But it's no use, you'll never understand my status and position. You think the enforcement team can do anything to me. When I get out, you won't have a good time. I'll make you kneel down to see me every day." Idiot. Xiao Hang let out an extremely arrogant sneer, allowing the law enforcement team to handcuff him, and left the Wan family with them. Chu Qingqing stood there, utterly bewildered, her expression a complex mix of emotions. "Madam, shall we continue?" The servants holding Chu Qingqing up stared blankly at Luo Hongxia. Teaching Chu Qingqing a lesson was just to show Xiao Han what was going on, and incidentally to curry favor with him. Now that Xiao Hongren has been arrested, and they have no grudge against Chu Qingqing, they don't know whether to continue their attack. "Why are you fighting? This woman has already called the police. If she goes out and turns around and accuses the Wan family, won't we be implicated too? Let her go," Luo Hongxia said in a deep voice. The crowd then released Chu Qingqing and dispersed. But then, Luo Hongxia's gaze fell on Chu Qingqing, icy cold, and she sneered, "Chu Qingqing, you don't think you're so smart, do you? You don't think you've won by messing with young Master Xiao this way, do you? I think you're really stupid. If you just let it go, you'll only get a few slaps at most, and that'll be it. Young Master Xiao won't bother with trash like you. But now you dare to report it to the police, and you even had young Master Xiao arrested. You've completely messed up. Who is young Master Xiao? Do you really think the enforcement team can do anything to him? When he comes out, he'll want yours. What a fate. You don't even know who you've offended. No wonder you've ended up like this." Luo Hongxia looked at Chu Qingqing with a mocking expression, as if she were looking at trash. Now she could understand why the Chu family would take in trash like Su Ming. Because the Chu family is a bunch of idiots. Birds of a feather flock together. They deserve to die. Wan Shirin shook her head, also feeling that Chu Qingqing was beyond saving. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was instantly terrified, her face turning deathly pale as she knelt on the ground, crying out in terror, "Madam Luo, I didn't report the case. I didn't know the enforcement team would be here. This is all a misunderstanding. I just came here to get an explanation. Even if he doesn't return the prescription to me, there's nothing I can do. I really didn't report it to the police." Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. "Just now I felt wronged, desperate, and angry. But now, all that remains is endless fear." She didn't know what to do if Xiao Hong came back for revenge. She was filled with deep regret. How could she be so stupid? Why did she have to come to the Wan family to cause trouble for Xiao Hong? Given the difference in their status, even if she was tricked, she could only suffer in silence. "What's the point of telling me all this? You might as well just wait to die." Roll. Luo Hongxia gave a stern shout and ordered her men to forcibly drive Chu Qingqing out, then ignored her completely. 507, Chapter 507. Who can save you? Xiao Hong was arrested and taken to the law enforcement team, where he was locked in an interrogation room. A group of law enforcement officers stood guard with serious expressions. But Xiao Hong didn't panic at all. Even though he was handcuffed to a chair, he still looked arrogant and confident. Given Xiao Hang's status and position, as long as he doesn't commit murder or arson, he can roam freely in Yun City. Moreover, he only took a prescription and played a trick on a lowly scum like Chu Qingqing. Wait until the law enforcement leader finds out his identity. They'll probably rush over to fawn over him and send him off in a grand sedan chair carried by 8 men. He waited to see this happen. A short while later, Suan entered the interrogation room. "Chief, the man has been captured." The law enforcement officers standing nearby immediately bowed respectfully to Suan. Suan nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Xiao Hang. Xiao Hang smirked disdainfully. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and unlock it for me. Do I have to teach you how to do it? Don't you know who I am?" Suan smiled and said, "I know, you're the eldest young master of the Xiao family. We've already met last time. It seems those 10 slaps didn't teach you much of a lesson. You've already fallen into my hands again. Are you pretending?" Xiao Hong was furious. He was enraged whenever the last incident was mentioned. The only time he had ever suffered a loss since coming to Yunqing was at the hands of Suan. He hadn't even gotten revenge on Suan yet, and this bastard dared to put on airs in front of him. Xiao Hong immediately struggled angrily. making the iron chair creak. He stared at Suan with a ferocious expression and sneered, "You were lucky last time, I just happened to be in some trouble otherwise. Do you think I couldn't handle a mere Yinqing law enforcement captain like you? I advise you to come and release me now, and then kowtow and apologize in front of me, otherwise, I'll make one phone call to Zhengzhou, and you'll be begging for mercy on your knees." What a vicious dog. Suan smiled casually and jokingly, "I hope you'll still be this arrogant when you see the person who's going to arrest you." "Who is it? You people from Yunqing are all trash. Who dares to touch me? You better tell him to come out and see me, and don't let your legs tremble when you see me." Xiao Hong sneered. At that moment, the interrogation room door opened again, and Su Ming slowly stepped into the room. Upon seeing Su Ming, Suan and the other law enforcement officers bowed respectfully to him, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "King Su?" Xiao Hong was taken aback, then suddenly looked up and his gaze fell on Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming's appearance clearly, he burst into laughter. "So it's this kid I sent this the good-for-nothing next to Chu Qingqing. Suan, did you get your head stuck in a door? Is this the kind of person you've been praising? You even bowed and saluted him. Sure enough, your entire enforcement team is trash. Because if you dare lay a hand on me, you're finished." Xiao Hong laughed triumphantly. He thought it was some big shot, at the very least a billionaire like Luo Hong, someone he might be wary of. "I didn't expect such trash to come now, he's even less of a threat." "Idiot." Suan turned his head and sneered, "You are incredibly stupid. If it were someone else, you might still have a chance. You have offended King Su, and today is your death day. Do you know who he is? The king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million victorious army. The Toad Spring Dew antidote you have is from his hand. You don't even know who you're up against, yet you call yourself the best doctor in Central Plains. You're truly beyond saving." "The king of the 9 provinces? Xiao Hong frowned, his eyes revealing deep surprise and confusion. Could this kid be the legendary king of the 9 provinces? How could that be? If he were the king of the 9 provinces, would he still be with someone like Chu Qingqing? Moreover, what about this piece of trash? Is he connected to the king of the 9 provinces? I reckon Suan just couldn't find any help, so he just sent some random idiot to scare him." Xiao Hong scoffed disdainfully, "You think you can just say that? Then I'm the heavenly king, the emperor of the 9 provinces, anyone can brag. Do you have the guts to make me make a phone call? Let's see if this so-called king of the 9 provinces still has any credibility." "You fucking bastard, you're asking for it." Suan flew into a rage, turned around abruptly, and glared fiercely at Xiao Hong. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. They've all fallen into the hands of his enforcement team, yet they still dare to be so arrogant, and they even insulted Prince Su. This immediately enraged Suan. He immediately ordered his men to attack Xiao Hong. "Let him hit him." However, Su Mingkai slowly spoke up and calmly said, "Give him his phone and let him make a call. Let's see who he can find." Yes, Prince Su." Suan took Xiao Hong's phone and handed it over, saying with a sarcastic smile, "Go ahead and Kali want to see who can save you in front of Prince Su." "Fine, you asked for this. Yuri all finished." Xiao Hong gave Suan and Su Ming a gloomy look, and sneered inwardly. He never expected that these 2 idiots would actually dare to let him make a phone call. Then the entire enforcement team is doomed today. Xiao Hong took his phone and, instead of calling anyone else, called old Zhang. No matter who else he called to come to his rescue, it was all over. Only Elder Zhang, a master of the Earth Profound Realm, was also in Yun City and would surely come to his rescue as quickly as possible. Moreover, Elder Zhang's martial arts prowess is enough to terrify the entire enforcement team into lying on the ground upon entering this place. Immediately, Xiao Hong made a phone call. The call was answered quickly. "Hello, Mr. Zhang? I've been arrested and taken to the law enforcement team. Please come and rescue me right now," Xiao Hong said impatiently. However, a hoarse and pitiful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Young master, run." Before he could finish speaking, the phone was snatched away, and Yi Tang's voice came through. "Is this the dog you raised, Earth Profound Realm? Nothing but a fart. His limbs are now just bones. I've crushed your head. There's no way to save you now." "Ah." Xiao Hong was so frightened that he almost dropped his phone. "Who are you?" Xiao Hong asked in alarm. "I am Yi Tang, commander of the War God Army and Azure Dragon War God." Yi Tang spoke domineeringly, and that domineering aura, even through the phone, could shock Xiao Hung so much that his whole body went numb. War God Army? Azure Dragon War God? Could it be that this young man before me is truly the king of the 9 provinces? Xiao Hung suddenly looked up, his shocked gaze falling on Su Ming. Otherwise, how could old Zhang have fallen into Yi Tang's hands? Xiao Hung blinked hard, feeling a chill run down his spine, and couldn't react for a long time. He stood there, stunned, unable to make any more calls with his phone. Even old Zhang has been taken down, who can save him? Su Ming then grinned, slowly walked forward, and said coldly, "So, can the person you're looking for save you? Why don't you try looking for someone else?" Xiao Hung stared blankly at Su Ming, unable to utter a sound. "Can't find it? Want me to help you look for it?" Su Ming took the phone from Xiao Heng's hand and said with a smile, "How about we contact your Xiao family's patriarch, Xiao Tiankai, that old man should still be alive, right, or perhaps Xiao Qingyu. However, Xiao Qingyu is at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, so she probably won't pay attention to you. Should you go directly to Luo Qianshan at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy?" Su Ming rattled off several names, leaving Xiao Hung utterly stunned. 508, Chapter 508. It's over, it's over. At that moment, his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. It can now be definitively confirmed that the kid he considered trash is actually the king of Kyushu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know Elder Xiao and Luo Qianshan. His mouth was agape, and he stared at Su Ming in terror. "I think we should go directly to Xiao Tiansai. After all, you are a member of the Xiao family. Whether you live or die, he should be able to make the decision." Su Ming sneered, picked up Xiao Heng's phone, searched through it, found Xiao Tiansai's phone number, and dialed it. "Hello?" At the Xiao family residence in Zhengzhou, Xiao Tiankai answered the phone. Su Ming smiled and said, "I am Su Ming." Bang! Xiao Tiankai was so frightened that he fell off his chair and landed on the ground, nearly dying of fright. Just hearing Su Ming's name was enough to send the elderly Xiao Tiankai teetering on the brink of death. I haven't heard this name for months. But the memory of Su Ming killing Sima Quanglong and the 9 Provinces Medical Academy at the Zhengzhou Hotel is still vivid in his mind. That nightmarish scene has struck again. Xiao Tiankai trembled with fear. Holding the phone in both hands, he knelt on the ground and said in terror, I, Xiao Tiankai, pay my respects to Prince Su. What are your orders, Prince Su? As long as it is within the power of my Xiao family, the entire Xiao family will go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Ming sneered, "Don't give me that nonsense. I just want to ask, is Xiao Hung a member of your Xiao family?" Xiao Hung? Xiao Tiankai hurriedly nodded in alarm. Yes, this Xiao Hung is a descendant of my Xiao family. However, he only belongs to a collateral branch of our Xiao family. He has only achieved some success in medicine. Does Prince Su need him for anything? Need not. Su Ming sneered, your descendant is now in my hands. He wants your Xiao family to save him. I'm just asking you, are you going to save him or not? Just answer me. Xiao Tiankai was so scared he almost peed himself. I was drenched in cold sweat, and my clothes were soaked through. Hearing this, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. However, he wasn't stupid. He instantly understood what was going on and hurriedly said with unwavering determination, I won't save him if he falls into your hands. Even if you chop him up, my entire Xiao family will be grateful for your great kindness. This kind of trash has nothing to do with our Xiao family. Then tell him yourself. Su Ming gave a cold smile and handed the phone to Xiao Hung. With trembling hands, Xiao Hung slowly picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Her voice, trembling with fear and choked with sobs, cried out, Hey! You son of a bitch, you dare to use the name of my Xiao family to offend Prince Su. Do you know who he is? He is the king of the 9 provinces. If you dare to provoke Prince Su, not even 100 Xiao families could protect you. If you want to die, die somewhere far away from now on. You, Xiao Hung, have nothing to do with my Xiao family. After a fit of rage and a string of curses, Xiao Tiankai hung up the phone. Xiao Hung, holding his phone, was utterly desperate. Now he understood. Su Ming is the king of the 9 provinces. The one and only king of Kyushu. He was so frightened that his face turned greenish blue, tears welled up instantly, his limbs trembled, and he even urinated in his crotch. His face was pale and filled with despair as he looked at Su Ming, his mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. Now, who else do you want to call? I'll call anyone you can name. I'll stay here with you today and see who in the whole country can save you. Su Ming crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Hong expressionlessly. The absolute oppression was almost suffocating. Su stood to the side, too afraid to speak, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. Within the entire 9 provinces today, perhaps only Su Ming could achieve something like this. Too powerful, too terrifying. This absolute suppression of power was so overwhelming that it instilled a deep sense of despair in everyone, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. King Su, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. Xiao Hong trembled violently. It was almost a seizure. The fear in his heart was indescribable, he wished he could just faint right now. Don't face such terrible fear and pressure. Su Ming was too lazy to waste any more words with Xiao Hong. He pointed at Xiao Hong and said, "You have one last chance. By tomorrow night, give the company and the 1 billion yuan to Chu Qingqing. Also, return the prescription to me. Kneel down and kowtow to the entire Chu family to admit your mistakes. If you fail to do even one thing, then Xiao Hong will cease to exist in this world." Yes, I will definitely do it. Don't even mention a billion. I'll give her all my money. Thank you Prince Su, for not killing me. Xiao Hong burst into tears, his head drooping to his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, he finally understood. Why are my financial dealings with the Xiao family and all my assets frozen? King of the 9 provinces. With such terrifying strength, it's a miracle he's still alive. It turns out that such a terrifying big shot was standing behind Chu Qingqing. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to step into Yunqing even if he had 100 lives. Xiao Hong was devastated and filled with regret, almost going insane. The Xiao family. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tiankai was still in shock and filled with anxiety. After sitting there blankly for a few minutes, I suddenly came to my senses. No. Regardless of how that good-for-nothing Xiao Hong offended Su Ming, this matter is very likely to implicate the Xiao family again. Xiao Hong is no match for us. If the Xiao family is implicated, then everything will be over. Especially Xiao Qingyu, who is close to Xiao Hong. If things aren't made clear, she might face utter disaster. In a panic, Xiao Tiankai hurriedly picked up his phone again and called Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu answered the phone quickly. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Tiankai said impatiently, "Qingyu, go out, it's over. Xiao Hong has gotten himself into serious trouble in Yun City. There's no saving him, but I must warn you, whatever you do, don't go to Yun City. That place is too dangerous. If you go, you're finished." "Grandpa, what are you saying?" Xiao Qingyu said casually, "I just packed my things. I am going to Yun City with the Lord of the Manor tomorrow. I am also a judge for this competition. So how could I not go? You don't need to worry. What danger could there be in Emir Yun City?" "No, listen to me, there's a powerful figure there. If you offend him, not only you, but the entire Xiao family will be finished." Xiao Tiankai was extremely anxious. At the same time, he was also very annoyed, wondering why he hadn't told Xiao Qingyu the news sooner. You can't afford to offend Su Ming. Alright, Grandpa, are you bored because no one's keeping you company? That's enough. I have important business to attend to. The Kyushu Medical Academy competition is the focus of attention throughout Kyushu. I'll come back to see you after the competition. After saying that, Xiao Qingyu decisively hung up the phone. It's over. Xiao Tiankai plopped down on the ground, his face filled with endless dejection and despair. 509, Chapter 509. 30 knocks. The Chu family. Qingqing, are you alright? Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun had been on tenterhooks all day, and when they saw Chu Qingqing return safely, they rushed to greet her. However, Chu Qingqing looked flustered and terrified. She took out 2 large suitcases from the room and said to Lin Xiaoyun, "Dad, Mom, stop talking and pack your things quickly. Let's leave now." "Where are we going?" Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun both stared at Chu Qingqing with stunned and confused expressions. I have no idea what's gotten into Chu Qingqing this time. The fact that they came back alive means that everything has been resolved, right? No, there's no time to explain. You guys quickly pack up all your valuables. I'll buy train tickets right away, and we'll leave Yunqing before tonight. Chu Qingqing said anxiously, tears welling up in her eyes. Qingqing, explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? We won't leave until you explain. This is our home. Lin Xiaoyun glared at her and said angrily. She realized she had really spoiled Chu Qingqing too much. She hadn't even noticed when she had become so willful. Without saying a word, he actually wanted to leave and even leave Yunqing. Has he gone mad? Yes, your mother is right, this is our hometown, come on, where to wander the world? Chu Yingkai also shouted. You. Completely helpless, Chu Qingqing plopped down on the sofa, wiping away her tears of fear, and said, "To be offended young Master Xiao. So what if we offended him? He tricked you first. No matter where you go to complain, we're in the right. What's there to be afraid of?" Chu Yingkai said confidently, exuding an aura of authority. Xiao Hong has a very high status. But they are the victims. He simply couldn't believe that Xiao Hong could be so lawless and ruthless as to exterminate everyone. You don't understand. Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Chu Qingqing told everyone everything that had happened at the Wan family's house. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were also shocked after hearing this. Chu Yingkai was completely dumbfounded. You mean, Xiao Hong was arrested by the law enforcement team because of you? Yes, and when Xiao Hong was arrested, he already mistook me for the person who reported him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Once he gets out, we're definitely not going to have a good time for the Xiao family of Zhengzhou. Wiping us out is as easy as crushing an ant. Chu Qingqing lay on the sofa in despair. That's impossible. Lin Xiaoyun was also shocked, staring blankly at Chu Qingqing and saying, I clearly called Xiao Ming, and he agreed to save you. How could this happen? Mom, you called that guy? I understand now. Chu Qingqing sat up abruptly, her eyes wide and red, and said, maybe the person who called the police was that idiot. How could he possibly save me? But he didn't want to lose face by asking you for help, so we called the police and had someone arrest Xiao Hong. But now, this catastrophe has befallen us. That idiot is a complete idiot. He has absolutely no skills, but he's a master at this kind of thing. Love to get all three of us killed. Chu Qingqing was so angry she wanted to kill someone. If she was just panicked and fearful before, now she was filled with rage. She wished she could drag Su Ming out and chop him up alive. Even if it doesn't work, we have to hand Su Ming over to Xiao Hong and let him handle it. How so? Lin Xiaoyun also realized what was happening, her face filled with horror. Unexpectedly, his good intentions backfired, implicating Chu Qingqing. I already told you, you can't trust a single word from that kind of person. I don't know why you still believed him. Now it's really over. Chu Qingqing said through gritted teeth. Chu Yingkai sighed heavily, alas, it's our fault for being so blind, choosing to believe that kid again. We were truly bewitched. Now we can't blame Qingqing. We brought this upon ourselves. It's no use saying anything now. Chu Qingqing stood up decisively, gritting her teeth as she said, there are only two paths we can take now. The first is to run, to leave Yun City, to avoid being retaliated against by Xiao Hong. The next day, we'll drag that brat Su Ming out and explain everything to Xiao Hong. Let him take the blame alone. However, after what happened, I don't think that kid is stupid's probably already in hiding. Finding him will be incredibly difficult. I think we should escape first, settle down, and then look for that good-for-nothing. Chu Qingqing said something, picked up her suitcase, and began packing. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were speechless. Since things have come to this, the best course of action is to hide. Knock, knock, knock. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock on the door, all three of them tensed up. Could it be that kid Su Ming is back? Perfect timing, I was just looking for someone to settle scores with. Chu Qingqing snorted coldly, then angrily walked up and yanked open the door. Upon seeing who was standing at the door, Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her face turning deathly pale. Standing at the door was none other than Xiao Hong. Behind Xiao Hong were several subordinates, carrying large and small bags. Retribution came so quickly? Chu Qingqing was completely terrified. Young Master Xiao? Chu Qingqing stammered out the words. Miss Chu, I'm so sorry. Xiao Hong stepped forward nervously and helped Chu Qingqing up. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she dared not move, not knowing what Xiao Hong was planning to do. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun also retreated one after another, their faces full of tension and fear, their bodies tense, and cold sweat streaming down their cheeks. Come in. Xiao Hong waved to his men behind him. Chu Yingkai trembled with fear, hastily forcing an awkward smile. Young Master Xiao, please talk this out, don't call for help. I know our Chu family was wrong, we're sorry, we're all just ordinary people, a bunch of mediocre folks, especially my daughter, she's so immature, please forgive her if she offends you, don't hold it against us common folk. Lin Xiaoyun also explained, yes, young Master Xiao, it wasn't Qingqing who called for your arrest, I called Su Ming, and that's why you were taken away, it really has nothing to do with her. However, upon hearing Su Ming's name, Xiao Heng's heart, which had just regained its composure, was instantly jolted back into a daze. His face turned blue. With a thud, he knelt down directly in front of the three members of the Chu family, his head hitting the ground heavily. He shouted at Chu Yingkai and the other two, I, Xiao Han, am a lowly person who has failed you today, I kowtow to you here to apologize 10 kowtows each, please forgive me. After saying that, Xiao Han kowtowed hard on the ground 30 times. They all gave it their all. After only 10 slaps, his head was already bleeding profusely. After kowtowing 30 times, his forehead was covered in blood and flesh. The three members of the Chu family were completely dumbfounded. He stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. What exactly happened? 510, Chapter 510 Pretending, keep pretending. Alright, we forgive you, young Master Xiao, you don't need to kowtow anymore. Lin Xiaoyun said anxiously. Xiao Hong had already banged his forehead so hard it was raw, the wound was so gruesome that she couldn't bear to look at it. Xiao Hang is vicious to others, but he is even more ruthless to himself. They were almost scared to death. Xiao Hong then raised his head and said with immense gratitude, thank you so much, uncle and aunt, please bear witness and let me tell the big boss that I have done as he asked. Big shot? All three of them looked surprised and suspicious, wondering who Xiao Hong was talking about. They don't know any big shots. If they did, they wouldn't be in this state today. Xiao Hong then waved to someone behind him and said sternly, what are you all standing there for, hurry up and bring everything up. Then, several subordinates presented all the gifts that Xiao Hong had prepared. Xiao Hong pointed to the gifts and introduced them, uncle, aunt, these are gifts I bought for you, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, mink coats, deer antlers, you name it, they're worth over 10 million. Over 10 million, my god. Chu Yingkai was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Just now he was wondering if this was another trick by Xiao Hong, seemingly apologizing but actually trying to manipulate them again. But these gifts worth tens of millions don't seem like a trick. Who would resort to such trickery and go to such lengths? Could it be that an apology has finally come? But what's even more amazing is yet to come. Xiao Hong then took out a contract and handed it to Chu Qingqing, saying with utmost respect and humility, Miss Chu, this is the company's transfer contract. I have already purchased the company in full and have made all the necessary arrangements with several other companies. Now that you have this transfer contract, you are truly the president and chairman of Tianyuan Company. Also, I've removed my name from that company account. The billion in it is entirely yours, you can use it as you please. Ah? Chu Qingqing was stunned, staring blankly at the transfer agreement, her mind completely blank, unable to process the information at all. Is she dreaming? Was it because I was at the Wan family's house that I was so frightened that I fainted and haven't woken up yet? What on earth is going on? She rubbed her eyes hard, then looked down at the contract transfer document, asking anxiously, young Master Xiao, is this another shell company? I dare not sign this contract. Why don't you take it back? I don't want the money back, let's just pretend nothing happened. She'd already been fooled once, and she didn't want to fall for it a second time. She couldn't afford to be deceived by Xiao Hong again. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Hong trembled with fear. He grabbed Chu Qingqing's hand, forcefully shoved the contract into it, and knelt on the ground, saying, Miss Chu, everything before was my fault. I deserve to die for lying to you. You can punish me however you want, but you must accept this contract transfer, or I really can't live. The contract transfer doesn't require your signature. You can sign it whenever you want anyway. You're definitely going to be the company president. Someone will contact you tomorrow. This. Chu Qingqing held the contract, not daring to speak. Snap. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door, and Su Ming slowly walked in. Seeing Xiao Hong already kneeling in the Chu family hall, with gifts scattered all over the floor, Su Ming smiled slightly. You've arrived quite early, otherwise I was going to call you. Su Ming. The three members of the Chu family all turned their attention to Su Ming. They were just discussing whether Su Ming's calling the police had implicated them. Seeing Su Ming now, Chu Qingqing was even more furious. Pointing at Su Ming, she coldly shouted, "You still have the nerve to come back, you really aren't afraid of death. Why shouldn't I dare to come back?" Su Ming smirked, "If I hadn't come back, would you have these gifts? Would you have been able to get your company back? Would you have been able to get your billion back?" "Oh, you mean young Master Xiao came to apologize because of you?" Chu Qingqing laughed in exasperation, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. Where does this kid get his confidence from? They almost got themselves killed because Su Ming acted like a coward and called the police. How dare you make sarcastic remarks here? Chu Qingqing immediately said to Xiao Hong, "Young Master Xiao, let me tell you, the one who had you arrested by the enforcement team is this idiot. It really has nothing to do with me whether you sincerely apologize or not. There's a grievance and a debtor to settle. The person you're looking for is right here. Go ahead and do it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong stood up, turned around, looked at Su Ming, and walked straight towards Su Ming. "You brat, still being stubborn, let's see if you'll live or die this time. What price will you have to pay?" Chu Qingqing stared at Su Ming and sneered resentfully. Lin Xiaoyun glared at Chu Qingqing anxiously and snapped, "Are you crazy? Whether Xiao Ming called the police or not, the matter is resolved now. Why did you have to say it? Are you trying to get him killed?" Chu Qingqing curled her lip and smiled disdainfully. Didn't he say he was very capable? Didn't he say he was the one who made young Master Xiao come and apologize? Then let's see. Seeing that Xiao Hong had already arrived in front of Su Ming, Chu Qingqing was even more smug. "I just want to see Su Ming kneeling down and begging for mercy." Thump! However, the next moment, Xiao Hong knelt down in front of Su Ming. This? The three members of the Chu family were once again shocked. Chu Qingqing trembled all over, her eyes wide open, almost as if her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. "This Xiao Hong? What are you doing? Have they really gone mad?" Xiao Hong took out the Toad Spring Dew antidote prescription from his robes, held it above his head with both hands, bowed respectfully, and returned it to Su Ming. Then, with utmost sincerity, he said, "I'm returning it to you now, may I leave?" Amidst the shocked gazes of the three members of the Chu family, Su Ming reached out and took back the prescription, nodding and saying, "Get out of here." "Yes, thank you so much." Xiao Hong, his face full of gratitude, scrambled away with his men and left the Chu family. Xiao Ming, what's going on? Did you really make Xiao Hong come over and kowtow to apologize?" Lin Xiaoyun walked up and looked at Su Ming in utter shock. Su Ming smiled and nodded, "Aunt Lin, I told you I would take action. Don't worry, Xiao Hong alone can't touch you." "That's wonderful." Lin Xiaoyun was so moved that tears streamed down her face. He held Su Ming's hand tightly. The Chu family owes Su Ming so much that they don't know if they can ever repay it in this lifetime. However, she was the only one who felt that the Chu family owed her something. Chu Qingqing sneered, "Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. You're just taking advantage of this opportunity to show off and claim credit for yourself. I'd never seen anyone more shameless than you." Xiao Hong only came to apologize because he was afraid of a top-tier big shot. "What does this have to do with you? You're not even worthy to carry Xiao Heng's shoes." Oh. Su Ming grinned. Even after all that has happened, Chu Qingqing hasn't changed at all. It seems Shin Luo Yun was right. Chu Qingqing simply couldn't possibly have that kind of awareness. If she really did, she wouldn't have been expelled from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. His help will only lead Chu Qingqing further down the path of obsession and making mistakes. It's time to let go. 511, Chapter 511 Top Boss. Su Ming smiled and looked at Chu Qingqing, asking, "Then what kind of big shot do you, or the Chu family, know? What kind of big shot could make Xiao Hong, the #1 doctor in Zhengzhou, kneel down and admit his mistake? Is it because of your godfather, Chen Fengyu?" "That's not impossible. I don't know who it is, but to make Xiao Hong so afraid, it must be someone from the Central Plains or a world-renowned figure from the 9 provinces. And you, who are you?" Chu Qingqing sneered, looking at Su Ming as if he were trash. "What makes you think you're related to a big shot? If you had that kind of ability, would Wan Shirin and the Wan family still look down on you?" "Mention Wan Shirin." Su Ming frowned, a cold glint in his eyes, and glanced coldly at Chu Qingqing. "I came back, not because of you. No matter who I am, rest assured, I will never help you again. If you make a mistake in the future, whether you kneel or pay with your life, you'll have to pay for it. Ha ha. Chu Qingqing laughed triumphantly, holding up the contract transfer document in her hand, and said arrogantly, I'm the president of a company worth billions now. Do I need your help? Take a good look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? You think too highly of yourself. Chu Qingqing looked as if she were possessed. Neuropathy. Su Ming snorted and rolled his eyes. Chu Qingqing is good in every way. She has a great figure and is incredibly beautiful. Unfortunately, she has mental problems. Su Ming ignored him and turned to Lin Xiaoyun, saying, Aunt Lin, I came back just to let you know I am going to accompany Shen Luoyun to the Kyushu Medical Academy competition. I won't be staying at the Chu family home for a while. Take care of yourself. Hey, you've already admitted it, haven't you? If you really had a status, why would you participate in the competition? Why would you need to mooch off Shen Luoyun? If you're going to be a gigolo, just say so, don't make it sound so nice. Get out of here, the Chu family really doesn't need you. Chu Qingqing sneered. Alright, Qingqing, shut up. Lin Xiaoyun couldn't stand it anymore and roared angrily. Then she said to Su Ming with gentle concern, be careful, we're fine here, just let me know if you need anything. Okay, I'll be going now. Su Ming nodded slightly, then turned and left. Someone is left with their tail between their legs. If you're so capable, then don't ever set foot in our Chu family again. Behind them, Chu Qingqing continued her sarcastic jeers. Su Ming didn't bother with it, went straight out the door, got into a car and left. The person who came to pick her up was Zhang Yilan. If Chu Qingqing had been a little more patient and gone to the door to take a look, she probably would have understood Su Ming's identity. Everyone would be astonished. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything and remained in the living room, looking on dismissively. Qingqing, are you crazy? Regardless of whether Xiaoming is the big shot Xiao Hang is talking about, when you're in trouble, no one else is willing to help us except him. How can you not even understand this? Lin Xiaoyun glared angrily at Chu Qingqing and asked. Mom, open your eyes wider. It's not that I'm crazy, it's that you've been fooled too much regarding what just happened. He didn't come back earlier or later, but waited until Xiao Hang apologized before coming back right on time. Was that just to show off in front of you and gain your trust? He can fool you, but can he fool me? I'm just exposing him. If he were truly confident and had real ability, would he be in such a hurry to leave? Wouldn't he need to prove something to us? Only those with a guilty conscience will rush to run away. Chu Qingqing walked to the side and sat down, holding the contract transfer document in her hand as if it were a precious treasure. What's hers will still be hers. In the end, she still made it big. As for what kind of person Su Ming was, she didn't care at all. Isn't it just trash? Did he think that by putting on an act, he could impress her and win her favor? Are you kidding me? This kind of trash will never even catch her eye. Anyway, she'll be a famous CEO in Yunqing from now on. When they meet again, Su Ming will probably have to kowtow to her. As Chu Qingqing thought about it, a smug smile appeared on her face. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to seeing Su Ming again. You're insane. Lin Xiaoyun ignored Chu Qingqing and turned to do her own thing. Prince Su, the people from the 9 provinces medical academy will be arriving tomorrow. Should I arrange for them to pay their respects to you? After all, the outcome of the 9 provinces medical academy's selection competition is entirely up to you. Zhang Yilan asked Su Ming questions while driving. She had also heard that Shen Luoyun was going to participate in the competition. Actually, it's all unnecessary. If Shen Luoyun wanted to win, Su Ming could give her the victory with just one word. Need not. Su Ming shook his head slightly and said calmly, I also want to see how much Shen Luoyun has learned. Besides, Zhang Qingyun will also participate. This is unfair to him. I won't interfere in this competition. Just keep an eye out for when the Fong and Lu families on the riverbank enter the city. Let me know when they do. Su Ming confessed. Yes. But Luo Qianshan from the Kyushu Medical Academy called me in advance, saying he wanted to pay his respects to you. Zhang Yilan reported. Just tell him I'm busy. Su Ming said impatiently. Clear. Zhang Yilan didn't say anything more, and the car drove towards the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. Inside the International Hotel in Yuncheng, the people from the Kyushu Medical Institute settled in. Luo Qianshan had his luggage carried upstairs, then instructed Xiao Qingyu, who was standing beside him, "Qingyu, get ready, and bring your most precious Toad Spring Dew formula as well later, I'll take you to meet a top-tier big shot." Xiao Qingyu was dressed in a black dress and shorts, her long legs clad in leather boots. Her figure was incredibly slender and outstanding, and she possessed a captivating charm. Hearing Luo Qianshan's words, she was slightly startled. Before she left, her grandfather, Xiao Tiankai, also called her and said there was a top-tier tycoon whose actions are astonishing and unconventional. Could it be true? She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lord, is there really such an important figure in Yun City? What's his name?" "You'll find out his name when you meet him. As for any other information, I wouldn't dare reveal a single word without that big shot's permission. However, it will definitely make you admire and worship it." Luo Qianshan smiled meaningfully and said. Xiao Qingyu blushed and said shyly, "Then I'll ask the lord of the manor to help me with the introduction." But in reality, she didn't care at all. With her current status and position, even scions of prestigious families are nothing but trash in her eyes. No one is good enough for her. How powerful can this tiny Yunqing be, no matter how great it is? What big shots, they're just bluffing and exaggerating. She wanted to see for herself what kind of person Luo Qianshan could praise so highly. That evening, at the invitation of the Wan family, Luo Qianshan, Xiao Qingyu, and the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy went to the Wan family together. Meanwhile, Su Ming accompanied Shen Luo Yun to the Wan family to register her for the selection competition. 512, Chapter 512. I don't have that blessing. Welcome to the head of the 9 provinces Medical Academy and all the medical kings. At the main gate of the Wan family, Wan Shirin, Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, and the entire Wan family came out to greet Luo Qianshan, and all bowed down before him. Luo Qianshan has done a great favor for the Wan family. If it weren't for Luo Qianshan giving Wan Shirin the formula for the Bright Moon elixir before their last parting, the Wan family would probably have fallen into ruin long ago, and they wouldn't have the status they have today. Not to mention being able to take over the selection competitions organized by the Kyushu Medical Academy. Luo Qianshan is the benefactor who revived the entire Wan family. Lord Luo, you finally arrived, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Wan Shirin stood up and greeted Luo Qianshan with a joyful expression. Luo Qianshan beamed and nodded, saying, "Miss Wan is indeed extraordinary. I was right about you. You've managed the Wan family business so well. I heard you've even joined the Black Gold Business Alliance and are already a member. You have a bright future ahead of you." Lord Luo, you flatter me. Was just doing my job. Everything else is thanks to your kindness and help. Wan Shirin blushed slightly and said modestly. When the rest of the Wan family heard Luo Qianshan give Wan Shirin such high praise in front of everyone, they were all overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia, in particular, were overjoyed, their faces beaming with pride. The Wan family has finally turned their lives around. Wan Shirin truly lives up to her reputation as their daughter. Her achievements are unparalleled in the entire Yun City. And they deserve a lot of credit for this. If they hadn't forced Wan Shirin to divorce Su Ming back then, the Wan family would have been able to build their own independent business. I'm afraid that even now, many households will still be dragged down by that kind of garbage. Their decision was incredibly wise and the absolutely correct choice. They deserve at least 80% or 90% credit for Wan Shirin's success. Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were smug. Don't be too modest. Your achievements are also a result of your own abilities. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Qingyu, the newly crowned king of medicine of our Kyushu Medical Academy. Luo Qianshan stepped aside, revealing Xiao Qingyu behind him, and introduced her to everyone. The newly crowned medical queen, she is none other than Xiao Qingyu, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family in Zhengzhou, and the number 1 on the Zhengzhou fairy ranking. My goodness, she really is a great beauty, and a medical master at that. That's amazing. Now, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Qingyu, and everyone present was amazed and shocked by her beauty and status. Such a beautiful woman has actually come to Yunqing. This is bound to cause quite a stir. I wonder what kind of genius could be worthy of Xiao Qingyu. Wan Shirin's calm and collected gaze also fell on Xiao Qingyu. She looked her up and down and was quite amazed. As expected, the young lady from a prominent family in Zhengzhou is indeed different. Whether it's appearance, temperament, or physical achievements, they are all extraordinary. In comparison, although he had achieved some success in Yuncheng, he was still like an ugly duckling in front of Xiao Qingyu. All the brilliance was overshadowed by Xiao Qingyu alone. Although there is some imbalance, the people of the Kyushu Medical Academy are not people that the Wan family can afford to offend. Wan Shirin hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Xiao Qingyu and said, "Greetings, King of Physicians. I have long heard of King of Physicians Zhao's great name. Meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary." Xiao Qingyu glanced at Wan Shirin and gave a soft snort. As expected, those from Yuncheng are all ants. The Wan family was so happy to receive a few words of praise from the Lord that they were practically floating on air. The Lord of the Manor said that there was some earth-shattering big shot in this place, and now it seems that he had too high expectations. So the group entered the Wan family hall. In the courtyard, the Wan family and the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy sat together to register the doctors who had come to participate in the competition. In the hall, Luo Qianshan sat down. His subordinate, the physician king, leaned close and whispered in his ear, "Lord Luo, we just received a message from General Manager Jiang of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Prince Su isn't coming." "What?" Luo Qianshan was startled and stared anxiously, saying, "Did you make it clear? It was me. It was the 9 Provinces Medical Academy that invited Prince Su?" It was already made clear before, but given King Su's status, he probably wouldn't care about such a small selection competition, let alone come to a gathering. The physician whispered. "You're right, even our Kyushu Medical Academy is nothing but trash in his eyes, given his status as Prince Su." Luo Qianshan let out a breath, his mood calming down. The Wan family members, seeing Luo Qianshan's startled reaction, assumed it was because they hadn't treated him well. Wan Shirin hurriedly asked in a panic, "Lord of the Manor, is there something wrong with our Wan family? If so, we will correct it immediately." "This is none of your business." Luo Qianshan waved his hand and said awkwardly, "Before coming to Yuncheng, I had invited a big shot from Yuncheng to come and oversee the selection competition. Unfortunately, I don't have that honor. The big shot was unwilling to come." "What?" The Wan family members were shocked when they heard this. What kind of person has such an air of superiority? They didn't even give Luo Qianshan any face? Where in Yuncheng did such a powerful figure come from? Even Xiao Qingyu frowned. What big shot? They don't even respect them. They just putting on airs. It's best if this guy doesn't come, otherwise if she sees him, she'll really test his mettle. Lord Luo, could it be that the other party didn't even receive an invitation? Otherwise, why would they dare not come? They don't even give face to the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, let alone our Wan family. They're too arrogant. Luo Hongxia said with a slightly sarcastic smile. Luo Qianshan smiled slightly. If he doesn't want to come, no one, not even me, can help him. Oh well, it just means we're not lucky enough to have him. Let's start eating. Yes, please, Lord. The Wan family members forgot about the matter for a moment and quickly and respectfully accompanied Luo Qianshan. At this moment, Su Ming and Shin Luo Yun had already arrived at the entrance of the Wan family's residence. Su Ming looked up at Wan. The lintel above the doorway of the house looked utterly speechless. I should have known earlier that registration was at Wanja courtyard. He said he wouldn't come no matter what. To avoid meeting a woman like Luo Hongxia who would bring bad luck and spoil the mood. Brother Su, let's go inside. Shin Luo Yun, with a sweet smile on her face, pulled Su Ming along and said. Can I not go in? Su Ming asked, feeling frustrated. Since you're already here, come in. Shin Luo Yun pulled Su Ming into the Wan family home. Upon arriving at the registration desk, Shin Luo Yun said to the registration staff, I am Shin Luo Yun, and I am registering to participate in the selection competition. Okay, Shin Luo Yun, right. Shin Luo Yun? A commotion immediately broke out, and everyone turned around, countless eyes instantly falling on Su Ming. She is Shin Luo Yun, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, the foremost family in the Central Plains of medicine? I didn't expect even Miss Shin to participate in the selection competition. This selection competition must be quite impressive. Even the other renowned doctors participating in the competition cast admiring glances at Shin Luo Yun. Who's that guy next to her? Could he be her boyfriend? Why is Miss Shin's boyfriend acting like this? The crowd buzzed with discussion, scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe. At that moment, the Wan family members recognized Su Ming in the crowd. Immediately, someone stepped forward, sneering at Su Ming. "What, it's you piece of trash, who gave you the right to set foot in the Wan family? Get out of here. Today is the registration day for the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. Is this a place for trash like you to come?" A sharp rebuke rang out immediately. 513, Chapter 513 Kyushu Medical School. Who is he? Those nearby, unaware of what was going on, inquired with the Wan family. He's a scoundrel who was kicked out of the Wan family. If it weren't for his 3-year marriage with our young lady, he would never have had anything to do with the Wan family for his entire life. The servants of the Wan family looked at Su Ming with disdain and said arrogantly, "So it was him, that good-for-nothing, who married into the Wan family and was then kicked out." Seeing is believing. Everyone burst into laughter. Several servants from the Wan family also surrounded Su Ming, pointing at him and shouting angrily, "Useless trash, why don't you get out of here? Do you want to be beaten with our sticks? Presumptuous." Shin Luoyun flew into a rage and slammed her hand heavily on the table. "Anyone who dares to take a step forward is going against me, Shin Luoyun, and the Shin family." Shin Luoyun's gaze sharpened as she glared fiercely at the servants of the Wan family. A group of servants from the Wan family froze on the spot, looking at Wan Shirin with fear and hesitation. They don't take Su Ming and his group seriously. But Shin Luoyun is the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Zhengzhou. If Shin Luoyun were injured, no amount of their lives would be enough to compensate for it. All I can say is that this kid is incredibly lucky. After leaving Miss Wan, he's now trying to curry favor with Miss Shin. A creature that can only survive by relying on women. Hearing the commotion in the hall, Luo Hongxia came out and stood on the steps witnessing this scene. She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Miss Shin, what a show of power you have. If it were before, my Shin family wouldn't dare offend you, but today, the Wan family is different. Even you are not allowed to act recklessly in my Wan family. Besides, your Shin family of Zhengzhou doesn't have the same spirit as it used to have. Does the Shin family still dare to claim to be the best in medicine in central China?" Luo Hongxia's few words immediately silenced Shin Luoyun. It was only because the Shin family was declining day by day that she thought of participating in this selection competition. Otherwise, if it were the Shin family's former prestige, they wouldn't have taken this competition seriously at all. But these people wanting to humiliate Su Ming is absolutely unacceptable. Shin Luoyun gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Luo Hongxia. "Even if my Shin family is not as powerful as it used to be, you are still not someone to be compared to. You think you can bully Brother Su today? No way, my Shin family will go bankrupt and still not let you get away with this. I'm so scared." Luo Hongxia laughed triumphantly. "You don't understand the situation, do you? Even the competition of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy is now being hosted by our Wan family. The head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, Luo Qianshan, is sitting in the hall. Who do you think you are? I'm going to punish this brat in public today. What are you going to do about it? If you've got the guts, send someone from the Shin family. Send your father, Shin Songlin, in person. Do you think he'd dare come?" Luo Hongxia was certain that the Shin family couldn't intervene and that Shin Luoyun couldn't do anything about her, so she became even more arrogant and domineering. The sound was so loud that the entire Wanja compound could hear it. "Who says I don't dare to come?" Just then, a loud shout rang out from the doorway. Shin Sunglin's imposing figure appeared at the entrance of the Wan family compound, and he strode into the Wan family home with his men. Shin Songlin, the king of healers, Master Shin. Everyone present was shocked and horrified. No one expected that Shin Songlin would actually show up. Although the Shin family is now weak and not as powerful as it used to be, Shin Songlin's name is still known to everyone in the medical community. After all, Shin Songlin is the only medical king in Zhengzhou who has been recognized by the medical community without needing to be officially named by the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. His status and position are self-evident. Shin Jungle? When Luo Hongxia saw Shin Songlin, she was instantly horrified, her eyes filled with fear. After Shin Songlin stepped in, he strode straight toward Luo Hongxia. Luo Hongxia took 2 steps back in fright and asked in terror, "What do you want to do, Shin Songlin? I'm not afraid of you. Our one family is holding a selection competition on behalf of the Kyushu Medical Academy. We represent the Kyushu Medical Academy. Do you dare to offend the Kyushu Medical Academy? What is there to be afraid of? Shin Songlin slapped Luo Hongxia across the face and coldly shouted, "Kneel down." Luo Hongxia's face was instantly slapped red on one side, and a sharp pain shot through her. She covered her face and stared at Shin Songlin in shock. Are you crazy? Shin Songlin grinned. I'm not crazy, let me tell you. My Shin family has published the 7 fragrance pill, which has been certified by the National Medical Association. From now on, my Shin family is no longer the #1 medical family in central China, but one of the top 50 medical families in the 9 provinces. The medical academy of the 9 provinces is not much higher than my Shin family. Ah! Luo Hongxia was stunned. There was an uproar, and everyone gasped in surprise. Certified by the National Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine? The Shin family actually brought out the ancient Formula 7 fragrance pill. They are among the top 50 medical families in the 9 provinces. What an honor this is. It's not just getting worse day by day. This is simply meteoric. Leap into the sky. The Shin family's status is probably unmatched by even 10 of the top families in Zhengzhou. Not to mention others. Even Shin Luo Yun showed an expression of disbelief. My Shin family has entered the top 50 of the 9 provinces medical school. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Shin Luo Yun turned her head blankly to look at Su Ming. Brother Su, what's going on? Su Ming smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just had someone send the improved formula for the 7 fragrance pill to your father a few days ago. I see. Shin Luo Yun suddenly realized what was happening and woke up with a start. No wonder. Although the Shin family had a recipe for the 7 fragrance pill before, and Su Ming had even refined it in the Shin family. However, since Su Ming left, his father's medical skills have made it impossible for him to replicate the 7 fragrance pill. That's why the Shin family experienced a brief resurgence before gradually declining again. Now, Su Ming has given the improved prescription to Shin Songlin now. Without relying on Su Ming, the Shin family can easily refine the high-quality 7 fragrance pill that restores the ancient prescription. Shin Songlin even used this opportunity to submit a prescription to the National Medical Association, which was then certified by the association. Brother Su, why didn't you tell me sooner? I was so worried. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have signed up. Who would even bother with this bullshit talent competition? Shin Luo Yun was both surprised and delighted, and she looked down on the Wan family. You should still participate. It's icing on the cake. The more the merrier. We can't always rely on your father to support us. Su Ming said with a smile. I see. Shen Luo Yun nodded happily. Ahead, Luo Hongxia was so frightened that she knelt down on the ground with a thud. His arrogance and smugness from just moments ago were instantly shattered by Shin Sonlin's single sentence. Representing the Kyushu Medical Academy to host a competition, what a load of rubbish. He is truly among the top 50 in the medical field in Kyushu. Even 100,000 families can't compare. Medical King, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was ignorant and foolish, please, don't take it to heart, I was just saying it, I didn't actually do anything. Luo Hongxia burst into tears in panic. That's really despicable. If I don't come, does that mean you don't respect the Shin family, that you can bully my daughter? Waste. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy has allowed you to hold a grand competition with thousands of families, it's utterly shameful. Shin Songlin snorted coldly, turned around, and walked down the steps. 514, Chapter 514, Mobilizing a Large Army. King Su. Shin Songlin approached Su Ming and bowed his head respectfully, greeting him. Her eyes were filled with respect and gratitude for Su Ming. If it weren't for Su Ming giving him the improved 7 fragrance pill, the Shin family would probably never have been able to turn their lives around. Su Ming nodded slightly, let's go. Yes. So Su Ming, Shin Songlin, and Shin Luo Yun, along with the Shin family members, turned and headed out of the Wan family compound. At this moment, Wan Shirin and the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy poured out from the entrance of the Wan family hall. Luo Qianshan stood at the gate and caught sight of Su Ming preparing to leave. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his pupils dilated. Didn't Prince Su say he wasn't coming? Why did they still come? And no one even notified him. If King Su knew that he hadn't come out to pay his respects to the Wan family, what an outrageous crime that would be. Luo Qianshan was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Su Ming, "Boss, wait, Luo Qianshan, haven't had a chance to pay my respects to you yet." However, Su Ming only turned around and gave Luo Qianshan a cold look before leaving with the Shin family without looking back. With just that one glance, Luo Qianshan's heart turned ice cold. It's over, it's over. This is really the end. Big boss? Xiao Qingyu also suddenly looked up, staring in shock at the main entrance. But only Shin Songlin, Shin Luoyun, and Su Ming got into the car one by one. His face was filled with surprise and confusion. Could it be that the astonishing big shot in Kyushu that the lord of the prefecture mentioned is Shin Songlin? This is impossible. Shin Songlin is nothing in Zhengzhou, the Shin family is not even comparable to the Xiao family. What kind of big shot is he? At this moment, Wan Shirin quickly walked to the distraught Luo Hongxia's side, helped her up, and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong, what happened?" It's over, it's over. Luo Hongxia was utterly terrified, and said with a look of despair, "We've offended the Shin family. The Shin family has already been certified by the National Medical Association and has become one of the top 50 medical families in the 9 provinces. The Shin family's status is something we can never afford to offend in our entire lives." The top 50 of Kyushu medical path? Wan Shirin also showed a shocked and incredulous expression. Does the Shin family actually possess such power? They had been keeping quiet all along, and outsiders thought the Shin family was about to decline. Little did they know that they were lying in wait for an opportunity to shock the Central Plains. She originally thought that her Wan family had made enough progress, but she never expected the Shin family to be so aggressive. Shin Luoyun spends his days loafing around outside, doing nothing and neglecting his duties, yet the Shin family still manages to achieve such results. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Top 50 in Kyushu medicine. I see. Xiao Qingyu stood to the side, her gaze turning icy as she heard these words. No wonder the lord of the manor called him a big shot. With this achievement, Shin Senglin's status has jumped to the top of the Kyushu. He truly deserves to be called a big shot. Unexpectedly, the Shin family, which was on the verge of collapse, was able to turn things around with just one 7 fragrance pill. It has to be said, Shin Songlin really has some incredible luck. Wan Shirin, having helped Luo Hongxia to the front of the Kyushu Medical Academy, said apologetically to Luo Qianshan, "Lord Luo, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not arranging things properly. Please forgive my poor performance." You're so useless. Luo Qianshan glared angrily and coldly at Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin trembled with fright, thinking that Luo Qianshan was blaming her for not organizing the competition well, which caused such trouble during the registration phase. Unexpectedly, Luo Qianshan coldly snorted, "Even when a big shot arrives, you don't even bother to inform me. You've dragged me down with you Wan family. You're more trouble than you're worth now. I need to seriously consider whether I should let your Wan family take over the competition. I'm so disappointed." After saying that, Luo Qianshan flung his hand away and angrily led his men to chase after them outside. Big boss? Wan Shirin was completely stunned, turning her head to stare in disbelief. I felt both upset and frustrated. What exactly did she do wrong? What big shot? She has no idea. I think Lord Luo is upset that we didn't inform him in advance that Shin Songlin would be coming. After all, Shin Senglin's current status is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. I never expected that the Shin family would become one of the top 50 medical families in the 9 provinces. If I had known earlier, I would never have dared to lose my temper with Shin Luoyun. Luo Hongxia regretted it so much she wanted to slap herself twice. Alright, Mom, you should go back to your room and rest. I'll think about what to do. Wan Shirin's face looked extremely ugly. It's possible that the Wan family will make another big mistake and miss a golden opportunity this time. Missing the opportunity to host the competition is one thing, but it's another. If word gets out, the entire Wan family will become a laughingstock. Wan Shirin's reputation is likely to plummet. Everything was fine, so why did it turn out like this? Luo Qianshan chased them to the door, but Shin Songlin and Su Ming were nowhere to be seen. He hurriedly made a phone call to inquire. A short while later, they found out which hotel Shin Songlin was staying at, the International Hotel. They quickly hopped on a car and sped off towards the International Hotel. Xiao Qingyu couldn't quite understand it. Is it really necessary for Luo Qianshan to be so flustered by just Shin Songlin? Even if the Shin family makes it into the top 50 in the medical field of Kyushu, they are still far inferior to the Kyushu Medical Academy. Moreover, with Shin Songlin's limited medical skills, he would only be considered a low-level nobody in the Kyushu Medical Academy. Why go to such great lengths and mobilize so many people? Lord, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. But she didn't know that Luo Qianshan's panic was not because of Shin Songlin at all. If it were Shin Songlin, he wouldn't even care if someone was only in the top 50 of the 9 provinces medical school, or even if they were in the top 10. What terrified him was the true mastermind who could improve the 7 fragrance pill, Su Ming. Inside a private room at an international hotel, Shin Songlin knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, and said Su Ming respectfully kowtowed and said, "This humble one, Shin Songlin, pays respects to King Sui. Am grateful for King Su's great kindness and virtue, which has enabled my Shin family to turn our lives around and allowed me, Shin Songlin, to hold my head high today. My Shin family is willing to serve King Su like dogs and horses for the rest of our lives." Get up. Su Ming nodded calmly and said indifferently, "I gave you the improved formula for the 7 fragrance pill not so that you would kowtow and thank me. Did you bring the improved medicine? Show it to me." Yes. Shin Songlin hurriedly got up, took out a small box from his pocket, which contained the latest 7 fragrance pill. He carefully handed it to Su Ming. They waited anxiously for Su Ming's evaluation. Sweat dripped down his forehead without him even realizing it. Su Ming's willingness to help him improve the 7 fragrance pill shows that he has high hopes for the Shin family. We can't afford for anything to go wrong in this area. If the finished medicine fails to satisfy King Su, it will be lost in his hands. The Shin family's current glory is all for naught. Seeing Su Ming carefully observing the 7 fragrance pill, Shin Sanglin's heart was in his throat. He dared not breathe. 515, Chapter 515 Comparison. Good. After reading it, Su Ming put down the pill and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing that affirmation, Shin Songlin breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely, almost collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. This improved 7 fragrance pill has already achieved 70 to 80% of the efficacy of the ancient formula. No wonder it has been certified by the National Medical Association. In the future, when your Shin family sells 7 fragrance pills, at least within and outside Zhengzhou, no other prepared medicine can compare. Su Ming said approvingly. All of this is thanks to the King of Su's grace. Shin Songlin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Su Ming smiled and said, "You need to have the ability to do this. Even if I give you an improved prescription, if you still can't produce the finished medicine, then it's all for nothing." However, with Luo Yun's current medical skills, after she finishes the competition and takes over your Shin family's business and the 7 fragrance pill, she can probably further enhance its efficacy. Real? Upon hearing this, Shin Songlin was overjoyed. Turning to Shin Luo Yun with immense surprise, she exclaimed, "Daughter, your medical skills have reached such a level, you can even further develop the 7 fragrance pill? My goodness, your medical skills are almost on par with Luo Qianshan's. What kind of competition is this? Isn't it just like children playing house to you?" Shin Songlin was overjoyed. This is truly a double celebration. Indeed, Shin Luo Yun's choice to stay by Prince Su's side was the right one. What kind of medical academy is this? Who would want to go there? As long as you can stay by Su Ming's side, even if you only learn a little bit, you can easily crush those so-called medical kings. They're all show and no substance. Moreover, the fact that Shin Luo Yun has stayed by Su Ming's side for so long without being driven away shows that their relationship is getting better and better. Will my daughter marry Prince Su in the future? The king of Kyushu became his own son-in-law? Just thinking about it made Shin Songlin so happy he almost fainted. Shin Luo Yun blushed and said shyly, "Dad, don't talk nonsense. Don't you understand that brother Su is praising me? I've only learned so much. It's all just theoretical. I don't even know how far I've come yet. Don't be too happy. If Prince Su says you're capable, then you are. Otherwise, what's the point of anyone saying so?" Shin Songlin beamed with joy, his eyebrows dancing with delight. Some are happy, some are sad. Below the International Hotel, Luo Qianshan and his men had arrived, now sweating profusely with fear. Upon reaching the entrance, he said to Xiao Qingyu and the group of medical king's subordinates, "You all wait here, I'll go up alone to pay my respects to the Lord. Whether it's to apologize or make amends, it'll be easier for me to do it alone. Too many people will only cause trouble." "Yes." The crowd responded. Then, Luo Qianshan wiped his sweat as he quickly went upstairs. Arriving at the door of the private room, Luo Qianshan nervously raised his hand and knocked. "Come in." Only after hearing Su Ming's voice did Luo Qianshan dare to push open the door and enter. Upon entering, he indeed saw Su Ming sitting in the private room. He hurriedly rushed over to Su Ming, knelt down at Su Ming's feet with a thud, and cried out in fear, "This humble servant greets Prince Sui. I'm late in paying my respects. Please forgive me, Prince Su. I was unaware that Prince Su would be visiting the Wan family. You declined my invitation, so I assumed you weren't going. I received no information whatsoever. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Prince Su." Luo Qianshan was so terrified that he wanted to raise his hand and slap himself hard. Su Ming glanced down at Luo Qianshan and calmly smiled. "I didn't blame you. Why are you so agitated? I wasn't planning on going anyway. I was just accompanying Luo Yun to register. As for whether you pay your respects or not, I don't care at all." Despite saying that, Luo Qianshan still dared not relax. Sweating profusely, he said, "Yes, it was my negligence. It's all my fault. Please punish me." Prince Sui was blind to have entrusted the Wan family with this selection competition. Who knew that the Wan family members were all so incredibly stupid, not even knowing that Prince Su had arrived? "Once I get back, I will immediately revoke the authorization granted to the Wan family, ensuring that they will never again have a say in the selection competition." "Need not." Su Ming shook his head impatiently. "I already said, it has nothing to do with you. Do what you need to do. People who don't know the situation might think I'm interfering with your Kyushu Medical Academy's competition. To be honest, I know exactly how much skill your Kyushu Medical Academy possesses. Who you ask for help is none of my business. Alright. Since you're here, why don't you exchange medical knowledge with Shin Songlin? There are still some alchemy techniques for the 7 fragrance pill that need some refinement. Give Master Shin some advice. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, Su Ming, too lazy to deal with it anymore, got up and walked out. "Brother Su, I'll go with you." Shin Luo Yun hurriedly caught up and left with Su Ming. Luo Qianshan finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief and slumped back in his chair. "That's scary, isn't it?" Shin Songlin chuckled gloatingly. "I was so scared I almost collapsed." Although King Su was not as old as us, his aura of a king on the frontier battlefield is so overwhelming that it's hard to breathe. "Stop making sarcastic remarks." Luo Qianshan rolled her eyes at Shin Songlin. "King Su asked me to exchange alchemy techniques with you. What's there to exchange? Haven't you already been certified by the National Medical Association?" Luo Qianshan rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know. This is all thanks to Prince Su's guidance. The improved formula for the 7 fragrance pill was also bestowed upon me by Prince Su." Shin Songlin said with a smile. "Real?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qianshan immediately became interested, hurriedly got up, and said in shock, "No wonder, I was wondering what ancient formula you could come up with at your age. It turns out you're benefiting from Prince Su's influence. You're really lucky." "You're talking nonsense. What do you mean by benefiting from someone else? It's my daughter who won Prince Su's favor. And you, do you even have a daughter, you naked bastard? Do you even have that kind of ability?" Shin Songlin proudly raised his head. "Who says I don't have one? I just raised Xiao Qingyu, and in terms of looks and beauty, she's far superior to your daughter." The two renowned old men, both renowned for their medical skills, immediately began to compare themselves to each other in the private room, arguing heatedly until their faces turned red. "You wait, I'll introduce Xiao Qingyu to Prince Su another day. Sending her to Prince Su's side will definitely make her more popular than your daughter." "You dare!" Su Ming and Shin Luo Yun went downstairs and prepared to leave the International Hotel. They bumped right into Xiao Qingyu, who was waiting at the door. Xiao Qingyu's gaze instantly fell on Su Ming, and after looking him up and down, she couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "It's you?" She had dealt with Su Ming during the 3 armies competition. But Su Ming has not been seen since the 3 armed forces competition. "I've never heard that name again in Kyushu." Clearly, this was just a low-level thug. For Su Ming to appear in the Qingzhou army during the 3 armies competition was probably the highlight of his life. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu, Su Ming couldn't help but smile and nod. How is it, is the Toad Spring Dew prescription effective? What? Su Ming's words immediately shocked Xiao Qingyu. Even her usually cool and beautiful face was visibly shaken, staring at Su Ming in utter shock. How did this kid know she had the Toad Spring Dew recipe? 516, Chapter 516 Just Consider Me Dead. How did this kid know? Xiao Qingyu looked at Su Ming with a mixture of surprise and doubt. She took the Toad Spring Dew medicine formula from the Zhao family in Zhengzhou, and even the Zhao family probably didn't know it. How did this guy know? However, what Su Ming said next shocked her to the core. You took the Toad Spring Dew prescription, but only gained the empty title of physician king. You utilized the prescription's superficial value, but failed to absorb its most valuable aspects. What a pity. If you had been smarter, you might have achieved even greater things. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. He didn't stop her at first because he wanted to see what Xiao Qingyu was planning to do with the prescription. Does he really have some ability? Unexpectedly, this so-called eldest daughter of the Xiao family, known as the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of doctors in Zhengzhou, is actually extremely superficial. It turns out they just changed their title using a prescription. It's really unbearable to look at. What exactly are you talking about? Xiao Qingyu was both shocked and angry, and she couldn't take Su Ming's provocation any longer. She stared coldly at Su Ming. I don't care where you got your information from, but someone like you from the bottom of society shouldn't pass off rumors as truth. Don't flaunt your ignorance. You read nothing in front of me. Don't even think about guessing my level. That's just a frog in a well with a limited view of the sky. Xiao Qingyu stared at Su Ming with icy eyes. Regardless of where Su Ming learned the news, this boy cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, if this guy goes out and talks nonsense, it might damage her reputation as the queen of healers. A hint of killing intent had already appeared in Xiao Qingyu's eyes. A low-class person, how dare you call my brother Su a low-class person? You just picked up what my brother Su didn't want and used it to gain vanity in the end. You didn't even say thank you, and you're still so arrogant. If my brother Su is a low-class person, then what are you? You're just a piece of trash who picks up garbage. Shen Luoyun stepped forward and mocked Xiao Qingyu relentlessly. This is the first time I've ever seen such a shameless woman. How dare they insult Su Ming? What kind of medical king is he? He's utterly shameless. You actually said that. Xiao Qingyu sneered disdainfully. His things? What did I take from him? You, Shen Luoyun, are truly spineless, associating with such a person and being proud of it. No wonder your Shen family has declined generation after generation. Even if you make it into the top 50 of the 9 provinces medical school, you are not worthy to be compared with me. You? Shen Luoyun instantly turned red with anger. Su Ming smiled and said, all right, let's stop arguing, let's go. Su Ming said something indifferently, then left the international hotel with Shen Luoyun and drove away. Good lad, tonight might be your last chance to speak. Xiao Qingyu said coldly, then took out her phone and called Xiao Hong, who was in Yuncheng. There are some things she can't do, but if more people do them, she needs Su Ming. He won't make it through the night. The call connected, and Xiao Qingyu ordered into the phone, Xiao Hong, come to the international hotel to see me immediately. After saying that, Xiao Qingyu put down her phone. At this moment, the medical king of the 9 provinces medical academy approached Xiao Qingyu from behind, looking at her with trepidation and exclaiming in alarm, Miss Xiao, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You're actually going against that big shot. Do you know that he's the top big shot in the 9 provinces whom the Luo family is mainly going to pay their respects to, the king of the 9 provinces? What did you say? What king of the 9 provinces? You mean that kid from earlier? Xiao Qingyu turned her head inexplicably. Only then did he realize that the other medical masters were also looking at him with the same panicked eyes. This made Xiao Qingyu even more bewildered. Of course, who else could it be? Your Toad Spring Dew prescription also came from the king of the 9 provinces. Everyone in our 9 provinces medical academy, including the academy master, knows this. You were able to obtain the title of medical king not because you brought back the Toad Spring Dew prescription, but because the academy master gave you a special honor out of respect for King Su. The physician said tremblingly. Xiao Qingyu was completely stunned. It was as if I had been struck by lightning. Staring at the other person in disbelief, you're saying I was named the king of healers because of that kid? Otherwise what, with your medical skills, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Xiao, even now, it would be difficult for you to refine a perfect grade 3 pill, right? How can your medical skills be worthy of the title of King of Medicine? A group of kings of medicine from the 9 provinces medical academy looked at Xiao Qingyu as if she were an idiot. This woman is absolutely insane. When Lord Luo learned that Su Ming had come to the international hotel, he was almost driven mad with fear. And this woman actually dared to provoke the king of the 9 provinces in public? Are they really tired of living? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, after a few minutes of stunned silence, Xiao Qingyu suddenly shook her head and sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. I know with that kid is just a stray dog who was kicked out of the Wan family and is now sucking up to the Shin family. How could he be the king of the 9 provinces? You think I depend on him? You're kidding me. Don't let me find out anything about you. If I find out you've been lying to me, I will never let you get away with it." Xiao Qingyu refused to believe anything she said, shaking her head as she went upstairs. But his face had unconsciously turned ashen. About half an hour later, Xiao Hong arrived at the international hotel, quickly went upstairs, and went to Xiao Qingyu's room to pay his respects. He had already packed his things and was ready to leave. "I can't stay in Yunqing for even a day longer. Having offended the king of Kyushu, staying here would mean certain death. Besides, after returning the company and all the money to Chu Qingqing, he had almost no money left, only enough for the travel expenses to return to Zhongzhou." But Xiao Qingyu asked him to come, so he had no choice but to come. Upon entering the room, Xiao Hong knelt down in front of Xiao Qingyu with a thud, sweating profusely, and said, "Greetings, cousin, why did you call me here in such a hurry? Is there something you need?" Xiao Qingyu sat on the sofa, her long legs crossed, her face cold and stern. "Water is coming out," he said in an icy tone. "I need you to take care of someone for me. Don't want him to live past tonight." "Who is it?" Xiao Hong was taken aback. Shocked, he looked up at Xiao Qingyu. His cousin immediately asked him to kill someone upon arrival? Are you crazy? He's the best doctor in Zhengzhou, not the best assassin, right? His name is Su Ming. Xiao Qingyu said in a cold voice. Bang! Xiao Hong was so frightened that he knelt down, his whole body trembling and shaking as if he had seen a ghost, and his face turned deathly pale. This is insane. This woman must be crazy. They actually sent him to kill Prince Su? He had just escaped death from Su Ming's hands and was still in shock. Just hearing that name almost scared him to death. To make him an assassin, are you kidding me? Xiao Hong trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror, vacant and lifeless. He shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, absolutely not, cousin. I'll do anything you ask, but even if you kill me, I won't do this. I'm already packing my things and running back to Zhongzhou. I am not even going to participate in the selection competition. If you want me to do something like that, you really don't want me to live. Cousin, I've let you down. Just pretend I'm dead. I am so sorry, so sorry. Xiao Hong called out twice to Xiao Qingyu. Terrified, they scrambled away like madmen. You bastard! Xiao Qingyu was shocked. He stood up abruptly. But Xiao Hong didn't even turn his head and disappeared without a trace. What exactly happened? How did you scare Xiao Hong like this? Could it be that kid is really the king of the 9 provinces? 517, Chapter 517. Preparing a grand gift. 10,000 families. At this moment, a gloomy and desolate atmosphere prevails. The Wan family is under immense pressure, having offended the Shin family, one of the top 50 medical families. On one hand, the Kyushu Medical Academy is dissatisfied and may directly revoke their right to hold the selection competition. Under this double pressure, everyone in the Wan family was filled with fear and anxiety, unable to even lift their heads. Why is this happening? Wan Jinshan sat in the chair, his face extremely pale. Everything was going smoothly, and it seemed our Wan family was about to rise to prominence and become the leading family in Yun City. Then this happened. This could very well lead to our Wan family's downfall. Wan Shireen sat to one side, silent, her own suffering unspeakable. She had everything arranged, but who could have imagined that things would turn out so coincidentally? This is how trouble arises from within. Before Before she could even intervene, the Wan family had fallen to this state. It's all my fault. Luo Hongxia wiped away her tears in regret. I was too arrogant and carried away. I became conceited and looked down on everyone. I shouldn't have looked down on Miss Shen. I shouldn't have offended her. If anyone's to blame, it's that good-for-nothing Su Ming. That useless piece of trash still clings to Miss Shen every day. I get angry just looking at him. I couldn't hold back. Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Wan Jinshan shook his head in frustration. Then his gaze fell on Wan Shireen, and he asked, Shireen, think about it, is there any way to salvage this? You're not a member of the Black Gold Merchant Alliance, can you ask them to step in and put in a good word for you? I'm out of options. Wan Shireen sighed helplessly. The Black Gold Merchant Alliance is just a merchant guild. Its network of connections is vast, but it's limited to Yun City and Yun City. It certainly holds an unshakable position, but what does it amount to in the eyes of the 9 provinces medical academy? What's more, there's also the Shen family, who are among the top 50 in medicine. If I were to ask the Black Gold Alliance for help, I'd be even more doomed. Wan Shireen is not stupid. In this kind of situation, it's better to just swallow your pride and bear it. If you were to approach the Black Gold Alliance, you'd be making a fool of yourself. How could the Black Gold Alliance possibly help him handle such a matter? Unless the Black Gold Alliance are all fools. When Wan Shireen heard that she was helpless, the entire Wan family fell into a state of despair and silence. After a long silence, Wan Jinshan looked up and said, I have thought of a way. What method? Wan Shireen asked hurriedly. I have 2 friends' sons who have also come to Yunqing to participate in the selection competition. They are the eldest sons of the Feng family and the Lu family, respectively. If you can build a good relationship with these 2 young masters and have them put in a good word for you with the Kyushu Medical Academy, you might be able to salvage the situation. Wan Jinshan said with a profound look in his eyes. The Feng family, and the Lu family? Wan Shireen was stunned for a moment, then looked up in surprise and asked, Dad, are you talking about the Feng family and the Lu family in the Huai River Basin? Does our Wan family have any connection with these 2 families? These 2 families are quite remarkable. Although they are from the Central Plains, they are renowned throughout the 9 provinces. Operating trade businesses along the river and sea, these 2 families wield considerable influence, and together they possess assets worth at least hundreds of billions. Those are all connections from your grandfather's generation, but we still keep in touch in my generation. You can take this opportunity to get to know them, since you'll be doing a lot of business with them when you take over the Wan family business. Wan Jinshan calmly and collectedly explained. I see, I understand now. Wan Shireen regained her composure. If it were one of these 2 major families, there might still be room for reconciliation. The combined influence of these 2 families is something even the 9 provinces medical academy dares not underestimate. Just then, Wan Shireen's cell phone rang. She took out her phone, went outside, and answered the call. A moment later, Wan Shireen ran back excitedly and said to Wan Jinshan with great joy, Dad, don't worry, I just received a call from Lord Luo. The competition won't be affected at all, leave it to us. That's great. The entire Wan family breathed a sigh of relief and showed expressions of joy. Luo Hongxia, in particular, who had just felt guilty and remorseful, finally felt relieved upon hearing the news, and all her guilt vanished. Our Shireen is truly capable, I always said. Besides Shireen, who else in Yunqing would dare to take on this competition? Luo Hongxia, having forgotten the pain of her past wounds, has returned to her arrogant and smug demeanor. Wan Jinshan smiled and nodded. That's good. We can't afford to make any more mistakes this time, but you should still go and make arrangements with the 2 major families. It will be beneficial for you too. I understand. I'll prepare a gift and go tomorrow. Wan Shireen said happily. In truth, Wan Shireen had some doubts. How could she possibly have the status and position to make the 9 provinces medical academy change its mind? Or perhaps there are other reasons, or maybe it's because of some big shot. However, her joy overshadowed all of this, and she didn't think much of it. Inside the cloud-top heavenly palace villa, Yi Tang stood respectfully before Su Ming, head bowed, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness Su, I found out the Feng and Lu families have already entered Yun City today. Shall we make our move tonight? Need not. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt. Aren't they going to participate in the selection competition? Let them participate, and I can take the opportunity to get some leverage over them. Yes. But I heard they're hosting a big banquet in Yunqing tomorrow, inviting all the city's wealthy people. Are you going? Yi Tang inquired. Go, why not go, it's perfect. I also want to see what the Fong and Lu families look like. Are they three-headed and six-armed, daring to collude with the 8 bandit leaders? Their lavish banquet was nothing more than a show of power and a way to impress others in Yunqing. I'm not only going, I'm also bringing them a big gift. Can you help me get ready? Su Ming grinned coldly, his eyes filled with icy malice, the murderous intent. Yes. Yi Tang hurriedly responded, a cruel smile appearing on her face. After a long hiatus, King Su is finally about to make his move again. Every move Su Wang made him feel excited. The next day, Su Ming arrived at the hotel where the two families were holding a banquet. After getting off the car, I happened to see Wan Shirin also arriving at the banquet with a gift. After they met, they glanced at each other. Wan Shirin stared at Su Ming in surprise and suspicion. What are you doing here? Su Ming grinned, I'm here for the banquet. You're here for the banquet? Wan Shirin rolled her eyes, almost fainting from anger. He said irritably, do you know where this is? Who's hosting this banquet? You dare to come? Who invited you? Do you even think you can get in? This grand banquet hosted by the Fong and Lu families is attended by wealthy, noble, and powerful figures from Yunqing. If Su Ming came here, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to be a doorman. Besides, they came empty-handed, weren't they just making a fool of themselves? I bet this guy is just showing off in front of her, he won't even be able to get through the gate. However, Su Ming walked straight up, pulled out an invitation from the guard at the door, and swaggered inside. This guy, does he really have an invitation? Who invited him? Wan Shirin was shocked. He hurriedly walked up, handed over the invitation, and stepped into the hotel. 518, Chapter 518. You asked for it. Wan Shirin followed Su Ming into the hotel banquet hall. Shen Luoyun and Shen Sonlin came to greet them. Brother Su, you've come. King Su. The two greeted Su Ming. It's Shen Luoyun again. I see. Wan Shirin snorted coldly. As expected, this guy had no chance of getting into the banquet on his own merits. They're only benefiting from the Shen family's influence. What a useless guy. After that, the worst that could happen is that he would become a live-in son-in-law in the Shen family. Ultimately, Su Ming's vision and knowledge could only support him to this extent. Being associated with the Shen family was already his greatest honor. It's ridiculous that I even had a shred of hope for someone like that. Wan Shirin shook her head, too lazy to pay attention to Su Ming anymore, and walked straight ahead, arriving at the main banquet area, where she stood before the two young masters of the Fong and Lu families. With a beaming smile, Wan Shirin respectfully presented the gift in her hands. Wan Shirin of the Wan family greets the two young masters. This is a gift I have carefully prepared for you. Please accept it with pleasure. Wan Shirin? The two young masters who were drinking turned their heads. The two men were of different heights, one was tall and thin, the other short and stout. But they all looked extremely sleazy, thin with pockmarked faces, sunken eyes, and an appearance of excessive indulgence. The short one had an oily face, was slovenly, and was unpleasant to look at. Wan Shirin couldn't help but swallow hard when she saw it. Not all the young masters of this large family are handsome and dashing, all sorts of strange and monstrous things have come here. All my beautiful dreams have been shattered. Hopes have come to an end here. From now on, my interactions with the two of them will be limited to business dealings only. These two are even inferior to Xiao Hong. But when the two saw Wan Shirin, their eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the Wan family produced such a beauty, and they had no idea. So you're Miss Wan, please have a seat. Our relationship with the Wan family has been good for generations in terms of our long history and friendship. Miss Wan is practically our brother or sister. Fong Bai, the tall and thin young master of the Fong family, said with a lewd smile. Yes, I am here to pay my respects to the two young masters on my father's orders, Wan Shirin said with a polite smile. Don't mention formalities, we're all family, there's no need for formalities. Please have a seat, you even brought gifts, this is too kind. The two chuckled and opened the gift Wan Shirin had sent. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and inside the box were 12 zodiac animals made of pure gold, each about the size of 2 or 3 fingers. Wow, good heavens! The other guests present widened their eyes in surprise at what they saw. Made of pure gold, featuring the 12 zodiac animals, and artistically enhanced, each one must be worth 70 or 80 million. 12 of them would be worth over $1 billion. Wang Jia has really gone all out. The 2 young masters were overjoyed, and their gazes toward Wan Shirin became even more different. I've long heard that Miss Wan has achieved great success in Yunqian, becoming a leading business prodigy. Now that I see her, she truly is extraordinary. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly generous. You probably can't find another woman who can compare to Miss Wan. The 2 of them were practically drooling as they looked at Wan Shirin. You 2 young masters are too kind. Wan Shirin was also very happy. Although these 2 men were rather unattractive, they had excellent taste, and they represented 2 major families in the Huai River Basin. Such praise is something no one else can match. What's this? Just then, a voice rang out from the banquet. Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was none other than Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu sat to one side with a cold expression, and said with a sneer, Miss Wan is certainly generous, but I've heard that her ex-husband is also a well-known bigwig in Yin City. Moreover, her ex-husband is here as well. Miss Wan's ex-husband's actions must be even more shocking. Xiao Qingyu smiled knowingly, glancing at Wan Shirin with amusement, while simultaneously looking at Su Ming sitting in the distance. What is this woman trying to do? Upon seeing this, Shen Luoyun frowned, anger flashing in her eyes. Isn't this deliberately provoking you, Brother Su? It seems like she's intentionally trying to harm you. Shen Songlin frowned and said in a deep voice, Prince Su, should I contact Luo Qianshan and tell him to keep his people in check? Need not. Su Ming smiled and waved his hand, let her Bei want to see what she's up to. All right. Shen Songlin then calmed down. Ex-husband? Miss Wan, you've been married before, and you have an ex-husband? The 2 young masters from the same family immediately focused their attention on Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin's face instantly turned even more unsightly than a frost-covered eggplant. He glanced at Xiao Qingyu with a cold gaze. What exactly is this woman trying to do? Is this being deliberately targeted at her? Everyone knows that her 3-year marriage to Su Ming is her only stain. Bringing it up at this banquet would only embarrass her, wouldn't it? But since she'd been exposed, she had no choice but to admit it. He immediately laughed awkwardly. I did have a 3-year marriage, but I was young and naive back then, mistaking some inexplicable feelings for love. Looking back now, it's quite laughable. So I got divorced a long time ago, and that's all in the past. That won't do. Fong Bai, the eldest son of the Fong family, looked up in surprise and said, regardless of whether it's in the past or not, anyone who is worthy of Miss Wan must be an outstanding person, a chosen one of heaven. Dr. Xiao said that your ex-husband is also here. Why don't you call him over too? Let us broaden our horizons and get to know him properly. Yes, we really need to pay our respects to such a big shot. Lu He, the young master of the Lu family, also chimed in. Okay, fine. Wan Shirin gritted her teeth and had no choice but to get up and walk towards Su Ming. Everyone's all eyes followed Wan Shirin's movements. Then Wan Shirin came to Su Ming, her face extremely pale, and gritted her teeth as she said to Su Ming, come with me for a moment. Su Ming grinned, why should I go over there? Are you ordering me around? I'm not ordering you, it's the young masters of the Fong and Lu families who want to see you. You'd better be smart and come with me right now. Then pretend to be mute, pretend to be stupid, and fool them, understand? Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Wan Shirin clenched her fists and said to Su Ming in a fit of anger. I'm not going. However, Su Ming coldly shook his head and said with an icy laugh, if they want to see me, let them come to me themselves. Kneel down and pay their respects before me. Otherwise, no way. You're insane? Wan Shirin was almost going crazy, looking at Su Ming as if he were a madman. She couldn't have imagined, no matter how hard she racked her brains, that Su Ming would say something like that. This is absolutely insane. Fine, you're not going, huh? Then I'll relay the message. Whether you live or die is up to you. Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming as if he were a dead man. He turned around and went back. 519, Chapter 519. What big shot did I offend? In her mind, Su Ming was no different from a dead man. How dare they say such a thing? Do they really think they're someone important? This is the eldest son of the Fong and Lu families, and countless wealthy people in Yunqing have to give him face to attend. These two powerful families combined are so influential that even the Imperial Medical Academy of Kyushu has to give them face. Su Ming actually dared to provoke the two major families. This behavior is tantamount to courting death. Once these two young masters get angry, even the Shen family won't be able to save him. Wan Shirin returned to the banquet with a dark expression. What, you're here? Fong Bai asked with a look of surprise. No, he said that if you two want to see him, you should go to him in person and kneel down to pay your respects. Wan Shirin answered truthfully. Presumptuous. Fong Bai flew into a rage and slammed his fist on the table as he stood up. With a loud bang, the entire table was shaking, and the sounds of shock and anger could be heard throughout the room. How dare you? Today, the Fong and Lu families are hosting a banquet, and you actually dare to disrespect me. That's going against the Fong family. They're also going against my Lu family. Both young masters of the two families roared in anger. Then the two men, full of imposing manner, led their men towards Su Ming's direction. Those at the scene who were unaware of the situation were all shocked. How dare they provoke the young masters of two major families in the Huai River Basin? That kid's dead meat. Xiao Qingyu stood in the crowd, staring at Su Ming with icy, piercing eyes. If Su Ming were truly the king of the 9 provinces, he wouldn't be able to hide it under these circumstances to protect himself. He would surely reveal all his secrets. If not, then with these two by her side, she could take Su Ming's life today. That's why she deliberately stirred up trouble. Since Xiao Hang is unwilling to take action, given her status and position, she has ways to get someone to do it. There are hundreds of ways to kill Su Ming. Boy, you're Miss Wan's ex-husband? Fong Bai and Lu Ha, along with their men, stood arrogantly in front of Su Ming. Fong Bai looked down at Su Ming as if he were trash. Yes. Yes, you can. Su Ming smiled calmly. So you said it yourself, that we too should come and pay our respects to you. Who are you? Do you deserve this? Don't you know who everyone here is? Do you know who we are? Everyone who enters here offers us a gift, but you, a piece of trash, dare not pay homage to us. Where is your gift? If you can't produce it, you won't be leaving this room today. Fong Bai shouted loudly, unleashing all the arrogance and swagger of a young master from a powerful family. Everyone present thought Su Ming was about to wet himself in fear. Unexpectedly, Su Ming slowly raised his head, looked calmly at Fong Bai, and smiled. I really did bring a gift and I always carry it with me now that you're here. It's perfect, so I'll give it to you in person. After saying that, Su Ming smiled, took out a palm-sized alarm clock from his pocket, and slammed it heavily on the table. Alarm clock? Delivering a clock? You fucking deliver clocks to both of us? I'm furious. The two of them were now completely enraged. Both families were furious. Without the two young masters giving any orders, the people from both families rushed forward and surrounded Su Ming, Shen Songlin, and Shen Luoyun. Su Ming grinned. You've got it wrong. You're not delivering clocks to the two of you, you're delivering clocks to the two of your families. Boom. The entire audience was in an uproar. Has this guy completely gone mad? How could you say such a thing? This is no longer just provoking the young masters of two families, it's provoking two major families in the Huai River Basin. In the entire Yin city, who would dare to say such a thing? Even if Luo Qianshan, who currently holds the highest position, were sitting here, he probably wouldn't dare to utter such arrogant words. This person is completely beyond saving. He wanted to die, fine, but now he's dragged Shen Sonlin and Shen Luoyun down with him. Wan Shirin also watched all of this with a shocked expression. She couldn't understand, and couldn't believe it. Where did Su Ming get the audacity to say such a thing? Is it solely due to the Shen family? Impossible. This is Yunqing. Even if Shen Songlin were here, he couldn't possibly stand up to the two great families. Thank goodness they're divorced, otherwise Su Ming's behavior would have ruined the entire Wan family. That's insane. In the arena, only Xiao Qingyu's eyes flickered with surprise and uncertainty. Could this guy really be the king of Kyushu? Otherwise, what gives them the right to do this? Fang Bai and Lu He, consumed by rage and having lost their minds, pointed at Su Ming and roared, "Kill him! How dare you!" Shin Songlin stood up abruptly, blocking Su Ming's path, and glared at the two of them, saying sternly, "Anyone who dares to touch him is going against the Shin family. My Shin family is already among the top 50 in the 9 provinces of medicine. If you want to oppose the Shin family, you'd better think twice. Screw your claim to being in the top 50 of medicine. The Shin family is nothing." Fang Bai roared and slapped Shin Songlin across the face. Is that really the case? Even the Shin family is not something these two powerful families would take seriously. That kid's dead meat. Wan Shirin shook her head with a cold gaze. You? Shin Sanglin's face instantly turned red. Just as tensions were rising, the cell phones of the two young masters present suddenly rang. Both of them were taken aback. They simultaneously took out their phones, looked down, and discovered that it was the heads of their two families, their fathers, calling together. The two looked surprised and suspicious. Fang Bai pointed at Su Ming and sneered, "You brat, you wait, I'll let you live for 2 more seconds after you finish this call, I'll kill you." After saying that, the two of them answered the phone together. "Dad, what's wrong?" Fang Bai answered the phone and asked a question. "You beast. Where are you?" However, almost simultaneously, two family heads' voices, bordering on madness, came through the phone. Both of them were startled. "I've never heard my father so irritable before." Fang Bai trembled with fright and hurriedly said, "We are in Yunqing. We came to Yunqing to participate in the 9 Provinces Medical Academy Selection Conference as you instructed." "So what did you do?" The two heads of the family asked angrily again. "We didn't do anything." Fang Bai and Lu He were both stunned and answered blankly. "Didn't do anything? Then why did our two companies receive bans from the highest levels of the Chinese government at almost the same time? Just before this morning, we had already had thousands of ships sealed off and goods worth tens of billions confiscated. Furthermore, they are also prohibited from leaving the Huai River Basin. If this continues, both our families will be finished in less than half a month. I sent it all because of you two good-for-nothings? Have you offended some big shot?" The two heads of the family were yelling at each other on the phone, almost frantically. Offend the big boss? The two were dumbfounded once again. They only arrived in Yunqing yesterday, prepared a banquet last night, and only showed up today. Apart from today's banquet, no one has seen them. What big shot have they offended? If I had to say who I've offended, it would be this very moment, this kid right now. Could it be that? The two were suddenly jolted, as if struck by lightning. They all turned around and looked at Su Ming sitting in front of them. Su Ming sat calmly with his legs crossed, his gaze deep and unfathomable, looking at the two of them as if they were dead. Could it be that? The two were completely terrified. 520, Chapter 520. He really is the king of the 9 provinces. So, who called you? Have you finished your call? If you have, come over. Are you trying to kill me? Su Ming stared at the two of them with a gloomy gaze. The two young masters of the family were stunned and speechless as they looked at Su Ming. If they were just suspicious before, the fact that Su Ming could speak so confidently on the phone with them now clearly means that he has already got their hands on something. The two were so frightened that they knelt on the ground with a thud, refusing to answer their phones. They were so scared that they wet themselves and immediately kowtowed to Su Ming, Shin Songlin, and Shin Luoyun. We're so sorry, we're both idiots and we've offended you, please forgive us. This scene shocked countless people present. Even the Fang and Lu families were dumbfounded. To everyone's surprise, the two who were shouting for Su Mingming just a moment ago suddenly bowed down and knelt down. This change is happening way too fast. They never dreamed that something like this would happen. Waste. Su Ming sneered, even if your two fathers came, they wouldn't be qualified to challenge me. You think you can touch me? Yes, we're both idiots, vermin, ants. Please, boss, have mercy on us, just let us go. The two were so frightened that they burst into tears, their faces filled with remorse, and they kept slapping themselves in the face. When Wan Shirin saw this scene, she was completely stunned. What exactly is going on? Have these two young masters taken the wrong medicine? With the combined strength of the Fong and Lu families, who can rival them? Let alone the Shin family, even the entire Yin city would be crushed by these two families. And these two people were actually terrified? Could it be because of the Shin family? But just now, the two of them clearly didn't take the Shin family seriously. Wan Shirin was completely bewildered and couldn't understand it at all. There's another thing I can't understand, Xiao Qingyu. However, Xiao Qingyu possesses more information than Wan Shirin. At this moment, she was only shocked by one thing: is this kid really the king of the 9 provinces? Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from the doorway. Luo Hong, the second richest man in Yunqing, led a group of the city's top billionaires into the banquet hall. Luo Hong was the first to rush to Su Ming and Shin Songlin, his face full of panic. He asked in shock, "Master Shin, Prince Su, I heard you've run into trouble, are you alright? I've already contacted the 2 major families in the Huai River basin. Think they won't dare to do anything reckless." It's alright. Shin Songlin hurriedly waved his hand. How could anything happen, with Su Ming here to protect us? Even if the sky falls, he'll be fine. Luo Hong, slow down, these 2 idiots in front of you are going to be scared to death. Moreover, the ones who should be panicking now are the 2 major families in the Huai River basin. They have offended the king of the 9 provinces. Those 2 old men are probably going to collapse. It's good that you're alright. Luo Hong finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I see. Wan Shirin, standing in the crowd, saw this scene and instantly understood. It turns out that Luo Hong had already called the 2 families in advance. No wonder things took such an unexpected turn. That makes sense. Although the 2 families are very powerful, they wouldn't dare to offend the wealthy people of Yunqing just because of the misbehavior of these 2 young masters. And this group of wealthy people are in cahoots with Shin Songlin. They couldn't possibly stand idly by when Shin Songlin got into trouble. Wan Shirin understood everything. As for Su Ming, he was just lucky. If it weren't for the protection of the Shin family, he would probably have been trampled to pieces by the 2 young masters by now. I don't know where this kid got his good fortune from, that the Shin family would alarm so many wealthy people in Yunqing just to protect him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was just an ordinary person. If all these resources fell into Wan Shirin's hands, would she have to put up with other people's attitudes at this banquet? She had long since spread her wings and soared high, surpassing Yunqing and even Zhangzhou. Wan Shirin shook her head sarcastically. Fool, even if you have the best luck, you won't know how to use it. After all, this is the limit of his abilities. Wan Shirin immediately lost all interest, ignored it, and turned to leave the banquet. Xiao Qingyu also left the scene. That's really impressive. This kid can alarm everyone in Yunqing and even make the 2 major families in the Huai River basin kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if he isn't the king of the 9 provinces, his identity is unimaginable. She had to go back and ask Lord Luo Qianshan in person to find out the truth. Otherwise, if she continues to attack Su Ming, she probably won't gain any advantage at all. Xiao Qingyu returned to the International Hotel and went to her room to pay her respects to Luo Qianshan. Qingyu, you're back. Luo Qianshan is studying the selection rules for this competition. Lord of the Manor. Xiao Qingyu stepped forward and respectfully greeted him. Yes, please sit down. I was just about to discuss some rules for this competition with you. How can we ensure that all the participants can fully demonstrate their medical skills? Luo Qianshan said with a calm smile. But at this moment, Xiao Qingyu had no interest in any of these things. She only had one thought in her mind, to find out who Su Ming really was. She lowered her head and said in a deep voice, Lord of the Manor, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know anything about his background? Luo Qianshan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and grinned. Is there anyone in our Kyushu Medical Academy that we don't know? Besides, why bother asking me about your status, Xiao Qingyu? Who could possibly make you so surprised? Su Ming. Xiao Qingyu uttered 2 words. Puff. Luo Qianshan spat out all his tea, turning the written competition rules in front of him completely black. King Su? Why are you asking about him? Did you offend him? Luo Qianshan suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Qingyu in utter shock. Su Wang, is he really the king of the 9 provinces? Xiao Qingyu's eyes widened instantly, her large, clear eyes filled with indescribable shock. Luo Qianshan finally came to his senses and looked at Xiao Qingyu. You already know, as expected, you were very clever. There's no way this could be kept from you. I was originally planning to give you a surprise when I saw Prince Su during the competition. Since you asked, I'll tell you. That's right, he is the leader of the 8 million war gods army, and within the 9 provinces, second only to the emperor of the 9 provinces, the king of the 9 provinces. This? Even though she had some suspicions beforehand, Xiao Qingyu was still speechless with astonishment when she heard it with her own ears and received confirmation from Luo Qianshan. It was so shocking it gave me goosebumps. That kid is actually the king of the 9 provinces? Xiao Qingyu raised her hand to cover her mouth, never before showing such a shocked and moved expression. Even when the Central Plains army suffered a crushing defeat under her command during the grand military competition, her expression never changed so drastically. But I can't understand it. If he is the king of the 9 provinces, why would he be abandoned by all the families? Why did Wan Shirin still want to divorce him? And why would he stay in the small city of Yun? Xiao Qingyu couldn't understand too many things. At the same time, she also figured out a lot of things. It turned out that what her grandfather told her on the phone was true. Yunqing does indeed have a truly extraordinary big shot. It turns out that she wasn't wronged at all when she lost the 3-army competition. With the Qingzhou army personally led by the king of Kyushu, who can win? No wonder his master, Wang Han, disappeared into thin air after meeting Su Ming. No wonder the once renowned Sima family of Zhengzhou was destroyed overnight, vanishing as if into thin air. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by the king of Kyushu. And she was completely unaware of it. The most outrageous thing is that she stole the Toad Spring Dew, which was very likely also made by Su Ming. This moment. Xiao Qingyu regretted it so much she wanted to slap herself twice. 521, Chapter 521 Vulture in the Night Sky. So Shenluo Yun is the smartest one after all. They were probably among the first to know Su Ming's identity. Otherwise, how could the Shen family have achieved its current status? She prided herself on being the pride of Zhengzhou and the king of medicine in the 9 provinces, claiming to be exceptionally intelligent, yet she was not even as good as Shenluo Yun. Xiao Qingyu was filled with anger, regret, and amazement. My heart is filled with mixed feelings, which are hard to describe. TCH, what is the Wan family? The Wan family is just a bunch of idiots. If they were smart, after Wan Shirin's marriage to Prince Su for 3 years, the Wan family would have been unparalleled in the world. If not one of the top financial groups in the 9 provinces, they would at least be a family that is famous throughout the 9 provinces. Yet the Wan family has remained unknown for the past few years. What does that tell us? This shows that everyone in the Wan family is blind to talent. In that case, it's not surprising that Wan Shirin divorced Prince Su. Luo Qianshan spoke calmly, as if he had seen through everything. Xiao Qingyu nodded in deep agreement. She witnessed Wan Shirin's folly at the banquet today. Provoked by her gentle words, Wan Shirin wished that Su Ming would die at the hands of those 2 young masters from the 2 great families. If it weren't for the protection of the king of Kyushu, a woman like that would probably have died hundreds of times over. Xiao Qingyu smiled sarcastically. She almost became a foolish woman like Wan Shirin. Coming to her senses, Xiao Qingyu asked again, puzzled, if that's the case, why did you entrust the competition to the Wan family, Lord, and why did you even reward them with the bright moon pill recipe? Aren't you afraid they'll shoot themselves in the foot? Luo Qianshan smiled nonchalantly. What is the bright moon pill? To me, it's just scrap. I can have as many third-grade pill formulas as I want, but giving it to the Wan family will make them completely devoted to me. Most importantly, it's a favor I can do them. By currying favor with Prince Su's ex-wife, Prince Su will surely remember my kindness. Otherwise, do you think Xiao Hang would have let me off the hook for doing these stupid things in Yun City? Would he have let the 9 provinces medical academy off the hook if I hadn't shown goodwill beforehand? Xiao Qingyu was startled. Looking at Luo Qianshan in surprise, so, Lord of the Manor, you already knew? How could I possibly see what you were doing? Do you really think I'm senile? But it's good that you know now. so we can avoid conflict and offending Prince Su. Don't worry about anything else. Yunqing is a place where hidden talents abound, and it's not a place where we can operate freely. Just do a good job in organizing the selection competition and leave a good impression on Prince Su. Luo Qianshan said solemnly. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Xiao Qingyu bowed her head in gratitude to Luo Qianshan. Now, she wouldn't dare offend Su Ming. After understanding Su Ming's identity and realizing what had happened before, she felt only shock and fear. She would avoid such a powerful figure at all costs. Otherwise, let alone her title of medical king, it's very likely that neither the Xiao family nor the 9 provinces medical academy could protect her. The clever Xiao Qingyu figured it out. But many people still don't understand. Just like the heads of the 2 major families in the Huai River Basin, who are still in the dark, unaware of which powerful figure they have offended, causing their once influential families to suffer such a disaster. That evening, the 2 family heads, Fang Sanshu and Lu Yan, rushed into Yuncheng. He secretly met with Luo Hong at the hotel, presenting him with a generous gift, all in an attempt to find out the truth about the matter. At the dinner table, the 2 served tea and water, bowing and scraping, practically treating Luo Hong like royalty. Their status and position as family heads are unmatched, not to mention Yunqing, even in Zhengzhou. No one else could command such a grand gesture from them. But now, they have no choice but to do this, even if it means being Luo Hong's dog, as long as they can find that big shot. Mr. Luo, we've known each other for a long time. I am begging you, please stop hiding things and reveal some information. What kind of powerful figures did those 2 rebellious sons offend? They caused our 2 families to lose nearly 100 billion in a single day. If we can't figure this out, the 2 of us won't be able to sleep for the rest of our lives, even if we go back. Fang Sanshu looked at Luo Hong with pleading eyes. You lost nearly 100 billion? Luo Hong, who had initially been watching with amusement, suddenly showed a look of shock. What's going on? Although those 2 idiots offended Prince Su and deserve to die. But it shouldn't be enough to cause these 2 families to lose hundreds of billions in a single day. Luo Hong's keen senses allowed him to instantly detect that something was amiss. If it was Prince Su who took action, then the crimes of these 2 families would probably be far more serious than just 2 rebellious sons offending Prince Su. Yeah, we don't understand either. No matter who we offended or what mistakes we made, we shouldn't be punished like this. Cutting off our livelihood is practically killing both our families. Lu Yan complained. Luo Hong chuckled softly. Now I understand completely. The fate of these 2 is probably not so simple. He had originally intended to tell the 2 of them Su Ming's identity directly, but fortunately he swallowed his words before he could say them. He smiled meaningfully and said, then I'll tell you the truth. I don't know exactly who you've offended, but you can try your luck at the Chu family and see if you'll see him there. Furthermore, I must remind you 2 of something. Don't even think about using any simple and brutal methods, that will only lead to your own destruction. That big shot is someone that neither of your 2 families can afford to offend. He could wipe you all out in the blink of an eye. Luo Hong laughed mockingly. Looking at the 2 of them was like looking at dead people. Ah! The 2 were completely shocked and dumbfounded. The 2 families combined are people they cannot afford to offend. Just what kind of big shot is this? The 2 felt ice all over their bodies. It was cold, and my clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Fang Sangshu swallowed hard and said to Luo Hong in a trembling voice, thank you for your guidance, Master Luo. Will head to the Chu family now and try our luck. Go! Luo Hong smiled and waved. He watched the 2 figures leave, laughing gleefully. I have no idea what kind of mistake those 2 idiots made. But at least, we'll have 2 fewer competitors from now on. After leaving the hotel, the 2 family heads did not go directly to the Chu family to pay their respects to Su Ming as Luo Hong had instructed. Instead, he pulled out his phone and coldly shouted into it, investigate immediately, dig up the entire Chu family's secrets within half an hour. I want to know how many people are in the Chu family, how many are alive, and how much money they have. Even if there's only a few flies in their family, find out everything. Yes. The servant responded in a low voice. You dare to attack our side, the Lu family, you'd better hide in the gutter. Otherwise, even if you were a god in heaven, we would still skin you alive. The two men wore extremely gloomy expressions. Like a vulture in the night sky, searching for its prey. 522, Chapter 522. The time is ripe. Inside the cloud-top heavenly palace villa, Fang Sangshu and Lu Yan personally paid a visit to the two elders of the Kyushu Medical Academy, Shu Kai and Chen Men. The two elders were overjoyed to see the heads of the Fang and Lu families personally visiting them. The fact that these two people paid them a visit shows that their reputations are already quite renowned within the Kyushu Medical Academy. We never expected that the two heads of the family would come in person. It's too kind of us. Please have a seat. If the two masters wish to see us, just say the word, and we'll come to meet you immediately. How could we trouble you two to make the trip in person? The two men showered him with flattery and compliments. They welcomed the two heads of the household into the living room and seated them. After sitting down, Fang Sangshu said with a smile, "It's all the duty. We came here for the selection competition. If they need our help, it's only right that we come to them. Please speak freely, Mr. Fang." The two of them said politely. "Here's the thing, our two unworthy sons also want to participate in the selection competition, but their medical skills are so poor that advancing in the competition would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Therefore, we would like to ask the two elders for their help. These are just a small gift, please accept them with a smile." Fang Sangshu waved to the door, and servants immediately brought in the gifts and placed them on the table. Zhu Kai and Shen Men were taken aback when they saw it. This? Millennial blood ginseng, white jade lingji, and this too, sea leaf, pearl vine. My goodness, these are all top-quality medicinal herbs. These top-grade medicinal herbs are extremely rare, and even if they were available on the market, they would be worth millions. Besides, there are so many. The value of these gifts is evident. Moreover, pills of grade 3 and above require these top-grade medicinal materials. Even if they don't use them, they can make a fortune by selling them. The two were only surprised. Without much expression, Zhu Kai grinned and said, "As expected of the largest family in the Huai River Basin, the two family heads are too generous. We have never seen such a generous gift before. However, this only applies to ordinary people. These medicinal herbs are precious, but they are not quite up to par." Zhu Kai said with a smile. "What?" Upon hearing this, it was the two family heads' turn to be shocked. Could it be that these two elders are going to make exorbitant demands? These lavish gifts still aren't enough to satisfy their appetites? Fang Sangshu asked in surprise, "What do the two elders need? Just say the word. As long as our two families can get it, we will not be stingy." Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, the two stopped hiding their intentions. Zhu Kai grinned and said, "We recently discovered that the Chang family of Yunqing possesses a treasure. If we can obtain it, we won't take a single penny of these generous gifts. In fact, we'll offer our full support. We might not guarantee first place, but we'll certainly ensure that your sons enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, Fang Sangshu and Lu Yan were even more shocked. What could possibly make these two crave something to such an extent? Fang Sangshu hurriedly pressed on, "Please speak frankly, elder." The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods. Zhu Kai smiled knowingly. The gifts from these two family heads, though tempting, were merely petty gains. But if they can obtain the 13 needles of the gods and spirits, thus establishing their status in the medical field, what will they have to worry about not being able to obtain in the future? How much money can't buy it? They had already gathered information about the Chang family, but unfortunately, it was still too difficult for the two of them to take action against them. Now that the heads of these two families have come knocking on their door, this undoubtedly presents them with a tremendous opportunity. The time is ripe. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Upon hearing this, both heads of the family were instantly shocked and paled. Although they were not medical experts, they had heard of the famous 13 ghost needles. This is a divine skill in the art of medicine. Similar to Sun Tzu's The Art of War. No wonder these two elders didn't even want these top-grade medicinal herbs worth hundreds of millions. So they had their eyes on this treasure. The two family heads were stunned for several seconds before they came to their senses. Fang Sangshu looked at the two of them with surprise and suspicion. Elders, have you confirmed that the 13 ghost needles are in the Chang family? But we've heard that a top-tier big shot has appeared in Yun City. Even our two families have suffered greatly to steal from the Chang family right under this top-tier big shot's nose. Isn't that a huge taboo? Oh. Shu Kai curled his lip in a disdainful smile. What top-tier figures could Yunqing possibly have? No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than our Kyushu Medical Academy? Once we have the 13 ghost needles, who would dare to touch us? Moreover, we have already found out that boy from the Chang family, even though he received the 13 ghost needles, has only learned 1 or 2 of them. What does this mean? It means the Chang family has no powerful backers. If someone were truly a master to guide you, how could you have only learned 1 or 2 needles? Rest assured, both patriarchs, with your assistance, we will surely defeat the 13 ghost needles. Will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Zhu Kai and Shan Men practically patted their chests and made their promises with absolute certainty. In their eyes, it was all fanatical ambition, a look of certainty. Fang Sangshu and Lu Yan pondered for a while. He slapped his thigh and agreed. Okay, it's settled then. What do the two elders need? The two family heads had also figured it out. If the 13 needles of the ghost god really existed, then any price would be worth paying. It's very simple. At least 10 Grandmaster War Gods are needed. Can the two family heads do that? Shu Kai asked with a burning gaze. No problem, leave it to us. The two parties thus reached an agreement to cooperate. Zhu Kai and Shan Men also determined the time to make their move. They would attack the unsuspecting Chang family members as soon as the competition started and they arrived to participate. As long as Chang Chun of the Chang family, or young master Chang Qingyun, either Oneone person can easily threaten to obtain the 13 needles of the ghost god. The plan is finalized. Wait patiently for the right moment to make a move. The next day. The long-awaited Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition has officially begun. The entire city of Yun was in an uproar. Numerous renowned doctors traveled to Yunqing's largest commercial plaza to participate in the first round of the selection competition. Organized by Wan Jia himself. The wealthiest people in Yunqing signed a joint donation. Furthermore, Luo Qianshan, the head of the 9 provinces medical academy, personally presided over the trial and served as witness. In an instant, the momentum was so great that no one could remain unmoved. It's bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Zhu Kai and Shen Men, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted by the competition, led 10 Grandmaster-level war gods to attack the Chang family. Within the Chang family, Chang Chun personally gave instructions to Chang Qingyun, who was about to participate in the competition. Qingyun, this competition isn't just about your own future. You represent Prince Su. King Su will teach you the 13 ghostly needles. If you are eliminated in the competition and lose face, it will be King Su who loses face. Our Chang family must not let Prince Su down. Chang Chun spoke earnestly to Chang Qingyun. Chang Qingyun suddenly felt immense pressure. Yi Ling, the young Master Yi, sipped his tea with a broad smile and said, Master Chang, rest assured, with young Master Chang's medical skills, who in Zhangzhou can compare to him, I guarantee he will amaze everyone at the competition and shock the entire Yin city. After being rescued by Chang Qingyun, Yi Ling stayed at the Chang family home to recuperate without going anywhere else. Now, he has completely reformed and no longer has any ambitious ideas. I'm just waiting to recover from my injury so I can watch Chang Qingyun win the competition. Then I can go back to Shuzhou to report back, which won't be considered a disgrace to the Yi family. Thank you for your trust and praise, young Master Yi. Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't let Prince Su down. I am leaving now. Chang Qingyun said this with great confidence and then turned and left. 523, Chapter 523. Giving it to them is watching Chang Qingyun leave. Yi Ling sighed, this genius is just different from mere mortals. With the guidance of Prince Su and his own remarkable comprehension, young Master Chang's achievements in time will surely amaze the entire 9 provinces. This trip has made me see things clearly. I used to think I was some kind of chosen one, but without the Yi family, I'm nothing. But young Master Chang is different. Even without any backing, his abilities can still shine brightly. Yi Ling sighed deeply as he spoke. Chang Chen grinned and said, Young Master Yi, you flatter me too much. If it weren't for Prince Su's guidance, how could that kid have accomplished anything? The two chatted and laughed. Just then, a loud explosion occurred at the doorway. The Chang family's gate was blown open, debris flying everywhere, and Zhu Kai and Chen Men stormed into the Chang family compound. On the walls of the courtyard on both sides, 10 Grandmaster-level warriors leaped in, like gods of death, landing in the Chang family's courtyard with terrifying momentum and pervasive killing intent. Old man of the Chang family, get out here, hand over the 13 ghost needles obediently, or I'll slaughter your entire Chang family today. Zhu Kai's stern shout echoed throughout the entire Chang family compound. The Chang family members instantly showed expressions of horror. Chang Chun's expression also changed drastically. They rushed out of the hall and into the courtyard together. Who are you? Chang Chun's gaze fell on Zhu Kai and Chen Men, confirming that he had never seen these two before. Not to mention the 10 Grandmaster War Gods standing next to them. Alright, I am Zhu Kai, and this is my good brother Chen Men. We are both elders of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. You, a mere patriarch of the Chang family, should hurry up and come before us to kowtow. The two immediately invoked their status as members of the Kyushu Medical Academy, acting arrogantly and with domineering and fierce expressions. Chang Chun's gaze sharpened. These two are actually the medical king elders of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? With such a status, how dare they cause trouble at the Chang family's house and steal the 13 needles of the ghost god? They are utterly shameless. Chang Chun's gaze darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying coldly, does the old master of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, Lord Luo, know about what you've done? If he does, do you think he'll tolerate such behavior? Zhu Kai sneered, Luo Qianshan, what's he? Why would I need him to know? Once we get the 13 ghost needles, even Luo Qianshan will have to kneel down and kowtow to us. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense if you don't want to die. Hand over the 13 ghost needles. Don't force us to take action. If we do, the entire Chang family will be wiped out. Zhu Kai's gaze was sinister as he sneered. How arrogant! Yiling sneered, slowly stepped forward, and looked at Zhu Kai and Chen Men with a mocking expression. You dare to call yourselves the king of medicine? You dare to cause trouble here? Do you even know who I am? Who the hell are you? The two looked at Yiling with disdain, not taking this young punk seriously at all. Alright then, I am Yiling, the eldest young master of the Yi family of Shuzhou. You dare to lay a hand on any member of the Chang family. If you dare to do so, the entire Yi family of Shuzhou will come out and chop off both of your heads, hanging them on the gates of Yunqing. Yiling's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp as he stared intently at Zhu Kai and Chen Men. When he came to Yunqing, this was the first time he had met someone even more arrogant than himself. These two small fry think they can touch the Chang family. That's just wishful thinking. The Yi family of Shuzhou? Zhu Kai and Chen Men were also surprised to find that there was a young Master Yi in the Chang family. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Eliminating the Chang family is no big deal. The Chang family members were powerless to resist, and even if they were all killed, no one would know. But the Yi family of Shuzhou is a bit of a problem. The Yi family of Shuzhou is no less powerful than the two major families in the Huai River Basin. If you offend the Yi family, you might not even have the chance to enjoy the 13 needles of the gods. How about it? Got scared, huh? You two pieces of trash dare to be so insolent in front of me. Yiling, if you're scared, come here and kneel down and kowtow before me and Master Chang. Otherwise, I'll make sure you two old geezers leave this world. Court death. Zhu Kai and the other man's expressions instantly darkened. Enraged, they instantly stopped caring about the Yi family of Shuzhou. If we kill Yiling as well, no one will know what happened here. Besides, the 13 ghost needles are right in front of us. There's no way we can give up. Kill! Zhu Kai roared. Instantly, 10 Grandmaster War Gods from both sides rushed madly towards the entire Chang family. You're all courting death, Grandmaster War Gods, who doesn't have one? Yiling sneered and shouted as he turned around, people of the Yi family, come out. He brought 5 or 6 Grandmaster-level bodyguards with him on this trip, and now they've all come in handy. Yi family bodyguards rushed out and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhu Kai's men. In an instant, a strong wind rose and a gale swept through the entire Chang family compound. The battle between Grandmasters and War Gods was earth-shattering. Those like Yi Ling and Chang Chun, who were not martial arts disciples, were unable to withstand the pressure and were forced to retreat into the Chang family's main hall. Zhu Kai and Chen Men were also completely shocked. Things are not what they thought at all. They originally thought that by borrowing 10 Grandmaster War Gods from the Fong and Lu family heads, they could easily crush and slaughter the Chang family. Who would have thought that Yi Ling was hiding inside the Chang family? Moreover, there are 5 or 6 Grandmaster War Gods. This situation is very disadvantageous for them. If the battle continues for a long time, regardless of the outcome, if the Kyushu Medical Academy or other families in the selection competition find out, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. The two of them grew increasingly anxious as they watched. Shu Kai's eyes darted around, and he stepped forward, shouting at the chaotic battle in the arena, "Kill! Hurry up! As long as we capture the 13 Ghost Needles and the 10 Grandmaster War Gods, I will reward each of them with 10 million. And everyone will receive the 3 pure pills that we have refined to help you break through in martial arts and reach the pinnacle." Upon hearing this, the 10 Grandmaster War Gods on the field suddenly surged with power, charging madly at the Yi family bodyguards like madmen. The 3 Pure Ones elixir. That's a miraculous medicine for martial arts cultivation. Even if they have already reached the level of Grandmaster War God, as long as they can obtain the 3 Pure Ones pill, their strength will increase by 2 levels. It's absolutely insane. They had initially held back somewhat, since they were only transferred from the 2 major families, and they hadn't gone all out in their fight. But now, the allure of the 3 Pure Ones pill directly ignited the surging killing intent of the 10 Grandmaster War Gods. The Yi family's bodyguards were quickly overwhelmed and forced to retreat in defeat. "You bastard!" Upon seeing this scene, Yi Ling was instantly horrified. Who would have thought that these 2 people from the Kyushu Medical Academy would be so despicable and shameless? They'd gone to such lengths to stop at nothing. His forces were already outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Now, fighting to the death, they were even less able to defend themselves. When both sides are Grandmasters and War Gods, the number of people becomes the fatal factor. Yi Ling was already covered in sweat. He hurriedly turned to Chang Chun and said, "Master Chang, let's run first. They can't hold them off if they are defeated. The 2 of us won't survive." Chang Chun trembled all over, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, saying, "We can't leave. If we leave, the rest of my Chang family will die too. They want the 13 Ghost Needles, so give them to them." Give? Yi Ling was shocked. These 13 Ghost Needles are the most expensive item in the Chang family right now. If we give it to these 2, what will become of us? 524, Chapter 524 Admitting Defeat. These 2 were originally medical kings of the 9 provinces medical academy. If one possessed the 13 Ghost Needles, one would surely be a force to be reckoned with in the medical field of the 9 provinces. Giving these 2 the 13 needles of the Ghost God would be tantamount to aiding and abetting evil. Most importantly, Chang Qingyun has not fully mastered the 13 Ghost Needles technique. If the Chang family were to hand it over now, wouldn't the Chang family never have a chance to rise again? Yi Ling finally found someone to support her. How could she let it all slip away like this? He immediately gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage, and said, "We can't give them away. How can the 13 needles of the Ghost God fall into the hands of these people? Unless I die, neither of these 2 pieces of trash can possibly take them all." "You don't understand." Chang Chun turned his head and reminded him in a deep voice, "This belongs to Prince Su. Prince Su once told me that if someone tries to take his things, I can give them away to protect myself, as long as the other party wants them. Because of King Su's things, these idiots have no chance of taking them away. If they did, they would only be courting death." "I see." Yi Ling then suddenly realized and understood completely. Yes. This belongs to the king of the 9 provinces. How could these petty scoundrels possibly steal it? Even if we gave it to those 2 idiots, it's uncertain whether they would leave alive. After figuring everything out, Yi Ling was immediately filled with frustration. Then what's the point of fighting? His decision to have his Yi family bodyguards fight 10 Grandmaster-level war gods was completely unnecessary. His own men might even die. Without hesitation, Yi Ling rushed out and shouted at the Yi family bodyguards, stop fighting, we surrender." Admit defeat? The dozen or so grandmasters and war gods in the courtyard were all taken aback. The two medical elders, Zhu Kai and Chen Men, were also stunned on the spot. The fighting here was in full swing, and it seemed like it was a fight to the death. So, Yi Ling just gave up so easily? Can we trust it? Could it be a scam? Chen Men looked at Zhu Kai beside him with a gloomy expression and asked. It's about time. It's only a matter of time before the Yi family is defeated, and when they are defeated, they will die. Not only the Yi family, but the entire Chang family will die. I guess Yi Ling and Chang Chun have realized this, which is why they rushed out to admit defeat in an attempt to save their lives. I thought the Yi family was something special, but it turns out they're just as pathetic as they seem. Zhu Kai immediately revealed a contemptuous and disdainful sneer. Stop! Zhu Kaifa issued the order. Immediately, the two Grandmaster war gods on the field retreated from each other. 5 or 6 bodyguards from the Yi family retreated back into the hall and stood beside Yi Ling. The lead bodyguard, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yi, why admit defeat? We can still fight. They are just 10 Grandmaster war gods. Even if we die, we can exchange our lives for half of theirs. It's unnecessary. Yi Ling shook his head and said, Master Chang has already decided to hand over the 13 ghost needles to those two. Ha! Upon hearing this, the bodyguards were instantly shocked. What does this mean? They were all prepared to fight to the death, but Chang Chun was the first to surrender. Are you kidding me? No way. How can we let such a top-notch medical technique as the 13 needles of the ghost god fall into the hands of such a lowly and useless person? How can we face Prince Su like that? Even if we survive, we probably won't be able to explain it to Prince Su. The bodyguards said excitedly. How can you guys be so dense? Yi Ling was also getting anxious and said in a deep voice, Stop talking nonsense. I'll explain later. Now, I order you not to lay a hand on me. Although the Yi family bodyguards were filled with resentment and agitation, there was nothing they could do. Chang Chun had already retrieved the handwritten copy of the 13 needles of the ghost god from the inner hall. He walked out of the main hall, stood in the courtyard, faced Zhu Kai and Chen Men, and solemnly said, My Chang family admits defeat. We are no match for the two medical kings. We beg you two medical kings to show mercy and not kill us. I offer you these 13 needles of the ghost god. Just please spare our Chang family. Come here and kneel down. Zhu Kai and Chen Men slowly stepped forward, with 10 Grandmaster war gods standing behind them, their imposing aura pressing down on the Chang family. Chang Chun walked over with the 13 ghost needles and knelt down in front of the two men with a thud. You're such a useless piece of trash. Looking at Chang Chun, the two men felt only ridicule, contempt, and disdain. I thought the Chang family was some tough nut to crack. They will risk their lives to protect this top-notch medical skill. They were just a bunch of cowards who were afraid of dying. No wonder the Chang family has only ever made a name for themselves in Yuncheng, never achieving any real success. You worthless wretch, you won't hand it over unless I put a knife to your throat. Go to hell. Zhu Kai cursed loudly, kicked Chang Chun to the ground, and then snatched the 13 needles of the ghost god. Seeing the 13 ghost needles in their hands, the two men's eyes shone with excitement. After taking a look, Zhu Kai couldn't contain his joy. He put away the 13 ghost needles, stepped forward, and stomped Chang Chun's head under his foot. He grinned maliciously and said, You think admitting defeat is enough? Do you really think we're both idiots? If we let you go like this, what if you come to your senses and leak the news? Will we even have a good life then? Therefore, everyone in your Chang family must die. Zhu Kai smiled sinisterly, his face full of cruelty and ferocity, preparing to unleash a massacre and wipe out the entire Chang family to eliminate them. No! Chang Chun exclaimed in terror, You think killing my Chang family is so easy, but now that the selection competition has begun, all sorts of big shots have gathered in Yun City. If something like this happens, do you think the big shots of Yun City won't thoroughly investigate? At that time, will we be able to find out that it's not on the two of you? You think you can get away? Chang Chun kept talking in fear. That makes some sense. After hearing this, Zhu Kai's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a few seconds. But after slaughtering the Chang family, even if they investigate, they won't find us so quickly. By the time they do, we'll be long gone from Yuncheng, Zhu Kai said with a sneer. It's no use. You can kill the Chang family, but my son is still in the selection competition. Once he finds out, he'll definitely inform us immediately. Can you really be sure you can get away? Chang Chun said, his voice trembling. Now both of them hesitated. That's absolutely right. If you can't kill them all quickly, then it's really just a waste of effort. As long as you release my Chang family, I promise to keep quiet. I don't want to die, and neither do the more than 70 members of my Chang family. My son has a chance to achieve great things in the selection competition, and my Chang family doesn't want to perish like this. I beg you to, please have mercy and spare my Chang family's lives. Chang Chun said with a look of fear and unease. Can you guarantee that? Shu Kai's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp, and he questioned in a cold voice. I swear, the entire Chang family swears to God. Chang Chun said with absolute certainty. That's still not enough. Open your mouth. Shu Kai gave a low shout. Chang Chun obediently opened his mouth. Shu Kai took out a black pill from his pocket and shook it into Chang Chun's mouth. 525, Chapter 525 Challenge. Swallow it. This is called the 10 Deadly Poisons, a poison we too concocted ourselves. It combines over 30 kinds of deadly animal toxins in 10 days. Without the antidote, you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. If I'm certain you haven't leaked the news in 10 days, I'll give you the antidote, otherwise, you're dead. Shu Kai sneered smugly. The poison concocted by those 2 renowned physicians was beyond the ability of the Chang family to neutralize. Therefore, he has absolute confidence. Yes, I will definitely not leak a single word, Chang Chun said, his forehead covered in sweat. You're fine, but there's that kid. I can't trust him. Shu Kai looked up, his icy gaze falling on Yiling, and coldly shouted, Boy, come here. Yiling initially didn't want to pay attention, but seeing Chang Chun being trampled on by Shu Kai and on the verge of death, she immediately walked over. Open your mouth. Shu Kai said in a cold voice. What the hell are you talking about? Yiling arrogantly cursed. Court death. Shu Kai raised his hand and slapped Yiling across the face. But Yiling dodged backward, and sneered contemptuously, You 2 pieces of trash can't even touch my clothes. If I want, one phone call to Shuzhou and the entire Yi family will come out and crush you 2 pieces of trash at will. Shut up. Chang Chun let out a shrill roar. Do you want to kill our Chang family, young Master Yi? I beg you, please give me a way out. You? Yiling's face turned ashen with anger. Although he knew it was all an act, admitting defeat wasn't a real loss, but merely a temporary measure to protect himself. But he still couldn't swallow this insult. When had Yiling ever suffered such humiliation? Besides, they're just 2 useless people from the Kyushu Medical Academy. But thinking of the more than 70 lives lost in the Chang family, Yiling gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and stared intently at Shu Kai. You too, remember this, you'll regret this. Regret? A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve our regret. Open your mouth. Shu Kai gave a disdainful sneer. Yiling had no choice but to open his mouth, and Shu Kai threw a 10-fiend heart-destroying pill into Yiling's mouth. Yiling coughed twice and swallowed it. What a bunch of trash. You guys don't even deserve to have the 13 needles of the gods and demons. What a waste. Shu Kai and Shan Men let out a wild laugh, then left gracefully with 10 Grandmaster War Gods. All that remained were the Chang family members, their faces filled with fear and despair. The 2 then dismissed the 10 Grandmaster War Gods and swaggered back to the selection competition venue. At this moment, the competition is in full swing, and the noise and commotion are deafening. Nobody knows what happened. Even Chang Qingyun didn't receive a single message. The 2 of them casually sat down on the judging panel where the Kyushu Medical Academy was located. Luo Qianshan turned his head and saw the 2 of them suddenly appear. He frowned and asked, Where have you 2 been? Why are you only arriving now? Shu Kai and Shan Men immediately chuckled and said obsequiously, Reporting to the Lord, we went to take care of a small matter, but it's all resolved. Humph, the competition has started, and you're all running around like crazy. You don't care about the 9 provinces medical academy at all. If you're late again, don't bother coming. Luo Qianshan let out an angry snort. The 2 quickly apologized. Yes, Lord, we promise we won't be late again. After their smiles faded, a sinister and cold glint flashed in their eyes as they stared intently at Luo Qianshan's back. How dare a mere head of the 9 provinces medical academy act so arrogantly in front of them? Wait. The two men smiled coldly and gloomily. It won't be long, at most 10 days, before we see who kneels before whom. Let's see if Luo Qianshan still dares to talk to them like that. They couldn't wait to see the scene of him taking out the 13 ghost needles, commanding the entire medical profession, and making Luo Qianshan kneel and beg for mercy. Xiao Qingyu noticed the change in their expressions and seemed thoughtful, but didn't say anything more. The heads of the Fang and Lu families, who had also arrived at the scene to oversee things, knew that Zhu Kai and Shen Men had succeeded when they saw them return safely. It seems that the entire medical system of the Kyushu Medical Academy is about to be reshuffled. Unexpectedly, the Fang and Lu families inadvertently brought about a momentous event. Once these two dominate the medical field, that mysterious big shot in Yun City will be nothing more than that. Thinking about it, the two couldn't help but reveal smug smiles. The Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition in Yuncheng will last for a total of 5 days. Day 1, Elimination Rounds. The competition will take place on the second day. On the third day, the championship competition will be held. Then take 2 days off. These past 2 days have been spent waiting for all the people from other states who passed the selection competition to come over. Then comes the final match, also known as the Peak Tournament. Today's competition is a simple elimination round, testing only the basic skills of the renowned doctors participating in the competition. Recognize the medicine. Those who can identify more than 40 kinds of medicinal herbs by sight, smell, and taste in 3 consecutive rounds will successfully advance. Any item that makes a mistake will be eliminated. Don't underestimate the basic skill of recognizing herbs. However, this has already filtered out a large number of people. Those who remain are basically accomplished in medicine and medical skills. This demonstrates the high standards of the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. No wonder so many people are scrambling to participate and enter the Kyushu Medical Academy. For young, top-tier doctors like Shin Luo Yun and Chang Qingyun, this kind of assessment is naturally a piece of cake. After 3 rounds of identifying herbs, both of them completed the identification process at top speed, passed smoothly, and looked relaxed. To Su Ming's surprise, the 2 spoiled brats from the Fang and Lu families also passed the test. It seems these 2, though they appear to be useless. But having grown up in a large family, they must have some abilities. By 3 in the afternoon point. The first day of the selection competition has officially ended. Of the more than 700 participants, only more than 400 remained. Su Ming met with Shin Luo Yun. How was it, Brother Su, did I do alright? Shin Luo Yun asked Su Ming with a happy expression, waiting for Su Ming to praise her. Su Ming smiled, but before he could say anything, Shin Solin frowned and snapped, "Look at you, so smug. I've been teaching you this kind of herb identification since you were little. You should have learned it all by the time you were 6. What's there to be so happy about? Tomorrow is the official start, so don't embarrass the Shin family, and especially don't embarrass Prince Su." Slightly. Shin Luo Yun stuck out her tongue. "I passed, but you didn't even say a word of praise to me." At this moment, Xiao Qingyu and Luo Qianshan suddenly walked over together. Upon approaching, Xiao Qingyu's gaze fell upon Su Ming. She stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "This humble girl, Xiao Qingyu, pays her respects to Prince Sui. Was foolish and blind before, and I offended Prince Su in some way. I beg Prince Su to be lenient and not hold it against me." "Oh?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that even if Xiao Qingyu was slow to realize it, she must have known his identity at least. However, this is not surprising with Luo Qianshan watching over her. Xiao Qingyu wouldn't be that stupid. Luo Qianshan nodded in satisfaction. This child is teachable. Although there may have been some misunderstandings, Xiao Qingyu came to apologize as soon as she learned Su Ming's identity, which can be considered the best outcome. Perhaps this could also be an opportunity for Xiao Qingyu and Prince Su to get closer. If Prince Su can take a liking to Xiao Qingyu, he can replace the Shin family and take Shin Senglin's place. Thinking this, Luo Qianshan couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment, Xiao Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned cold, and she said to Su Ming again, "I, Xiao Qingyu, dare to ask Prince Su for medical advice. I wonder if Prince Su would be willing to do me the honor?" Puff. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianshan and Shin Songlin were both instantly horrified. Luo Qianshan was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this girl crazy? He actually challenged King Su. Are you kidding me? 526, Chapter 526 ready to go. Although Su Ming has never publicly demonstrated his medical skills. But Luo Qianshan knew that Su Ming, as the king of Kyushu, was a master of both medicine and martial arts. His medical skills were also unparalleled. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single prescription to propel the Shin family into the top 50 of medicine in the 9 provinces. Even he wouldn't dare to challenge Su Ming so easily. Xiao Qingyu is still a long way off in the field of medicine. She is a junior among juniors. How dare she challenge Prince Su's medical skills? Isn't that courting death? This could potentially implicate the Kyushu Medical Academy. Luo Qianshan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with panic. But Xiao Qingyu was unwilling to give up. As the foremost medical prodigy among the younger generation in Zhengzhou, he was already titled the King of Medicine at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy in his early 20s. But Su Ming, who was the same age, was able to completely overwhelm her, and her pride made her unable to swallow this insult. You woman, you're hopeless, how dare you challenge Brother Su? Shen Luoyun looked at Xiao Qingyu as if she were an idiot, her face full of mockery and disdain. Qingyu, I think you should just give up. Don't be ungrateful. Don't you know how much you're inferior to Prince Su? You're just digging your own grave. Luo Qianshan also spoke in a deep voice. No, I don't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. I don't believe anyone else's medical skills can surpass mine. Xiao Qingyu gritted her teeth and said with a face full of resentment. You? Luo Qianshan was furious. When this girl gets stubborn, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Just then, Chang Qingyun from the Chang family rushed to Su Ming. His face full of anxiety, he knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, pleading in a panic, Please, Your Highness, save my father, save the Chang family. What happened? Su Ming's eyes sharpened. The competition had just ended, and Chang Qingyun probably hadn't even had time to go back to the Chang family home yet. What could have happened to make him so flustered? Someone attacked our Chang family, stole the 13 ghost needles, and forced my father to take poison. I just received this news from a servant of the Chang family. Prince Su, I beg you, save my father this once. Chang Qingyun was so panicked that tears welled up in her eyes, and she called out repeatedly to Su Ming. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? The Chang family actually possesses the divine medical technique of the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu suddenly raised her eyebrows, her face filled with shock. Su Ming understood the situation and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I already know your dad will be fine. Then Su Ming turned his head, his gaze falling on Xiao Qingyu, and said coldly, Didn't you want to challenge me? Then come with me, let's go to the Chang family and see what exactly happened. Good. Xiao Qingyu nodded hurriedly. Putting aside the challenge, the 13 ghost needles alone had already piqued her great interest. So the group turned around and headed straight for the Chang family. Shen Luoyun and Shen Sonlin followed, wanting to see what had happened. Throughout the entire selection competition, there was one person who stood in the crowd, observing Su Ming's side, but no one noticed. This person is none other than Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua received news from Yitang at the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top that the big shot from Kyushu whom she had been longing to meet would appear at the selection competition. So she arrived early today and witnessed the entire selection process firsthand. But he still hasn't found the person he's looking for. The most prominent figures here are none other than Luo Qianshan and the members of the 2 major families in the Huaihe River region. Apart from them, there is no one else who deserves his attention. That big shot didn't seem to have appeared at all, or perhaps he didn't even exist, which plunged him into deep doubt. At the same time, I feel extremely disappointed. Could it be that the person I'm looking for was just a misunderstanding from the beginning? Just then, he saw the commotion on Su Ming's side, and he also saw Luo Qianshan meeting up with Xiao Qingyu and Su Ming. Furthermore, it was evident that the Shin family was completely subservient to Su Ming. I also saw Chang Qingyun anxiously pleading and begging. This gave Su Fanghua a jolt. Could it be that the young man is the powerful figure from Kyushu that she's looking for? Could it be that what my second sister said was true? That guy, is he the legendary king of the 9 provinces? Su Fanghua was instantly shocked. But before, she had witnessed Su Ming being completely fooled and confused by the Wan family. What's going on here? It's like he's become a completely different person. Filled with shock and disbelief, Su Fanghua also left the crowd and quietly followed behind Su Ming and the others, heading towards the Chang family's home. She felt that she was about to discover something extraordinary. As they drew closer, the truth seemed to be right before their eyes. Su Fanghua couldn't help but take out her phone and send a message to her second sister, Su Zifeng. Second sister, that kid you mentioned, is he a dragon or a worm? Today I think I'm going to find out the truth. If he really is a worm, a piece of trash, I'll take his life today, then I'll leave Yunqing. Because I've already determined that this place doesn't have the person I'm looking for, or anything I'm looking for. After sending the message, Su Fanghua put away her phone and focused intently on what was in front of her. Upon seeing this message at the Shuzhou commander's mansion, Su Zifeng was so frightened he jumped up, nearly scared to death. What on earth is that brat doing in Yuncheng? I called her before and said some strange things. Now she actually wants to kill Su Wan? Has this girl really gone mad? Could it be that spending over a decade in the Wushuan sect, cultivating martial arts, has made him stupid? Su Zifeng was about to go crazy. He replied with great urgency. Little sister, don't do anything rash. He's not someone you can afford to offend. I order you to come back to Shuzhou right now. Su Zifeng was going crazy with worry. But Su Fanghua stopped looking at her phone at that moment. Her attention was completely focused on the Chang family's direction. No. Su Zifeng felt increasingly uneasy. Things were getting out of hand. Su Fanghua is really going to die. Although she believed that Su Ming could judge the situation and would not really harm Su Fanghua, the people of the War God Army would not have such concerns. If the members of the War God Army learn that Su Fanghua is going to take action against the king of Kyushu, no one can save his sister now. Su Zifeng was extremely anxious. He hurriedly summoned his subordinates and decisively ordered, "Prepare 300 elites for me, I'm heading to Yun City." Yes. The Shuzhou commander's mansion is fully prepared and ready to depart. Su Ming and the others entered the Chang family's residence. Upon entering the Chang family home, one is immediately struck by the desolate atmosphere. In the courtyard, broken branches and withered willows clearly showed signs of a fierce battle. Upon entering the hall, I saw Chang Chun sitting in the main seat with a somber expression. Yi Ling lay motionless on the chair like a cripple, as if he were dead. King Su? As everyone entered the hall, Chang Chun looked up and was immediately shocked. Why are all the medical experts from the 9 provinces medical academy, including Luo Qianshan, Shin Songlin and Shin Luoyun from the Shin family, as well as Prince Su, here? Startled, Chang Chun hurriedly stood up and quickly went to Su Ming to pay his respects. This humble man, Chang Chun, pays his respects to Prince Su. King Su? Upon hearing the sound, Yi Ling, who appeared crippled, instantly sat up in surprise, his eyes revealing a look of delight. Dad, are you alright? Chang Qingyun hurriedly stepped forward, looking at Chang Chun nervously. You all knew? Chang Chun asked in surprise. Yes, I just finished the competition when I received a call from the Chang family. They said something had happened to the Chang family. Who on earth is this? How dare they attack our Chang family? And is it true that you were forced to swallow poison? Chang Qingyun asked in a panic. Why? Chang Chun sighed, about to recount how the 2 medical kings of the 9 provinces medical academy had stolen his 13 ghost needles, and how he had swallowed poison to protect himself. But Su Ming suddenly raised his hand to interrupt, revealing a meaningful smile, and turned to look at Xiao Qingyu, saying, Didn't you want to compete with me in medical skills? Now, you take a look and see what kind of poison he has been poisoned with and how to cure it. We don't need to compete in anything else. As long as you can tell me and explain the antidote, I'll consider you the winner. From this day forward, I will promote you to be the successor of the 9 provinces medical academy. I can have Luo Qianshan pass the position of academy head to you, so you can take over the entire 9 provinces medical academy. 527, Chapter 527. Is this your medical skill? Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Luo Qianshan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. King Su's decision is far too arbitrary. They don't care about his feelings at all. If Xiao Qingyu really tells the truth, will his position as the head of the manor be over? How did he end up getting involved with her? Luo Qianshan's face instantly turned ugly. Su Ming's gaze fell on Luo Qianshan, and he grinned. Lord Luo, you have no objections, right? Your own disciple dares to challenge me if she can defeat me. Wouldn't that mean she can take over your Kyushu Medical Academy? The student surpasses the master, isn't that a valid point? Luo Qianshan was covered in cold sweat and looked embarrassed. He quickly lowered his head and replied, what Prince Su says is right, I have no objection. This is clearly a punishment for him. He blames his followers for their poor conduct. Luo Qianshan knew he had made a grave mistake and dared not utter a single complaint. Moreover, if Xiao Qingyu could truly pinpoint the poison Changchun had been poisoned with, she would actually be qualified to take over the Kyushu Medical Academy. Even he couldn't figure out what kind of poison Changchun had been poisoned with. Is this really true? Xiao Qingyu was suddenly aroused and asked Su Ming with a passionate expression. No one has ever dared to doubt the truth of what I say. Su Ming said with a faint smile. Okay. I will surprise you and amaze you. Xiao Qingyu was overjoyed and confident. Unexpectedly, she was only one step away from taking over the Kyushu Medical Academy. She had never been so close before. Isn't this what she's always dreamed of? This was practically delivered right to her. Su Ming, oh Su Ming. Whether you are the king of Kyushu or not, you have really done me a great favor. Xiao Qingyu was so happy she almost burst out laughing. However, she didn't notice that the Shin family looked at her as if she were a joke. Master Chang, this way please sit down and let me give you a proper checkup. Xiao Qingyu confidently invited Changchun to sit down on a chair to the side. Changchun nodded and obediently went over and sat down. Dad, do you think that woman can really tell what kind of poison Master Chang is suffering from? Can she really beat Brother Su? Shen Luoyun asked Shen Songlin with a look of surprise. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Su Ming's medical skills, but rather that Su Ming's boast was a bit too much. If it were a normal comparison of medical skills, then even 1,000 Xiao Qingyus combined couldn't compare to Su Ming. However, now, as long as Xiao Qingyu can figure out what kind of poison she has been poisoned with and how to cure it, she will win. Who knows, maybe Xiao Qingyu has some incredible luck and actually figured it out. However, Shin Songlin smiled nonchalantly and said, he can't tell this is a rare poison just from Master Chang's complexion and aura. I can tell that there are at least 20 kinds of toxins in his body. How can she cure it? I'm afraid even if she searched through all the medical books, she still wouldn't know how to cure it. Memorizing prescriptions is useless. True medical skill comes from exceptional talent and profound experience. Knowledge gained from books alone is ultimately superficial. I guess King Su also saw this out, which is why he said it on purpose. Shen Songlin calmly explained everything. I see, now this is going to be funny. Shen Luoyun covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. Of all the poisons in the world, none is more potent and deadly. First it enters the blood, then it attacks the heart. However, poisons vary in severity. The color of the blood can easily indicate the degree of poisoning, and then the most appropriate antidote can be found by matching the prescriptions. Having spent so long at the Kyushu Medical Academy, Xiao Qingyu had read almost all the classic texts and prescriptions in the Academy's library and knew them by heart. Detoxification is merely the most basic skill in medicine. If the poisoning is mild, medication can counteract and eliminate it. If the poisoning is severe, the worst that can happen is a blood transfusion. This refers to serum and vaccines, which are commonly known in Western medicine. Xiao Qingyu's face radiated confidence. Her first step was to bleed the affected area to determine the toxicity. She took a small cup, drew a small amount of blood from Changchun's veins, and let it drip into the cup. Then she was completely dumbfounded. The blood in the cup appeared to be sometimes bright, sometimes dark, sometimes blue, sometimes purple. What kind of poison is this? What's going on? She had never seen anything like it before. Is this human blood? Someone who didn't know better might think it was some kind of shady chemical substance. Xiao Qingyu was so shocked that she dropped the cup in her hand, took 2 steps back in shock, and looked utterly astonished and incredulous. Forget about medical books and classics, she had never seen anything so strange in her entire life. In an instant, only bewilderment remained on her usually cool and aloof face. "Did you figure it out?" Su Ming asked with a smile. This is impossible, there's no way such a thing could happen, how could there be such a poison?" Xiao Qingyu said blankly, as if talking in her sleep. She couldn't find any matching classical texts in her mind. "Is this what you call medical skill, using blood tests to detect poison? With your skills, you shouldn't even be studying medicine, go to the hospital and get a scalpel, simple, brainless medical skills are more suitable for you." Su Ming gave a sarcastic laugh and slowly walked forward. "Stop talking nonsense, you've never encountered anything like this before, you couldn't possibly solve it, your mockery of me being useless doesn't prove how skilled you are or how amazing you are," Xiao Qingyu said loudly, unconvinced. Luo Qianshan was completely dumbfounded. This woman is beyond saving. At a time like this, are you still not awake? Su Ming smiled and shook his head, walked up to Chang Chun, looked at him, and said, "He was poisoned by the 10 Fiends heart-destroying pill, a rare and potent poison made from a mixture of more than 40 kinds of toxins without an antidote within 10 days, death is certain, that's why his blood contains all sorts of toxins." However, the person who made the 10 Fiends heart-destroying pill clearly wasn't very skilled in medicine. His alchemy skills are extremely poor. This 10 Fiends heart-destroying pill has only achieved about 30 to 40% of its medicinal effect. If it were the complete ancient formula of the 10 deadly heart-destroying pill, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single person in the entire 9 provinces who could cure it. As Su Ming spoke, he had someone bring silver needles, then picked them up with his fingers and inserted them into several acupoints on the back of Chang Chun's head and chest. Then it was seen that the veins in Chang Chun's hands were bulging high, 2 or 3 times thicker than those of an ordinary person. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. Finally, Su Ming punctured a small hole in Chang Chun's wrist vein, then pressed it with his finger, and a stream of dark black liquid gushed out and dripped onto the ground. Oh my God! Even a medical expert of Luo Qianshan's caliber had never seen such a shocking detoxification method. He was so shocked that he immediately knelt on the ground. Su Wang's medical skills are unparalleled. I, Luo Qianshan, have never seen such exquisite medical skills in my entire life. Luo Qianshan was so shocked and excited that he trembled all over and could not express his feelings. Xiao Qingyu was also numb. He stared blankly, unable to utter a single word. "Alright, your poison has been neutralized. Next, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for 2 or 3 days to clear out the remaining toxins, and you'll be fully recovered." Su Ming removed the silver needles and said calmly, "Thank you so much, Prince Su, for your great kindness." Chang Chun bowed deeply in gratitude, then said with regret, "Unfortunately, my Chang family was too weak to contend with those 2 beasts. They still managed to steal King Su's 13 ghostly needles. My entire Chang family has failed King Su." Chang Chun cowed out in repentance and self-reproach. Ah! Xiao Qingyu was once again stunned and shocked. The legendary 13 needles of the ghost god were actually passed down to the Chang family by Su Ming. Oh my God! How many other astonishing things has this man done? 528, Chapter 528. A perfect opportunity delivered to your door. Who did this? How dare they steal from Prince Su? What audacity! Luo Qianshan stepped forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation as he asked. Within this Cloud City, there is such a person without Su Ming even lifting a finger. Luo Qianshan is the first to drag him out, make him kneel down and apologize to Su Ming in public, and kneel down to return the stolen goods. Shen Sunlin and Shen Luoyun stared wide-eyed. I'd love to hear who has the guts to do this. However, Chang Chun glanced at Luo Qianshan with a complicated expression, then hesitated to speak. This made Luo Qianshan a little anxious, and he was about to ask more questions. At this moment, Yiling stepped forward, glanced at Luo Qianshan with a sarcastic look, and sneered, "It's all because of those good people from your Kyushu Medical Academy, one named Zhu Kai and the other Chen Man, who call themselves elders of the Kyushu Medical Academy's Medical King. They brought 10 Grandmaster War Gods to the Chang family, ready to start a massacre. If it weren't for Master Chang's quick thinking in handing over the 13 ghost needles, the Chang family might already be a bloodbath by now. The Kyushu Medical Academy prides itself on being a sacred temple of medicine and a prestigious family. The result was all dregs and garbage. He's even worse than Yi Ling. Although Yi Ling was a bit of a playboy, he wouldn't do something so despicable and shameless. The moral character of the people at the Kyushu Medical Academy is questionable. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianshan was so shocked that his pupils dilated and his face was filled with astonishment. Staring blankly at Yi Ling, he asked, "Is what you said true? Are they really those two?" "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Even I was forced to swallow the 10 fiend heart-destroying pill. Isn't this the masterpiece of your Kyushu Medical Academy?" Yi Ling snorted coldly, full of resentment. This. Luo Qianshan was instantly struck as if by a heavy blow. Staggering back 2 steps, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, he bowed respectfully to Su Ming and said, "King Su, I never imagined that such a person would emerge from my Kyushu Medical Academy." "It is I, Luo Qianshan, who has made a grave mistake. Rest assured, I will return immediately and find these 2 beasts. Not only will I retrieve King Su's possessions, but I will also cleanse the house and personally kill these 2 pieces of trash," Luo Qianshan said through gritted teeth, his face full of anger. "Don't rush." However, Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt, saying meaningfully, "How could the 2 of them possibly find 10 Grandmaster War Gods? It's obvious that someone is backing them up. I'll handle this myself. Besides, the 13 ghost needles are completely unimportant. Even if we give them to them, they won't be able to learn them. This is actually a good opportunity to lure them into the game and eliminate the others as well." Su Ming smiled coldly. His eyes were so sharp they could see right through everything. Luo Qianshan was startled, and then he understood. Yes. How could those 2 people possibly accomplish such a thing? They must have colluded with some powerful figures. Within Yunqing, who are those 2 idiots colluding with? It seems that this is King Su's true purpose. Luo Qianshan was instantly speechless with shock. The seemingly complex situation appeared to be entirely under Su Ming's control. That's terrifying. Those 2 idiots probably never dreamed that they would steal from someone or offend someone. Those 2 are in deep trouble. Your Kyushu Medical Academy is utterly rotten. Do you really think you're invincible? Yi Ling angrily spat out a curse. If this were in Shuzhou, my Yi family would never let you off the hook. After Yi Ling finished cursing, she turned to Su Ming pleadingly, "Prince Su, I've also been poisoned. Could you please help me get rid of the poison, otherwise, I'm doomed." Su Ming glanced at Yi Ling, then pointed to Chang Qingyun beside him and said, "Let him help you solve it." Chang Qingyun looked shocked. His medical skills are far from sufficient. Prince Su has placed too much trust in him. How could he possibly cure such a rare poison? For a moment, Chang Qingyun didn't know what to do. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "You have a photographic memory. You should have memorized all of my techniques just now. Believe in yourself, you can do it." "I'll give it a try." Chang Qingyun then nodded. "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Chang," Yi Ling immediately said happily. So the 2 of them went to the side and let Chang Qingyun detoxify them. Xiao Qingyu saw all this, and the complex emotions in her heart were beyond words now. She finally understood the gap between herself and Su Ming. Originally, she thought she couldn't possibly be weaker than Su Ming, and even believed that her medical skills were invincible within the Central Plains. But now, she truly understands. What she knew was nothing compared to what Su Ming possessed. She's not even as good as Chang Qingyun. This time, she was completely convinced. The way she looked at Su Ming also underwent a subtle change. Outside the Chang family's residence, Su Fanghua arrived by car. After getting off the bus, he looked up at the Chang family with a cold gaze, preparing to enter the Chang family to find out what was going on. But at that moment, she sensed several unusual auras surrounding the Chang family. It's the aura of a Grandmaster War God. This made Su Fenghua's eyebrows jump up immediately. There are more than 1, at least 10. There are so many experts around the Chang family? This greatly surprised Su Fanghua. They immediately flew towards the location of these Grandmaster War Gods. These 10 people were naturally the 10 Grandmaster-level War God experts brought by Zhu Kai and Chen Men. Although they had already obtained the 13 needles of the gods and demons, the 2 were extremely cautious. They did not let the 10 Grandmaster War Gods leave, but instead had the 10 lieutenants lie in ambush near the Chang family, keeping a close eye on the Chang family to see if any information had leaked out. If there is any unusual movement, all 10 of them can go on a killing spree and wipe out the entire Chang family. At this moment, the 10 people realized that it was unusual for Su Ming and the others to enter the Chang family together. The two Grandmaster War Gods stood on the grass a few hundred meters away from the Chang family's residence, took out their phones, and prepared to notify Zhu Kai and Chen Men so that the two could make a judgment. But just as they were about to make the call at that time, Su Fanghua suddenly appeared behind the two of them without their knowledge, like a ghost. I didn't expect that there would be so many Grandmaster War Gods in this Mirian city, all of you guarding outside the Chang family's residence. You must have ulterior motives. Su Fanghua's sudden voice startled the two Grandmaster War Gods, who turned around abruptly and stared at Su Fanghua in shock. Who are you? The two were so shocked that their scalps tingled. They didn't even notice Su Fanghua getting closer. What's going on? Could this woman be stronger than them? But how could that be? Their strength is practically the pinnacle of martial arts within Cloud City. How could there possibly be someone above them? Never mind who I am, answer my question first. What are you doing guarding outside the Chang family's house? Who sent you? Su Fanghua asked with an icy expression. At the same time, he looked eager to try. Su Fanghua, who came from the Wushuang sect, possessed great skills, but had never had the opportunity to put them to use. Today, these 10 Grandmaster War Gods have practically delivered themselves to our doorstep. This is a perfect opportunity for her to go on a killing spree. Thinking about it, an excited and ferocious smile involuntarily appeared on Su Fanghua's face. What's it to you? Go to hell. The two Grandmaster War Gods exchanged a glance, both filled with murderous intent, and instantly pounced on Su Fanghua like ferocious beasts. 529, Chapter 529, The Crushing Power of the Earth Profound Realm. Although some were surprised by Su Fanghua's unpredictable appearances. However, the two Grandmaster War Gods did not take Su Fanghua seriously. How strong can a woman be? Their strength is unparalleled in Cloud City. Perhaps Su Fanghua's strength was too low, and she hadn't even grasped the concept of qi in martial arts, which is why they didn't notice her when she got close. With that in mind, the two of them took Su Fanghua even less seriously. The way they looked at Su Fanghua was full of contempt and disdain. Upon reaching her, the two didn't even use their full strength, employing only half their power, as they joined forces to attack Su Fanghua. However, upon seeing the two men's actions, Su Fanghua shook her head. He looked utterly disappointed. Is this the martial arts of Yuncheng? This is rubbish. It seems that his decision to come to Yuncheng as soon as he left Wushuang sect was a huge mistake. It was all Yuncheng's good fortune that led to the emergence of a series of top-tier medicinal formulas, elevating Yuncheng's influence to a level it didn't deserve. That's what caused her misunderstanding and confusion. Only after personally sparring with Yuncheng's martial arts did she realize how utterly vulnerable Yuncheng's martial arts prowess was. Boom! Su Fanghua unleashed her full power, a surge of energy from a half-step Earth Profound Realm expert that sent the two Grandmaster War Gods flying in front of her in an instant. The two didn't even touch Su Fanghua's clothes. Earth Profound Realm? After landing, the two coughed up blood, clutched their chests, and suddenly looked up at Su Fanghua as if they had seen a ghost. This woman is actually a master of the Earth Profound Realm? Oh my god! How could that be? The two Grandmaster War Gods were completely terrified. They had never seen such a terrifying existence as the Earth Profound Realm in their entire lives. Or is she a woman? The two of them trembled instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. We can't win. It's simply impossible to win. Even if 10 Grandmaster War Gods gathered together, they probably wouldn't be able to harm Su Fanghua in the slightest. At this moment, footsteps approached from all around, and other Grandmaster War Gods sensed the presence and appeared within 100 meters of each other. When the remaining 8 Grandmaster War Gods saw that Su Fanghua had severely injured their men, they all rushed forward, their auras powerful, and together they were about to attack Su Fanghua. Their eyes were sharp as lightning, filled with murderous intent. 8, that's interesting. Su Fanghua curled her lips into a smile, her face full of excitement. Although he was only at the half-step Earth Profound Realm, he was still an overwhelming force against Grandmaster War Gods. The 8 Grandmaster War Gods piqued her interest slightly. Just as the 8 men were closing in, and Su Fanghua was about to make her move, the 2 heavily injured Grandmaster War Gods cried out in terror, "No! Don't attack, she's at the Earth Profound Realm!" The 2 screamed in terror. Earth Profound Realm? The remaining 8 people trembled instantly, all their gathered auras collapsed in an instant, and their eyes were filled with shock and fear when they looked at Su Fanghua again. Is this woman a master of the Earth Profound Realm? Almost simultaneously, all 8 people took a step back in fear. The 2 severely injured Grandmaster War Gods were so frightened that they scrambled to their feet, crawled on their knees to Su Fanghua, and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "Senior, boss, we are sorry we were blind and didn't recognize your greatness, please spare our lives in your eyes, we are nothing but trash, we are not worth your time, please." The 2 were terrified and burst into tears, kowtowing repeatedly until their heads were covered in blood. This immediately caused Su Fanghua to lose all interest as well. He snorted coldly, his face showing weariness. "What a bunch of trash, so, Yinqing martial arts are nothing but trash, like you now tell me. What are you doing here? Who gave you permission to come?" "It's Elder Physician of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, they sent us to help them seize the 13 ghost needles, so we came along right now. We're just staying here to keep watch. We don't want to fight anymore. After reporting the situation here to the 2 medical kings, we will leave. By the way, we are from the Fong and Lu families in the Huai River Basin, please, boss, spare our lives for the sake of our families. Please." The 2 cried and begged, completely terrified. Seeing this, the other Grandmaster War Gods were also so frightened that they knelt on the ground. So that's how the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods work. No wonder you were here, I understand now. Su Fanghua suddenly realized. She not only figured out the reason why these 10 Grandmaster War Gods appeared, but also the reason why Su Ming, the Shen family, and Luo Qianshan came to the Chang family together. It turns out Su Ming didn't have any extraordinary identity after all. They all came together because of the Chang family's rare treasure. It's a pity that the Chang family, for no reason, has been targeted by these worthless people for possessing a treasure. If it weren't for her today, the Chang family would probably be in big trouble. Su Fanghua immediately snorted coldly, "Get out, don't ever appear in my sight again, don't let me see you again." Yes, thank you for sparing my life, sir." The crowd hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude, then crawled away on their knees, tails between their legs. Su Fanghua then turned around and returned to the Chang family home. At this point, only Chang Chun and Luo Qianshan remained in the Chang family, still discussing the matter. Everyone else, including Su Ming, left. Chang Qingyun also finished treating Yi Ling and detoxified him from the 10 Fiends heart-destroying pill. Su Fanghua walked in and just saw that Chang Qingyun had finished detoxifying. She immediately shook her head regretfully. What a pity if only the Chang family could produce a martial arts expert in addition to medicine. Otherwise, with the Chang family's strength, they would never have been able to protect the 13 needles of the ghost god. Sooner or later, they will face annihilation. Miss Su. Upon seeing Su Fanghua, Chang Chun and Chang Qingyun immediately recognized her. Su Fanghua had visited the Chang family before. They were also well aware of Su Fanghua's astonishing background. Chang Chun greets Miss Su. Chang Chun rushed forward, respectfully he knelt down before Su Fanghua. Miss Su? Xiao Qingyu and Luo Qianshan's gazes immediately fell on Su Fanghua. Who is this? Luo Qianshan asked in surprise. Oh, let me introduce you, this is Miss Su, a highly accomplished disciple of the Peerless Sect. She is also the younger sister of Su Tonglin. The governor of Shuzhou. Chang Chun hurriedly introduced her. So it's Miss Su, the leader of the Peerless Sect. Luo Qianshan immediately looked surprised and asked, and hurriedly went forward to greet Su Fanghua. Xiao Qingyu, however, remained calm. If it were before, and someone like Su Fanghua appeared, she might have been shocked and taken the opportunity to build a relationship with Su Fanghua. Having witnessed Su Ming's power, she was so shocked that she was completely numb. Su Fanghua's identity did not have much of an impact on her. On the contrary, it's still far from it. A woman like Su Fanghua would probably be like an ant in front of Su Ming, the real bigwig of Kyushu. 530, Chapter 530 Isolated. Master Chang, no need for formalities. I just discovered 10 Grandmaster War Gods outside the Chang family compound. I've already taught them a lesson, but I also learned that they were after the 13 ghost needles. Master Chang, are you alright? Are the 13 ghost needles still there? Su Fanghua inquired. Mentioning this, Chang Chun looked embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. It's already been stolen. We were just discussing how to deal with it, but it's all resolved now. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su. It's already been stolen? Su Fanghua immediately raised her eyebrows. Just as he thought. The Chang family's strength is clearly insufficient to keep this hot potato. Her gaze fell on Chang Qingyun, and she felt even more regret and pity. With Chang Qingyun's talent, he should have achieved even greater things with the help of the 13 ghostly needles. Unfortunately, it is clear that Chang Qingyun cannot possess such a treasure. Who stole it? I, Su Fanghua, am still in Yunqing, and I will not tolerate such a thing. Master Chang, tell me their identities, and I will go and get it back for you. Su Fanghua's gaze was sharp, and she spoke with righteous indignation. This. Chang Chun was in an even more awkward position. Prince Su has already made arrangements for this. There's absolutely no need for Su Fanghua to get involved. But Su Fanghua meant well. Stop pretending. At this moment, Xiao Qingyu broke the awkward atmosphere, saying expressionlessly, this matter involves a level of complexity that is beyond your control. Just take care of your own affairs. Don't worry about things that don't concern you. What did you say? Su Fenghua's cold gaze fell on Xiao Qingyu. Is there anything in Yunqing that I can't get involved in? I've never heard of such a thing, Su Fanghua sneered. However, Xiao Qingyu simply shook her head sarcastically. This woman is just as foolish as she was before. She probably doesn't even know what's going on in Yunqing. If only they knew Su Ming's identity, the existence of the king of the 9 provinces. This woman would probably pee her pants from fright on the spot. Su Fanghua is simply following in her footsteps. Xiao Qingyu was suddenly very happy because she realized that she wasn't the only fool. There were many women who were even more foolish than her. Including Wan Jia and Wan Shirin. Speak up, who is it? Su Fanghua stared at Xiao Qingyu with a cold gaze and asked. I'd like to see what kind of extraordinary people Yunqing has that I, Su Fanghua, can't afford to offend. You don't know what's good for you. Then I'll tell you, he is. Xiao Qingyu was about to reveal Su Ming's identity on the spot. At this moment, Luo Qianshan hurriedly waved his hand with a smile to interrupt. Miss Su, please calm down. Qingyu, you should also shut up. Please don't get angry. We have indeed arranged everything, so please don't worry about it, Miss Su. He was afraid that Xiao Qingyu would blurt out Su Ming's plan, which would be disastrous. Xiao Qingyu quickly realized what was happening and immediately shut her mouth. Alright, then I'll stay at the Chang family's place for now, and also be careful to prevent those petty ants from attacking again. Anyway, I've seen all of Yun City, and no one is my match. This matter can also give me some amusement. Su Fanghua walked over and sat down. No one can beat you. Xiao Qingyu sneered inwardly. They really are like frogs in a well, with a limited view of the sky. She couldn't wait to see the day Su Fanghua faced off against Su Ming, and what a ridiculous expression she would have after learning Su Ming's identity and strength. She must look even more ridiculous than her. Inside the international hotel, Zhu Kai and Chen Men, 2 medical elders, gathered together. Have you understood the research? The 2 of them stared at the handwritten copy of the 13 needles of the ghost god, their eyes already dry and sore. Ever since the selection competition ended, they had been eager to come back and study it. As long as you can learn some of its medical techniques, even if you don't become an expert in them all. Even if they only learn half of it, they can still declare their status in the medical field. This will shock the entire medical community of Kyushu. Unfortunately, after spending the whole afternoon looking at it, it's like reading gibberish. I still can't understand it. Only now did they realize how difficult it was for Chang Qingyun, that young man from the Chang family, to learn 2 or 3 needle techniques, and how high his talent was. Even their medical king couldn't understand this at all. It's like stealing a treasure but being unable to open it, leaving you only able to stare blankly. Damn it, this thing, is it even possible for a human to learn? Zhu Kai cursed loudly and slumped to one side in utter despair. He dared not even think about it. If learning it was this difficult, what kind of extraordinary talent must the person who wrote it be? Chen Men also slumped to one side. But just then, he picked up his phone, looked at it, and said with a change of expression, "I just received a message that the lord of the manor did not return this afternoon. He went to the Chang family with the Shin family." What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Kai jumped to his feet, his face filled with terror. Staring at Chen Men with suspicion and uncertainty, he asked, "Is the information you received true? Could it be that what we did has been discovered, or that Chang Chun, fearless as he is, actually leaked it?" "Very likely." Chen Men's face was extremely grim. "Quickly, call those 10 Grandmaster War Gods. Weren't they supposed to be keeping watch? If anything's wrong, they'll know immediately." Zhu Kai hurriedly picked up his phone, but no matter how many times he dialed, calling each of the 10 Grandmaster War Gods, no one answered. This moment filled the two with a sense of despair. The most desperate thing was that shouts came from outside at that moment. "Luo Qianshan, Lord Luo is back." "Luo Qianshan is back?" Upon hearing this voice, their hearts sank to the bottom. If they were really discovered and Luo Qianshan found out, the two of them would be completely finished. "Call for help right away." The two were terrified, like ants on a hot pan. However, they still have one last hope. 13 ghostly needles. This is their capital for turning the tide. Even if they are discovered, as long as they can contact the medical masters of Kyushu, or even with a powerful force, they could still protect the two of them by exchanging the 13 needles of the ghost god. For example, the Peerless Sect and the Medical Association of the Four Seas. Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. They made several phone calls for help. However, when they made the calls, not a single company was willing to take them in. Even when the topic of the 13 needles of the ghost god was mentioned, the other party promptly hung up the phone. Now, the two were completely desperate. It was like falling into an abyss. They were abandoned. What's wrong with this world? Even a divine medical technique like the 13 needles of the ghost god is unwanted. Just as the two were filled with fear and unease, Luo Qianshan knocked on the door. "Zhu Kai, Chen Men, are you inside? Open the door." Luo Qianshan's deep voice rang out. The two were so frightened they almost wet themselves. They sat there dumbfounded, completely unsure of what to do. There wasn't a trace of color left on his face. At this moment, only endless fear and regret filled my heart. Why did obtaining the 13 needles of the gods and demons lead to such a helpless and isolated situation? What exactly happened? Bang! The door was kicked open, and Luo Qianshan walked in with a gloomy expression. "What are you two bastards doing? Why won't you open the door?" Luo Qianshan roared furiously. 531, Chapter 531 Terrifying. Thump! Zhu Kai and Chen Men were so frightened that they knelt down on the ground. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he stared at Luo Qianshan with a look of horror and fear. Judging from Luo Qianshan's fierce and menacing appearance, he clearly already knew what they had done. The two were instantly terrified. They haven't learned the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods yet, and they haven't found any help. If Luo Qianshan were to make a move against them, they would be completely finished. Terrified, Zhu Kai crawled on his knees before Luo Qianshan, kowtowing repeatedly and pleading, "I'm so sorry, Lord Luo, we were both blinded by greed and did such a thing. Please forgive us as practitioners of medicine. It's hard not to be tempted by something like this. Please, Lord, give us a chance, I beg you." Zhu Kai wept bitterly. Chen Men knelt on the spot, trembling all over. "What did you do?" However, Luo Qianshan frowned in confusion and anger. "I just came to ask you two what you did this morning. Why are you even late for the selection competition? Could it be that you're hiding something from me?" Luo Qianshan shouted sharply. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly stunned. What? Does this mean Luo Qianshan doesn't know what they did? They weren't after the Chang family at all. They weren't after the 13 needles of the ghost god. But didn't Chen Men say before that Luo Qianshan had taken people to the Chang family? Could it be that the Chang family members were afraid of death and didn't say it out loud? Zhu Kai's heart was filled with turbulent waves and utter shock. However, one thing is certain, Luo Qianshan genuinely didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't have acted this way. This is an opportunity given by God. Zhu Kai's eyes darted around quickly, then he looked up in a panic and said, Lord Luo, I'm kowtowing to apologize for what happened this morning. We went out together this morning to treat the young master of the noble clan. That's why we were late. We let down the 9 provinces medical academy, and we kowtow to you to apologize. Oh? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianshan raised an eyebrow. Who did you go to treat? Which family? They are the Fang and Lu families from the Huai River Basin. Zhu Kai answered hastily. Fart. Luo Qianshan flew into a rage and roared, Young masters of the Fang and Lu families, you're here today to participate in the selection competition. What kind of illness are you seeking treatment for? Seeking medical help from the void? No. Zhu Kai was sweating profusely when he realized he had let something slip and quickly corrected himself. We went to treat the heads of the 2 families, not their young master. It was their young master who contacted us and invited us over. So that's how it is. Luo Qianshan finally calmed down and snorted coldly, then let's see a doctor, let's have an external consultation. Why are you hiding it? Human life is at stake. I won't stop you, but I'm warning you, this is a one-time exception. If you do this again, there will be no place for you in the 9 provinces medical academy. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. The 2 hurriedly and respectfully knelt down. Alright, get some rest. Remember to be on time for the competition tomorrow. Luo Qianshan got up and left with his men. Yes, Lord Manor, please take care. The 2 men prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully seeing Luo Qianshan off. After Luo Qianshan left the room and disappeared completely, the 2 of them collapsed on the ground, almost exhausted. I never imagined that Luo Qianshan went to the Chang family, not because of the 13 needles of the ghost god that scared me to death. That idiot, he's got no real skills, but he's a master at putting on airs. Once I master the 13 needles of the ghost god, I will make Luo Qianshan the first to kneel down and kowtow to me. Who does he think he is, to be worthy of being the head of the 9 provinces medical academy? Zhu Kai gritted his teeth and said viciously. However, this can't go on forever. The matter of the 13 needles of the ghost god will be exposed sooner or later, Chen Men said in surprise. Zhu Kai pondered for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his lips. This Luo Qianshan has reminded me we can't find any help from afar, but aren't there 2 right in front of us? You mean the Fang and Lu families? Chen Men's eyes widened immediately. That's right. If these 2 families join forces with us, won't we be able to do whatever we want in Yun City? Besides, even if we can't find any help, is it difficult for the other big shots in the medical world to know that we have the 13 ghost needles? Once the news gets out, countless top figures in the medical field will have to kneel down and pay homage to us. Zhu Kai was immediately extremely pleased with himself. That's right, that's a great idea. Let's set off immediately to contact the 2 major families. Overjoyed, the 2 immediately set off to find the Fang and Lu families, carrying the 13 ghost needles. In the shadows on the side of the hotel, Luo Qianshan, with Xiaoqingyu in tow, witnessed the 2 sneaking out of the hotel. Luo Qianshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 idiots can't even make up a lie. Damn it, I saw the heads of the Fang and Lu families and their sons come to the selection competition this morning. 2 sentences, full of loopholes. How dare someone like that steal from Prince Su? If it weren't for Prince Su saying to keep them, I would have loved to beat them to death on the spot. Having such stupid subordinates who almost dragged him down was enough to make Luo Qianshan furious. Subordinates like this can't even do bad things properly. It's embarrassing to tell anyone. But I don't understand. Beside him, Xiaoqingyu looked complicated and asked with a face full of doubt, since Prince Su already knows that these 2 are the culprits, why is he still keeping them alive? If you're worried about the intervention of the 10 grandmasters and war gods, let us directly attack these 2. We can retrieve the 13 ghost needles without anyone noticing. Although she now admires Su Ming very much and is completely devoted to him. But she didn't understand this action at all. That's like taking off your pants to fart, completely unnecessary. Or is Su Ming really a coward, afraid of the 10 grandmaster war gods? You don't know anything. Luo Qianshan turned over. He rolled his eyes and glared at Xiao Qingyu. The 10 Grandmaster War Gods are nothing but ants in front of Prince Su. Prince Su can crush them without lifting a finger. Haven't you heard of Prince Su's feat of single-handedly slaying 8 bandit leaders? What are Grandmaster War Gods compared to that? I don't think Su Wang is doing this because he's some kind of Grandmaster or War God, nor is he some kind of 13 needles of the Ghost God in Su Wang's hands. The 13 needles of the Ghost God are probably just a drop in the ocean. He wants to target the Fang and Lu families. Luo Qianshan said with a deep gaze. Target the 2 major families in the Huai River Basin? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu was instantly shocked and almost jumped up in surprise. My God, is this his real purpose? No wonder they made such a simple matter so complicated. Taking down 2 medical kings is easy, but taking down 2 major families without losing a single soldier is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He actually played such a big game. Xiao Qingyu was completely convinced. I was so shocked that my scalp tingled. The abilities of this king of Kyushu completely exceeded her imagination. If Luo Qianshan hadn't enlightened her, she wouldn't have understood until the truth came out. The king of the 9 provinces is terrifying indeed. 532, Chapter 532. So ruthless. Miss Chu, according to you, does that mean your Chu family really doesn't have any powerful or influential figures? In the hotel room, the 2 family heads, Fang Sangshu and Lu Yan, stared at Chu Qingqing and asked. They sent their men to investigate the Chu family, but after searching the Chu family thoroughly, they still found nothing. This means that the Chu family doesn't actually have any so-called big shots. They're just scaring themselves. However, just to be on the safe side, the 2 still had their men bring Chu Qingqing over for questioning. Chu Qingqing smiled and shook her head, saying, what big shot does our Chu family have? If the Chu family really had a big shot, we wouldn't be in this position today. Haven't my Chu family already risen to prominence long ago? Right now, I'm the only one in the Chu family who can make decisions. If either of you has anything to say, just tell me. Chu Qingqing said with a confident smile. She believes that the 2 business tycoons in the Huai River Basin approached her because they were interested in her company or her own abilities. Her ability to become and establish a company probably surprised both of the family heads. So we've come to her to discuss a collaboration. But Fang Sangshu pondered for a moment and said, but I heard that your Chu family had nothing before, yet in a short period of time you owned a company and billions in assets. How could you have done that without powerful figures supporting your Chu family? Fang Sangshu asked in confusion. Chu Qingqing grinned, that's my personal ability. I have a keen eye and partnered with Xiao Hong, the young master of the Xiao family in Zhangzhou, to create a company. Afterwards, the young master gave me all the company's assets. You received them all? Fang Sangshu and Lu Yan exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. It seems they are indeed not simple. What merit or ability does the Chu family possess to make the Xiao family of Zhangzhou give away their entire company and assets to Chu Qingqing? This is clearly because Xiao Hong is afraid of someone, which is why he did such a thing. Fang Sangshu's eyes sharpened, and he hurriedly ordered his subordinates, contact Xiao Hong of the Xiao family immediately. Yes. His subordinate was making a phone call nearby. Chu Qingqing was immediately shocked. What are they doing? She couldn't understand why Xiao Hong had to be contacted when people wanted to invest. They could have just asked her. Besides your parents, are there any other people in your Chu family? I heard that before this, there was another person who moved into your Chu family home. Fang Sangshu asked with a solemn and complicated expression. Regarding the person who had previously moved into the Chu family's residence, no matter how many subordinates he mobilized, he couldn't find even the slightest information about that person. This is really strange. It's possible that the mysterious person from the Chu family was the top big shot in Kyushu that Luo Qianshan was talking about. Once they figured out the other party's identity, both families would know what to do. Oh, you mean that kid? Chu Qingqing immediately realized what was going on and said with a sarcastic smile, that's a piece of trash, a piece of garbage who married into the Wan family after divorcing Wan Shirin. He was kicked out of the Wan family and ended up in our Chu family. If you're talking about big shots, then I, Chu Qingqing, am the biggest of the big shots, aren't I? Real? Fang Sangshu didn't believe it at all. Of course it's true. If the two of you don't believe me, you can call the Wan family to verify, see if I've said a single lie. Chu Qingqing said confidently. Okay. Just then, the subordinate next to him finished his call and turned to the two family heads with a blank look, saying, "Family heads, we've contacted Xiaohong quite a bit, but we've heard from others that he left Yun City a long time ago and returned to Zhongzhou. It seems he fled Yun City because he offended Miss Chu." See? Chu Qingqing immediately raised her head proudly. "I already said it has nothing to do with anyone else. Xiaohong is just indebted to me, that's why he gave the company to me." Fang Sanshu ignored Chu Qingqing and said to his subordinates, "Ignore Xiaohong and call the Wan family to ask if they have a son-in-law who has been kicked out of the house." Yes. His subordinate then made another phone call. A moment later, a servant from the family put down his phone and replied, reporting to the patriarch, "It has been verified that the Wan family did indeed have a useless son-in-law who was kicked out." The Wan family members seem unwilling to mention that kind of trash. I see. Fang Sanshu let out a heavy sigh. Even someone as cautious as him has no choice but to believe it now. The Chu family truly has no powerful backers or connections, let alone any influential figures from across the 9 provinces. "Alright, Miss Chu, thank you for your trouble. In return for your trip, we'd like to give you a prescription. I heard that your company also does pharmaceutical collaborations. If you take this prescription and put it into production, I guarantee it will bring you a fortune." With a broad smile, Fang Sanshu took out a prescription and handed it to Chu Qingqing. Real? Chu Qingqing held the prescription in her hand with delight. Sure enough, these two heads of the family are indeed going to invest in her. I just didn't expect to get what I wanted so easily. Moreover, giving the prescription is more useful than giving any amount of money. Chu Qingqing's face was full of undisguised smiles as she asked, "Then how much do I need to give you?" "No need to divide it from now on. This prescription is yours. How you arrange it is entirely up to you," Fang Sanshu said with a smile. Thank you both." Chu Qingqing was overjoyed and extremely grateful. She bowed deeply to the two of them in thanks, then took the prescription as if it were a priceless treasure and walked out with great excitement. When Chu Qingqing arrived at the door, she ran into Zhu Kai and Chen Men, who had come to ask for help. We almost brushed past each other. The two of them immediately noticed the prescription in Chu Qingqing's hand and looked surprised and suspicious. "The soul-stealing pill, that's poison." The two entered the room, their shocked gazes falling on Fang Sanshu. Those who don't know better might think this soul-stealing pill is a tonic, but in reality, taking more than 2 will cause a backlash, resulting in poor blood circulation, irregular heartbeat, and a feeling of being lost and disoriented. Without the antidote for 3 days, it's practically the same as being dead. How could you two patriarchs give this prescription to others? Zhu Kai and Chen Men asked in shock. The toxicity of this soul-stealing pill is no less than that of the 10 fiends' heart-destroying pill they used. Fang Sanshu immediately revealed a sinister smile. We found out that the Chu family indeed doesn't have any powerful backers. However, just to be on the safe side, I've decided to use this last resort. Let this woman sell the poison. If the Chu family really has a powerful backer, then he can't possibly not step in to help them when they sell poison. At that time, the truth about who exactly is in Yun City will come out. Fang Sanshu said with a sinister smile. But what will happen to the Chu family if no one supports them? Zhu Kai and Chen Men were utterly shocked. Then we can only say that the Chu family was unlucky, foolish. They harmed themselves and others, so naturally the entire Chu family should pay with their lives. Fang Sanshu said with a mocking laugh. That's ruthless. Zhu Kai and Chen Men couldn't help but swallow hard. They thought they had already been ruthless enough by stealing from the Chang family. Unexpectedly, these two family heads would use the lives of the entire Chu family as a test to see if someone even existed. This is far more vicious and cruel than them. It's a pity that the little girl was quite pretty. It's possible that she'll die young in a few days and be brought to justice. The Chu family at the bottom might not even know who harmed them. 533, Chapter 533. Each with their own ulterior motives. Have the two elders already obtained the 13 needles of the ghost god? What brings you here today? Fang Sanshu looked at Zhu Kai and Chen Men with curiosity. These two have clearly received the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods. This fact could not be hidden from the two heads of the family. Yes, we've got it, but something unexpected happened. Shu Kai understood perfectly well that he couldn't hide it, and trying to keep it a secret would only cause trouble for himself. What accident? Fang Sanshu asked in confusion. The unexpected thing is that we can't learn the 13 ghost needles for the time being. In other words, even though we have such a treasure, we don't have the ability to shock the entire land. Moreover, no one is willing to help the two of us. This matter will be exposed sooner or later, and it will be very disadvantageous for us if things continue like this. That's why we came here specifically to ask the two family heads for their help to ensure our safety. We also want to secretly spread the news that we have the 13 ghost needles. Even if we haven't mastered them, as long as we have the 13 ghost needles, no one in the medical field will remain unmoved. Whether we pray or worship, countless people will surely come to support us. In this way, we can use the 13 ghost needles to command the medical profession, and no one will dare to touch us. Zhu Kai said with great confidence. Fang Sanshu remained unmoved and said with a faint smile, this matter is easy to handle, it's just a matter of spreading the news. However, with the competition approaching, doing something like this might cause trouble. How about this? The matter hasn't been exposed yet, has it? The two elders can continue to preside over the competition while secretly assisting the Lu family. Once the competition ends, our two sons will be guaranteed a spot in the top 10. I guarantee that even if the people from the Dragon Kingdom's imperial state come, they won't be able to touch either of you. Fang Sanshu, full of confidence, patted his chest and assured the two of them. Moreover, as long as our two sons stand out in the competition, I will hold a grand celebration banquet. I will invite all the famous medical figures, senior experts, and masters to attend. Couldn't you take this opportunity to announce that you have the 13 ghost needles? Fang Sanshu said with a big smile. Patriarch Fang is right, so let's do as you say. We'll continue to host the competition, and from now on, we'll leave everything to the two patriarchs. Zhu Kai bowed respectfully and said. Rest assured. Then we won't bother you any longer, we'll take our leave now. After saying goodbye to Chen Men, Zhu Kai took his leave and left the hotel. Once outside, Zhu Kai's expression immediately darkened, and the smile on his face vanished. The heads of the Fang and Lu families are no pushovers. Chen Men, who was standing nearby, also sensed something was wrong and said in a deep voice. Of course, he won't help us for nothing. Although he didn't say it outright, the condition for the exchange is to help their two sons win the competition. The fact that we're still alive means we still have some use. If we can't do this, these two will probably be the first to attack us, without needing anyone else. Zhu Kai said with a gloomy expression. Then what do we do? Let's run. Chen Men panicked and said anxiously, anyway, we have superb medical skills. Let's find a place to hide first, and come out after we've mastered them. Who can touch us then? No. Putting aside the fact that Luo Qianshan is watching us, with the power of these two families, where can we run to? Unless we can get to the imperial state within 2 hours, it's all in vain. It's even a dead end. The only thing we can do now is to follow their plan and support their two good-for-nothing sons first. Let's stabilize the situation first. I have plans for the big competition, so don't worry. Zhu Kai's expression was extremely calm, as if he had planned everything long ago. Inside the hotel, Lu Yan asked Fang Sanshu, are we really going to promote these two, let them command the medical field? Those two are nothing. Fang Sanshu scoffed, his face full of disdain and contempt. These two good-for-nothings can't even learn the 13 ghost needles. What's the use of supporting them? They're just hopeless cases now. They do have some value. Once the competition is over, I'll take their lives and steal the 13 ghost needles for our two families. Since we can command the medical profession, why don't we do it ourselves? We want those two good-for-nothings. Fang Sanshu gave a gloomy, cold laugh. Brilliant! Lu Yan immediately burst into laughter as well. With everyone harboring their own ulterior motives, undercurrents were clearly beginning to stir within the entire Cloud City. The Chu family. Dad, Mom, look what I got. Chu Qingqing returned home excitedly, eager to tell Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun about her surprise at obtaining the prescription. However, when she turned her head, she found Su Ming sitting in the living room. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you weren't coming back to the Chu family? Chu Qingqing asked in surprise. I'm back to pack some things. Su Ming said calmly. Although he has now moved to the heavenly palace on the clouds, his belongings are still at the Chu family's house, and he is now coming back to pack them up and take them with him. Are you all packed up? If you're done, you can get out now. Chu Qingqing snorted coldly. Qingqing, don't talk like that. Lin Xiaoyun glared at Chu Qingqing. Xiaoming can come whenever he wants. Do you need to chase him away? No, this kid probably couldn't make it out there, so he's pretending to come back to pack his things, but actually he's just here to play the victim and act pitiful, right? Mom, don't let him fool you. Who am I now? I'm the company president. I don't want anyone to know that I have such a good-for-nothing by my side. Moreover, I've now received investment from the Fong and Lu families in the Huai River Basin. That's a huge reputation. It's enough to scare people to death if word gets out these kinds of trash are from a completely different world than me. Chu Qingqing snorted coldly. Looking at Su Ming, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Look, this is the prescription that the Fong and Lu families just gave me. How much money can this prescription make me? Conservatively speaking, at least close to 10 billion. 10 billion, you brat, have you ever seen that much money before? Chu Qingqing looked proud as she showed off the prescription in her hand. Real? Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were overjoyed to hear this. Our daughter has really made something of herself. We've even managed to establish connections with the Fong and Lu families. With their support and assistance, our Chu family will surely become one of the top families in Yun City sooner or later. Chu Yingkai couldn't stop smiling. After going through so much, this time, the Chu family has truly turned the tables. Whether in terms of wealth or social status, they have already achieved a great leap forward, far surpassing their former selves. Now Chu Yingkai also felt that what Chu Qingqing said made a lot of sense. The Chu family rose to prominence and bid farewell to the past. People like Su Ming are definitely not on the same level or in the same world as their family. However, Su Ming looked up at the prescription in Chu Qingqing's hand and immediately saw the name of the prescription, which was clearly visible. 534, Chapter 534. So you are? The soul-stealing pill. Su Ming shook his head speechlessly and said to Chu Qingqing, this is poison. Don't be so smug. If you really try to sell this, you'll lose your life, let alone make any money. Be sensible and throw this prescription away right now. It's fine if you die, but don't drag Aunt Lin down with you. Su Ming said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Chu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, pointing at Su Ming and mockingly saying, look at how jealous you are now, you're completely unrecognizable. Why don't you go look in the mirror and see how ugly and unsightly you are now? I know that I, Chu Qingqing, have risen to a position of power through my own abilities. You feel resentful, and you wish that our Chu family would never change. That way you can come here and just laze around and wait to die. Unfortunately, only good-for-nothings remain unchanged for their entire lives. Capable people will keep moving forward. Poison, I have no grudge against the heads of these two families. Why would they want to harm me? Do they make money off me? You're such an idiot you can't even come up with a reasonable excuse. Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with disgust and shook her head repeatedly. They want to see Meso. They're using you to force me to show myself. Su Ming said coldly. You're insane, you idiot, you're really insane. Chu Qingqing kept sneering, feeling that Su Ming was beyond saving. They even wanted to see you. You're just some low-level trash from Yunchen. Nobody even knows who you are. You're really making me laugh, Mom. Now you see what kind of person this is, right? Is this something a human being should say? I think he can't stand to see our Chu family doing well. He's practically going hysterical. Chu Yingkai also shook his head in frustration. How could this brat have such thoughts? Is he really an ungrateful wretch who can't be tamed? Believe it or not. Su Ming was too lazy to waste any more words, so he got up and left. Get out of here, soon. My name, Chu Qingqing, will resound throughout the entire Yun City. Don't come crawling back to me begging on your knees. Chu Qingqing shouted sarcastically at Su Ming from behind. After leaving the Chu family, Su Ming thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Yitang's number. Keep an eye on the Chu family's movements for the next while Lin Xiaoyun's life must not be in danger. By the way, please prepare some medicinal herbs for me. Su Ming explained everything to Yitang over the phone, one by one. The next day. Despite the undercurrents in Yunqing, the selection competition was still held as scheduled. In the selection competition venue, several renowned doctors who had successfully advanced gathered together, their eyes all fixed on one direction. There, Xiao Qingyu, dressed in a black short skirt, was tall and slender, radiant and captivating. Standing in the crowd, she was dazzling and attracted much attention. That's Xiao Qingyu, the king of medicine of the 9 provinces medical academy. She's so beautiful as expected of the most beautiful woman in Zhengzhou. I never dared to dream of such a beauty before. But now that we've all advanced, and given the intensity of this selection competition, with our medical skills, shouldn't we easily win in the end? I imagine Xiao Qingyu would be quite interested in medical geniuses like us. The group whispered amongst themselves, their faces revealing an undisguised lewd excitement. If we could impress such a beauty or win her favor, our lives would be worthwhile. Look, isn't she looking this way? She's probably noticed us already, right? The group was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and make contact with this beauty, Miss Xiao. The group quickly straightened their backs, struck a pose of elegance, and approached Xiao Qingyu. Hello, Miss Xiao, we've heard so much about you. We really admire and respect you. We're all renowned doctors participating in the competition. May we get to know each other? The young man in the lead stepped forward to shake hands with Xiao Qingyu. Get out of my way. However, Xiao Qingyu didn't even glance at him, only coldly uttering 2 words. This left the group stunned, as if struck by lightning. Everyone looked incredibly embarrassed and uncomfortable. The young man in the lead felt extremely embarrassed, as if he had lost face beyond measure. He pretended to be calm, coughed lightly twice, and smiled. Don't pretend you were looking this way just now, weren't you? I know that beauties like you are a bit proud and reserved, valuing their reputation more than their own lives. But actually, you really want to get to know us, don't you? If you're too shy to talk here, let's find another place. The young man, talking to himself and looking self-righteous, walked up and tried to take Xiao Qingyu's hand. However, snap! A loud slap rang out. Xiao Qingyu slapped the young man across the face and coldly shouted, "Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of here? Are you deaf?" The young man was completely stunned. The remaining people also retreated in fear, and none of them dared to go forward. Just then, Su Ming, Shen Solin, and Shen Luoyun slowly walked in from the front of the venue. King Su! Xiao Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes shining, as if she had become a different person, and she rushed over to Su Ming with great joy. The young people at the scene were completely dumbfounded. What is that? They turned their heads in disbelief, only to see that Su Ming's attire was not even a tenth as good as theirs, and they were so angry they almost died. Is this the kind of man Xiao Qingyu has her eye on? Are you crazy? The most beautiful woman in Zhengzhou, who doesn't even care about them, would actually fall for such a ugly and deformed person. The young man, who had just been slapped, was now so enraged that he almost vomited blood. Clenching his fists, he stormed off in Su Ming's direction. Xiao Qingyu came to Su Ming first. His face was filled with joy, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Prince Su." Su Ming nodded slightly. If you're not going to be a judge, what are you doing here? Prince Su, the palace master, and I have always believed that Prince Su should be the chief judge of our Kyushu Medical Academy for this kind of selection competition. Therefore, on behalf of the palace master and the Kyushu Medical Academy, I invite Prince Su to come and preside over the event. Xiao Qingyu said with a big smile. If Su Ming could be appointed as the chief judge, the entire Kyushu Medical Academy would truly be a source of pride. From now on, everyone will be awestruck by the prestigious reputation of the 9 provinces medical academy. However, Su Ming simply said expressionlessly, "I have no interest. I am just accompanying Luoyun to participate in the competition. I have no intention of interfering in the affairs of your Kyushu Medical Academy." This. Xiao Qingyu stood frozen in place, embarrassed, unsure of what to do next. She never even considered that Su Ming would refuse without a second thought. At that moment, the young man rushed up and grabbed Su Ming by the collar, his face full of malice as he coldly shouted, "So you think you can compare to me, you piece of trash? That's why the beautiful Xiao treats you so differently? You piece of trash, what do you think you are? Kneel down." The young man roared and yelled at Su Ming. Everyone present was stunned and terrified. Xiao Qingyu, in particular, was practically going crazy, her eyes widened instantly, becoming bigger than copper bells. 535, Chapter 535 Chief Judge. Is this idiot insane? How dare they attack Su Ming? Xiao Qingyu was almost going crazy. Stop. Xiao Qingyu's expression was cold and stern as she gave the young man a cold shout. However, the young man had almost lost his mind and vented all the anger he felt from being slapped on Su Ming. He believed that Xiao Qingyu's lack of interest in him was simply because she hadn't yet witnessed his power and influence. Now, he was going to trample Su Ming under his feet and let Xiao Qingyu see clearly what a true strongman really is. The young man turned to Xiao Qingyu and grinned, "It's alright, don't worry, today I'll show you how utterly useless this kind of trash is in front of me. Even if I tell him to kneel down, he'll have no choice but to kneel obediently without daring to utter a single complaint." Then the young man's gaze fell back on Su Ming, and he said with a sinister smile, "Now, kneel down obediently." What an idiot! Not only Xiao Qingyu, but even Shin Luo Yun and Shin Songlin looked at the young man as if he were a dead man. Su Ming, however, remained calm. After all, he had seen plenty of idiots like that before. This extremely stupid guy prevented him from even getting the most basic anger. With a simple slap, he brushed the young man's hand away and said calmly, "You're eliminated. UVE lost your qualification to participate. Get lost." Ha! Ha 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 ha. The young man threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Su Ming with a mocking and sarcastic expression. "You, fire me, on what grounds? Did you even think before you said that? Do you know who I am? I am Chen Lai, a descendant of the Chen family of physicians. Have you heard of the Chen family, the leading family of physicians in Qingzhou? It is an honor for the entire city of Yun to have me here to participate in the selection competition. You think you can eliminate me? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy?" The young man laughed wildly. However, Su Ming simply stared calmly at the young man. "What's wrong? What happened?" Just then, a sound came from behind. Luo Qianshan saw that Xiao Qingyu had come over but had not yet invited Su Ming, which caused a commotion. He immediately led his men and rushed over here. Luo Qianshan? When the group of young men saw Luo Qianshan personally take to the field, they were all too frightened to speak. Even the young man who had been so arrogant just moments before was now frozen in place, completely unable to utter a word. What exactly happened? Luo Qianshan approached and asked Xiao Qingyu with a puzzled look. "This kid will make Prince Su kneel before him." Xiao Qingyu pointed at the young man from before with an icy expression. "What?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qianshan was instantly shocked and furious. He glared at the young man and roared, "Who the hell are you? Are you also a contestant? How dare you make Prince Su kneel before you?" The young man was stunned by Luo Qianshan's shout. As if struck by lightning, he was not afraid of Su Ming because he did not know who Su Ming was. He wasn't afraid of the Shin family because he had absolutely no connection with them. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu was just the king of medicine of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. At most, he could slap him and humiliate him. But Luo Qianshan is different. Luo Qianshan is the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, and he holds the power of life and death over them. If Luo Qianshan speaks up, he will really be disqualified from the competition. Moreover, it's very likely that from now on, he'll never be able to make a living in the medical field again. However, he did not believe that Luo Qianshan would offend him, a descendant of the Chen family, for the sake of an unknown nobody. The young man immediately mustered his courage and said, "Making a piece of trash kneel before me has absolutely no impact on me. With my strength, I will definitely stand out in the competition, and in the future, I will be one of your people. Lord, it is an honor for this kind of lowly trash to kneel before me." "Fuck you!" Luo Qianshan instantly flew into a rage, practically leaping up and slapping the young man hard across the face, roaring, "Get out! You're no longer qualified to participate in my Kyushu Medical Academy's selection competition, you piece of trash. Get as far away as you can. Give me back the people of my Kyushu Medical Academy. Don't tell me you don't have the ability. Even if you did, you wouldn't be worthy of entering my Kyushu Medical Academy." Enraged, Luo Qianshan slapped the young man twice more across the face. The young man was completely stunned by the beating. He covered his face, staring blankly at Luo Qianshan with a look of utter shock. This guy actually got angry at him because of a piece of trash. Is Luo Qianshan an idiot? However, to the young man's astonishment, Luo Qianshan turned around, respectfully approached Su Ming, bowed, and apologized, saying, "Your Highness Su, I didn't expect such a person to appear at this event. It's all because I didn't conduct a rigorous screening. Please forgive my mistake, Your Highness." Boom! Upon seeing this, the young man's head exploded with a deafening roar. He had just mistakenly thought that Luo Qianshan attacked him because he was concerned about the reputation of the Kyushu Medical Academy. But seeing Luo Qianshan personally bowing and apologizing to Su Ming, he suddenly realized. This matter is not that simple at all. This kid is so powerful that even Luo Qianshan has to bow down and admit his mistake. Just who is he? The young man was completely dumbfounded. And the young man's companions behind him were all so frightened that their legs went weak and they almost knelt on the ground. Just who is this guy? That's terrifying. But what's even more astonishing is yet to come. Luo Qianshan said with utmost sincerity, "Because my judgment is not discerning enough, I humbly request that Prince Su serve as the chief judge of my Kyushu Medical Academy. I request that Prince Su oversee the entire selection competition." Whoosh! Everyone was shocked once again. Chief Judge? The young man who had just regarded Su Ming as trash was now so frightened that he knelt on the ground, dumbfounded and astonished. No wonder this guy dared to say those things, dared to say he'd eliminate him. It turns out that even Luo Qianshan, the entire Kyushu Medical Academy, wanted to invite him. The young man's worldview collapsed instantly. How can you compare them? He was less than trash compared to Su Ming. However, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Ming said indifferently, "I said I'm not interested. I have no intention of interfering in the affairs of your Kyushu Medical Academy." That's enough, no more nonsense. I refused. Faced with an invitation from the entire Kyushu Medical Academy, Luo Qianshan personally bowed and earnestly requested it. This guy actually refused. The group of young participants were practically fainting. Yes. However, Luo Qianshan dared not harbor any resentment and could only respectfully respond, his forehead covered in sweat. That's settled then. Su Ming ignored them and led the two members of the Shin family to the side. Only the young man, a descendant of the Chun family, remained kneeling there, stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Idiot! Xiao Qingyu gave the young man a cold, disdainful look, and went back with Luo Qianshan. On the other side of the square, Wan Shirin was leading her team to arrange today's security matters and the management of the entire venue. I witnessed everything that happened here at that moment. However, she did not hear what happened or what the conversation was about. I thought Su Ming had offended the people at the scene, and that Luo Qianshan had personally led people out to handle it. What a useless guy is good at causing trouble even though it has nothing to do with him, he still insists on getting involved. Did you think that by associating with the Shin family, you could make me look at you in a new light? No, we need to find a chance to have a serious talk with this kid, to prevent him from causing trouble at the venue again. Wan Shirin shook her head, muttering to herself with a somber expression. 536, Chapter 536 First Place, Shin Luoyun. The second event was a competition. Today, not only will those who fail be eliminated, but those who pass will also be ranked, and this process will continue until the final competition. Today's match was very simple. It's about treating the symptoms. The Kyushu Medical Academy set a question, presenting a difficult and complicated disease. Then all the participants have half an hour to submit a prescription, and the one with the best prescription will be ranked first. Similarly, those with poor prescriptions, those who do not meet the passing grade, or those who do not produce a prescription at all will be eliminated on the spot. When all the participating medical professionals saw the questions presented by the Kyushu Medical Academy, they all gasped in shock. Smallpox. Oh my God. This is one of the most difficult cases out of all. As everyone who has heard of it knows, this disease is equivalent to a plague. Countless people have tried to find the best remedy, only able to alleviate symptoms, and eventually recover by taking antiviral drugs. As for providing a prescription to treat this disease directly, it's simply impossible for them to do so. No wonder they say they only rank the people who chose the best solution. If someone could directly solve and cure this kind of thing, they would be worthy of being called a medical king or higher. All the participating medical practitioners instantly looked worried and gloomy, their faces grim. More than 10 minutes passed, and not a single person wrote down a prescription. The heads of the Fong and Lu families in the stands were dumbfounded by what they saw. What's going on at the Kyushu Medical Academy? Don't you want people to pass? Most importantly, their sons are both lazy and good-for-nothing playboys. They know a little about medicine and pharmacology, but when it comes to treating illnesses and writing prescriptions, they are complete idiots. Sure enough, Fong Bai and Lu Ha stood there like fools, clearly not going to produce a prescription. What are those two beasts from the 9 provinces medical academy up to? They said they'd help our 2 families get into the top 10, but they set up this kind of question. Are they trying to betray us? Fong Sanchu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately took out his phone to call Zhu Kai. Zhu Kai, who was on the judging panel, saw the phone call, quickly got up, went backstage, and answered it. Hello? Fuck your mother. Fong Sanchu immediately launched into a tirade, shouting angrily, what did you promise me? Didn't you guarantee that people from both the Fong and Lu families would make it into the top 10 of the competition? And this is the kind of question you said. Let me tell you, if my son doesn't pass the competition, don't try to hide your theft of the 13 ghost needles anymore. I'll let the whole of Yun City know. Zhu Kai was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Patriarch Fong, please don't be agitated. It's not up to us two to decide what kind of question to ask. However, I have already given the 2 young masters the prescription with the optimal solution in advance. They guarantee they'll rank at the top and advance to the next round, you can rest assured. Just wait and celebrate. Zhu Kai smiled and said. That would be best. Fong Sanchu snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Zhu Kai put away his phone, let out a heavy sigh, and his face darkened. It seems I was right. In the eyes of the Fong and Lu families, he and the Chun family were nothing more than tools. Like now, because of a question he asked, we almost had a falling out. He had witnessed firsthand the viciousness of the Fong and Lu families. It seems I have to hurry, otherwise if the 2 of them turn on each other, they may not even have a chance to turn the tables. Half an hour later, the results of all participants were officially announced. Even Shen Songlin couldn't help but feel nervous in the stands. Su Ming glanced at it and smiled, don't be nervous with Luo Yun's strength, he will definitely be ranked number 1. That's not necessarily true. Shen Songlin said nervously, although Luo Yun has learned a lot of medical skills, diagnosis and treatment have never been her forte. All she has learned is theoretical knowledge. I know exactly how much she actually knows. Shen Songlin has very little confidence in Shen Luo Yun. It's not his fault, even he himself wasn't entirely certain about the difficulty of this disease. Moreover, Shen Luo Yun would need extensive experience in diagnosing and treating patients to come up with a prescription. My daughter is far inferior to me. First place goes to Shen Luo Yun. However, after the people of Kyushu Medical Bureau announced the number 1 ranking, Shen Songlin was completely stunned. How is this possible? How could Luo Yun come up with the optimal solution? Shen Songlin was shocked. He turned his head and saw Su Ming with a calm expression, as if he already knew the outcome and was relaxed. Shen Songlin suddenly realized. Could it be that Prince Su had already told Luo Yun the prescription in advance? Otherwise, how could his own daughter possibly have accomplished that? Prince Su, did you tell Luo Yun the prescription in advance? Shen Songlin asked in surprise. How is that possible? Su Ming smiled and shook his head. No matter how skilled I am, I don't have the ability to predict the future. How would I know what questions the 9 provinces medical academy will ask? However, among the medical skills I taught Shen Luo Yun, there are similar methods to treat this kind of illness. Besides, with her current medical skills, she could solve it herself. Real? Shen Songlin was shocked. So that means my daughter already possesses medical skills that are no less than those of the king of medicine? That's incredible. He knew that with Su Ming's medical skills, he could teach Shen Luo Yun even a tiny fraction of what was needed, and Shen Luo Yun could still achieve great things. But unexpectedly, Shen Luo Yun's medical skills have improved to such a level in such a short period of time. They're almost surpassing him. Shin Songlin swallowed hard, stunned, and stared blankly at Su Ming. King Su, is it too late for me to become your disciple now? Su Ming rolled his eyes. You're willing to worship me, but I have to be willing to accept you. You're already so old. How much more can you learn? That's true. Shin Songlin was depressed. The scene erupted in an uproar. He continued listening to the announcement of the Kyushu Medical Academy rankings. Especially Fang Sanshu and Lu Yen. He leaned forward, his ears almost standing up. No one got first place, no problem. If their two sons could rank second or third, they would be famous and their fame would be known throughout Yuncheng. But as each name was announced. But they didn't hear Fang Bai and Lu He's names for a long time. It wasn't until the 20th or so names were announced that Fang Bai and Lu He were heard. They were practically on the verge of being phased out. Grass. Fang Sanshu got so excited that he almost fell off his chair and immediately started cursing. Those two beasts, Zhu Kai and Chen Men, their words are utterly worthless. They'd better give me an explanation, or I'll take their lives. Fang Sanshu's face was full of anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Ming glanced in the direction where Fang Sanshu and Lu Yen were. Seeing Fang Sanshu's excited expression, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Did they think that by controlling Zhu Kai and Chen Men, they could get their own people into the top 10? Are you kidding me? Those two people's medical skills were among the worst, even among the top medical masters in the 9 provinces medical academy. Otherwise, how could obtaining the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods be like reading a book from heaven? I bet the Fang and Lu families still haven't realized what kind of trash they've picked up. But the real show has only just begun. Su Ming smiled knowingly and meaningfully. 537, Chapter 537. You can't catch up even if you try your hardest. Mission, we would like to invite you to the party. We would be honored if you would give us this opportunity. 2 young men stood in front of Shen Luoyun, extending a respectful and sincere invitation. In this competition, Shen Luoyun emerged victorious, winning first place, and instantly became known throughout the entire competition venue. Moreover, Shen Luoyun is a great beauty and has long been the focus of attention. Now, she's attracted a lot of attention. People with some reputation and status are all vying to invite Shen Luoyun. I'm not going. Shen Luoyun refused without even thinking. She wished she could stay by Su Ming's side 24/7, so she had no time to care about anyone else. Besides, none of the people present were worthy of her attention. In her heart, Su Ming was number 1, and everyone else was like an ant, not worth her a second glance. The person who came to invite them stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Miss Shen, please give us a chance. We're all on the same side, all top-ranked contestants. We're just discussing medical skills, there are no outsiders here. The two said awkwardly. They were both ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, and they thought that if they invited Shen Luoyun, she would gladly accept. Who would have thought that Shen Luoyun would refuse so decisively? I said I'm not going, get out of my way. Shen Luoyun shouted again. Cousin, I'm inviting you, aren't you going? Just then, another young man slowly walked up from behind. Shen Luoyun was startled by the voice, and upon closer inspection, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Su Wei? It's me, cousin, I've been mentioning you to them before, saying you're my cousin, but they didn't believe me. I'd come here in person to invite you. If you don't come, you'll really be disrespecting me. Young Su Wei said with a big smile. It's Su Wei, he's grown so much. Shin Songlin also stepped forward, looking at the young man with a face full of surprise. Uncle! Su Wei greeted Shin Songlin politely. Su Wei's mother is Shin Luoyun's mother's younger sister, and this is indeed a close expression. Now Shin Luoyun really couldn't refuse. I can refuse anyone else's invitation, but if I don't go, people might gossip about me later. Besides, his own father wouldn't allow him not to go. Cousin, please do me a favor. Su Wei said with a big smile. Shen Luoyun looked troubled and couldn't help but turn to look at Su Ming behind her. But then Wan Shirin walked up from behind and said to Su Ming, I have something to tell you. Then Su Ming and Wan Shirin left together. Shen Luoyun stomped her foot in jealousy, then turned to Su Wei and said, "Let's go." "Great, cousin, please." Su Wei stood to the side and gestured for Shen Songlin to come and say, "Uncle, I'll come to visit you again after the gathering." "It's okay, you guys go ahead, have fun and come back later." Shen Songlin had a big smile on his face. Su Ming and Wan Shirin arrived at the walkway on the side of the back of the square. Su Ming, hands in his pockets, calmly asked, "Is there something you can't say in public? With your status as Miss Wan, standing next to someone like me, won't it damage your reputation?" "Stop being sarcastic." Wan Shirin turned her head, her pretty eyes sharp, and glanced at Su Ming. "What exactly do you want? I have no objection to you currying favor with the Shen family or trying to please Shen Luoyan. After all, you're getting on in years, and you need to find a woman who's interested in you and settle down, but can you please stop causing trouble at my event? I saw you causing trouble this morning, even alarming the lord of the manor. What exactly do you want? Are you only satisfied when you see me ruin this competition? Is that all you wanted to say to me?" Su Ming immediately lost interest and asked listlessly. It seems that he and Wan Shirin will never be able to go back. That past relationship was either ephemeral or never existed at all. Besides, Wan Shirin snorted coldly, "As long as my Wan family successfully organizes this competition, our reputation will spread far and wide. I have already reached an agreement with the Fong and Lu families. After the competition, they will cooperate with our Wan family. With the strong support of the two major families in the Huai River Basin, my Wan family will rise to great heights and completely enter the Central Plains market. With the Black Gold Alliance backing me up, I'll be standing at the pinnacle of Zhengzhou in less than 3 months. Do you even understand what I'm saying? You're so far behind me. In the past, I might have thought that if you made progress, I would reconsider, but now, it's not a matter of whether you make progress or not. Even if you give it your all and work your life on, you still can't catch up with Meso. I'm begging you, please stop causing trouble, okay?" Wan Shirin's gaze was sharp and her aura imposing. It was clear that her current status and presence were indeed vastly different from before. His manner of speaking was that of a person in a superior position. Seeing Wan Shirin's confidence and assertiveness, Su Ming was quite satisfied. Only with such a rapid pace of progress could Wan Shirin learn more and understand what kind of people truly resided in the 9 provinces. When Wan Shirin reaches that level, even if he doesn't need to prove anything, he will understand that he is already waiting at the peak. However, Wan Shirin's plan still encountered some problems. Su Ming smiled and said, "Alright, since you've said so, starting tomorrow, I won't appear in the square anymore. However, I must remind you, don't have any more contact with the Fong and Lu families. It won't do you any good. You can go further if you cut off contact as soon as possible. Otherwise, your plan might fall through." After saying that, Su Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. Neuropathy. Wan Shirin looked completely bewildered and confused. Does Su Ming know what the Fong and Lu families represent? You're just spouting nonsense here. If she could gain the support of the Fong and Lu families, her Wan family could achieve unprecedented glory. I guess he doesn't understand anything and just said that to get attention. Wan Shirin shook her head, not taking Su Ming's words to heart at all. Inside a private room at Blue Sky Bar. "Cousin, these are pills I refined myself. What do you think?" Su Wei took out a pill and placed it in front of Shen Luoyun. He asked with a smug and boastful expression. "Rubbish." However, Shen Luoyun only glanced at it before curling her lip in disdain and saying, in the past, she might have thought more highly of something like this. But now, after Su Ming taught her medical skills, her medical expertise has reached a level where she no longer cares about such things. The people present were basically not on the same level as her. Su Ming himself said that she had the medical skills of a medical king of the 9 provinces medical academy. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Wei immediately became indignant. Although he only ranked 9th in this competition. However, his alchemy skills are second to none. He grinned and said, "Cousin, you're not jealous that I refined such a grade 3 pill, are you? My efficacy is almost 70% of the original formula. If mine is trash, then no one can offer a top grade one." 70%? The other renowned doctors who were also at the gathering were shocked to hear this. With 70% efficacy, this is truly a top grade elixir. These people are incredibly skilled at concocting medicines and achieving 50 to 60% of their efficacy. This Sue, I never would have guessed, has such skill in alchemy. 538, Chapter 538 3 Days of Heartbreak. 70%? Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun gave a disdainful sneer. If achieving 70% of the superficial skills is considered a success, then everyone in the world would be a medical king. Shen Luoyun smiled dismissively. Cousin, what do you mean by this? Su Wei frowned in dissatisfaction. Watch closely. Shen Luoyun reached out and slapped down, shattering Su Wei's pill into pieces and exposing its core. All that could be seen was a pile of rough residue, not even fully refined, like the garbage left over from a medicinal soup, an eyesore. So this is what you call 70%? Shen Luoyun grinned. You haven't even refined the most basic medicine to its fullest potential. You've only made the surface of the pill shiny. It looks like a grade 3 pill, but it hasn't even reached the very end of a grade 3 pill. All the renowned doctors present were stunned. Everyone was shocked by Shen Luoyun's superb medical skills and the sharpness of her insight. To be able to achieve this level, Shen Luoyun's medical skills must be at the level of a medical king, right? That's incredible. Su Wei's face instantly turned bright red. He had lost all face and couldn't utter a single word. I'm going to the restroom. Su Wei could only make an excuse to get up and temporarily leave the private room. Once outside, they happened to run into Wei Guang, the young man who ranked second in the competition. How did it go? How did the test go? Wei Guang peeked out and asked Su Wei. I never imagined that my cousin's medical skills would reach such a level after only a short time apart. With her current skills, she wouldn't even need to participate in competitions. She could just go back and inherit the Shen family and become famous throughout Zhengzhou. We're simply not in the same league as her. With her around, let alone me, even you wouldn't be able to make it to the finals. Su Wei said with a grim expression. He never dreamed that in such a short time, at most a year, Shen Luoyun would have jumped from an ordinary level of medical skills to her current level. Did we encounter some extraordinary adventure? Then we can only follow our previous plan. We'll give her the medicine so she can't participate in the competition tomorrow, and she'll be eliminated. Then no one will be able to stop us. Don't worry, as long as I get first place, I can also make sure you win in the finals. Wei Guang assured Su Wei confidently. Wei Guang is ranked second, and his strength is also at the half-step medical king level. They certainly have the ability to get Su Wei into the finals and into the top 10 in the competition. But Su Wei's expression was still very grim. He said in a deep voice, you saw it yourself with her current medical skills. What medicine can escape her eyes? If it's a medicine with ordinary toxicity, she probably can tell just by smelling it. You don't need to worry about that. Wei Guang grinned slyly, pulled a packet of powder from his pocket, and handed it to Su Wei. This is called 3-day rosemary, personally refined by a master physician of my Wei family who is at the level of a medical king. It is colorless and odorless, and there is no antidote. Even if she has the strength of a medical king, she will not be able to detect it. There's no antidote? Su Wei hesitated. Although I want to push her out, I don't want to kill her. After all, she's still my cousin. Don't worry. Wei Guang patted Su Wei's shoulder and grinned. I already told you, it's rosemary. What poison could it possibly have? Eating it will only make you unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, the effects will naturally wear off. The competition will be over in 3 days. Even if she wakes up, she won't suspect you. She'll just have to accept her bad luck. I see, I understand. Now leave it to me. Su Wei completely relaxed, took the powder, and confidently assured everyone. A moment later, Su Wei returned to the private room and said to Shen Luoyun with a big smile, Cousin, your medical skills have truly broadened my horizons. I admit that I am far inferior to you and can only look up to you in awe. I never expected that our family would produce such a medical genius as you. You will undoubtedly win this competition in first place. Come on, let me toast you. Su Wei reached out and picked up a glass of red wine, handing it to Shen Luoyun. When he picked up the wine glass, he gently shook the powder he had been holding in his palm, and it all fell into the red wine. Just as Wei Guang had said, the powder fell into the red wine and instantly blended into it, becoming colorless and odorless. Truly a masterpiece. Su Wei handed the red wine to Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun took the wineglass, but her nose detected something unusual. She frowned and asked, what's that smell on your hands? Did you not wash your hands after using the restroom? Everyone present burst into laughter. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat. Shen Luoyun's nose was incredibly sensitive. No wonder he has the skills of a medical king. He hurriedly explained, I handled a lot of medicinal herbs before the competition during the day, so they must have left a smell. I see, but you don't need to worry so much, you'll probably be eliminated tomorrow or the day after. Shen Luoyun laughed heartily. Yes, how can I compare to you, cousin? Su Wei smiled unhappily. Then the two of them had a drink. Then came another round of drinking and laughter. About 10 minutes later, Shen Luoyun's eyes became glazed, her body swayed, and finally she collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. It worked! Wei Guang, his face beaming with joy and his eyes shining, stepped forward with a lewd expression, ready to grope Shen Luoyun. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Shen Luoyun is a great beauty. Roll! Su Wei shoved Wei Guang aside and said with a stern face, I can cooperate with you, but you're not allowed to touch her, otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Yes, I was just joking. Wei Guang chuckled and stepped aside. Then I'll take Shen Luoyun back first, you guys continue drinking. Su Wei picked up Shen Luoyun and left the bar's private room. That brat's pretty protective of his own people, but it's no use soon, not only you, but the entire Shen family will be begging me. I won't even need to lift a finger, you yourselves will be begging to bring Shen Luoyun to my bed. Wei Guang laughed triumphantly. Young Master Wei, what drug did you put in that woman? The people around asked in surprise. Wei Guang's gaze was icy as he coldly uttered a few words. 3 days, and the heartbreak powder will be administered. 3-day intestinal severing powder, my God. Everyone was immediately shocked. Everyone here is knowledgeable in medicine. Everyone has heard of this extremely poisonous drug. If someone were to take this stuff, 3 days would be an exaggeration. In fact, it could cause their internal organs to rupture and them to die within a day and a night. They actually fed Shen Luoyun this kind of medicine. Wei Guang's methods were undeniably ruthless. Most importantly, it's practically impossible to detoxify within a single day. Shen Luoyun is probably doomed. Su Wei took Shen Luoyun back to the hotel and met with Shen Songlin. Uncle, my cousin got drunk, so I brought her back. I didn't expect her to be such a lightweight, let her rest. With a broad smile, Su Wei placed Shen Luoyun on the sofa and said to Shen Songlin with a smile. Shen Songlin turned his head and glanced at her, then smiled and stood up, saying, it seems Luoyun is also very happy today. She never drinks too much, but with such a good ranking, it's only right to celebrate. Shen Songlin smiled and approached, preparing to carry Shen Luoyun to the bed. Upon closer inspection, Shen Songlin looked down and saw that Shen Luoyun's face was pale, her lips were white, and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. You bastard! Shen Songlin was instantly shocked and furious. He turned and slapped Su Wei hard across the face, roaring, you beast, what did you feed Luoyun? Do you want her dead? Die? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, covering his face, his eyes filled with shock. Uncle, you must be mistaken, it was just ordinary drinking, how could it cause death? Su Wei asked, utterly shocked. Fuck you. Shen Songlin kicked Su Wei to the ground, then grabbed a fruit knife from the table and charged at Su Wei, yelling, if you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you today. I'll talk. Seeing Shen Songlin's fierce and menacing appearance, Su Wei was instantly terrified. He immediately knelt on the ground and told everyone what had happened that night. You beast! Shen Songlin was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Su Wei up. How could my Shen family produce such a fool as you? This isn't 3-day rosemary, it's 3-day heartbreak poison. At this time tomorrow, Shen Luoyun might be bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. I really am. Shen Luoyun was so angry that she wanted to skin Su Wei alive. Su Wei was completely terrified and collapsed on the spot, utterly disoriented. 3 days, the heartbreak powder? Was he tricked by Wei Guang? 539, Chapter 539, Guiding Qi into the Body. Su Wei was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Wei Guang would be so vicious. The original plan was simply to make Shen Luoyun unconscious so she would miss the competition. As a result of being given such a deadly poison, Shen Luoyun might lose her life. The Shen family will definitely kill me. Sui trembled with fear. Filled with regret and despair, he looked at Shen Songlin in terror and confusion and asked, "Uncle, what should we do now? I'll contact renowned doctors and people from the Kyushu Medical Academy right away to help my cousin detoxify." "Go to hell!" Shen Songlin roared and glared fiercely at Su Wei, his eyes filled with surging killing intent and endless rage. He placed Shen Luoyun on the bed and said through gritted teeth, "What's the use of calling those people? This 3-day intestinal severing powder can only be cured by a physician of the highest caliber. Even if Luo Qianshan came, he might not be able to do anything about it. Let me tell you, if anything happens to Luo Yun, you will die, and not a single member of your Su family will survive." Shen Songlin was so angry that his veins bulged. Su Wei sat there blankly, not daring to make a sound, only cold sweat rolling down his face. After examining Shen Luoyun's poisoning condition, Shen Songlin couldn't help but shake his head. Although the poison had only been taken for a short time, it was already extremely toxic and, after being evaporated by alcohol, had seeped into the bloodstream. In this situation, even he was helpless. Unless, a cure for this poison can be found. However, Wei Guang poisoned the Shen family, waiting for them to come and beg for mercy, so that they would fall completely into the enemy's hands. For a moment, Shen Songlin was at a loss and paced anxiously in circles. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. King Su. If Prince Su comes, surely he will have a way to cure the illness. With that thought in mind, Shen Songlin no longer hesitated and immediately took out his phone to call Su Ming. After receiving the call, Su Ming rushed to the hotel and entered the room immediately. Su Wei sat on the sofa, feeling uneasy. The sound of Su Ming entering the room startled him. Suddenly turning his head, he saw Su Ming, a guy he had never seen before and who was not particularly good-looking, and immediately showed a look of surprise and doubt. He thought Shen Songlin had called to find some miracle doctor or expert to save him, but it turned out to be this kid. What are they doing? Has Shen Songlin lost his mind? At the very least, he should have found someone like Luo Qianshan. Why did he bring in such a greenhorn? If this can't be cured, he'll be finished too. However, after entering the room, Su Ming didn't even glance at Su Weihe, went straight to the bedside, frowned, and asked, "What happened? How could you be poisoned?" "It's still that deadly poison, the 3-day intestinal severing powder. It's all that beast's fault." Mentioning this incident made Shen Songlin furious. He raised his hand and pointed angrily at Su Wei. "That beast, he actually colluded with outsiders to poison Luo Yun. Whether Luo Yun wakes up or not, I will not let this beast get away with this." Su Ming then turned to look at Su Wei. Ignored it. Turning around, all eyes were fixed on Shen Luoyun. He stepped forward, pried open Shen Luoyun's eyelids, and then looked at the bulging veins and blood vessels on Shen Luoyun's body. Su Ming's face also darkened. The toxin enters the bloodstream, travels through the 7 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. It's a very potent poison. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Shen Songlin's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. "Is there really no way even for you, Prince Su?" Shen Songlin asked, his face pale. "Did I say I had no solution? The 12th of the 13 ghost needles is for drawing qi into the body, specifically for treating rare poisons. However, this poison is so potent that acupuncture alone is not enough. Please prepare a medicinal soup and feed it to her immediately after I finish the acupuncture. Only by treating both internally and externally can we achieve the best results." After saying that, Su Ming wrote a prescription and handed it to Shen Songlin. Yes. Shen Songlin was covered in sweat and hurriedly began preparations. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Su Wei, sitting on the sofa, was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Su Ming in utter shock once again. What's going on with this guy? They even know the legendary 13 needles of the ghosts and gods, is that true? If that's the case, then this guy's strength and status must be at the level of someone who can crush Luo Qianshan. Yunsheng, there's actually such a big shot here? Su Wei stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at Su Ming's actions. He wanted to see for himself whether Su Ming really knew the 13 ghost needles. Su Ming concentrated intently, without any distraction, and took out silver needles to begin acupuncture on Shen Luoyun. He skipped all the previous acupuncture techniques and went straight to the 13th needle to guide the qi into the body. After the silver needles were inserted into several major acupoints of Shen Luoyun, a faint white mist filled the air above Shen Luoyun's head. But most people can't see it at all. Unless one has profound attainments in both martial arts and medicine, one cannot clearly see how the white mist seeped into Shen Luoyun's body. A dozen minutes later, Shen Songlin rushed over with a bowl of medicinal soup in his arms. Here it comes, Prince Su, the medicine is here. Just then, Su Ming removed the silver needles. He calmly gazed at Shen Luoyun, who lay unconscious on the bed. Shen Songlin looked on in fear. Prince Su, shall we feed him the medicine now? Etc. Su Ming raised his hand and gently patted Shen Luoyun's back. Puff! Shen Luoyun turned her head to the side and spat out a large mouthful of dark red liquid, which landed entirely on the ground. Now feed her. Su Ming said calmly. Good. Shen Songlin then forced Shen Luoyun to drink the medicinal soup. After that, Shen Luoyun vomited repeatedly, vomiting violently, from dark red liquid at first to 2 mouthfuls of bright red blood at the end. Although it looked frightening, Shen Luoyun's expression had clearly returned to normal. It's all done. Su Ming then said something to be certain. Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin almost collapsed into a chair on the ground. He almost lost even his daughter. Su Wei was completely dumbfounded. What kind of amazing person is this? He stood up in shock, took 2 steps to Su Ming, and knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply to Su Ming in utter astonishment. This humble one, Su Wei, pays respects to the divine physician. Thank you so much for saving my cousin, and for saving me as well. Thank you for your great kindness. Otherwise, I, Su Wei, will never be able to repay this sin in my entire life. Do you think you've paid off all your debts now? Su Ming gave a cold, sinister laugh. I saved her, not you. I think Master Shen already knows what your fate will be. Upon hearing this, Su Wei looked up in shock and stared at Shen Songlin in horror. Shen Songlin's face was gloomy and his expression was icy cold. Su Wei trembled with fear and cowed out repeatedly, pleading, Uncle, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, please don't kill me. Kill you? Shen Songlin sneered, you're not worthy. A beast like you only brings harm to yourself and others. Go back to Zhongzhou from now on. Your Su family has nothing to do with my Shen family. You are not allowed to have any dealings with my Shen family again. I am no longer your uncle, and we have no further connection. Although Shen Songlin wished he could chop Su Wei to pieces, they were still blood relatives. The best way is to completely sever ties with this harmful thing that hurts both yourself and others. Su Wei collapsed to the ground in despair. This outcome is even more painful than killing him. How is he going to explain this when he goes back? He would likely face accusations and hatred from the entire Su family. What difference would that make from being dead? Su Wei let out a desperate scream and fainted on the spot. 540, Chapter 540. No one can solve it. Day 3 of the selection competition. Everyone gathered again in the square where the competition was being held. Young Master Wei, did the Shen family call you last night to beg you? One of the people next to Wei Guang asked curiously. No. Wei Guang shook his head, feeling somewhat puzzled as well. Logically speaking, after Shen Luoyun was sent back last night, the poison from the heartbreak powder should have already penetrated deep into her bloodstream. The entire Shen family couldn't possibly remain calm. But as of today, when the competition started, he had not received a single call from the Shen family. This left him somewhat puzzled. Does the Shen family really not care about Shen Luoyun's life or death? For the sake of the Shen family's reputation, even if it means watching Shen Luoyun die, they won't call to beg him? Then it wasn't him who killed Shen Luoyun, but the stubbornness and ruthlessness of the Shen family. Could it be that Shen Luoyun's poison has been cured? Is that why she hasn't called you? The person next to him asked in surprise. Bullshit, impossible. Wei Guang immediately shouted coldly, his face grim, "My 3-day intestinal severing powder was personally prepared by the top medical king of the Wei family of Shuzhou according to an ancient formula. No one but my Wei family can cure it. I think the Shin family is just too proud to come and beg me. But don't rush once today is over, the poison will be deep in, penetrating to the bone marrow by then, it will be too late for the Shin family to beg me." Wei Guang sneered. "Besides, look, the competition is about to start, and Shin Luoyun hasn't shown up yet, has he?" As he said this, Wei Guang couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the Shin family. Sure enough, in the seats that were usually occupied by the Shin family, he only saw Shin Songlin and Su Ming, but not Shin Luoyun. But when he looked over, he was shocked to find that Shin Songlin and Su Ming were also staring at him intently. Wei Guang's heart skipped a beat. It felt like I was being targeted by a butcher. And he was the piece of meat on the chopping board. In just one glance, he was already covered in cold sweat. Wei Guang hurriedly turned around. I took a deep breath. "You're just scaring yourself. The Shin family is probably in a terrible predicament right now, so they don't have time to deal with him. Even if they wanted to take action against him, he still holds Shin Luoyun's life in his hands. The Shin family couldn't be so foolish as to risk Shin Luoyun's life to fight him." Thinking this way, Wei Guang felt much more relaxed. "Take your seat." Su Ming turned his head and asked, "Is Luoyun coming again?" "Sigh, that girl is so stubborn. Prince Su just helped her detoxify, and she's still weak and hasn't recovered. I told her not to come to the competition anymore and to rest at the hotel, but she insisted on coming, saying it wasn't for herself, but for Prince Su and also for pride. This girl is great in every way, except that her personality is too much like mine." Shin Songlin smiled awkwardly and helplessly. Su Ming smiled slightly and said calmly, "I can understand with her personality, how could she be so easily tricked? She certainly wasn't doing it for herself. Wei Guang is going to be in trouble. Let her make her move. The Wei family of Shuzhou is nothing to me, Shin Songlin. Even if Wei Guang dies here today, I can still handle it," Shin Songlin said with great enthusiasm. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Even if Shin Songlin can't handle it, there's still him. Shin Luoyun was determined to vent her anger, and no one could stop her. Among the crowd, Wan Shirin stared at Su Ming, her brows furrowing and her expression complicated. Didn't Su Ming promise her he wouldn't appear on the field again? Why are you here again? Hopefully, that kid won't cause any more trouble today. Otherwise, if the competition she organized on behalf of the Kyushu Medical Academy runs into trouble one after another, she might offend the Kyushu Medical Academy and then she would be in deep trouble. Is everyone here? 1 minute until the competition officially begins. Those who fail to arrive on time will be considered eliminated. On the high platform, the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy stood and spoke in a loud voice. Wei Guang turned his head and looked around, but still couldn't see Shin Luoyun. It seems like it's a sure thing. A confident smile crept onto his lips. Time's up. Me too. Just then, two voices rang out almost simultaneously. When the Kyushu Medical Academy announced that the time was up, a voice rang out in the square. Shin Luoyun pushed through the crowd and slowly walked out. Ha! Upon seeing Shin Luoyun appear, Wei Guang was so startled that he almost fell off the stage. How is this possible? Has this woman's poison really been cured? Wei Guang looked on in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. How could the Wei family possibly cure their 3-day intestinal breaking powder? He rubbed his eyes hard, looked again, and confirmed that it was indeed Shin Luoyun. Moreover, Shin Luoyun's complexion was rosy, and apart from her lips being a little pale, she looked no different from an ordinary person. Impossible, this is impossible. Wei Guang swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. Young Master Wei, didn't you say that your Wei family's 3-day intestinal severing powder is incurable? The person next to him asked in shock. Shut up. Wei Guang was furious and his mind was racing. He had no idea what was going on. Ms. Shin? The Kyushu Medical Academy staff member who announced the start of the match from the stands immediately looked annoyed. He had just announced the start when Shin Luoyun arrived right on time. This is not allowed according to the competition rules. But the other party is Shin Luo Yun, who is ranked first in the competition. We have to give the Shin family some face. Most importantly, King Su is still watching from below. The person announcing the competition turned around and looked at Lord Luo Qianshan behind him with a frustrated expression. Luo Qianshan nodded slightly. Let's continue. Good. The other party then turned around and said to Shin Luo Yun, Miss Shin, please come to the stage and take your seat. The competition is about to begin. Yes. Yes, thank you for your help. Shin Luo Yun slowly walked onto the stage, choosing a seat next to Wei Guang instead of going anywhere else. He stood there. Wei Guang's face turned ashen. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. At this moment, he could only pray in his heart that the Shin family had not discovered it, and that Shin Luo Yun had not realized that he had scared him into giving her the poison. After all, he had given the poison to Su Wei, who then personally administered it to Shin Luo Yun. In this situation, as long as Su Wei doesn't expose him, no one else will know. Wei Guang, right, you were at the bar party last night, weren't you? Shin Luo Yun looked ahead, but her tone was extremely cold, as if she were talking to someone who didn't exist. But as soon as he said that, Wei Guang was so frightened that he almost knelt down. He forced himself to remain calm, but shook his head with a grim expression. No, although I was invited, the party was already over when I got there. I see, no wonder I've never seen you before, but I didn't know your name was Wei Guang either. What are you admitting? Shin Luo Yun suddenly turned her head, her sharp, knife-like gaze instantly landing on Wei Guang. Clang! Wei Guang was so frightened that he dropped the medicine cauldron in his hand to the ground, and all the medicinal herbs he had prepared scattered all over the ground. Today, the competition is about alchemy. 541, Chapter 541. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red. What are you doing? No communication allowed. If this happens more than 3 times, you'll be eliminated. The judges from the 9 provinces medical academy, who had been watching the scene closely, were drawn by the commotion from Shin Luo Yun and Wei Guang's side. They stood up abruptly, pointed at the scene, and shouted. This stern shout relieved a lot of Wei Guang's pressure. Shin Luo Yun's probing glance just now was so cold that it made his heart skip a beat. He was already drenched in sweat. He turned his head and looked at Shin Luo Yun with an embarrassed expression. Miss Shin, can we talk about this after the competition? Okay. Shin Luo Yun smiled coldly. Then I'll tell you, as long as you can beat me in the rankings in today's competition, I will not only forgive what you did, but I will also voluntarily withdraw from the competition. How about that? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Wei Guang, who was already extremely flustered, immediately felt emboldened. If it were a contest of strength, he might not necessarily lose to Shin Luo Yun, a woman. Of course it's true. Shin Luo Yun smiled meaningfully. Okay, it's settled then. Wei Guang regained his confidence, picked up the medicine cauldron that had fallen to the ground, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate on refining medicine. Shin Luo Yun smiled and began to calmly refine the medicine. Luo Yun is still too impatient. Seeing the scene from the stands, Shin Songlin couldn't help but shake his head. With the power of the Shin family, once the competition is over, even if Wei Guang grows wings, he will not be able to escape. He will only face death. Therefore, Shin Luo Yun had no need to personally go on stage to scare the other party. Doing so would only alert them. The game might not even be over yet, and that kid is already trying to make a quick getaway. No. Su Ming, however, curled the corners of his lips into a slight smile, as if he saw through everything, and said with a smile, what Shin Luo Yun wants is not just for Wei Guang to pay the price and kneel down to beg for mercy. What she wants is for Wei Guang to be utterly disgraced and unable to die. How can this be proven? Shin Songlin immediately showed a look of shock. His own daughter has such methods, how come he never knew? Having watched Shin Luo Yun grow up, he knew his daughter's personality very well. Although he was a bit arrogant at times, he was mostly law-abiding and knew what was right. With a pure and kind heart, let alone the idea of ruining someone's reputation, even if Shin Luo Yun wanted to do it, she probably wouldn't be able to think of a way. Just wait and see. Su Ming grinned, seemingly understanding Shin Luo Yun better than her biological father, Shin Songlin. The game continues. Today's main competition involves the Kyushu Medical Academy providing a prescription for a grade 3 elixir. All participants will refine the elixir according to the prescription, and the person who produces the best and most effective elixir will be ranked accordingly. Only the top 10 can advance to the final day. All the others were eliminated. Soon, the competition ended, and all the participating renowned doctors presented their prepared medicines one by one. Wei Guang is full of confidence. He could easily obtain a mere third-grade pill. While he wouldn't say it was 100% effective, it was still about 70 to 80% pure. Alchemy was his forte. Under these circumstances, he did not believe that Shen Luoyun could surpass him. Not to mention others, when he takes out his medicine, it's a show-stopping performance that steals the show. After a unanimous review by all our judges, we will now announce the competition rankings. First place, Wei Guang, with a drug efficacy rate as high as 80%, which is unprecedented. They've already reached the level of a medical king, which has truly broadened our horizons. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Like a raging storm, countless people were shocked and amazed. Medical king level, my god, what's the point of this competition? Just announce that young Master Wei has advanced. This is the first time I've heard the Kyushu Medical Academy give such high praise. Young Master Wei truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 physician in Shuzhou. He's incredibly skilled. Everyone was amazed. Wei Guang couldn't help but burst into laughter, extremely pleased with himself. Turning to Shen Luoyun, he said, "Miss Shen, you must remember your words. This competition is considered a victory for me, right? Our grudges are now settled. I can only say that I, Wei Guang, am superior in skill. Don't rush." Shen Luoyun smiled, seemingly not having heard Wei Guang's words at all. "What do you mean don't rush? Didn't you hear the rankings announced? I'm #1, even you can't beat me." Wei Guang was extremely proud and arrogant. However, the next moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the judges of the Kyushu Medical Academy suddenly started discussing among themselves. They didn't announce the next rankings, they seemed to be discussing and researching something. A moment later, the physician who had announced the rankings looked up again, his gaze cold and composed, and said, "I apologize, we misjudged earlier. After our re-examination, the pills submitted by Wei Guang are poisonous. Toxic medicinal materials were added to them. Therefore, we have decided to disqualify Wei Guang from the competition, and his ranking is void." What? Upon hearing this, Wei Guang was so shocked that his mouth dropped open, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he almost fainted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He clearly prepared the medicine according to the prescription. How could it be poisonous? He seemed to realize something, and suddenly turned his head, looking at Shen Luoyun in shock. "It was you tampered with my medicinal herbs? When?" Shen Luoyun smiled without saying a word. Meanwhile, the rankings continued to be announced from above. First place goes to Shen Luoyun. Wow! The crowd gasped in surprise once again. Wei Guang actually managed to concoct poison? First place has been cancelled. This situation is so unexpected. Shen Luoyun then slowly turned around, looking at Wei Guang with a cold smile. "You lost. Don't you like using poison? I'm just returning the favor. That's enough. Just now, when you dropped the medicine cauldron, the herbs I gave you were all stained with horsetail grass. Horsetail grass? You should know what that is, right?" Shen Luoyun smiled with a deep, enigmatic smile. "You bitch, how dare you harm me?" Wei Guang flew into a rage, his eyes turning bloodshot. He went berserk on the spot, letting out a shrill roar, and pounced on Shen Luoyun like a mad beast. "Take it down." At a command from the Kyushu Medical Academy, several Grandmaster-level guards rushed onto the stage and kicked Wei Guang over, pinning him to the ground. "That's not fair! That's not fair!" Wei Guang was still shouting wildly, his voice echoing throughout the entire selection competition venue. Little did he know that the whole wipe it all off thing was a lie. From the moment Shen Luoyun appeared, it was already decided how to ruin his reputation and make him lose face. Amidst his roars, Wei Guang had gone completely mad. "Drag him away, lock him up, and let the Wei family come and take him away." Luo Qianshan slowly stepped out and issued a stern command. "I see." Shen Sanglin's eyes widened suddenly. It turns out that Luo Yun tampered with the medicinal herbs he gave the boy while he was panicking. Luo Yun deliberately frightened the boy into a panic. But when did my Luo Yun learn to be so meticulous and resort to such methods? Shin Songlin was shocked and couldn't help but turn to look at Su Ming. Could this be a case of one is influenced by one's surroundings? Having been by Su Wang's side for too long, he has already picked up Su Ming's scheming skills. Shin Songlin didn't know how to express his feelings for a moment. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. 542, Chapter 542. Shin Songlin, come and face your death. Don't look at me like that. I didn't teach her any of these things. I just taught her medical skills. Su Ming grinned. He slowly stood up, smiled, and said, I think you should think about how to deal with the retaliation from the Wei family. The Wei family's only contestant is the eldest young master of the Wei family. They will definitely not let this go so easily. After saying that, Su Ming left. He only came to check on things today and didn't want to stay any longer. After all, he still had an appointment with Wan Shirin. The Wei family is nothing. Shin Songlin, with an arrogant and disdainful smile, said, if the Wei family really dares to retaliate, I'll make sure no matter how many come, they'll all be lying down. Not one of them will leave alive. The Shin family is now among the top 50 in the medical field. They have every right to be arrogant. He didn't even consider the Wei family of Shuzhou a threat. That very night, more than a dozen Grandmaster War Gods and nearly 100 Supreme War Gods entered Cloud City and headed towards the International Hotel. Wei Guang was led out by the Wei family members and met the head of the Wei family, Wei Qinghu, outside. He was also Wei Guang's father. Dad, you have to stand up for me. I was completely framed. Even if I, Wei Guang, am stupid, I wouldn't go so far as to concoct poison during the selection competition and ruin the Wei family's reputation. Wei Guang was filled with grief and indignation, and cried out to heaven and earth. Before him stood Wei Qinghu, wearing an overcoat, his face radiating an imposing and domineering aura. His eyes were as fierce and sharp as a tiger's. I understand you don't need to say anything more. I've already had someone investigate thoroughly. It's true that the Shin family resorted to any means necessary to frame you unjustly. My Wei family of Shuzhou has never suffered such humiliation. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. It's time to let those idiots in Yunqing see the true strength of the Wei family of Shuzhou. Wei Qinghu was awe-inspiring and possessed an extraordinary and heroic spirit. But Dad, the Shin family is no ordinary family. I heard they've already entered the top 50 in medicine. Even we are far inferior to them. Wei Guan was naturally happy to hear that his father was going to step forward. But I can't help but worry. The Shin family's current status and position make it no exaggeration to call them the #1 medical family in Zhongzhou in Yunqing. They are an overwhelming force. If this goes wrong, it'll be like throwing an egg against a rock. Snort! Wei Qinghu sneered, dismissing the matter with disdain, and said coldly, being among the top 50 in medicine is nothing but a title. With the Shin family's resources, how could they possibly compete with me? My son, do you know how many people I brought with me this time? How many people? Wei Guang asked in shock. Before Wei Qinghu could answer, a member of the Wei family standing behind him suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, reporting to the master and young master, all our men have arrived. A total of 107 Supreme War Gods and 13 Grandmaster War Gods. All personnel assembled. Did you hear that? Wei Qinghu's face was full of a vicious smile as he coldly sneered, whatever the Shin family did to humiliate you, I'll make them pay tenfold. I want that old man Shin Songlin to kowtow and admit his mistake to my Wei family. As for Shin Luoyun, do with him however you like. This power is enough to flatten the Yunqing International Hotel and hang that good-for-nothing Shin Songlin up and whip him. Wei Qinghu let out a wild laugh. Oh my God! Wei Guang stared wide-eyed in shock. With so many people and so many experts, Father has truly gone all out this time. This must be the entire strength of the Wei family, right? If that's the case, then taking down Shin Songlin and Shin Luoyun would indeed be a piece of cake. After all, this is Yunqing, not Zhongzhou. The Shin family probably won't be able to find any helpers in the short term. Moreover, Shin Songlin probably hasn't realized it yet, let alone knows the Wei family's determination to go all in. Thinking of this, Wei Guang's confidence also increased greatly. He then let out a sinister laugh, his face contorted with malice, and said, "Dad, that brat Shin Luoyun must be dealt with by me personally. I'll make her wish she were dead." Rest assured, from this moment on, the entire Yin city will be under the control of the Wei family. Set off. With a loud roar, Wei Qinghu immediately led his men towards the International Hotel. Inside the International Hotel. After hearing what Su Ming said, Shin Luoyun also showed a worried expression. He said to Shin Songlin, "Dad, why don't we find some help first? The Wei family isn't willing to be eliminated by my schemes like this. They'll definitely retaliate. If all else fails, we should contact Zhengzhou now and ask the family to send reinforcements. Otherwise, how can the two of us withstand the Wei family's retaliation?" Shin Luoyun's concerns were not unfounded. She and Shin Songlin didn't have many people in Yunqing, including servants and bodyguards. There were only about 10 people in total, and none of them were any important figures. If something goes wrong, let alone blocking them, they'll probably have a hard time escaping. Most importantly, she had personally witnessed and experienced that Su Ming's words and judgments during this period had never been wrong. What's there to be afraid of? Shin Songlin scoffed, saying nonchalantly, "I don't believe the Wei family has the guts to cause us trouble. The Wei family is nothing with our current status. They're not even worthy of shining our shoes. He'd only dare to come if he had a death wish. Don't worry, even King Su makes mistakes sometimes. There's no need to take it to heart. Misjudgment? Other things are fine." But when this was mentioned, Shin Luoyun's heart skipped a beat. When has Su Ming ever made a wrong judgment? This could really cause a disaster. Just then, the landline phone in the room rang. Shin Songlin answered the phone and gave a curt hello. "Mr. Shin, someone here needs to see you. Could you please come down to the lobby on the first floor?" It was the flustered voice of the receptionist. Shin Songlin sneered, "Who is it? Anyone would be want to see me, no. He said it was urgent and asked you to come out." The receptionist said anxiously. "You're crazy, so annoying." Shin Songlin hung up the phone and turned to Shin Luoyun, saying, "Someone's calling to see me. Guess it's someone from the Wei family coming to beg for mercy. They're probably crying and apologizing to me." With a grin, Shin Songlin led Shin Luoyun out and took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. But as soon as Shin Songlin stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned. The lobby of the International Hotel was packed with people. There are over 100 of them. Moreover, they all possess strength at the level of supreme war gods. An immense aura enveloped the area. Upon seeing this, Shin Songlin was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. The Wei family has really come? Shin Songlin, come here and prepare to die. Wei Qinghu slowly turned around, his fierce and savage gaze, like that of a lion, instantly landing on Shin Songlin. Shin Luoyun's face also turned extremely pale. Everything Su Ming predicted was correct. And he himself, the father, was slow to realize the situation, and now he doesn't even have a chance to escape. This is it, we're completely finished. 543, Chapter 543. 1 second later, one killed. The main hall of the Shin family. Dad, I just received news that nearly 100 supreme war gods have entered the city in a short period of time tonight, and the Wei family members have gathered in large numbers and headed to the International Hotel. I think they're all after Shin Luoyun and Shin Songlin. Is the Wei family retaliating? Should we provide assistance to the Shin family? In the hall, Wan Shirin put down her phone and slowly turned to look at Wan Jinshan. What kind of aid? Wan Jinshan sneered and grinned mockingly. If the Shin family resorts to such tricks, making Wei Guang, the young master of the Wei family, concoct poison on the spot, ruining his reputation and implicating the Wei family, then they should be prepared for the consequences of their retaliation. She, Shin Luoyun, thinks she's clever, but she's just being self-righteous and digging her own grave. It's time to teach the Shin family a lesson, so they won't act recklessly in Yunqing and think they're invincible. Have you forgotten about Shin Songlin slapping your mother? Wan Jinshan sneered, secretly hoping the Shin family would die. They didn't have much of a relationship with the Shin family to begin with. If the Shin family were to die, they would actually have one less rival and one less danger. But Shin Luoyun is a contestant, and she's the first place winner in the competition. If something happens to her, won't the Kyushu Medical Academy blame us? Wan Shirin said with some worry. What's it to us? Wan Qinshan scoffed, grinning coldly. We're only responsible for organizing the competition, not for security. Don't worry, the Shin family won't survive as far as I know. The Kyushu Medical Academy and the Shin family are staying at that international hotel. Unless the Kyushu Medical Academy intervenes, no one can protect them. Besides, even if the 9 provinces medical academy intervenes, they probably can't do anything about those 100 supreme war gods. If even the Imperial Medical Academy of Kyushu can't do anything, what can we do? Wan Qinshan chuckled smugly, picked up his teacup and took a sip, already eager to see the Shin family's fate. Shireen, your father is right. 100 supreme war gods, who can save them, in the entire Cloud City? How many supreme war gods can we find? We can just wait and watch the show, you don't need to worry about anything else. Luo Hongxia also laughed. The entire Wan family was waiting to see what would happen. But Wan Shireen had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. However, what father said makes a lot of sense. The Wei family has come out in full force, and it's simply not something the Wan family can interfere with. But is there really no one in the international hotel? Wan Shireen had some doubts in her heart. Shen Luoyun's performance so far has been quite unusual. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Wan Shireen shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. Inside the international hotel. Shin Songlin, come here and prepare to die. Wei Qinghu pointed at Shin Songlin and roared again, his voice filled with chilling killing intent. If you don't kneel down in front of me within 3 seconds, I'll start with your daughter. Shin Songlin was instantly terrified, his scalp tingling and his limbs turning ice cold. Is the Wei family really going to fight him to the death? Su Wan was absolutely right. My vest was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Shin Sunlin's face was terribly pale. He slowly stepped forward and forced an awkward smile, saying, Patriarch Wei, Master Wei, let's talk this out. I think this is all a misunderstanding. Yes, my Shin family has made mistakes. My daughter was ignorant and used some tricks on young Master Wei, but it was young Master Wei who was impolite first, giving my daughter a 3-day intestinal severing poison. I think we should let the young people handle their own affairs. We, as the heads of the family, shouldn't gamble the future of the entire family for the sake of the young. It's just not worth it. Shin Songlin tried to sort out the whole incident and persuade Wei Qinghu with words. After all, in this whole scene, if it came down to a contest of strength or power, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back, he would have died on the spot. There are over 100 supreme war gods and 13 grandmaster war gods. How do we fight this? They could easily raze the entire international hotel complex to the ground. Moreover, the Shin family did absolutely nothing wrong in this matter. Smack! However, as soon as Shin Songlin finished speaking, Wei Guang raised his hand and slapped Shin Songlin across the face, leaving 5 bright red marks. Kneel down! Wei Qinghu roared. Thump! Shin Songlin knelt before Wei Qinghu, his face flushed. In the face of absolute power, any reasoning or sophistry is useless. Might makes right. And you, come here and kneel down in front of my son. Wei Qinghu suddenly looked up, his killing intent radiating, and pointed at Shin Luoyun, shouting fiercely. Shin Luoyun trembled, gritted her teeth, and slowly stepped forward, but did not kneel. She stared intently at Wei Qinghu and said, a person should be reasonable. What I, Shin Luoyun, have done is my business, and it is also my personal grudge with Wei Guang Patriarch Wei. I do not think it is fair and square for you to use your power to oppress others. If the Wei family is truly capable, I'm willing to compete with Wei Guang 10 more times. If I lose even once, I'll consider the Shin family the loser. I'll even kowtow and apologize to you. Bang! Wei Qinghu slapped Shin Luoyun across the face, causing her mouth to split open and blood to flow immediately. What a stubborn little girl, you think you can just decide to compete like that? Do you have the qualifications? What makes you think you can risk your life against the Wei family all by yourself? If I want you dead, you must die. Kneel down, do you hear me? Wei Qinghu let out an extremely fierce voice. Wei Guang also revealed a sinister and cruel smile. Shin Luoyun, so what if you have amazing methods? Before the 100 supreme beings of my Wei family, they are not as fragile and powerless as ants, but at my mercy to trample and ravage. Wei Guang was absolutely thrilled. He stared at Shin Luoyun with a trembling, excited grin, wanting to see Shin Luoyun kneeling before him, head bowed, looking dejected. The number one medical genius of Zhengzhou is nothing but a nobody. Kneel down, I won't say it a third time. Wei Qinghu's murderous aura surged. 3 or 4 supreme war gods had already stepped forward behind him, their imposing aura enveloping Shin Luoyun as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But Shin Luoyun gritted her teeth, her face ashen, and showed no intention of kneeling down. It's over, it's over. Kneeling, Shin Songlin felt utterly hopeless, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. He knew Shin Luoyun's stubbornness, even if she died, she would never kneel. But if the Wei family dares to storm in so openly, then they will definitely not show any mercy. What should we do? At this moment, Shin Songlin was filled with regret. He only regretted his own cleverness, why he didn't listen to King Su's advice and take precautions in advance. He has failed Shin Luoyun and Prince Su. I'm such a stupid pig. Shin Sunglin's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched so tightly they were clicking, and his whole body was trembling. Court death. Seeing that Shin Luoyun refused to kneel, Wei Qinghu's killing intent had reached its breaking point. Ding ding ding. Just then, the landline phone at the front desk suddenly rang. The receptionist, trembling with fear, answered the phone. Hello? The receptionist asked a question, then, with a shocked expression and trembling body, he picked up the phone and said to Wei Qinghu, who was exuding a murderous aura, Master Wei, someone is looking for you. What? Everyone present was stunned. Including Wei Qinghu. He turned his head in surprise, his gaze falling on the phone, and his murderous aura almost burst forth. At this damn time, someone actually dared to call him. Are you crazy? And how did they know he was here by calling the front desk's landline? Could they be from an international hotel? Wei Qinghu looked suspicious and angry, walked over, and took the phone. Hey, who the hell are you? Wei Qinghu asked impatiently. Wei Qinghu, right, there are 8 people left in your Shuzhou family, including your 2 wives, 4 children, and 2 elderly people. Li Zhao's Shuzhou army has already infiltrated your entire Wei family. Now, come up to me, International Hotel, 3rd floor, room 371. You have 3 minutes. If you're even a second late, I'll kill one of you. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Wei Qinghu was completely dumbfounded. Holding the phone, he remained motionless for a long time, staring blankly, as if struck by lightning. Shuzhou army? Li Xiao? What's going on? 544, Chapter 544. Thanking King Su for sparing my life. What kind of person could mobilize Li Xiao and the Shuzhou army? Could it be that there's a master inside this hotel? That's impossible. He had already inquired before coming here among the people in this international hotel. Only the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Shin family had decent backgrounds. What other people are there? But this phone call had already given him a hold on his lifeline. What exactly happened? Wei Qinghu felt a chill run down his spine, and before he knew it, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Wei Guang leaned closer, asking with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Wei Qinghu slowly put down the phone, stiffly turned around, his face extremely grim, and said to Wei Guang, you stay here and keep an eye on these 2. I am going up to check on them. Don't move without my orders. Good. Wei Guang responded blankly, unaware of what had happened. Wei Qinghu had already strode quickly and hurriedly into the elevator, heading towards the 3rd floor. 3 minutes. Wei Qinghu timed it perfectly and rushed to room 371. Then he suddenly pushed the door open and entered. He was stunned when he entered the room. There was no one else in the room except for 2 people, Luo Qianshan, the head of the Kyushu Medical Academy, and an unremarkable young man whom I had never seen before. Wei Qinghu glanced around, his panicked gaze landing on Luo Qianshan. I understood instantly. Could it be that Luo Qianshan made that phone call just now? Is Luo Qianshan planning to interfere in the Wei family's affairs? Although he was very unwilling to be controlled by Luo Qianshan, Wei Qinghu had no choice but to submit because the lives of his entire family were in Luo Qianshan's hands. Upon approaching Luo Qianshan, he bowed respectfully and said, "This humble one, Wei Qinghu, pays his respects to Lord Luo. If I have done anything wrong, please forgive me. My wife and children should not be implicated." Luo Qianshan rolled his eyes. This guy must be an idiot. He doesn't even know who he's supposed to meet. No wonder he's acting like a moron and dares to cause a scene at the International Hotel. He's an absolute idiot. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Wei Qinghu, and grinned sarcastically. "Since you know that the harm shouldn't extend to your wife and children, why did you still mobilize so many people to surround the International Hotel? Why don't you let Shen Luoyun and your son resolve their own issues? Your son suffered a loss because he was simply outmatched. You insisted on being the first to stick your neck out. Now you're saying the harm shouldn't extend to your wife and children. Isn't it a little too late? Who the hell are you?" Wei Qinghu suddenly turned his head, his fierce eyes instantly fixed on Su Ming. He might give Luo Qianshan face, but that doesn't mean he has to give Su Ming face. This kid, who hasn't even grown his hair yet, might just be one of Luo Qianshan's lackeys, and he's not even worthy of speaking to him. "I'm talking to Lord Luo, who gave you the right to interrupt. If you utter another word, don't blame me for slapping your mouth shut." Wei Qinghu exuded an imposing aura and was overbearing. Presumptuous. Luo Qianshan was instantly enraged. He stood up abruptly, pointed at Wei Qinghu, and shouted, "You don't kneel before Prince Su, and you even dare to be disrespectful to him. Wei Qinghu, it seems you're more than just stupid. I think you're doomed." "King Su? What king?" Wei Qinghu was startled, and his surprised and suspicious gaze instantly fell on Su Ming. Within the 9 provinces, how many dare to call themselves kings? This kid has some nerve. However, Su Ming smiled faintly, took out his phone and threw it on the table, grinning at Wei Qinghu. "This is Li Zhao's phone. He has been listening to our entire conversation. How about we make a deal? Take your men, take your son, and get out of Yunqing immediately. I'll have Li Zhao withdraw from your Wei family right now. Otherwise, I guarantee that not a single member of your Wei family will survive." Su Ming spoke with a smile, but his aura was imposing as Mount Tai. Even if Wei Qinghu was stupid, he could sense that something was wrong. Shocked, she took 2 steps back and stared at Su Ming in disbelief. "Who exactly are you? Could it be that the person who made the call just now wasn't Luo Qianshan, but this kid? How is that possible? You're such an idiot." Luo Qianshan gave a mocking sneer. "You don't even recognize the king of the 9 provinces. The fact that you're still alive and standing here is already a blessing you've accumulated over 10 lifetimes. If King Su wants to destroy you, don't even think about leaving the hotel today, not even if you have hundreds of supreme war gods. Have you heard of the war god army? Your men are nothing but a fart in front of the war god army." Luo Qianshan sneered and shook his head. "I feel that Wei Qinghu's stupidity is beyond redemption. The war god army, the king of the 9 provinces?" Upon hearing this name, Wei Qinghu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His scalp tingled, and his legs involuntarily buckled to their knees. He stared at Su Ming in utter shock and disbelief. You are the famous leader of the war god army, the king of the 9 provinces? Oh my god. Even the arrogant Wei Qinghu was nearly scared to death at this moment. The king of Kyushu actually participated in the selection competition of the Kyushu Medical Academy. The tiny cloud city is actually home to the king of the 9 provinces. And yet, he actually led his men to force his way into the king of Kyushu's residence? Wei Qinghu was completely dumbfounded. That's not all. Luo Qianshan sneered. The Shen family only entered the top 50 of the 9 provinces medical school with the help of Prince Su. Shen Luoyun is also Prince Su's outstanding disciple. Otherwise, why do you think Shen Luoyun's medical skills are so amazing? Why is your son being played by Miss Shen without even realizing it? Your Wei family is a complete bunch of idiots. You actually dared to touch Su Wang's disciple. How do you want to die? Luo Qianshan said with a face full of disdain. I. Wei Qinghu instantly broke down. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice across the face, bursting into tears. He then crawled on his knees to Su Ming and kowtowed repeatedly to him. Prince Su, spare my life. Prince Su, spare the lives of my Wei family. Wei Qinghu was going crazy. Little did he know that his supposedly overwhelming presence in Yunqing would make him an unstoppable force. But then, they ran into the king of Kyushu. At that moment, he felt that there was no one in the world more unlucky than him. Wei Qinghu howled and begged for mercy, his head banging against the ground with loud thuds, tears and blood streaming down his face. Waste! Luo Qianshan snorted coldly. Su Ming calmly asked, "So, do you agree to the exchange conditions I just mentioned?" I promise, I promise." Wei Qinghu trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly. How could he dare refuse? This wasn't a bargaining chip at all, it was a death sentence for him. If he dares not accept it, let alone take revenge on the Shin family. It's very likely that not even a hair on the Shin family will be harmed, but everyone in the Wei family will be buried. Alright then, get lost. By the way, did you hurt Shin Luo Yun? Su Ming asked again, his voice icy. Yes, you scoundrel, you slapped her. Wei Qinghu trembled all over and said in a weak voice. Put your face out here. Su Ming said expressionlessly. Yes. Wei Qinghu obediently extended his face. Su Ming slapped Wei Qinghu across the face with such force that it almost sent Wei Qinghu flying. At this moment, Wei Qinghu realized how terrifying Su Ming was. A single slap could have almost killed him. He had no more doubts whatsoever. Get out, don't let me ever hear about your Wei family again in Yuncheng. Su Ming gave a sharp shout. Yes, thank you, Prince Su, for sparing my life. Wei Qinghu quickly got up, knelt down to thank him, and then fled the room in a panic. 545, Chapter 545 Apprenticeship to the King of the Nine Provinces. Lobby of the International Hotel. Shin Songlin was still kneeling, trembling all over. He didn't know what had happened up there, but it was possible that he and Shin Luo Yun were both doomed today. All of this was caused by his arrogance and pride. Thinking of this, Shin Songlin felt so remorseful he wanted to die. Wei Guang looked at Shin Luo Yun with a smug and mocking smile. Shin Luo Yun, you never dreamed that you would fall into my hands, did you? If you were smarter, you would cooperate obediently, withdraw from the selection competition, and become my woman. Wei Guang, perhaps you could achieve even greater success. Go further. Too bad, you're stupid enough to try and oppose me, and even dare to play tricks on me. This is your fate. Come on, don't say that I, Wei Guang, am going too far. I'll give you another chance now. All you need to do is kneel in front of me, kowtow to me, and then promise in front of everyone that you will be my woman from now on. Then I'll give you a way out. Wei Guang looked at Shin Luo Yun with arrogance. Although he hated Shin Luo Yun to the core. But it's such a pity to kill such a beautiful woman with a single blow. If I could take her back, play with her slowly, and then throw her away like trash after I get tired of her, that would be the only way to vent my anger. Tay. Shin Luo Yun looked at Wei Guang with cold disdain and spat in his face. Rubbish. Shin Luo Yun scoffed, in my eyes, you'll always be trash. You fucking want to die. Wei Guang flew into a rage, raised his hand, and slapped Shin Luo Yun hard across the face. Stop. Just then, a panicked shout came from the elevator door. Wei Guang's hand froze in midair. Everyone turned to look and saw Wei Qinghu, his face covered in blood, tumbling and crawling out of the elevator. Because the blood had blurred his face. Wei Guang didn't recognize him at first glance. He shouted in shock and anger, "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Wei family? I am your father." Wei Qinghu had already rushed in front of Wei Guang and slapped him across the face. The blow sent Wei Guang flying, his teeth scattered on the ground. He covered his face in shock and turned around, looking at Wei Qinghu with disbelief. "Dad, what happened to you? What happened?" Mentioning this made Wei Qinghu furious. If it weren't for the fact that Wei Guang was his son, he would have killed Wei Guang on the spot. "You beast, how dare you talk back? Don't you know who you've offended? You almost got me killed. You bastard." Enraged, Wei Qinghu rushed forward and slapped Wei Guang several more times, leaving Wei Guang with blood streaming from his mouth. Wei Guang knelt on the ground, too afraid to move, letting out a pitiful wail. "Dad, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Wei Guang screamed in agony, but he didn't know what he had done wrong. He just felt that his father had gone completely insane after going upstairs and coming back. The other hundreds of supreme war gods present were dumbfounded by what they saw, not knowing what had happened. Even Shen Songlin was stunned. Has Wei Qinghu really gone mad? Will they suddenly start a massacre? However, after Wei Qinghu came to his senses, he walked straight to Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun and knelt down in front of them with a thud. Then he kowtowed 3 times to Shen Songlin, slapped himself several times, and said with a face full of fear and remorse, "Please, Master Shen, spare me. I, Wei Qinghu, am a complete idiot. Please, Master Shen, have mercy and don't take a beast like me seriously." Ha! Shen Songlin was completely dumbfounded. This is even more bewildering than when the entire hotel was surrounded by the Wei family just now. What exactly happened? Having escaped unscathed, Shen Songlin quickly nodded, "I forgive you." Thank you, Mr. Shen." Then Wei Qinghu said to Shen Luoyun in a flustered manner, "Please forget about today's events, Miss Shen, and convey my greetings to your master from now on. If Miss Shen has any requests, the Wei family will go through fire and water for you." Master? Upon hearing those 2 words, Shen Luoyun's mind went blank, and she immediately understood what had happened. Could it be because of Brother Su? That guy probably went upstairs just now because he got a lesson from Su Ming. So that's how it is. Shen Luoyun suddenly realized. It turns out that it was Brother Su who saved me. Shen Luoyun was so happy that tears streamed down her face. After realizing what was happening, Shen Luoyun glanced at Wei Qinghu with disdain and coldly said, "Get out of here, and don't let me see anyone from your Wei family again." "Yes, thank you, Miss Shen." Wei Qinghu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly led his men to retreat. I couldn't help but feel shocked and moved. As expected of the king of Kyushu's disciple, even his words are exactly the same, without the slightest falsehood. So Wei Qinghu led all the top warriors of his Wei family in a hurried retreat, fleeing the nightmarish international hotel. Luoyun, what exactly happened? Wei Qinghu went upstairs and he seems like a completely different person. Shen Songlin asked blankly. I haven't quite grasped what's going on yet. Shen Luoyun looked at her father as if he were an idiot and said irritably, Dad, don't you understand, it was Brother Su who saved us otherwise, even if it were Luo Qianshan from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, could he have done anything to Wei Qinghu? I see. Shen Songlin also suddenly realized the truth. Inside the car the Wei family evacuated in. Dad, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me like this? Didn't you come here to avenge me? You think you can just ignore the Shen family? Wei Guang covered his face and cried out as he asked. I'm going crazy. What happened tonight was something he simply couldn't accept. He has never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. Report your head, my ass. However, Wei Qinghu roared in exasperation. Do you know who you've offended? It's him, the king of Kyushu. Revenge? You want to take your own head, you want the entire Wei family to die with you, you beast, you're infuriating me. Wei Qinghu was so angry that he wanted to beat Wei Guang up again. The king of the 9 provinces? Wei Guang was dumbfounded. It was like being struck by lightning. Dad, you're saying that Shen Luoyun is the king of the 9 provinces? Wei Guang asked in utter astonishment. You idiot, I don't know how I gave birth to a son like you, or how to save your pig-like brain. Shen Luoyun is not the king of the 9 provinces, but she is the disciple of the king of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, where do you think she got such superb medical skills? Just now, I went upstairs at the International Hotel and personally paid my respects to the king of Kyushu. If I hadn't confessed my mistake in time, your mother, your sister, and the entire Wei family would all be dead by now. Wei Qinghu roared. Ha! Wei Guang was completely terrified. He sat there blankly, unable to utter a single word, his mind completely empty, and he almost fainted from fright. Shen Luoyun's master is actually the king of Kyushu? 546, Chapter 546. Who can surpass the 9 provinces medical academy? Thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life. After realizing that Su Ming had saved them, Shen Luoyun and Shen Songlin immediately rushed upstairs to express their gratitude. Shen Songlin knelt respectfully before Su Ming and kowtowed. I am so grateful that I am moved to tears, words cannot express my gratitude. If it weren't for Su Ming, he wouldn't know what to do today. Perhaps it's already a corpse. Needless to say, Shen Luoyun had always admired Su Ming to the extreme, and now she admired him even more, her eyes fixed on Su Ming without blinking. Get UP, I knew the Wei family wouldn't let this go. Su Ming said with a calm smile. Those Wei family members are truly ungrateful. Their son is less skilled than others, yet they think they can bring their entire family here for revenge. They even dare to cause a scene at this international hotel, completely disregarding Prince Su. They deserve to die. Luo Qianshan sat beside him and said with a cold smile. In reality, the Wei family had no idea about Su Ming's identity, nor did they know that Su Ming was at this international hotel. Otherwise, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to come and cause trouble. However, with Miss Shen's medical skills, she has already reached the pinnacle. She is already qualified to be a medical king. There is no need for such a troublesome selection competition. If Miss Shen is willing, I will now, as the head of the Kyushu Medical Academy, invite Miss Shen to join the Kyushu Medical Academy. And he will be granted the title of Physician King. I wonder what Miss Shen thinks. Luo Qianshan asked with a smile on his face. This isn't just because of Su Ming. Because Shen Luoyun's medical skills have indeed reached a very high level. Entering the Kyushu Medical Academy is more than enough. Shin Songlin is a person who cherishes talent. If Shen Luoyun joins, the entire Kyushu Medical Academy will be greatly improved. This was the second time Shen Luoyun had received such an invitation. However, she directly declined Wang Han's invitation last time. This would be a golden opportunity for an ordinary person, but Shen Luoyun completely looked down on it. She had already made her plans. He immediately shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Luo, I will continue to participate in the selection competition, but I will not join the 9 provinces medical academy. There is no other reason, because I never thought of joining. I participated in the selection competition only to prove my medical skills and to live up to Brother Su's expectations. This. Luo Qianshan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even his personal invitation would be rejected. This put him in a rather awkward position. But then I thought about it again, and it's true, the 9 provinces medical academy is nothing compared to Prince Su. Shen Luoyun already holds the title of Su Wang's outstanding disciple. How could I possibly choose Kyushu Medical Academy? This isn't about picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. Shin Songlin saw this and was afraid that Shen Luoyun's ignorance would offend the Kyushu Medical Academy. He quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying, Lord Luo, what do you think of me? If you don't mind, I'll join your Kyushu Medical Academy. Just give me the position of Elder of the Medical King. Come on. Luo Qianshan rolled her eyes. I was just saying you're already so old, you wouldn't want to join me even if you wanted to. The two laughed heartily, and this hurdle was considered over. 10,000 families. What, you're saying the entire Wei family has retreated, and they've all left Yun City? Upon hearing this news, Wang Jinshan was shocked and incredulous. He thought Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun were doomed, but he never expected it to turn out like this. It hadn't even been 2 hours, and they had all retreated. This was completely unexpected for him. Calling it a retreat sounds more like an escape to me. Otherwise, why would they evacuate completely overnight? I suspect the Wei family might have suffered a loss, perhaps encountering some important figure at the international hotel, which is why they were so frightened that they fled in panic. Wan Shirin pondered deeply and spoke in a deep voice. She was the first to receive the news. That's when the suspicion arose immediately. After all, if it weren't for that, with the strength of the Wei family's 100 supreme war gods, they could roam freely throughout the entire Yin city, and no one could stop them. What other important figures are at that international hotel, who could scare away the Wei family's 100 war gods? Wan Jinshan asked with a deep frown. Wan Shirin hesitated to speak, because he had found out that, besides the Shin family, the only other family in the international hotel was Luo Qianshan's Kyushu Medical Institute. Strangely enough, Su Ming was also at the international hotel. Although she really didn't want to suspect Su Ming. But this is very strange. To achieve this level of power, one must possess extraordinary abilities and the status of commanding the entire 9 provinces. Dad, do you think it could be Su Ming? Wan Shirin asked in surprise. Ha, who are you talking about? Wan Jinshan wondered if he had misheard, staring at Wan Shirin in astonishment. You mean that good-for-nothing? Shirin, are you out of your mind? You think that good-for-nothing could scare away 100 war gods from the Wei family? Don't be ridiculous. How could that be? Even a dog couldn't be him. Wan Jinshan sneered, his face full of contempt. I think it's very likely that Luo Qianshan made the move after all. Shen Luoyun is the first place winner in the competition. If Luo Qianshan values talent, it's not impossible that he would intervene for Shen Luoyun, this medical prodigy. Wan Jinshan said in a deep voice. I see. Wan Shirin then suddenly realized what was going on. That makes perfect sense. Although the Kyushu Medical Academy doesn't have many powerful figures under its command, it has extensive connections and great power. As long as Luo Qianshan is willing to get involved, resolving this problem isn't too difficult. I almost doubted that kid, how ridiculous. Wan Shirin couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly and shake her head. Alright, that's over, let's not worry about it for now. There's only one day left. Tomorrow is the final of the selection competition. You must do it perfectly, so that the entire Yin City and the entire Zhangzhou can see the capabilities of the Wan family. What the Wan family can do, others cannot. 10,000 Jinshan gave his instructions in a deep voice. Yes. Wan Shirin hurriedly and respectfully responded. Also, take good care of the eldest sons of the Fang and Lu families. If all else fails, slip some red envelopes or gifts to the Kyushu Medical Academy. Make sure they get in. After all, we have a long-standing friendship with the Fang and Lu families, and we can't afford to ruin our relationship with these two powerful families. Wan Jinshan kept making arrangements. I understand, Dad. Wan Shirin agreed again. Inside another 5-star hotel in Yuncheng. The heads of the Fang and Lu families also learned that the Wei family's 100 war gods had retreated and fled Yuncheng. The two sat in the room, their faces somber. Could there really be some extraordinary big shot in this Cloud City? Otherwise, with such formidable strength, why would the Wei family have fled overnight? Fang Songshu was utterly shocked. Lu Yan said in a deep voice, no matter what, the finals are tomorrow. Let's avoid trouble. Once our sons are admitted to the 9 provinces medical academy, we won't care about any big shot he is. Who could possibly be stronger than the 9 provinces medical academy? The two glanced at each other, smiled, and immediately exuded confidence. P.S. Thanks for reading this far. The new book will be released soon, and you'll be thrilled. Thank you. 547, Chapter 547. The Empire is about to change hands. The final round of the selection competition officially began on the second day. Today, in addition to arranging preparations for the competition, Wan Shirin personally brought gifts to the front square and the rear lounge to find Lord Luo Qianshan, hoping that the Kyushu Medical Academy could take care of the young masters of the Fang and Lu families during today's finals. This will also solidify the relationship between the Wan family and the two major families. The Wan family has invested a great deal of money in this matter. The gifts that Wan Shirin brought alone were worth tens of millions. Jade Buddhas, antiques, jewelry, the list goes on and on. But when they arrived at the lounge, they didn't see Luo Qianshan. Instead, they saw 2 medical elders, Zhu Kai and Chen Men, sitting inside. Upon seeing Wan Shirin, the two smiled. Zhu Kai stood up and asked with a smile, Miss Wan, is there something you need? Has the Lord of the Manor not arrived yet? If the Lord of the Manor is not here, then I will come back later. Wan Shirin turned to leave. Oh, Miss Wan, we are also from the Kyushu Medical Academy. If you have anything to say, just tell us. If that doesn't work, we'll pass on your message to the Academy Master. How about that? Zhu Kai said with a big smile. Wan Shirin's eyes lit up, and she thought that this was not bad. She personally delivered the gift to Luo Qianshan, which showed her sincerity, but the head of the 9 provinces medical academy might not accept it. You might end up embarrassing yourself. Give it directly to these 2 people, and let them pass it on to Luo Qianshan that way. Even if Luo Qianshan doesn't accept it, it will be too late to return it. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin nodded and said, "It's like this, the Fang and Lu families in the Huai River Basin have always been on good terms with our Fang family. It's a long-standing family relationship, and I've learned that the young masters of both families have also participated in the selection competition, and have already reached the finals, so I would like to ask the Lord of the Mansion to take care of them, if possible, to allow those two young masters to enter the 9 provinces Medical Academy. It wasn't in vain that I put my heart and soul into the competition." "I see." Zhu Kai looked as if he had just realized something. But inwardly, he was sneering. The Fang and Lu families went to great lengths and used every trick in the book to get their son into the Kyushu Medical Academy. It's one thing to ask the two of them to tamper with things, but now they're even sending Wan Shirin to deliver gifts. I assent that a clear sign that they don't trust the two of them? He was right after all. The Fang and Lu families had long been prepared to abandon each other after they had served their purpose. Once the first-class competition ends, he and the Chun family will not have a good life. The story of the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods can probably no longer be kept secret. Thinking of this, Zhu Kai sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm and composed. He looked up and smiled, saying, "Miss Wan is right, this is only human nature, nothing to be confused about. You can leave the gift here, and we will pass on your messages for the young masters of the Fang and Lu families. You don't need to worry about them, we will take care of that." Wan Shirin pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "How about I come back later?" "Miss Wan." Zhu Kai's voice grew more forceful as he said in a deep voice, "Don't you trust us? I assure you, the two of us represent the 9 provinces Medical Academy from now on. We're in charge. You can rest assured and hand over the items to us." Zhu Kai's face was a mixture of murderous intent and confidence, revealing his ambition. "All right." Wan Shirin didn't think much about it. It didn't matter who she handed it over to, as long as it was delivered to the Kyushu Medical Academy. So Wan Shirin left the gift and turned to leave. "From now on, they're in charge." "What do you mean, they're not the lords of the manor?" Wan Shirin looked confused, and kept thinking as she walked. In the lounge, Zhu Kai opened the gift Wan Shirin had brought, and his eyes lit up instantly. The Wan family is really generous. That's easy to say, it'll still cost tens of millions. TSK, I didn't expect the head of the 9 provinces Medical Academy to have so many benefits. No wonder Luo Qianshan has become more and more powerful over the years, while we medical king elders have nothing to show for it except for being nominal members. Even if we tell others, nobody knows us. That bastard Luo Qianshan got all the benefits. Zhu Kai said through gritted teeth. Of course, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would still be in the dark. He played the good guy, gained fame, and made money. He doesn't treat us like human beings at all, as a real beast. Chen Man also sneered. Don't worry, after today's competition, I will let the entire Kyushu know who really calls the shots at the Kyushu Medical Academy. And who is the head of the 9 provinces Medical Academy? The throne is about to change hands. Zhu Kai's eyes shone brightly. All the plans will finally come to light today. Noon. The finals have officially begun. Everyone present was present. Luo Qianshan and Xiao Qingyu arrived late and sat on the high platform of the judges' seat. The other judges from the Kyushu Medical Institute then took their seats. Offstage, the entire Chang family arrived, with Chang Chun personally leading a group to escort Chang Qingyun to the finals. Young Master Chang, keep it up. Let everyone see just how powerful your 13 ghost needles are. Bring a little shock to the entire medical world of Kyushu. Young Master Yi said to Chang Qingyun with a face full of excitement. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Chang Qingyun was in high spirits and full of confidence. Qingyun, go and pay your respects to Prince Su first. Your success today is all thanks to Prince Su's favor towards the Chang family. Chang Chun explained in a deep voice. Chang Qingyun turned around and went to the seat where Shin Jiao was sitting. He glanced around but did not see Su Ming. This made Chang Qingyun look surprised and suspicious. He couldn't help but ask Shin Songlin, Master Shin, where is Prince Su? Today is the finals, and I've come specifically to pay my respects to him. I am grateful to him for his guidance and mentorship. Chang Qingyun was puzzled. He remembered that Su Ming was in the Shin family's seats during the competition a few days ago. Shin Songlin shook his head and said calmly, he said, no need, you can go and participate in the competition with peace of mind. Prince Su didn't come today. I see. Chang Qingyun looked regretful, but he could only compose himself and go on stage. Luo Yun, although Prince Su isn't here today, you represent him. If you lose, it'll be a slap in Prince Su's face. We absolutely cannot let that happen. Shin Songlin turned his head and solemnly instructed Shin Luo Yun beside him. Don't worry, Dad, it's not like this is the first day I've observed that only Chang Qingyun can rival me, the others are just lackeys. Shin Luo Yun said confidently. That's good. Shin Songlin nodded with satisfaction. Then Shin Luo Yun also went up on stage to participate in the competition. Fang Bai, you two can rest assured we've taken care of everything in the entire competition. You two are guaranteed to be in the top 2 spots, no one can compete with you. Fang Sangshu said with a confident expression, referring to the 2 major family seats of Fang and Lu. Dad, Uncle Lu, what method did you use? Can we really get first or second place? Even Shin Luo Yun is no match for us? Fang Bai, with a shameless grin, asked in surprise. Don't you two know why you made it to the finals? Did you rely on your medical skills? Of course, it was thanks to my and Uncle Lu's expertise. As for the rest, don't ask, just go up on stage with peace of mind. Fang Sangshu said confidently. Good. The two happily went up on stage. Then the other participants also went on stage one after another. The final selection of Kyushu Medical Academy has officially begun. 548, Chapter 548. The 13 needles of ghosts and gods reappear in the human world. Inside the villa at the Cloud Palace, Su Ming leaned back lazily on the sofa, his mood calm. Prince Su, today is the finals. Aren't you going to go and watch? It would be good to see Miss Shin win. Beside her, Qin Shuang stood respectfully, asking with a curious expression. Su Ming sneered, what's there to see? It's a sure thing I have an agreement with someone that I absolutely will not attend. Who is it? Qin Shuang asked, puzzled. My ex-wife, Wan Shireen. Su Ming said expressionlessly. Wan Shireen? Qin Shuang looked surprised and suspicious. Wan Shireen, what audacity, she actually dared to make the king of Kyushu not attend the selection competition. Does this person think too highly of themselves? But in reality, if Su Ming really wanted to go, no one could stop him. Could it be that Su Ming still harbors feelings for Wan Shireen? Qin Shuang couldn't understand. But she felt a little regretful during her time with Su Ming. Although she hadn't done anything special, she had gradually come to understand what kind of person he was, and she had developed different feelings for him. The 6-month period is getting closer and closer. Her agreement with Su Ming was about to expire. At that point, she might not be able to stay by Su Ming's side anymore. She was unwilling to accept it. Qin Shuang wanted to express her true feelings. She didn't want to leave like this. But the words just wouldn't come out. His mouth was open, but he hesitated to speak. Because she knew very well that Su Ming was never short of women. Even without Wan Shireen, there is still Shin Luo Yun, and even Su Zifeng, who is far away in Shuzhou. It's definitely not her turn. Just as she was struggling internally. Footsteps sounded at the door. Yi Tang had come in. Yi Tang strode up to Su Ming and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness Su, we have completely blocked the movements of the Fang and Lu families. If we make a move now, not even a fly from the Fang and Lu families will be able to escape. No rush, let's play a little longer. Let the flies that already landed in the cage flutter around for a while longer, at least until the competition is over. I don't want to affect Luo Yun's competition. Su Ming said with a calm smile. Clear. Yi Tang agreed and turned to leave. The competition is in full swing. Today's competition was a testament to everyone giving their best and showcasing their full abilities. One by one, they went on stage to demonstrate their skills without any restrictions, showcasing all the medical techniques they were best at. Finally, a final selection will be made, and the top 10 will be admitted to the Kyushu Medical Academy. The first person to go on stage was Fang Bai. Fang Bai already possessed the top-tier medical skills within the Kyushu Medical Academy, passed down to him by Elder Zhu Kai and Chen Men. They've all learned a set of techniques and are just waiting to showcase them on stage. Fong Bai walked up to the wooden figure, took out silver needles from his pocket, and in front of everyone, his fingers flew, performing a set of needle techniques with smooth and effortless movements. Whoosh! The scene was met with a stunned uproar. Anyone with medical knowledge can see the profound and top-level nature of this formation. It can be considered the pinnacle of acupuncture techniques. Upon seeing this, Luo Qianshan was also greatly shocked and stood up abruptly. That's not the secret technique of our 9 provinces medical academy, the 9 soul-snatching needles? Are you kidding me? How did this kid learn that? And the way it's used is so bizarre, it's an absolute disgrace. Luo Qianshan was immediately shocked and furious. What angered them wasn't that Fong Bai had revealed the secret of the 9 provinces medical academy, but rather that this kid's soul-seizing 9 needles were simply terribly awful. If others saw that his top-notch medical skills from the 9 provinces medical academy were like this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Has the entire Kyushu Medical Academy become a laughingstock? That idiot! Zhu Kai and Shen Men were speechless when they saw Fong Bai use the soul-snatching 9 needles, and almost cursed him out. Although they only passed on a portion of the 9 soul-snatching needles to Fong Bai, it was still extremely complex and top-tier. However, Fong Bai, being a boy with limited comprehension, couldn't learn it at all. He took the formation back and simplified it himself, performing only the simple needle techniques while removing all the other essential elements, creating his own unique system. This nearly killed the two of them. What a useless piece of trash! How could the Fong and Lu families have raised such a thing? The two were so angry they gritted their teeth. However, not everyone has the vision of the Kyushu Medical Academy. Those whose medical skills were below standard all found it miraculous and wonderful. After Fong Bai finished his performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The shocking cries continue. Fong Bai, beaming with pride, turned around and bowed to the audience in thanks. Next, the young master of the Lu family will perform on stage. The young master of the Lu family was using a top-tier massage technique from the 9 provinces medical academy. The same smooth flow, the same simplification. Zhu Kai and Shen Men were so angry they were about to vomit blood. A hopeless case. These two want to enter the 9 provinces medical academy, the Fong and Lu families. That's just wishful thinking. Luo Qianshan's face was so gloomy it could drip water at this moment. He was certain that there was a traitor in the 9 provinces medical academy. However, with the major competition just around the corner, he couldn't afford to lose his temper on the spot. This only makes the Kyushu Medical Academy look bad and ruins its reputation. Xiao Qingyu turned to look at Luo Qianshan, but seeing his terrifying expression, she didn't know what to say. The match continues. After a dozen or so people demonstrated their medical skills, it was finally Chang Qingyun's turn to go on stage. Chang Qingyun slowly walked to the center, laid out the silver needles in front of him, his face deep and his eyes piercing. 13 ghostly needles to reappear in the world. Chang Qingyun's fingers flew like lightning, each needlework exquisite to the finest detail, each effect astonishing and breathtaking. But Chang Qingyun only used 3 needles. After the 3 injections were completed, the room fell completely silent. All the medical professionals stared in shock, their mouths agape, their faces devoid of any other expression. Shocking, appalling, speechless. The expression in his eyes was indescribably complex. Boom! A brief silence afterwards, countless people stood up, and thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire competition square. Enduring. This kid actually learned 3 needles. How is that possible? His medical comprehension is even higher than ours, the 2 medical kings. Zhu Kai and Shen Men were also so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. The 13 needles of the demon god, unparalleled in the world. Luo Qianshan clapped along, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although he already knew about Su Ming teaching Chang Qingyun the 13 ghost needles, witnessing it with his own eyes was still incredibly impactful. This is practically the pursuit of the entire medical profession in Kyushu. Luo Qianshan felt only regret if he could also receive guidance from King Su and learn a needle technique or two. His status and position within the medical field of Kyushu would rise several levels. However, such an opportunity cannot be obtained by asking for it. Chang Qingyun's segment ended amidst applause. The last one to take the stage was the winner of the competition over the past few days, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, and the #1 medical expert in Zhengzhou. Shan Luoyun. 549, Chapter 549 Ranking Results. In the past few days of the selection competition, Shan Luoyun's reputation has spread throughout the entire Yuncheng. Everyone knows it. Her scheming against Wei Guang further enhanced her reputation. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Shan Luoyun, eager to see what astonishing medical skills she would display. To everyone's surprise, the medical skills Shan Luoyun displayed on stage were nothing more than a set of ordinary and unremarkable acupressure massage techniques. It's nothing like the 9 soul-snatching needles or the 13 ghostly needles. Even those with some medical knowledge couldn't see the extraordinary skill in Shan Luoyun's technique. This left everyone disappointed, and they all booed and jeered in dismay. This? Shen Songlin was so startled that he stood up. What's going on? Even as the king of medicine of Zhengzhou, he couldn't see anything special about Shan Luoyun's technique. He was at a huge disadvantage. Could it be that Shan Luoyun learned this kind of medical skill from Prince Su? How can we win like this? The crowd booed. But Shan Luoyun calmly wiped her hands and walked off the stage, seemingly oblivious to everything. Shan Luoyun, is that all? It seems that first place is definitely ours. On the other side, Fang Bai was full of smugness and scoffed at Shan Luoyun's medical skills. This little bit of damage actually startled him. If they had known it would turn out like this, they wouldn't have been afraid at all. Bluff. Both the Fang and Lu families believed that the first and second place were already a foregone conclusion. As Shan Luoyun stepped down from the stage, Shan Songlin asked in surprise, "Luoyun, what exactly happened? Is this the most advanced medical skill that Prince Su passed down to you? What's so special about this? It probably wouldn't even make it into the top 10. However, Shan Luoyun smiled faintly. "Dad, it's okay if you don't understand, someone else will understand, and that person will decide who the winner is." Who understands this? Isn't it just a simple massage technique? Shan Songlin was confused, wondering if Shan Luoyun had been tricked. But Shan Luoyun slowly raised her head, her gaze falling in the direction of the Kyushu Medical Academy's judging panel. Shan Songlin followed the gaze and saw that Luo Qianshan on the judges panel was utterly shocked. The cloud-covering hand, my god, is this Shan Luoyun's top-level medical skill? She actually knows this kind of medical skill? Luo Qianshan's pupils dilated in disbelief. Lord, what's wrong? What is the cloud-covering hand? Isn't Shan Luoyun's technique just ordinary? Xiao Qingyu asked with a puzzled look. The other medical judges from the 9 provinces medical academy all turned to look at Luo Qianshan with surprise and suspicion. They'd never even heard of the cloud-covering hand technique. The cloud-covering hand technique was passed down from Zhang Zhongjing, the sage of medicine, thousands of years ago. However, the sage of medicine possessed numerous medical texts, and the cloud-covering hand technique was long lost. Legend has it that the cloud-covering hand technique could, at best, adjust the meridians and bones, and at worst, bring the dead back to life. It was a divine medical technique on par with the 13 needles of ghosts and gods. However, because it was lost so long ago, very few people have ever heard of it. I only happened to glance at it a few times in an old book. Luo Qianshan felt a chill run down his spine. With such medical skills, Shan Luoyun could easily replace him as the head of the 9 provinces medical academy, let alone join it. No wonder Shan Luoyun refused his invitation. They looked down on the Kyushu Medical Academy. Luo Qianshan shook his head with a wry smile. Such a great talent was indeed not qualified by the 9 provinces medical academy. Oh my god. Xiao Qingyu was also shocked, but she was unwilling and disbelieving. She asked blankly, "Lord, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Wasn't her technique very simple?" "You don't understand," Luo Qianshan said with a solemn expression. "The mystery of the cloud-covering hand lies not in its surface appearance, but in its ability to open the patient's acupoints and meridians through massage, and then transmit qi into the patient's body through manipulation. It's not a simple technique, but a technique that can control kids a level above the king of medicine, a level you've never even encountered." Medicine and martial arts are of the same lineage, though different in approach. At a higher level, they all come down to the same qi. The pinnacle of martial arts, killing with the power of qi. The pinnacle of medicine is to save lives. That's why they were able to bring the dead back to life. However, we don't know if Shen Luoyun has reached that level of qi control, but the cloud-covering hand she demonstrated was genuine. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and consult the classics for comparison. I see. After hearing this, Xiao Qingyu felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, and her scalp tingled. She was always complacent about her reputation as a medical master. She didn't even take the Shen family seriously. At this moment, Shen Luoyun finally showed her what it meant to be above the king of medicine. Her abilities and reputation are simply not worth mentioning. Xiao Qingyu was immediately struck by a huge blow and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Then, Lord of the Manor, how should we judge this? What ranking should Shen Luoyun be given? The elder physician beside him asked in shock. What's the point of judging or comparing? Even my medical skills might not be as good as Shen Luoyun's. Do you have the right to judge? She is number 1, no one can compare to her. As for the second one, it's Chang Qingyun's 13 ghostly needles. The third, the fourth. Luo Qianshan announced the rankings one by one. As for the Fang and Lu families, who stole the medical techniques of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, they were ranked outside the top 20, not even qualifying for the top 10. It wasn't just theft. The most crucial issue was that those 2 idiots' use of the Kyushu Medical Academy's medical skills was utterly disgraceful and a disgrace to the Kyushu Medical Academy. They have absolutely no qualifications. After the rankings were announced, Zhu Kai and Chen Men, who had been listening the whole time, both turned pale. Below, countless people were already focused and waiting expectantly for the Kyushu Medical Academy to announce the rankings. Luo Qianshan wrote down the names of the top 10 and was about to have them announced. Lord, let me make the announcement. At this moment, Zhu Kai stood up and volunteered. Alright, then you can do it. Luo Qianshan gave Zhu Kai a deep look, and then the form was handed to Zhu Kai. Zhu Kai took the list, walked to the front of the platform, faced the crowd, cleared his throat, and read it aloud. The results of this selection competition's final round are as follows. First place. Zhu Kai paused for a moment after reading this, then suddenly looked up. First place, Fang Bai. Second place, Lu Ha. Third place, Shen Luoyun. Fourth place, Chang Qingyun. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted throughout the hall, and countless people stood up, their incredulous eyes fixed on the Kyushu Medical Academy. The Fang and Lu families immediately stood up and cheered, their laughter echoing throughout the venue. We're number 1 and number 2. Fang Bai and Lu Ha, the 2 young masters of the family, were so happy they almost fainted. What's going on? How so? Even if it wasn't Shen Luoyun, it should have been Chang Qingyun. How did the 9 Provinces Medical Academy make this judgment? Is it fair? A series of loud shouts of dissatisfaction erupted from the scene. The entire place was in chaos. Presumptuous. The Kyushu Medical Academy was also shocked. Luo Qianshan slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Because the results announced by Zhu Kai were completely different from the list. Zhu Kai, do you fucking want to die? What exactly do you want to do? Luo Qianshan let out a thunderous roar. 550, Chapter 550. His needles were not breathing. The entire scene erupted in a cacophony of angry shouts and protests. The whole situation had spiraled out of control. If this continues, forget about rankings and competitions, even the reputation of the Kyushu Medical Academy might be completely ruined. As the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, Luo Qianshan would naturally never allow such a thing to happen. Everyone, please calm down. Luo Qianshan hurriedly stepped forward, faced the crowd, and said loudly, there is a misunderstanding in this matter. The judges of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy have unanimously decided that the first place winner of this competition is Shen Luoyun, and the second place winner is Chang Qingyun. It is this Zhu Kai, the medical king elder of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, who acted on his own initiative and did not announce it according to the list. Again, in front of everyone, I, Luo Qianshan, personally decide to expel Zhu Kai. The ranking he just announced is completely invalid. Next, I, Luo Qianshan, will personally announce the top 10 rankings. Luo Qianshan's series of explanations, delivered with a clear and resounding voice, finally managed to gradually quell the clamor and shouts of everyone present. Then Luo Qianshan turned around angrily, pointed at Zhu Kaili and shouted, "Beast, you have been expelled from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. From now on, you are no longer a member of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. Put the list down and get out of here." "Fire me? Ha 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 ha." Zhu Kaifa burst into loud, arrogant laughter. He slowly stood before the crowd, a smug, disdainful smile on his face, and said, "Luo Qianshan, what gives you the right to fire me? Do you even have the right? My medical skills have long surpassed yours. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy has no right to call the shots. I'm announcing the rankings in public to tell you that from this day forward, I, Zhu Kai, am the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. And you, an idiot, are enough. You are not worthy to lead the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. Today, it's your turn to step down." Zhu Kai's voice boomed like thunder. Boom! The entire scene was set off by an explosion, followed by a moment of uproar, and then fell into complete silence. Pairs of eyes stared in disbelief at the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy on the stage. Especially Luo Qianshan and Zhu Kai. What is the Kyushu Medical Academy trying to do? Is it internal strife? On the day of the finals, an internal conflict broke out within the Kyushu Medical Academy. Is this the same Kyushu Medical Academy that was once the renowned Holy Temple of Medicine? This is outrageous. What is this idiot trying to do? The heads of the Fong and Lu families also stood up abruptly, looking at Zhu Kai with surprise and disbelief, their faces full of shock. Although the two families wanted to use Zhu Kai and Shen Men to support their sons, they never intended to publicly break ties and go against the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. They don't have the guts. But now Zhu Kai's behavior has completely exceeded their control and expectations. What do we do? Has this guy gone mad? If he exposes the two of us, we'll be in deep trouble too. Lu Yan said with a serious and tense expression. Don't rush. Fang Sangshu raised his hand to interrupt, coldly snorting, I want to see what he's up to. If he really has the ability to bring down Luo Qianshan, then supporting him isn't out of the question, but if he doesn't have that ability, then he's just a mad dog, and we can abandon him at any time. The Fang and Lu families prepared to sit back and watch the two sides fight. Did he finally break down? This Zhu Kai, I thought he was something special, but he's just an idiot in the finals. He directly broke ties with the Kyushu Medical Academy. I assent that just courting death? Shin Songlin sat below, looked up, and scoffed. It seems King Su made the wrong bet. They wanted to use these two useless people to catch a bigger fish, but it's clear that Zhu Kai and Shen Men don't have the brains for that. They're already courting death without even lifting a finger. Zhu Kai, what exactly are you doing? How dare you disrespect the Lord of the Manor? Are you insane? You beast, get out of here right now. On the judging platform, the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy stood up one after another and sternly criticized Zhu Kai. Lord of the Prefecture, are you really willing to accept such trash as your lord? Let me tell you, I have now mastered the 13 ghost needles, and my medical skills have long surpassed those of Luo Qianshan. Only I, Zhu Kai, am qualified to lead the 9 Provinces Medical Academy to a higher level. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy has never been about respecting the strong. If you want to worship someone, you should worship me, not Luo Qianshan. Zhu Kai's face was full of arrogance and ruthlessness. His cold and domineering gaze swept across the scene, exuding an imposing aura, as if he had become a completely different person. What? Countless people were shocked. Luo Qianshan's eyebrows shot up, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Zhu Kai. You're saying you know the 13 ghost needles? Are you kidding me? Luo Qianshan's expression turned to surprise and uncertainty. The entire medical academy of Kyushu knew that Zhu Kai and Shen Men had stolen the Chang family's 13 ghost needles, except for these two idiots who were kept in the dark, thinking that no one else knew. But Luo Qianshan wasn't worried at all from beginning to end. As Su Wang said, with Zhu Kai and Shen Men's comprehension, they simply couldn't learn the 13 needles of ghosts and gods. But now Zhu Kai actually said that he had mastered the 13 ghost needles, which really caught Luo Qianshan off guard. Not to mention Luo Qianshan, countless people in the square below, including members of the Chang family, were shocked upon hearing this. If Zhu Kai is truly proficient in the 13 ghost needles, then forcing Luo Qianshan to step down today is not impossible. You say you can do it, but anyone can brag. Xiao Qingyu also stepped forward, her face grim as she coldly shouted. You don't believe me? Then you all watch closely, you mortals, open your eyes wide and don't blink. Zhu Kai, will show you something amazing. Zhu Kai laughed loudly, jumped off the stage, went to the center of the competition platform, strode to a dummy, picked up a silver needle, and began to perform the 13 ghost needles in front of everyone. As his fingers danced, the silver needles twirled in his hands, as if it's like it has a life of its own. The 13 needles of the demon gods have been fully unleashed. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods. 1 needle opens the meridians. 2 needles to invigorate the essence and blood. 3 needles to restore your spirit. 4 needles to dispel the ghost gate. 5 needles. As Zhu Kai performed the acupuncture, he shouted out the techniques one by one. Everyone in the audience was so shocked by what they saw that their mouths were agape, unable to close them. Oh my god! This Zhu Kai, is he really proficient in the 13 needles of ghosts and gods? Chang Qingyun, the eldest son of the Chang family, has only learned 3 needles. This guy actually knows 13 needles? What incredible medical skills! In the entire realm of medicine, is there anyone who can surpass him? Luo Qianshan was also stunned, his eyes wide open, unable to come to his senses. Did King Su guess wrong? Does this guy really have that ability and that level of understanding? Did Zhu Kai really learn it? The heads of the Fang and Lu families, and even Shen Songlin, were all shocked and stood up, staring blankly at the scene on the stage. The entire competition square was completely silent. Only Zhu Kai's powerful voice swept across the land like thunder, stirring up the wind and clouds, and was awe-inspiring. Something's not right. Chang Qingyun, observing this, looked deep and serious, and gritted his teeth as he said, his 13 ghost needles are not right. What's the meaning? The head of the Chang family looked at his son in shock. He was just performing, just repeating himself, there was no breath in his hands, in his needles. Chang Qingyun said through gritted teeth. That's impossible, even he only learned 3 needles. How could Zhu Kai possibly be proficient in all 13 acupuncture points? What's the meaning? The Chang family was shocked once again and hurriedly asked Chang Qingyun for answers. 551, Chapter 551 Seizing the Throne. I don't know how to explain it either, but the mystery of the 13 ghost needles is not so simple. It's not just about rote memorization and repetitive imitation. If he has no qi, then even if his silver needles are inserted into the same acupoints, it won't have any effect. Chang Qingyun possessed a photographic memory. When Su Ming first performed the 13 needles of the ghost god, he memorized it all. If it were a demonstration or imitation, he would have already mastered it by heart, and his performance would be more skillful and seamless than Zhu Kai's. But that doesn't mean you can do it, much less that you're an expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only learned 3 needles. I see. The Chang family members suddenly realized what was going on. Although I still only have a vague understanding and don't quite understand, I at least realize that what Zhu Kai is performing is completely different from the real 13 needles of the ghosts. On the field, Zhu Kai had finished his performance, his face full of confident and proud smiles as he looked down at the entire square, enjoying the awe of the crowd. This was his plan. He hadn't learned a single one of the 13 ghost needles. But how many people in the world can actually learn it? Since no one knows how to do it, no one can tell whether what he is doing is real or fake. He only needs to tell everyone that he knows the 13 needles of the ghost god, and everyone will believe him. Under these circumstances, the position of head of the Kyushu Medical Academy is not easily obtained. Sure enough, the entire scene was filled with shock and silence, as everyone was stunned by Zhu Kai's medical skills. Even Luo Qianshan was speechless. Although he knew about qi, Zhu Kai's 13 ghost needles looked so real that he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Good. At this This moment, Fong Bai and Lu Yan stood up from their seats and applauded enthusiastically. He walked onto the stage with a big smile on his face. The 13 needles of the gods and demons, unparalleled in the world. Lord Luo, it seems you've grown old and should retire. Your medical skills have long since declined, even your disciples have surpassed you. What merit do you possess to still hold the position of Lord of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? I believe the position of Lord of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy should indeed be handed over to this physician King Zhu. Fong Bai smiled broadly and looked intently at Luo Qianshan. Originally, the Fang and Lu families planned to abandon Zhu Kai and the Chen family after the competition. After all, they didn't want to go against the Kyushu Medical Academy. But now it seems they're completely changing their minds. Having mastered the 13 ghost needles, Zhu Kai had already surpassed the medical academy of the 9 provinces. Even Luo Qianshan had to obediently admit defeat and had nothing to say. If they dare to resist, the consequences will be something even Luo Qianshan might not be able to bear. Therefore, the two decided to do their utmost to help Zhu Kai. Moreover, if Zhu Kai hadn't become the prefect, their son wouldn't have been able to make it into the top 10. All of this was part of Zhu Kai's plan. Zhu Kai laughed triumphantly and arrogantly. His 13 needles of the ghost god are fake. Chang Qingyan leaped to his feet, stood on the platform, and pointed at Zhu Kai with a furious expression, roaring, "The 13 ghost needles originally belonged to my Chang family, but this beast led his men to steal it, and now he's even using such despicable means to imitate it. It's completely useless. The real 13 ghost needles aren't like this." Chang Qingyun glared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. He cannot tolerate such a thing. This is a desecration of the 13 needles of the gods and spirits, and even more so, a disrespect to King Su. Ha! Fong Bai slowly turned his head, his mocking gaze falling on Chang Qingyun. He grinned and sneered, "You think you're qualified to instruct King Zhu on his medical skills? You've only learned 3 needles, yet you dare to challenge the King of Medicine's 13 needles? Young man from the Chang family, you're still very young. Don't be ungrateful and ruin your future here. Get out of here now." Fong Bai let out a sharp shout. "I don't care." Chang Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his aura soaring to the heavens. "Even if I, Chang Qingyun, die, even if I have to retire from the medical profession, I will prove that Zhu Kai stole what belonged to the Chang family. He is a complete beast, and the entire Chang family can testify to that. And young Master Yi of the Yi family can also testify." Chang Qingyun shouted loudly. The entire Chang family stood up in response. Young Master Yi's face was filled with murderous intent. "This is shameless. Zhu Kai is one thing, but the Fang and Lu families are shameless too. I, Yi Ling, am already quite the spoiled brat, but I never expected there to be someone even more inhuman than me. Today I'm fully committed to the Chang family. If all else fails, I'll bring out the Yi family from Shuzhou and fight them to the death." The entire Chang family was in a menacing mood. Su Fanhua sat calmly in the crowd, and couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw this noisy and desolate scene. They're just low-level thugs. I thought some expert would appear today. The Fang and Lu families, along with the Zhu and Qin families, caused quite a stir, but none of them caught her eye. If she were to make a move, she could trample everyone present under her feet. But she wasn't interested. She wanted to meet a master, someone who could give her a chance to break through to the half-step earth profound realm. Court death. Fong Bai's eyebrows shot up, and he let out a sharp shout. "I think your entire Chang family is tired of living. You don't even take the 13 needles of ghosts and gods seriously." With a wave of his hand, hundreds or even thousands of people from the Fang and Lu families stood up, their imposing presence overwhelming. "All right. Stop arguing." Just then, a sharp shout rang out throughout the entire venue. Luo Qianshan, pale and unwell, slowly stepped forward, his gaze falling on Zhu Kai. He said dejectedly, "You're right, I am indeed old, and my medical skills are not as good as yours. Since you want the position of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy so badly, I'll give it to you. But I hope you won't regret it." Luo Qianshan said in a cold voice. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhu Kai laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Regret? I, Zhu Kai, have lived half my life and never known what regret is. From now on, I will be in charge of the medical field in the 9 provinces. What do I have to regret?" Zhu Kai looked arrogant and extremely smug. "Good. Luo Qianshan Chong. The key point is the beginning. He addressed the crowd and announced it publicly. I, Luo Qianshan, hereby declare that from this day forward, I am no longer the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. The position of head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy shall be passed on to Zhu Kai. Zhu Kai has officially become the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. This is the seal of the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. I am giving it to you. After saying that, Luo Qianshan took out the seal of the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy from his pocket and tossed it to Zhu Kai. Zhu Kai took it in his hand, his whole body trembling with excitement, his face full of excitement, and his eyes shining with a crazy light. Ha, I'm the lord of the manor now. Luo Qianshan, you finally realize the difference between us. From this day forward, I'm in charge of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. Zhu Kai raised his seal high, reigning supreme over the world. Whoosh! The scene erupted in uproar. I was completely shocked. What's going on with Luo Qianshan? They just gave up without a second thought. This is too childish. Are you really that spineless? If that's the case, Luo Qianshan really doesn't deserve to be the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. Countless people shook their heads, extremely disappointed with Luo Qianshan's performance. That's such a coward. Lord of the Manor? Xiao Qingyu walked up to Luo Qianshan with a look of shock and disbelief. Stop talking. The throne has already been passed on. Those who want to stay can stay, and those who don't want to stay can resign from the position of Physician King. My time, Luo Qianshan, ends here. After speaking, Luo Qianshan slowly turned around, stepped down from the platform, and walked slowly away, his back view desolate and lonely. At this moment, he was no longer the lord of the manor, but an ordinary and lonely old man. What kind of medical king? I don't care. You can be the head of the manor all you want. Xiao Qingyu tossed aside her medical king certificate and hurried after Luo Qianshan. 552, Chapter 552. The next lord of the prefecture, Physician Xiao. Xiao Qingyu and Luo Qianshan are so carefree. That doesn't mean others can do it. No matter who the 9 Provinces Medical Academy falls into, it will still be the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, and its position above the medical path of the 9 provinces is unshakable. It remains a hall of medical expertise. Even if they do nothing inside and just wait to die, they can still enjoy endless fame and fortune by holding the title of Medical King. So, apart from Luo Qianshan and Xiao Qingyu leaving the scene, the other medical kings of the 9 provinces chose to remain silent and accept everything in silence. Congratulations, Lord Zhu. Fong Bai took the lead and bowed to Zhu Kai. Congratulations, Lord Zhu. The Fong and Lu families shouted at Zhu Kai in unison. Countless people at the scene watched helplessly as the dust settled, and there was nothing they could change. If we oppose it now, we'll be going against the entire Kyushu Medical Academy. Congratulations, Lord Zhu. Everyone had no choice but to shout loudly. What a beast, he betrays his master and ancestors, and is ungrateful. He is a disgrace to the medical profession. I'd rather not join such a medical institution in Kyushu. Chang Qingyun let out a stern shout. What, is the Chang family dissatisfied? If you're not convinced, I don't mind testing your medical skills against you. After all, you're just a useless person who's only learned 3 needles. Zhu Kai looked at Chang Qingyun with arrogance and disdain. You have no idea who you've offended. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Chang Qingyun snorted coldly, turned around, stepped off the stage, and left with the rest of the Chang family. The Chang family is so out of touch with reality. Fong Bai also turned his head and sneered. Don't worry, it's useless whether they submit or not. They won't live much longer when I take over as the prefect. The first thing I'll do is target the Chang family. Zhu Kai sneered. Only by destroying the Chang family can he be completely at ease, and then no one will be able to tell about what he has done. Despite his current status, he no longer cares what the Chang family says. But there are always a few flies buzzing around, which makes it unsettling. Lord Zhu is right. Fong Bai burst into laughter. They all burst into laughter. Please, Lord Zhu, I'm hosting a grand banquet at Tianxiang Tower. Firstly, to congratulate Lord Zhu on taking office, and secondly, to celebrate the entry of my 2 sons into the 9 provinces medical academy. I hope you'll do me the honor of joining me. Fong Bai said loudly. Thank you, Master Fong, Master Lu, please. The group burst into laughter, conspiring together to head straight for Tianxiang Tower, completely disregarding the outcome of the entire selection competition. So much so that the entire selection competition, from start to finish, was like a child's play. The countless people present looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. Luo Qianshan and Xiao Qingyu returned to the International Hotel. Upon entering the room, Luo Qianshan immediately began packing his things. Lord of the Palace, what are you doing? Are you really leaving? You handed over the 9 provinces medical palace to Zhu Kai. Wasn't that part of your plan? Or was it part of the king of the 9 provinces plan, to deliberately elevate Zhu Kai, then lure out all the scoundrels, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop? Xiao Qingyu said in surprise. That's what she was thinking, which is why she followed Luo Qianshan without hesitation just now. She simply couldn't believe that Luo Qianshan was so foolish as to hand over the 9 provinces medical academy to someone like Zhu Kai for nothing. This must all be part of Su Ming's plan. That must be it. However, Luo Qianshan turned to look at Xiao Qingyu and sighed. You're wrong, Prince Su didn't tell me any plans. I never dreamed that Zhu Kai would actually learn the 13 needles of the ghost god, be giving him the position of Lord of the Manor. I can protect myself and save face. Otherwise, with his current medical skills, even if I don't agree, he has countless ways to force me to abdicate. That would only be asking for trouble. Luo Qianshan said with a wry smile. What? Xiao Qingyu was shocked and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at Luo Qianshan in disbelief. You mean you really abdicated? My God, I thought it was part of Prince Su's plan? Xiao Qingyu was completely stunned. Now, my heart was filled with turmoil, and I was filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up the title of King of Healers. She worked so hard in Zhongzhou for so long, trying every possible method, and finally even went so far as to take Su Ming's Toad Spring Dew prescription and present it to the 9 provinces medical academy. She went to great lengths for this title of medical king. And now she has abandoned him so easily. What on earth is she doing? Xiao Qingyu was filled with regret. She never expected things to turn out this way. She really shot herself in the foot. Xiao Qingyu wanted to cry but had no tears. Luo Qianshan saw through Xiao Qingyu's thoughts and said in a deep voice, it's not too late to regret it now. Zhu Kai will probably go somewhere to celebrate his new position. Find out where he is now, go there, and say a few nice words to him, apologize to him, and he should let you retain your position as the king of medicine. No, it's no use. Xiao Qingyu shook her head dejectedly. Since things have come to this, there's nothing to regret at worst. I'll go back to the Xiao family as long as I possess the strength of a medical king. I don't need any titles leading the Xiao family. I can prove myself throughout the 9 provinces. Xiao Qingyu gritted her teeth and said with a cold and resolute expression. Excellent, excellent. Just then, applause rang out at the door. Su Ming led Qin Shuang in slowly. King Su? Xiao Qingyu turned her head and was shocked. Luo Qianshan, with a smile on his face, stepped forward and bowed to Su Ming. Greetings, King Su. Everything is as you predicted. Zhu Kai was indeed desperate and used the 13 needles of the ghost god to force me to abdicate. I have also handed over the position to him as you arranged. That's good. Su Ming grinned and sat down next to him. Now, the Fang and Lu families probably think they've reached their peak, and all the related figures will likely be at Tianxiang Tower. It's time to close the net. Su Ming had a big smile on his face. Xiao Qingyu was completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at Su Ming and Luo Qianshan. Blank face stagnation. What exactly happened? Luo Qianshan stroked his beard and laughed. Isn't that clear enough? Everything is part of King Su's plan. This plan began the moment Zhu Kai snatched the Chang family's 13 ghost needles. But, Lord, didn't you just say you hadn't received any notification? Xiao Qingyu was about to go crazy. She prides herself on being smart, but it turns out she's the only fool in the world. And if that's the case, were those words Luo Qianshan said to her on purpose? Luo Qianshan smiled broadly and said, since my Kyushu Medical Academy has produced someone like Zhu Kai, I naturally had to test how many other people with ill intentions there are. The facts prove that. physician King Xiao, you are the most sincere to the Kyushu Medical Academy. No, is this all you're doing to test me? Xiao Qingyu felt she couldn't accept it and kept shaking her head, already on the verge of anger. You're so silly. Su Ming grinned and said, can't you understand what Lord Luo is saying? He's making you his successor. You might even be the next lord of the manor. What's there to be angry about? Ah? Xiao Qingyu was dumbfounded again. That's right. After this incident, I feel like I've grown old. I no longer have that pursuit of medicine, that thirst for knowledge. Although Zhu Kai is a beast, he's right about one thing. It's time for me to retire. Through this incident, I've come to realize that the only one capable of succeeding as the lord of the manor is indeed you, physician Xiao. Luo Qianshan looked at Xiao Qingyu with a face full of satisfaction. 553, Chapter 553. What a dog. Real? Upon realizing what was happening, Xiao Qingyu was overjoyed and trembled with excitement. Who would have thought the surprise would come so quickly? It turns out that Luo Qianshan was testing her because he saw her as the next head of the manor. What glory, what wealth! Xiao Qingyu was so happy that she immediately bowed down to Su Ming and Luo Qianshan. Thank you for pointing this out, Prince Su. Thank you so much, Lord. I, Xiao Qingyu, will certainly live up to everyone's expectations. Xiao Qingyu was almost in tears. After all her hard work, it wasn't all for nothing. Su Ming smiled faintly, slowly stood up and said with a smile, alright, come with me to Tianxiang Tower first. Let's deal with the traitors of your Kyushu Medical Academy, and retrieve the 13 ghost needles and the Academy Master seal. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to become the Academy Master. Yes. I will follow King Su's orders. Xiao Qingyu was moved to tears and quickly followed Su Ming with Luo Qianshan to Tianxiang Tower. Inside Tianxiang Tower, it was a grand feast, a time of joy and celebration, with a cacophony of voices and the presence of all sorts of bigwigs and influential figures. Everyone present personally stepped forward to congratulate Zhu Kai. Congratulations to Zhu Kaicheng on becoming the new head of the Kyushu Medical Academy. Those who want to give gifts should do so, and even those who don't should step forward and offer a toast to express their respect. Even the owner of Tianxi Angla had to personally come out to greet and serve them. Zhu Kai and Chen Men were living a carefree and happy life, having never enjoyed such treatment before. All sorts of big shots, famous and influential, treated them like emperors. They had never enjoyed such a magnificent sight, not even when they were bestowed the title of King of Physicians. Indeed, only those who stand at the pinnacle are worthy of the world's admiration. Zhu Kai was incredibly proud and smug. If it weren't for his wit, which forced Luo Qianshan to abdicate on this last day, the two of them would probably be the ones dying today. All of this is due to Zhu Kai's boldness and unparalleled decision-making. Lord Zhu, let me introduce someone to you. Fong Sanshu's voice rang out from the side. Oh, does Master Fong have any other distinguished guests? Zhu Kai turned his head and looked at Fong Sanshu with a smug smile. Of course there is. Remember, I said I would introduce you, Lord Zhu, to a great medical expert after the competition, and this next one is the greatest of the great. I believe that even you, Lord Zhu, should have heard of his name. He is Fong Jitian, an ancestor of our Fong family. Fong Sanshu said with a big smile. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Fong Jitian, is that the Fong Jitian who was known as the medical master, the half-step medical saint? I heard that Elder Fong is already 105 years old in the medical field. He is a renowned and famous figure. Countless people present were horrified. Anyone with even a basic understanding of medicine knew the name of this old man, Fong. Fong Jitian? Zhu Kai's expression changed immediately, and he asked in shock and excitement, is old Master Fong still alive? Certainly. Fong Sanshu, with a proud expression, turned to the side and shouted loudly, please invite my family's patriarch, Fong, to come out. Amidst shouts, the crowd dispersed, and a member of the Fong family slowly emerged, pushing a wheelchair. The person sitting in the wheelchair is none other than the renowned physician, Fong Jitian. Fong Jitian's face was ashen, his limbs were flattened, and his head was covered with silver hair, making him look like a dried corpse. But his eyes were still bright and piercing, with the sharp gaze of a middle-aged man, carrying an astonishing power. Upon seeing Fong Jitian, everyone present was so astonished that they bowed down in awe. Shu Kai took the lead, stepped forward, and knelt down in front of the wheelchair. This humble one, Zhu Kai, the newly appointed head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, pays respects to the medical master, Elder Fong. Greetings, sage physician Fong. The crowd at the scene knelt down and shouted in unison. Get up! Get up, all of you! Fong Jitian sat in his wheelchair, speaking in a steady yet hoarse voice. Thank you very much, Professor Fong. Everyone then stood up. Zhu Kai's face was filled with surprise and joy. This old man Fong's reputation and status are known to everyone in the land. He was worried that no one could publicize his mastery of the 13 ghost needles, but now that Elder Fong is here, by tomorrow, the entire 9 provinces will know. The entire medical community of Kyushu will be in an uproar. As expected, the Fong and Lu families have considerable power. With a powerful figure like Fong Jitian in charge, the Fong and Lu families became 2 prominent families in the Huai River Basin. Choosing to partner with these 2 companies from the very beginning was absolutely the right decision. Shu Kai was so happy that she was at a loss for what to do. She hurriedly stepped forward and personally pushed Fong Jitian's wheelchair to the banquet table. Fong Jitian chuckled and said, Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. It is an honor for the entire medical profession for Master Zhu to take over the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. I heard that you are proficient in the long-lost divine medical technique of the 13 ghost needles. From now on, I'm afraid the entire medical profession will follow your lead. You flatter me, Elder Fong. I was just lucky. I am still far inferior to you. Shu Kai said modestly, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Fong Jitian's personal praise is more effective than anyone else's. A reputation that countless medical practitioners would kill for. These are the golden words of Fong Jitian. Yes, do you know why I, Fong Jitian, am still so energetic at over 100 years old? It was when I was 60 years old that I thoroughly researched Hua Tuo's plaster. I developed Hua Tuo's plaster medicine, and it is this medicine that sustains my life. I have changed what medicine could not do. I have changed the limits of human beings, prolonging life and reaching my current age. Therefore, I have been hailed as the sage of medicine. Before my Hua Tuo plaster, all medical skills in the world are rubbish. Only these 13 ghost needles are not to be underestimated. They can rival my Hua Tuo plaster. Sitting in his wheelchair, Fong Jitian was beaming with pride while praising the 13 ghostly needles. He took the opportunity to pat himself on the back and boast a bit. From this day forward, the world will know that you, Zhu Kai, possess the 13 needles of the gods and demons, and I, Fong Jitian, possess 2 astonishing medical skills. We are the true masters of medicine. Fong Jitian, brimming with pride, elevated Zhu Kai to the same status as himself. Zhu Kai was so happy he felt like he could fly. What an honor this is! What high praise! He immediately knelt down before Fong Jitian and said loudly, From now on, I, Zhu Kai, will rely on Elder Fong's Karimi Kyushu Medical Academy will cooperate fully with the Fong family. Good, well said, I, Fong Jitian, will make an exception today and have a drink with Lord Zhu. The 2 medical masters clinked glasses on the spot, their heroic spirits soaring to the heavens. What a dog! Zhu Kai, even if you become the lord of the manor, you're still someone else's doge. It's utterly ridiculous. Just then, a voice rang out throughout the entire venue. Everyone was shocked. Everyone turned to look, and saw Shun Luoyun and Shin Sonlin slowly walking in at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower. Those were the words spoken by Shin Luoyun. The sound was deafening. 554, Chapter 554 asking you for 2 things. Have the Shin family gone mad? Everyone present was shocked. Let's not even mention that Zhu Kai has already taken over the Kyushu Medical Academy. There were so many big shots here, including Fong Jitian, a medical master, the biggest of the big shots. Shin Luoyun and Shin Sonlin actually dared to come to Tianxiang Tower to provoke them. Are they really tired of living? Anyone who makes a move could make the Shin family suffer terribly. Really? Presumptuous. Shu Kai roared and slowly stepped forward, his cold and sharp gaze falling on Shin Luoyun and Shin Sonlin. Dare to spout nonsense in front of Elder Fong. I think your Shin family is tired of living. Does being ranked among the top 50 in the 9 provinces of medicine give you the right to look down on everyone? Compared to my Kyushu Medical Academy, you are far inferior in front of Elder Fong. Your Shin family is nothing but trash. Zhu Kai's face was sharp, and he didn't take Shin Luoyun seriously at all. Just because she won first place in the selection competition, does she think she can act arrogantly in front of Zhu Kai? It's still a long way off. Whether Shin Luoyun can enter the 9 provinces medical academy is now entirely in his hands. Shin Luoyun grinned. Am I not telling the truth? You stole the Chang family's 13 ghostly needles, pretended to know them, memorized them by rote, and tried to imitate them to fool those in the medical field, but you can't fool those who truly have medical skills, especially my Shin family. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Kai laughed loudly, pointing at Shin Luoyun and mockingly saying, You brat, you really have a sharp tongue. You say I'm deceiving people in the medical field. Who do you think you are to dare question me? Shin Luoyun stared at Zhu Kai and sneered, Since you're so confident, do you dare to demonstrate it again in front of Fong Jitian? Let everyone open their eyes and see if you're really proficient in the 13 ghost needles. Let Elder Fong take a look. Can your 13 ghostly needles pass his test? Shin Luoyun's medical skills have now reached the level of a medical king. Even without the Chang family's revelation, she could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with Zhu Kai's 13 ghost needles. There was no life in his hands or on the needle. He's nothing but a pretentious clown. Since Su Ming didn't take any action, she would do it herself and expose this ridiculous clown in public. Utterly ridiculous. Zhu Kai raised an eyebrow, dismissing it with disdain. Someone like you has no right to see the 13 needles of the ghost god Yuri. Nothing but an ant in front of me. Why should I demonstrate it for you? You don't even have the right to speak to me. I am just toying with you and you don't even realize it. Let me tell you, Shin Luoyun of your Shin family has been expelled from the Kyushu Medical Academy. From now on, you and my Kyushu Medical Academy will have nothing to do with each other. Roll. Zhu Kai let out a loud, arrogant shout. Shin Luoyun smiled mockingly and said sarcastically, From beginning to end, I never intended to enter the 9 provinces medical academy. You still want to expel me? You're such an imposter. You're not qualified. Are you afraid to demonstrate because you're guilty? Shin Luoyun did not back down in the slightest, her imposing manner remaining sharp. This aggressive attitude made Zhu Kai feel a little guilty. Continuing this entanglement will likely be detrimental to him. Enraged, he roared, I think you have a death wish, men. Seize this father and daughter from the Shin family. I want their heads as my victory tribute. Yes. The members of the Fong and Lu families were the first to respond, rushing forward and surrounding Shin Luoyun and Shin Tsonglin. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and deadly. Shin Luoyun's eyes narrowed. She hadn't expected Zhu Kai to be so desperate as to dare to attack her and her father in front of so many people. This has gone too far. How can the two of them possibly contend with the immense power of the Fong and Lu families? This trip was really impulsive. I didn't consider the consequences. Shin Luoyun's forehead instantly broke out in a fine sheen of sweat from nervousness. Just then, a powerful voice rang out from the scene. What a grand display, Lord Zhu! The sound was deafening, booming and rumbling, as if the roof was about to be blown off. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, a ringing in their heads, and trembling all over. They all turned their heads in astonishment to look. Who is it? With such a majestic aura, and just the astonishing power of that voice, he must be a grandmaster or war god in the martial arts world. However, the crowd slowly parted, and what appeared before everyone was not a martial arts master, but Su Ming, who was dressed simply and had an ordinary demeanor. Su Ming led Luo Qianshan, Xiao Qingyu, Yi Tang, Qin Shuang, and the Chang family members into the Tianxiang Tower. Everyone was stunned. Who is this kid? They recognized everyone else, but they didn't recognize anyone except Su Ming, who was leading the group. Not to mention knowing Su Ming's identity. Was that the sound we just heard made by this kid? How is that possible? Zhu Kai, in particular, was so shocked and his pupils contracted when he saw Su Ming that they were stunned. What's going on? Is this kid from the Shin family? People from the Chun family? Who else dares to be so insolent in front of him? Brother Su! Only Shin Luoyun exclaimed in surprise, ran out of the crowd, cheered and skipped to Su Ming's side. Brother Su, I thought you weren't coming, I was so scared. Shen Luoyuan was overjoyed and stood beside Su Ming like a little bird. Su Ming smiled faintly, strode forward, and came to Zhu Kai. His deep gaze fell on Zhu Kai, and he grinned and said, Lord Zhu, I've come to ask you for two things. First, my handwritten copy of the 13 Needles of Ghosts and Gods. Secondly, it is the seal of the head of the Kyushu Medical Academy. Hand it over. Su Ming smiled. Who the hell are you? Zhu Kai was furious. There are too many clueless idiots out there these days. He doesn't even respect the Shen family, and now this brat has popped up, asking him for the Lord's seal and the 13 ghost needles. It's utterly ridiculous. They even mentioned my 13 ghost needles. That's fucking shameless. Zhu Kai flew into a rage and walked over, intending to reach out to Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming raised his hand and gently slapped Zhu Kai across the face. With a loud bang, Zhu Kai was knocked to the ground, his teeth falling out of his mouth and blood gushing out instantly. Everyone was stunned. At the Tianxiang Tower, countless people stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. What kind of tactic is this? Just one slap and Zhu Kai is like this? Is this really a peak-level martial arts master? When will Yunqing have such a master? Amidst countless shocked gazes, Su Ming raised his foot and slowly stepped on Zhu Kai's head, giving a cold smile, like a ghost. You have one last chance. If you don't hand it over, I'll crush your head and find it myself. Boom! The crowd erupted again, with countless gasps and exclamations of shock and amazement. That's terrifying. Who exactly is this person? Killing someone is as insignificant as stepping on an ant. Those present were all prominent figures who had never seen such a terrifying being before. And what did this guy just say? The 13 needles of the ghost god are his? OMG. 555, Chapter 555. I've lived enough. Fierce. Overbearing. A murderous aura filled the sky. For the first time, Zhu Kai sensed such a terrifying aura emanating from an ordinary young man he had never met before. At this moment, it felt as if even the soul was trembling. He felt he would surely die if he didn't obediently comply. Zhu Kai was never a particularly outstanding or powerful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken over the 9 provinces medical academy, become its head, and then chosen to be Fong Jitian's lackey and cooperate with the Fong family. Now that Su Ming had stepped on him, his mentality completely collapsed. Gasping for breath, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He trembled all over as he pulled out a handwritten copy of the 13 Needles of the Ghost God and the seal of the head of the 9 provinces medical academy from his robes and handed them to Su Ming with trembling hands. Here you go, take it all, don't kill me. Zhu Kai looked at Su Ming in horror. Snort! Su Ming grinned sinisterly, reached for the item, and handed it to Shen Luoyuan beside him. Then he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhu Kai in the head. Zhu Kai's head flew off and hit the steps next to him. Blood splattered on the spot, and he died instantly. Blood flowed down the floor like a small river. Whoosh! This scene stunned everyone present. They all retreated in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. That's so brutal. Didn't this guy say he just wanted something? Zhu Kai had obediently handed it over, yet they still kicked him to death on the spot? That's incredibly murderous. I have never seen such a violent martial arts master. What's more, there's a renowned physician named Fong Jitian sitting above them. This is incredibly disrespectful to the medical sage, Fong Jitian. Another medical master, Chen Men, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, urine flowing down his crotch and covering the floor. He stared blankly at Su Ming, trembling like a chick. Presumptuous. Fong Jitian witnessed this scene and was extremely shocked and furious, especially since Zhu Kai died right at his feet, which greatly shocked him. His gaunt face instantly flushed with blood, his eyes turned bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulged menacingly, like the roots of an old tree. What an arrogant brat! Do you even know who I am? You dare kill someone in front of me, and the head of the 9 provinces medical academy no less. You don't want to live anymore? Believe me or not, with just one word from me, the entire Central Plains will not tolerate you. I will ensure you die without a burial place. The entire Fong family instantly turned their attention to Su Ming with predatory eyes. Oh. Su Ming curled his lips into a vicious smile. Of course I know you, Fong Jitian. I've been waiting for you, you old turtle. You've been hiding really well. If it weren't for using Zhu Kaikan's family to make your Fong family think they had reached their peak, you old turtle, you probably would have been hiding your whole life, right? You son of a bitch, do you even recognize me? Su Ming took a step forward, pulled up the shirt covering his stomach, and his entire belly was revealed to Fong Jitian. Fong Jitian looked closely and immediately saw that two greenish-blue auras were intertwined and converging on Su Ming's stomach, like a sharp sword piercing straight into his chest. Fong Jitian might not know anything else, but he was very familiar with this aura. These are the Fong family's most top-notch and most skilled heavenly silkworm poison and golden snake poison. How could this kid have been poisoned by the Fong family's ultimate poison? Moreover, among the entire Fong family, besides Fong Jitian, only the poison leader Fong Mang can use both poisons simultaneously. But Fong Mang has been dead for 3 or 4 years. Could it be that? Could it be that? Fong Jitian's pupils dilated instantly, and he looked up abruptly, staring at Su Ming with a face full of shock. You, who exactly are you? I'm the one who'll take your life. Su Ming stepped forward and stood in front of Fong Jitian, his murderous aura soaring. He looked at Fong Jitian as if he were a dead man. Damn it, stay where you are, ancestrally Fong. Men, kill this brat. The heads of the Fong and Lu families, Fong Sanchu and Lu Yan, were shocked and furious upon seeing this scene, and let out a sharp shout. At Fong Sanchu's command, the Fong family members surged towards Su Ming like a tidal wave. Among them are many masters of the Grandmaster and War God level. After all, the Fong family brought quite a few Grandmasters and War Gods into the city back then, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to easily help Zhu Kai snatch the 13 ghost needles. In an instant, the entire Tianxiang Tower Hall was filled with a tense atmosphere and a palpable sense of impending doom. How dare you, who would dare to disrespect Prince Su? Yi Tang leaped in from behind, his hands outstretched like a Withdrew war god, directly blocking the Fong and Lu families, and began to slaughter those who rushed in. Bang bang bang. Yi Tang swept his fist across, sending 4 or 5 people flying. They coughed up blood in midair and landed dead. Upon seeing this, the heads of the Fong and Lu families were completely terrified. Is this a human or a monster? That's so sudden it's inhuman. Call for backup, bring all the members of the Fong family to Tianxiang Tower. I don't believe we can't kill these good-for-nothings today. We absolutely cannot let them harm Elder Fong in the slightest. Fong Sanchu roared in shock and anger. Just then, a servant of the Fong family ran over, sweating profusely, and said in a terrified voice to Fong Sanchu, Master Fong, something terrible has happened. The entire Tianxiang Tower is surrounded. There are quite a few troops outside. It seems to be the War God army. The entire Tianxiang Tower, inside and out, has been sealed off. If we call for reinforcements, our people simply won't be able to get in. What? Upon hearing this, both the Fong and Lu families were greatly shocked. The War God army, what's going on? Why is there a War God army? Fong Sanchu's horrified gaze fell on Su Ming, who was confronting Fong Jitian on the stage. Could it be that this kid is a member of the War God army? Fong Sanchu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Although Su Ming's exact identity is still unknown, the current situation is extremely unfavorable to the Fong family. A strong sense of unease quickly spread through my heart. The scene was chaotic. Some fled, some ran away. Yi Tang unleashed a killing spree in the central crowd, unstoppable by anyone. On the stage, Su Ming and Fong Jitian stared at each other, their eyes locked, like statues. Ancestor, please forgive my unfilial behavior. Fong Sanchu, the Fong family cannot perish here. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Fong Sanchu gritted his teeth and said with bloodshot eyes, then turned to Fong Bai and said, Let's go. Yes, Dad. Fong Bai was already terrified. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly crawled away with Fong Sanchu in the chaos. Lu Yan saw that Fong Sanchu had already run away, and he was powerless to resist. If he stayed here, it would be no different from courting death. He immediately fled Tianxiang Tower with his son, Lu He. On the stage, Fang Jitian stared intently at Su Ming. After a long while, he finally reacted and let out a sinister laugh. I understand now, I know who you are. You are that beast from the War God army. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You lured me out on purpose so you'd get the antidote from me, right? No way, impossible, ha ha ha. Fang Jitian laughed wildly, as if he were a madman. His full head of silver hair danced wildly in the wind, making him look like a madman. I, Fang Jitian, am 105 years old. I've lived long enough. My death won't be in vain. I am willing to take you down with me in the underworld. I'll still be superior to you, you beast. You'll forever be trampled underfoot by the Fang family. Ha ha ha. Fang Jitian burst into another fit of wild laughter. He was convinced that Su Minghua had gone to so much trouble, and that she must be after the antidote. If he doesn't give him the antidote, Su Ming will surely die. It's only a matter of time. He might die at worst, but if he could save Su Ming's life, his life would be absolutely worth it. 556, Chapter 556. Su Zifeng, a cultivator at the Earth-Profound Realm, appears. Come on, kill me. Fang Jitian sat in his wheelchair, laughing maniacally. Once I die, no one in the world will be able to cure your poison. I'll go down to the gates of hell first and wait for you. If I don't see your soul, I, Fang Jitian, will not cross the bridge of helplessness. Fang Jitian's loud laughter echoed throughout the entire Tianxiang Tower. Yeah? Su Ming grinned, slowly took out a pill from his pocket, spread it in his palm, and presented it to Fang Jitian, asking with a smile, Fang Jitian, do you recognize this? Fang Jitian's eyes sharpened as he looked at Su Ming's palm, and he was instantly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and his maniacal laughter froze on his face, making him look extremely ridiculous. This is the Dragon Roar Pill? Can cure all poisons, Dragon's Roar Pill? How is that possible? You can refine a 6th grade divine medicine, the Dragon Roar Pill. Fang Jitian is really going crazy now. He never dreamed that Su Ming had actually refined a 6th grade Dragon Roar Pill. If that's the case, then why did he come looking for him? The Dragon Roar Pill can completely cure the poison in his body. Although it may take a while, with the powerful effects of the Dragon Roar Pill, it will take at most 3 to 5 years to completely eliminate the heavenly silkworm poison and golden snake poison from Su Ming's body. Since this kid already has this trump card, why is he still going to all the trouble to find him? Are you crazy? Seeing Fang Jitian's panicked and terrified expression, Su Ming laughed, a deep and unrestrained laugh. Are you confused? I already have the antidote, so why am I looking for you? I'm looking for you only to kill you. Don't you wanna die? I'll grant your wish. Do you think you can rest easy just because the poison leader Fang Mang is dead? Let me tell you, Fang Mang has offended. Meth evil Fang Mang has committed will be repaid with your life, Fang Jitian's life, and the lives of everyone in the Fang and Lu families. Tonight, I will make the 2 great families of the Huai River Basin bleed to a crisp. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You. Fang Jitian trembled with fear, fell to the ground, and looked utterly terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. At his advanced age, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and bowels, and a foul stench instantly filled the air. You are a demon. Fang Jitian completely lost his composure and roared at Su Ming like a madman. You can say that, after all, it's not the first time I've heard it described that way, but remember your words, don't cross the bridge of helplessness until you see me die. Su Ming let out a fierce laugh and stomped Fang Jitian's head under his foot. Bang! Fresh blood burst open. Fang Jitian was trampled to death by Su Ming on the spot at Tianxiang Tower, just like a cockroach. Those who witnessed this scene firsthand, especially those with weaker mental fortitude, were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. That's terrifying. The remaining members of the Fang and Lu families collapsed, their cries of agony filling the air as they begged for mercy or fled, creating a scene of utter devastation reminiscent of hell. Patriarch Fang, this way. At this moment, inside Yun City, Fang Sanshu and Lu Yan, along with their men, had arrived at the city gate. All the experts from the Fong and Lu families were notified to come and gather, totaling more than 300 people. Among them, there are at least 50 Grandmaster War Gods. Once gathered into a massive force, they would forcefully break out of the city. However, now that he was standing on the edge of a cliff, Fong Sangshu would not want to fight and kill indiscriminately in Yun City unless he was forced to. If there is a safer way, let's go back to the Huai River Basin. Then they are completely safe. Upon arriving at the city gate, Fong Sangshu looked up and saw a group of garrison guards dressed in military uniforms, all fully armed and exuding a fierce aura. Fong Sangshu glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly, I'll go and negotiate first. If we can get out of the city, then we can avoid fighting. If something unexpected happens, then you can all attack together and catch them off guard." "Yes." The crowd behind him responded. Fong Sangshu then walked up to a group of guards, a big smile on his face. He took out several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, stuffed them into the hand of the head guard, and said with a fawning smile, "My fellow soldiers, you've worked hard, you have to be on duty and checking the guards so late at night, you must be exhausted. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I am sharing it with the brothers to help them relax." As he spoke, Fong Sangshu took out another 30,000 to 40,000 yuan in cash and stuffed it into the leader's hands. With a broad smile, he said, "I'm just a businessman. I am taking my men out tonight to buy some goods. Could you make an exception and let us go out? I don't need the money, but I can accept the cigarettes." The lead guard didn't stand on ceremony, stuffing the cigarette into his pocket and saying expressionlessly, "As long as you're checked and found to be fine, you can leave the city at any time." All right, then you can proceed with the inspection." Fong Sangshu smiled in agreement. "May I have your name?" The guard next to him spoke first, and took out a register, preparing to record Fong Sangshu's name. Fong Sangshu's eyes darted around, and he said with a smile, "My name is Zhou Yan, a small businessman in Yunqing, not much of a name." Zhou Yan. The other party wrote down their name. Then two guards came up and searched Fong Sangshu from head to toe. The search yielded nothing. "All right, you can go now." The lead guard waved his hand. Thank you, brother." Fong Sangshu felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude with a face full of thanks. Then he turned around and waved to Lu Yan and his group, saying, "Brothers, let's go." The crowd hurriedly followed. It was clear that the Fong and Lu families were about to leave the city. But just then, a cold voice rang out. "You are Fong Sangshu, right?" Behind the guards, a slender, thin figure slowly raised her head, her eyes sharp as knives, staring at the ancient tree like an eagle. This man was actually the commander of Shuzhou leader, Su Zifeng. Fong Sangshu trembled and suddenly turned his head to look. He was shocked to see Su Zifeng behind the guards. "Who are you?" Fong Sangshu asked in shock. Su Zifeng grinned, "Never mind who I am, your attitude now means you admit that you are Fong Sangshu." "You?" Fong Sangshu's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, just one last step away, this woman saw through it. "How come there's a woman among these guards? Kill!" Fong Sangshu was furious and enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Boom! Behind Fong Sangshu, dozens of Grandmaster War Gods exploded with a bang, and more than a dozen people rushed out, directly knocking all the frontline city guards to the ground. Then, like a ferocious beast, it charged towards Su Zifeng. Good timing! Su Zifeng slowly raised his head, exuding a powerful and astonishing aura. As a dozen or so Grandmasters and War Gods rushed towards her, she suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful force erupted from her arm. With a sweeping punch, he sent several Grandmaster-level War Gods flying backward. After landing, he coughed up blood incessantly. Earth Profound Realm? The dozens of Grandmasters and War Gods present were all horrified. Earth Profound Realm? On the other side of Yunqing, Su Fanghua, who was rushing to the city gate, was taken aback. She looked up and was so shocked by the imposing aura rising into the sky at the city gate that she could not close her mouth. Yunqing actually has a martial arts peak, the Earth Profound Realm. Is this person even stronger than her? Who exactly is this person? There's such a master in Yunqing. Su Fanghua felt as if the blood in her body was on fire. After waiting for so long, she has finally found an opponent worthy of her battle. 557, Chapter 557. When did you pledge allegiance to the Fang family? Stop her, kill her. At the city gate, Fang Sanshu let out a desperate roar. He doesn't care about things like the earthly profound realm or the peak of martial arts. He now has only one goal, to get all his master-level warriors to rush forward and stop Su Zifeng. Even if it only buys him 2 minutes, that's enough time for him to get out of the city. The difference between a Grandmaster War God and a Profound Realm expert is not just a matter of titles. The gap in martial arts realm is so vast that it's like a provincial team fighting against a national team. They might not even last a single round. A group of Grandmaster War Gods looked at Su Zifeng with eyes full of fear. Even under the pressure of Fang Sanshu's roar, they were covered in sweat and dared not step forward recklessly. This infuriated Fang Sanshu. These bunch of useless trash. They say you raise an army for 1,000 days to use it for one has raised these men for half his life, yet he doesn't dare to go up against them. All of you, get up here, you bunch of useless trash. Whoever can stop her and survive will come to the Fang family in the Huai River Basin to collect their reward, 1 billion each. Fang Sanshu shouted loudly. Even the most severely wounded will produce brave men. Instantly, a group of Grandmasters and War Gods, as if injected with chicken blood, charged towards the garrison guards at the gate and Su Zifeng with crazed faces, recklessly. Withdraw! Fang Sanshu turned around and called out to his son Fang Bailuyan, and his son Lu Ha also took advantage of the chaos to rush out of the city gate. A great battle broke out at the city gate, and the fighting began. In a short while, the ground was covered in blood. The dozens of Grandmaster War Gods who were covering the rear had fallen more than a dozen in the blink of an eye, all of them dying on the spot. No one could withstand a single blow from Su Zifeng. Seeing that Fang Sanshu had already fled, the remaining soldiers fought and retreated, running towards the outskirts of Yun City. Upon seeing this, Su Zifeng ignored everyone else, grabbed a knife, and gave chase. When Su Fanghua arrived at the city gate, the scene was already a mess, with corpses scattered all over the ground. Where are they? Su Fanghua reached out and grabbed one of the guards, asking. They've all gone out, they've all fought their way outside. Su Fanghua's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, she chased after him on the spot. At night, the sky was pitch black, covered with dark clouds, and no stars could be seen except for a dim crescent moon hanging in the sky. This also significantly reduces visibility in the wild. However, martial artists, especially those above the Grandmaster and War God level, cultivate Qi with the support of Qi. Their eyesight is much better than that of ordinary people. Su Fanghua followed the trail for about 2 or 3 miles and arrived at a barren valley on a hillside. At this moment, the sounds of fighting ahead became even clearer. She quickly approached, stood on the hillside, and looked down. She immediately saw a dozen Grandmaster War Gods surrounding and attacking one person in the valley and grassland. The man held only a knife, but his murderous aura was overwhelming, and his imposing presence was terrifying. Even though she's alone, it seems like the advantage lies with her. The others couldn't stop them at all and could only keep dodging and resisting. There were many corpses lying on the ground around them. Those who are lying down are all Grandmasters and War Gods. Su Fanhua's eyes shone brightly, and she was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Earth Profound Realm, is this what the Earth Profound Realm is? It's too powerful. If I can fight you, it will definitely help me break through to the Earth Profound Realm in one fell swoop. Wait for me, I'm here, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Su Fanhua was filled with excitement. She leaped down the hillside and rushed wildly onto the grass. Boom! Su Fanhua burst into the crowd, not distinguishing friend from foe, and directly sent the 2 Grandmaster War Gods blocking her way flying. Another one? The other Grandmasters and War Gods were immediately shocked. Also at the Earth Profound Realm level? What's going on? A group of Fang family remnants, including a dozen or so Grandmaster War Gods who had been killed, were now terrified. Su Zifeng alone has almost driven them to despair. The gap between Grandmaster War Gods and Earth Profound Realm cultivators is still too great. Even if there are 40 or 50 of them, they are still like ants in front of Su Zifeng and can only be slaughtered unilaterally. They were on the verge of being driven to the brink of despair, about to be wiped out by Su Zifeng. As a result, another expert at the Earth Profound Realm suddenly appeared. When did Cloud City get so many experts at the Earth Profound Realm? Are all these earthly profound realms free? The remaining Grandmaster War Gods suffered a complete mental breakdown, fleeing in terror. Those who could run away scrambled to escape. Those who couldn't run away were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Su Zifeng glanced coldly at him, still wanting to give chase. But then Su Zifeng rushed up and, without saying a word, punched Su Zifeng in the face. Court death? Su Zifeng's gaze turned cold. He hadn't expected that this newcomer would dare to attack him. Is he also a member of the Feng family? At this moment, Su Zifeng's killing intent had flared up, and he was showing no mercy in his attacks. Especially since the Feng family are King Su's mortal enemies, it wouldn't be a pity to kill them all. He immediately picked up the knife in his hand and, without saying a word, slashed at Su Fanghua. Good timing. Su Fanghua laughed loudly, neither dodging nor avoiding, and used her chest to block Su Zifeng's knife. Clang! With a piercing bang, Su Fanghua's clothes were ripped open, revealing the silver silk soft armor underneath, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. This thing can even stop bullets, let alone knives. This was a treasure given to her by her sect when she left Wushuang's sect. I had anticipated this battle with a master of the Earth Profound Realm. Although the blade was blocked, the powerful energy of the Earth Profound Realm still made Su Fanghua's whole body tremble. What powerful energy, is this? The Earth Profound Realm, awesome! With a loud roar, Su Fanghua charged at Su Zifeng once again. That sound? Why does it look so familiar? Su Zifeng's eyes sharpened, and she couldn't help but look puzzled. That voice sounds so familiar. Isn't this Su Fanghua? Is it really this girl? Su Zifeng was taken aback and quickly sheathed her sword, staring intently at the scene. At this moment, Su Fanghua had already rushed incredibly close, less than 2 meters. After getting a clear look at her, it was indeed Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua's powerful fist was about to land on Su Zifeng's face. Su Fanghua, have you gone mad? Su Zifeng shouted in shock and anger. Ah! Su Fanghua was stunned, frozen in place, her energy collapsing and dissipating, creating a gust of wind on the grass. Second sister? Su Fanghua stared in disbelief, blankly retracting her fist, looking at Su Zifeng standing in front of her with an incredulous expression. Second sister, is it really you? How do you have the strength of the Earth Profound Realm? You're an Earth Profound Realm expert, am I dreaming? Su Fanghua was completely stunned. It turns out that the Earth Profound Realm expert she had been chasing for so long was actually her second sister. Su Zifeng, how could this be? Su Zifeng was also shocked, even more so by what she saw. After all that fighting, it turned out to be my own infuriating younger sister. If it weren't for Su Fanghua's mischief in Yunqing, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to lead her people from Shuzhou to attack. Unexpectedly, the two sisters ended up fighting in the wild. Unexpectedly, the two sisters ended up fighting in the wild. Su Zifeng was furious, her anger reaching a boiling point. She roared, "What exactly do you want? You left the Peerless sect and didn't go home, fine, but now you're siding with the Feng family. When did you start doing anything for the Feng family?" Su Zifeng was furious. The Feng family? I didn't do anything for the Feng family. Su Fanghua said blankly. Then why are you blocking my way? Su Zifeng roared in anger. She was furious with Su Fanghua. 558, Chapter 558. Even immortals must die. Second sister, I didn't know it was you. I thought you were some kind of martial arts master, so I came to test my skills. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have chased after you. Su Fanghua explained with a face full of grievance. Alright. Su Zifeng rolled her eyes. Come with me. Where to? Su Fanghua asked curiously. Where else can we go? Of course, we'll go to the Fong family to help King Su. King Su wants to completely eliminate the Fong and Lu families. I've received so many favors and kindness from King Su, so naturally I should do my best to help him. Su Zifeng said in a deep voice. King Su, who? It can't be that kid you're talking about, can it? Second sister, you don't really believe he's the king of the 9 provinces, do you? Su Fanghua stared wide-eyed, her face full of suspicion. Was my second sister poisoned? How could you trust someone like that so much? During her time in Yunqing, she had dealt with Su Ming several times, and she knew his background and what a good-for-nothing he was. If such a person were the king of the 9 provinces, wouldn't the entire 9 provinces be doomed? Is the king of Kyushu so worthless? Are you going or not? Su Zifeng glared angrily. Go, I'll go wherever you go, second sister. So the two of them took advantage of the darkness and headed to the Fong family in the Huai River basin. During the journey, Su Fanghua asked in surprise and confusion, second sister, how did your strength and cultivation improve so quickly? I remember not long ago, I heard that you were only a supreme war god, and had not even reached the Grandmaster war god level. Moreover, I have been cultivating in the Peerless sect for more than 10 years, and I am still only half a step away from entering the Earth Profound Realm. How did you manage to fully comprehend the Earthly Profound Realm? Su Zifeng's eyes were filled with utter confusion. She considers herself a genius with exceptional talent in martial arts cultivation, otherwise, the Peerless sect wouldn't have shown her so much favor. They even bestowed upon her silver silk soft armor. Even so, he was still overtaken by his second sister, who had only average talent. Even though they were all family, she still felt a deep sense of frustration. Could it be that her talent wasn't as high as people thought, and that she wasn't even as good as her second sister? It was Prince Su who guided me. Thanks to him, he left me a prescription before he left. I was skeptical at the time, but after using it, I realized what the difference was. Perhaps the Earthly Profound Realm is nothing more than that. In his eyes, a single prescription can easily create it. Su Zifeng sighed with admiration. It's him again? Su Fanghua frowned. Is it true or false? Now even she couldn't help but start to doubt, was that kid really that amazing? Could a single prescription really allow Su Zifeng to reach the Earth Profound Realm? After more than a decade of hard work, I still can't compete with a prescription? Su Fanghua's expression immediately became extremely complicated. Ha ha ha. The Huai River Basin, Fangjia. Fong Sanchu led his men back to the Fong family hall, where a burst of wild laughter echoed throughout the hall. So what if they laid a trap for me? So what if they schemed and plotted? Those ants in Yun City are still just ants. They still let me escape back. As long as we return to the Huai River Basin, to our own territory, then I will be the one in charge here. Once you get here, even a god would die. Fong Sanchu's ferocious laughter echoed throughout the entire hall. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a servant of the Fong family and sternly instructed him, immediately notify the mercenary department to send out 100,000 mercenaries to completely seal off the entire Huai River Basin, from top to bottom, for a distance of 50 miles. Notify the mercenary leader that Qin Long is coming to see me. Today, I will seal off the Fong family compound inside and out like an iron barrel. Anyone who comes here will not be able to leave alive. Fong Sanchu shouted loudly. Yes. The servant turned and left. Fong Sanchu's confidence stemmed from the Fong family's immense wealth, which allowed them to maintain a powerful mercenary group of hundreds of thousands from the border regions. Each member was brave and skilled in battle, a veritable beast without regard for its own life. As long as we take action, no one will offend the Fong family, and we can leave alive. Not only that, but also the medicine-making and training that Dr. Fong Jitian has provided over the years has nurtured at least 800 Grandmaster-level warriors. Among them, there are at least 200 masters at the peak of the Grandmaster War God level. This force, let alone Yunqing, could easily flatten even the Central Plains. He couldn't imagine what kind of person, from the Central Plains, would dare to challenge his Fong family. What a pity for old ancestor Fong. He lost his life in vain. If he could have lived another 4 or 5 years, he could have helped our Fong family reach even greater heights. He could have passed on all his medical skills to Fong Bai and Lu Ha. However, the rise of a powerful family naturally comes with sacrifices. Old Master Fong devoted himself to the Fong family, and the Fong family will never forget his existence. He lived to be 105 years old, which is a fulfilling life. Fong Sanshu shook his head and sighed. Brother Fong, something seems off about what happened today. Standing to the side, Lu Yan frowned, looked up at Fong Sanshu, and said with a deep and solemn expression. Why do those people from Pingyun City dare to attack us? Not to mention it's directly targeting Zhu Kai and old ancestor Fong. Zhu Kai has already taken over the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. He doesn't even put the 9 Provinces Medical Academy in his eyes, and even the medical sage, ancestor Fong, couldn't escape him. What kind of courage and confidence does it take to do this? Could it be that the powerful figure from Kyushu that we previously investigated has made a move? Lu Yan asked, sounding both surprised and uncertain. What kind of bigwigs are they? They're all utter bullshit. Fong Sanshu scoffed and dismissed it with disdain. Whether this person exists or not, even if he does, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death tomorrow. I'll lead my men back to Yun City. Everyone who appeared at Tianxiang Tower tonight will die. The Shin family, the Chang family, and those idiots leave no one alive. Then bring back old ancestor Fong's remains and erect a monument to him. I want the entire Central Plains to know that the Fong family is not one they can afford to offend. Fong Sanshu was arrogant and unruly. The sound was like thunder. Something terrible has happened, Master Fong. Just then, the servant who had been sent out earlier came running back, crawling on his knees. What's wrong? Fong Sanshu's eyes sharpened, his face filled with a stern and fierce expression. I just contacted Qin Long, the leader of the mercenary group, and received news that he has already fled and disappeared. The entire 100,000-strong mercenary group has disbanded. Not a single one can be found. Not only that, all the checkpoints within dozens of miles of our Fong family's residence have been sealed off, and no one connected to the Fong family is allowed to enter or leave. We are all trapped here. The servant turned pale with fright and said in a panic. What? Fong Sanshu was horrified. Lu Yan, Fong Bai, Lu Ha, and the others also instantly changed their expressions, their faces filled with horror. Only then did they seem to fully realize the seriousness of the situation. Who exactly have we provoked this time? Fong Sanshu was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Lu Yan was right, and there really is some powerful figure from the 9 provinces? To be able to do this, to be able to disband the 100,000-strong mercenary group raised by the Fong family, how amazing is that? Where's the phone? Give it to me, I'll call Qin Long myself. Fong Sanshu was covered in sweat and said in utter astonishment. Yes. The servant hurriedly brought the phone up. No need to fight anymore. That idiot has already been captured by my war god Armai. He's been hung up and beaten until his skin is torn and bleeding. He's almost dead. Just then, a cold and domineering voice rang out at the doorway of the room. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. At the entrance of the Fong family's main hall, Su Ming, along with Yi Tang and members of the war god army, slowly walked in. Its overwhelming momentum, like a mountain collapsing, pressed down on the entire Fong family. 559, Chapter 559. Can you stop it? The war god army, who exactly are you? Fong Sanshu, Lu Yan, and the others stared at Su Ming in shock. At this moment, the turmoil in my heart was beyond description. Where did this kid come from? Not only can he command the war god army, but he can also disband all 100,000 of his mercenaries. What kind of ability does that take? Could it be that the Fong family's current predicament was entirely caused by this kid? You're really stupid, much stupider than Fong Jitian. Your Fong family has fallen to this state, and you still haven't realized it? Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Fong Mang was your older brother, right? Don't you even know who killed him? Su Ming asked with a smile. Could you beta one atop Mount Tai? Upon hearing this, Fong Sanshu was instantly shocked beyond belief, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. It's terrible, Master Fong. All the forces in Zhengzhou have cut off contact with our Fong family, and we can't find any support. Another servant ran in to report. Upon hearing this, Fong Sanshu was utterly devastated. The Fong family has been driven into a poor alley and is now isolated and helpless. At this moment, he finally understood who this kid in front of him really was. The leader leader of the 8 million war god army, the border king, and the king of the 9 provinces. No wonder they came for the Fong family. No wonder they don't even respect the Kyushu Medical Academy. If we were to say who the Fong family's greatest enemy has been over the years, it would undoubtedly be the war god army. Because of the existence of the war god army, their economic resources were trapped in the Huai River basin. Anything near the border that was discovered by the war god army would be confiscated, and the people involved would be arrested. This has also resulted in the Fong family not making much progress in economic development in recent years. That's why Fong Sangshu was so eager to send his son and the Liu family's son to the Kyushu Medical Academy, hoping to use the academy's reputation to establish a foothold within the Kyushu region. Unexpectedly, this caught the eye of the king of Kyushu. But this is for the best. Ever since his eldest brother and 7 others died in battle atop Mount Tai, the Fong family has sworn an oath to be irreconcilably opposed to the king of the 9 provinces and the war god army, until death do them part. Sooner or later, this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Even more unexpectedly, the king of the 9 provinces was still alive. Good, very good. Fong Sangshu let out a ferocious laugh, pointing at Su Ming and sneering, "So what if you're from the war god army? So what if you're the king of the 9 provinces? You dare come to my Fong family? I won't let you leave alive. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, I will avenge my elder brother Fong Mang and my ancestor Fong Jitin. I will make sure you die without a burial place." Su Ming slowly stepped forward, a playful smile on his face, and asked, "With your Fong family now, can you still do it? Who can save you?" "With the Fong family's current strength, you are doomed. Someone come here." Fong Sangshu's face turned red, his eyes blazing with fury, and he roared. Instantly, countless people poured out of the Fong family compound. Some climbed over the walls, others rushed out from the back hall, and footsteps echoed all around the gate as a dense crowd surged out, completely blocking the entrance to the Fong family compound. Fong Sangshu laughed loudly, his eyes bloodshot. "King of the 9 provinces, you didn't expect this, did you? You think you can exterminate Fong Sangshu by severing all ties with my Fong family? But sorry, I was prepared. Besides 100,000 mercenaries, I also keep 800 corpses among them. There are no fewer than 200 Grandmaster level War God peak experts. How powerful are you? There are only 5 of you in total. How do you think you can beat me? Can you defeat 200 of my Grandmaster level, peak level War God experts? Can you outfight my 800 corpses? You really think Fong Sangshu has no trump cards at all? You're still too naive. King of the 9 provinces, you have only an empty title. In truth, you're nothing but a greenhorn. What my elder brother couldn't do, I will do today. If my elder brother Fong Mang can't kill you, I will personally cut off your head." Fong Sangshu's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the entire Fong family compound. "Dad, kill him, let him look down on the Fong family. He forced me and Lu Ha to kneel before him at the restaurant. That kid is going to die today." Fong Bai and Lu Ha were also gritting their teeth. He wished he could kill Su Ming with his own hands. This is a life-or-death feud between the Fong family and the war god army. Today, one of them will surely die. 200 grandmasters at the peak of the war god realm? Upon hearing this, Yi Tang's expression changed. He quickly walked to Su Ming's side and asked in a low voice, "King Su, should I immediately notify the war god army and have them break in? 200 grandmasters, peak war god level. This is no joke." Back then, Su Ming was able to single-handedly defeat 100 grandmaster war gods in Shuzhou. But most of it was just intimidation. Less than half of those people actually took action. The others were all so terrified they wet themselves. Moreover, those were not even the peak of Grandmaster War God. Back then, there was only one Grandmaster War God in Shuzhou, Yi Tianzong. But now, there are 200. These are all assassins bribed by the Fong family. They will fight to the death in a battle, and they cannot be scared away. This is a completely different situation. Yi Tang's martial arts cultivation is not bad either, but he is only at the Earth Profound Realm. One Earth Profound Realm cultivator fighting against 200 grandmasters and peak war gods is something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. In that short moment, Yi Tang's palms were already sweaty. His face was extremely solemn. The only way to break this deadlock is to send the war god army directly in and crush the enemy. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Tang's reaction, Fang Xingshu already knew what was going on. He laughed loudly again. Now you're scared, too late today, it won't end until you few die here. As for getting the war god army to come and support you, don't even dream about it. The Huai River Basin is at least 20 miles from my Fang family home. By the time they get here, you lot will all be dead. Brother Fang, don't waste your breath on them, lest things get complicated. Kill. Lu Yan coldly shouted from the side. That's exactly what I was thinking. Kill. Kill. Fang Xingshu let out a roar that resounded throughout the area. The 800 corpses around him, like bats, leaped up and pounced on Su Ming and Yi Tang in the center like lightning. The aura of countless grandmasters and war gods enveloped the scene, overwhelming and immense, almost suffocating Fang Xingshu and his companions who had no martial arts cultivation, making them feel as if their bones were about to be crushed. They all retreated, only managing to catch their breath when they were more than 100 meters away. That's terrifying. The power of 800 Grandmaster War Gods was simply earth-shattering. Fang Xingshu never expected that the people he usually kept would unleash such an astonishing and terrifying aura at this crucial moment. Who in the entire land could withstand such a powerful aura? King of the 9 provinces? Bullshit. That kid is definitely going to die today. Prince Su, I'll hold them off, you go first. Seeing this scene and feeling the astonishing aura, Yi Tang's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly stood in front of Su Ming, her coat fluttering, her eyes resolute, already prepared to die. Even if it means my own death, I will help Su Ming find a way to survive. Can you stop it? Su Ming rolled his eyes, patted Yi Tang on the shoulder, and said calmly, take on as many as you can, and run if you can't. Die, I don't have time for you. Leave the rest to me. Ah. Yi Tang was dumbfounded. He showed a shocked expression. Having been by Su Ming's side for so long, Yi Tang, who knew Su Ming best, was never surprised by anything Su Ming did in the past. This time, however, he was truly shocked. Su Ming is going to fight 200 Grandmaster level war gods at their peak, and 800 war god death squads all by himself. This level of terror is no less than the battle against the 8 bandit leaders atop Mount Tai. Could it be that King Su's strength has reached an even higher level? Yi Tang was utterly shocked. 560, chapter 560 in front of me, you're not even as good as a dog. This aura, my god. Su Fanhua and Su Zifeng arrived at the lawn 2 miles away from Fangjia. Even though they were still a kilometer away from the Fang family, the two could clearly feel the astonishing aura that soared into the sky, even from such a distance. Especially since both of them were at roughly the same level of earthly profound realm strength, they were even more sensitive to this powerful aura. At that moment, the hairs on both of their brows practically stood on end. My god, what a terrifying aura this is, Earth Profound Realm. No, even 10 Earth Profound Realm cultivators unleashing their auras together might not be able to match this. Could it be that the Fang family has such a terrifying expert? Su Fanghua turned pale with fright. She wanted to challenge a master, but if the opponent was that strong, going there wouldn't be a challenge, it would be suicide. Faced with the overwhelming force of the storm, she and Su Zifeng were like ants. There was absolutely no room for struggle. Second sister, I think we shouldn't go and die. If we go, we won't be able to come back. Maybe we should retreat and return to Yunqing first. Such a master is beyond our ability to handle. No. Su Zifeng shook his head calmly. You're mistaken. It's not just one person. It's probably hundreds or even thousands of people who could gather such a terrifying aura. This means that Prince Su is likely surrounded and in danger. We must rush over to his aid immediately. No, second sister, are you crazy? Even if there are hundreds or thousands of people, we can't fight them. Is it worth it for a kid? Do you need men that much? I'll introduce you to 2. Su Fanghua stared at Su Zifeng in utter shock and disbelief. You brat! Su Zifeng was furious and glared at Su Fanghua. Fine, if you don't want to go, I'll go alone. After saying that, Su Zifeng didn't hesitate any longer and hurried towards the Fang family. Sigh, my second sister has really fallen for that kid's trick. Even knowing it's suicide, you still have to go. Do you think I'd let you go alone? Su Fanghua had no choice but to follow. The two arrived at the Fang family's gate about 10 minutes later, one after the other. The aura still enveloped the Feng family, but it had dissipated considerably and was no longer as terrifying as it had been before. But now the distance was much closer, and the sensations were much clearer. The two of them felt their very souls tremble. It's hard to imagine what kind of fierce battle Su Ming is facing right now. Su Zifeng's expression was solemn and complicated. With a loud bang, he pushed open the door to the room. Boom! Stepping into the courtyard, the atmosphere was intimidating, as if facing a ferocious beast. Even though Su Zifeng and Su Fanghua were both at the earth-profound realm, they were almost so frightened that they knelt on the ground. But when they looked up, they were completely dumbfounded. They were stunned, as if struck by lightning. In the courtyard, countless Feng family experts lay sprawled on the ground, their corpses piled up like a small mountain. In the center of the courtyard ahead, Su Ming stood there, like a god descending from heaven. The remaining Grandmaster War Gods either collapsed and begged for mercy while kneeling before Su Ming, or some who couldn't bear it and committed suicide on the spot. At this moment, Su Zifeng and Su Fanghua suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that the terrifying aura did not come from the Feng family, but from Su Ming. OMG! How powerful must it be? Su Fanhua's pupils dilated violently, her head was ringing, and her mouth was agape in shock, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. This is impossible. Could this kid really be the unparalleled king of the 9 provinces, just as second sister said? Even as the queen of the 9 provinces, she never imagined that she could be this strong in the martial arts world. What level of cultivation and strength does that require? Heavenly profound realm, human god realm? No, it might be even higher, reaching a level she can hardly imagine. No wonder Su Ming never bothered to respond to her provocations before. In Su Ming's eyes, she was probably just like an ant. Oh my god! Su Fanghua was filled with remorse. She had been searching for a master, but it turned out she was blind to their abilities. The real master was right beside her, yet she continued to look down on him and provoke him. If Su Ming really wanted to lay a hand on her, she wouldn't even know how long she'd been dead. Prince Su, are you alright? After the initial shock, Su Zifeng quickly got up and ran to Su Ming, asking anxiously and concernedly. Su Zifeng didn't care much about Su Ming's strength, she was only concerned about whether Su Ming was injured. Because in her heart, Su Ming's strength was beyond description. It's alright, these weaklings can't hurt me. Su Ming smiled calmly, clapped his hands, and looked relaxed and indifferent. He can fight 800 elite warriors and 200 Grandmaster-level warriors with ease. At this moment, Su Fanghua was completely convinced. Oh, your sister's here too, you two met, what a coincidence, I was just saying I'd tell you where your sister is another day. Su Ming glanced at Su Fanghua and said with a smile. So, you knew my identity all along. Su Fanhua's legs felt weak and powerless, and she dragged herself to Su Ming. Su Ming grinned, I knew your identity from the day we rode the train back to Shuzhou, but I didn't know what your purpose was in coming to Yunqing, so I didn't expose you. Su Fanhua was once again deeply moved. Thinking himself clever, he concealed his identity and his relationship with Su Zifeng, intending to test Su Ming in Yunqing. As it turned out, they already knew everything and had her completely under their control. Su Fanghua was completely in awe of him. She hurriedly stepped forward, knelt before Su Ming, and bowed in fear. This humble girl, Su Fanghua, pays her respects to the king of the 9 provinces. I beg the king of the 9 provinces to forgive my past offenses and disrespect. Su Ming grinned, I wasn't really thinking about it anyway. Let's talk about your matter later. I need to go first eliminate the remnants of the Feng family's faction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tang, leading the war god army, had already captured Feng Sangshu, Feng Bai, Lu Yan, and Lu Ha, the 2 pairs of fathers and sons, who had tried to escape. Back in the hall, I looked at the mountain of corpses piled up in the courtyard. Feng Sangshu and the other 3 were terrified. One by one, they knelt down on the ground with a thud. His face filled with terror, pale as death, he called out to Su Ming, begging for mercy, King of the 9 provinces, I know I was wrong, I beg you, don't be so ruthless, spare my life, Feng Sangshu, if all else fails, spare my son's life. I don't want my Feng family line to end like this, with no one from my family left. Please. Fang Sangshu wept bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly to Su Ming. His head slammed heavily against the ground, and after several thuds, his head was bleeding profusely, with blood splattering everywhere. Su Ming walked up to the four men and sneered, "Spare your life, keep your Fang family alive so they can continue to wreak havoc on the Huai River Basin? Let's not talk about the grudges between Fang Mang and me, let's just talk about what your Fang family has done in the Huai River Basin. They've committed all sorts of evil deeds, from petty theft and arson to murder and looting. You have insulted the reputation of our land. Do you think you can still live?" Antidote. Fang Sangshu seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked up and said, "Prince Su, you came to the Fang family for the antidote, right? As long as you are willing to let me go, I will immediately give you the antidote for the golden snake poison and the heavenly silkworm poison. I only ask that we live." "No need." Su Ming sneered, "I cured the poison a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have killed Fang Jitian. In fact, the poison in Su Ming's body has not been completely neutralized, so having an antidote would naturally be better. But he would never release these ants just to detoxify himself. Moreover, he never lets others have any leverage over him. These useless people don't even have the right to negotiate with him. No, you can't kill me. Oh, right, if you let me go, I'll reveal the families and accomplices of the other bandits. I just want to live." Fang Sangshu shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and confusion. Trying to grasp at any straw. "Do you think I need you to reveal the details of the 8 bandit leaders? You're too ignorant and foolish." Su Ming's eyes held only a cold and laughable expression. "No." Fang Sangshu was extremely agitated. "Our Fang family has dealings with Su De, a high-ranking official in the Imperial Prefecture. We are Su De's men. If you kill us, you won't be able to explain it to Grand Commandant Su." Grand Commandant Su? Upon hearing this name, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. "That kind of trash is not even as good as a dog in front of me." Su Ming gave a cold shout. "Dad, don't beg him anymore. Is determined to kill us. Nothing. I, Fang Bai, will be a hero again in 18 years if you have the guts. Kill Meth. Fang family will haunt you as ghosts. You'll never sleep peacefully for the rest of your life." Fang Bai gritted his teeth, staring at Su Ming like a vicious dog, and said fiercely, "All right, then I'll grant your wish." Su Ming suddenly drew the knife from Yi Tang's waist, and with a swift swing, the cold light flashed, sending Fang Bai's head flying. Only a headless corpse remained, which collapsed with a thud. "My son!" Fang Sangshu let out a scream and collapsed onto Fang Bai. But Su Ming raised his knife and brought it down, several flashes of cold light, killing all 4 men on the spot. Boom! A thunderclap boomed, and torrential rain poured down like water being poured out. Imperial Prefecture, Grand Commandant's residence. Su De was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He had a nightmare in which he dreamt that his legs were cut off, and the person who cut off his legs was wearing a mask that looked like a demon. That nearly scared him to death. What happened? Looking out the window at the lightning and thunder, Su De was covered in sweat. "Grand Commandant, Chief Steward Shui Hai outside requests an audience." The servants called from outside the door. "Let him in." Su De got dressed and went to sit down in the room. 561, Chapter 561. Still feeling fear. Creak. Chief Steward Shui Hai pushed open the door and entered. Su De glanced at it and nodded slightly. "Please." Shui Hai didn't stand on ceremony, walked over and sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. Outside, the rain was pouring down, pattering against the eaves. Su De grinned at Shui Hai and said, "Grand Steward, why aren't you at your own residence? Why are you coming to my place in the middle of the night in the rain? Is there something urgent?" Shui Hai took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. I just heard that Grand Commandant Su recently incorporated another Kyushu army into your command. In just 3 years, you have amassed at least 1 million troops. Adding that to your original strength, you now command at least 5 million soldiers. What are you planning? At this rate, your forces will soon surpass those of any Grand General in the Imperial Province." Shui Hai stared at Su De with a calm gaze, seemingly asking a question, but in reality, he was interrogating him. "None of your business." Unexpectedly, Su Dali was too lazy to pay attention, and simply snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "Do I need to report to you what I do? You are just the Grand Steward of the Interior in terms of official rank. I am 2 ranks higher than you as one of the 3 dukes. The only ones who can be compared to me are the Prime Minister and the Censor. What do you, a mere steward of internal affairs, want to ask? Su Da's eyes were full of contempt. Officials are divided into 9 ranks, and people are divided into 9 classes. Shui Hai can put on airs in front of others, but he's nothing in front of him. Shui Hai wasn't angry. He grinned faintly and said, Grand Commandant Su is right. I am indeed far inferior to you, but there are people who are no less capable than you. Your gathering of troops is tantamount to a provocation against a general of the 9 provinces. Aren't you afraid that the king of the 9 provinces will retaliate against you when he returns? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Su Da burst into laughter. King of the 9 provinces? You mean that brat Su Ming, right? I remember now, you used to be one of that kid's dogs, so now that you see my power growing, you can't resist anymore, can you? But let me tell you, your master is dead 3 years ago. He was so arrogant that he went to the top of Mount Tai for a duel. In the end, he was just a greenhorn who hadn't even grown up yet. Even if he's alive, and he dares to come back, he still wouldn't dare utter a single word in front of me. If he keeps having these episodes, you'd better beg him not to die, and see if he dares to have an episode in front of me. Su Da scoffed and sneered. Shui Hai's gaze turned cold, and he stood up with a deep laugh. I hope you won't regret what you said today. Since you've gone this far, I have nothing more to say to you. Goodbye. After saying that, Shui Hai turned and left. Su Da laughed heartily. You're such a good dog. Your master has been dead for 3 years, and you still can't forget him. You're so loyal. Why don't I take you in and make you my dog? The laughter was extremely harsh. Shui Hai ignored him, turned around, and stepped into the rain. Idiot, still calling yourself the king of the 9 provinces. Su Da sneered. I've been gathering troops to devour the war god army alive. If that kid comes back alive, I'll already be in charge of the entire 9 provinces. Even if you don't die by then, in my eyes you'll be a dead man. Beep beep beep. Just then, the phone rang. Su Da answered the phone. Hello? It's terrible, Commander Su. We just received news that the Fong and Lu families in the Huai River Basin have all been wiped out. Their mercenaries have also been disbanded. In other words, overnight, both families were completely wiped out. On the phone, Su Da's subordinate gave a tense report. What? Su Da jumped to his feet, his face filled with shock. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening roar. That electric light illuminated Su Da's face, which was deathly pale with shock. The Fong and Lu families were Su Da's trusted and influential forces. The Huai River Basin is rich in resources. Their annual revenue is in the tens of billions. It was only thanks to the continuous financial support from these 2 companies that he was able to amass millions of troops within just 3 years. Now, both of these companies have been wiped out overnight. Isn't this exactly what breaking his legs looks like? That nightmare I just had has come true. But what kind of person has this ability? Besides the 100,000 strong mercenary group, he also sent 200 Grandmaster level experts to the Fong and Lu families. Who can easily shake this force? Could it be that? Could it be that? That kid, is he really not dead yet? In an instant, Su Da felt a chill run down his spine. Several more bolts of lightning and thunder roared across the night sky, deafeningly loud. Yinqing, Tiangxi Anglu. Wan Shirin brought gifts to Tianshan Tower to pay respects to the Fong and Lu families, as well as Zhu Kai. Zhu Kai took over the Kyushu Medical Academy and reached a cooperation agreement with the Fong and Lu families. No matter how you look at it, this is entirely beneficial to her family. The Wan family has good relations with the 2 major families, and now it also has the support of the 9 provinces medical academy. If it can gain the favor of these various forces, the Wan family will truly take off. We can disregard Zhengzhou. So Wan Shirin brought gifts worth billions to expand her network and build relationships. Upon entering Tianshan Tower, Wan Shirin was stunned to find only a scene of devastation and blood everywhere. Countless corpses were also put into coffins and transported away. Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How did such a wonderful celebration turn into something like hell? The owner of Tiangxi Anglu sat to one side, sighing and looking worried. Wan Shireen walked over, her face full of shock, and asked, "Boss, what happened? Wasn't tonight a celebration between the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Fong and Lu families? How did it turn out like this?" "Don't even mention it." The owner of Tianxiang restaurant shook his head, his face ashen. "The Shin and Chang families attacked and a conflict broke out here. The whole scene is chaotic. Chaos erupted. A bloodbath ensued. Some died, others fled. One of the young men was particularly terrifying. Like a war god, he directly crushed Fong Jitian, the medical sage of the Fong family, to death. Then he led his men to pursue and kill him. I never expected that such a small city like Yunqing would be so full of hidden talents and powerful figures. Even if that's not all, after tonight's events, I'm afraid no one at Tianxiang Tower will dare to come here." As he spoke, the boss sighed again. "Huh, a young man?" Wan Shireen was completely dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? Who has such ability to fight against the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Fong and Lu families? Are they crazy? What about Chu Kai, the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? Wan Shireen asked in shock. "He's dead. His body was just put in a coffin and taken away. I see everyone else is in bad shape. It's possible that the Fong and Lu families are finished too. Luckily, I don't have any dealings with those 2 families. Otherwise, if I had offended a godlike figure like that, I would have been doomed," the owner of Tiangxi Angla said with relief. Just thinking about what happened before still makes him feel lingering fear. Ah. Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen broke out in a cold sweat. Are the Fong and Lu families also finished? She had previously tried every means to be on good terms with the Fong and Lu families. If she were to take her anger out on them, wouldn't her own Wan family be doomed as well? Wan Shireen's face turned pale instantly, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be that what Su Ming told her before was true? Associating with the Fong and Lu families will never end well. Oh my god. Wan Shireen was completely stunned. 562, Chapter 562. Thank you, Prince Su. Wan Shireen returned to the Wan family and told Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia what had happened at Tianxiang Tower. The 2 were nearly scared to death. My god, what on earth is going on? How could this happen? Wan Jinshan was horrified, his face filled with fear and unease. He said, "No wonder I heard 2 hours ago that someone broke into Yun City. Could it be related to the 2 great families? But the problem is, within Cloud City, who can stop the 2 major families? Given our close relationship with the Fong and Lu families, if something happens to us, do you think we can escape unscathed?" Just thinking about it made Wan Jinshan break out in a cold sweat. Luo Hongxia turned pale and was too terrified to utter a single word. Even the Fong and Lu families, as well as the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, have suffered. What are the Wan family compared to them? If they are truly implicated, they will probably be crushed and trampled to the ground. No! Wan Jinshan jumped to his feet, sweating profusely, and said to Wan Shireen, "Daughter, Shireen, we can't escape responsibility for this. You must quickly find out who exactly attacked these 2 families. If you find out, whether you apologize or beg, you must explain clearly the Fong and Lu families only have business dealings, there is no other connection between us." Wan Jinshan was so excited that his face was trembling. Seeing that the Wan family has finally turned things around and gotten back on track. Now that the Kyushu Medical Academy competition has been held, Wanjia's reputation has soared even higher. Wan Shireen is also supported by the Black Gold Business Alliance. He may have already heard that the Wan family's ranking and status in Yunqing are now second only to real estate tycoon Luo Hang. If something goes wrong at a time like this, all the hard work he's put into building up will be destroyed in an instant. Even if he dies, he won't die content. I see. Wan Shireen's expression was also unpleasant. She said in a deep voice, "I will send someone to investigate immediately. Shireen, it's not that we're putting pressure on you, but now, the entire Wan family's future rests on your shoulders. You said yourself that you would personally decide all of the Wan family's choices, and now, you must shoulder that responsibility. We cannot let the Wan family be ruined in your hands," Wan Jinshan said with a solemn expression. "Dad, don't worry. Yunqing is just a small city. No matter what happens, with the Wan family's current status, they can easily find out the truth. We'll find out who did it soon." Wan Shireen spoke calmly and sharply. "Yes, we believe you." Wan Jinshan nodded emphatically. About half an hour later, the person who had been sent out to scout came back to report. Reporting to Miss Wan, we have found out that in addition to the Fang and Lu families and the Kyushu Medical Academy, the Shin family, the Chang family, and the Shuzhou army also entered Tianxiang Tower this time, and they are also guarding outside Tianxiang Tower. The subordinates reported the facts truthfully. The Shuzhou army? Wan Shirin's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the forces that attacked the Lu and Fang families were actually from Shuzhou? Is it Su Zifeng, the commander of Shuzhou? If that's the case, then it's not surprising at all. With the strength of the Shuzhou army, taking down the two major families would be more than enough. However, she couldn't understand how the Fang and Lu families, who had absolutely no connection with the Shuzhou army, could have alarmed them in the Huai River basin outside Yuncheng. What exactly happened? Have you found out where the Shuzhou army went? Wan Shirin asked impatiently. According to reports, half an hour ago, someone saw Su Zhoujun enter the International Hotel. The remaining members of the Shin family and the Kyushu Medical Academy also returned there. That's what my subordinate said. I see. Wan Shirin's beautiful eyes were wide open. I've already vaguely figured out some clues. Why did Zhu Kai die? Why did the Fang and Lu families flee? There are probably some unclear relationships involved. Now that the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and the Su Province Army have joined forces, perhaps this was all a setup from the very beginning. It was a scheme by the Kyushu Medical Academy to purge traitors from its ranks, otherwise, who could have mobilized the Shuzhou army? Only the Kyushu Medical Academy could do that. Wan Shirin is also very clever. Based on some vague clues, she has deduced the outline of the whole matter. Clearly, this was a scheme orchestrated by the Kyushu Medical Academy to retaliate and eliminate dissidents. The Fang and Lu families, who blindly supported Zhu Kai, suffered an undeserved disaster and were hunted down. Wan Shirin understood everything, and her whole body trembled. She hurriedly said to her subordinates, "Have someone take the gifts I prepared and accompany me to the International Hotel." Yes. That evening, Wan Shirin led her entourage to the International Hotel. Inside the International Hotel. Lord Luo, congratulations on your return to the position of Lord of the Palace. This is your seal as Lord of the 9 Provinces Medical Palace, and it is being returned to you intact. Su Ming sat in the chair and handed the Manor Lord's seal to Luo Qianshan. Thank you so much, Prince Su, for your great kindness. Luo Qianshan knelt on the ground gratefully and accepted the gift with both hands. If it weren't for Prince Su, the Shu family and the Chen family, along with the 2 great clans, would have truly overthrown the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. I was able to get my seal back entirely thanks to Prince Su's great kindness and virtue. Most importantly, Prince Su also helped me kill those 2 traitors. For this immense favor, I, Luo Qianshan, am willing to serve Prince Su like a slave in my next life. Luo Qianshan knelt down and said with utmost sincerity. Su Ming smiled calmly and waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. You should focus on managing the 9 Provinces Medical Academy first. We can talk about the next life and the next life. It's not my place to manage this anymore. Luo Qianshan smiled broadly, turned around, and handed the seal to Xiao Qingyu behind him. Announce it to the public. From now on, Physician Xiao will be the new head of the Kyushu Medical Academy, and all affairs of the Kyushu Medical Academy will be handled by Xiao Qingyu. I, Luo Qianshan, will do everything in my power to support Xiao Qingyu during the rest of my days. Physician Xiao, are you willing to take on this role? Luo Qianshan he looked at Xiao Qingyu with admiration. This was something that had already been agreed upon and decided long ago. After Zhu Kaichen resolved the issue, he passed the position to Xiao Qingyu. Although she was mentally prepared, Xiao Qingyu was still overjoyed and knelt down on the spot, saying excitedly, "Thank you for your trust, Lordy, Xiao Qingyu, am willing to go through fire and water for the Kyushu Medical Academy." Greetings, Lord Xiao. The other medical elders present all knelt on the ground and respectfully shouted to Xiao Qingyu. Nobody was dissatisfied. When Zhu Kai forced Luo Qianshan to step down, they all chose to remain silent, except for Xiao Qingyu, who stood up. Even though Xiao Qingyu's medical skills are inferior to most of them, they dare not speak up out of moral conscience. Besides, this is Luo Qianshan personally passing on the throne. With the king of Kyushu present to oversee things, Who would dare utter a single word of opposition? If you want to thank someone, thank King Su. Luo Qianshan, with a broad smile, handed the seal to Xiao Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu blushed, turned to look at Su Ming, a shy look flashing in her eyes, and cowed out to Su Ming, "Thank you for your great kindness, Prince Su." This woman. Shen Luoyun, Su Zifeng, Su Fanghua, Jin Shuang. The four renowned beauties present all noticed something amiss in Xiao Qingyu's eyes. All four of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. 563, Chapter 563 The Invitation of the Tianfu Business Alliance. Stop. Wan Shirin arrived at the International Hotel with gifts, but was stopped by Su Zifeng's men just as she was about to go upstairs. Wan Shirin was stunned on the spot. She hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "I am Wan Shirin, the president of the Wan family and the organizer of the Kyushu Medical Academy competition. I have come here specifically to pay my respects to Commander Su Zifeng. Please make an exception for me." "I don't care who you are." The two guards snorted coldly. "No one is allowed to enter without Commander Su's permission. If you want to see Commander Su, just wait here. When she wants to see you, you will naturally see her." The guard said expressionlessly. "Hey, you two, are you looking for death?" The Wan family members behind Wan Shirin were about to get angry. "Don't be so presumptuous." Wan Shirin snorted coldly and stopped her subordinates behind her. Has he gone mad? They still dare to make a move at a time like this. Let's not even talk about how even Zhu Kai and the two great families suffered. The opposing force is the Shuzhou army, and Su Zifeng is the commander of Shuzhou. If you offend the other party, even a harmless situation can turn into a problem. You'll be in deep trouble then. Wan Shirin was clear about what was important. She was here today to apologize and explain the situation with the Fong and Lu families. "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's no big deal to suffer a little." Moreover, in front of the Shuzhou army, who would dare to be bullied, and even if they were, they would have to accept it obediently. Wan Shirin immediately nodded apologetically to the two guards, then led her people to the side of the hotel and waited quietly. On the third floor above, the matter of the Kyushu Medical Academy has also been resolved. Next, I went to the Chang family and handed the 13 ghost needles to Chang Qingyan. Then the matter was considered closed. Su Ming led Shen Luoyun and Shen Songlin downstairs. I took the elevator to the first floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, I saw Wan Shirin sitting in the lobby with her entourage. Su Ming frowned slightly. What is Wan Shirin doing here? Could it be because of the Good Nine Provinces Medical Institute? But it makes sense. The Wan family was in charge of organizing the competition at the Kyushu Medical Academy, and yet so much trouble has arisen. The Wan family is probably still in a state of panic, not knowing what happened. It's reasonable for Wan Shirin to bring people to find out the truth and apologize. Su Ming shook his head, ignored him, and strode out. Wan Shirin also saw it, and a look of surprise and doubt appeared on her face. Su Zifeng's men are guarding this place, and even she can't go up there. How did Su Ming manage to get up there? However, upon seeing Shen Luoyun and Shen Songlin behind Su Ming, he immediately understood. It's probably because of Shen Luoyun. Ever since this kid started currying favor with the Shen family, he's followed them everywhere, seemingly determined to tie himself to them. That makes sense. This is Su Ming's only chance to turn his life around and enter the upper echelons of society. If he can't even win over the Shen family, then Su Ming will probably only end up like Chu Qingqing of the Chu family, eventually fading into obscurity and becoming just another face in the crowd. From this perspective, it must be said that Su Ming does have a little bit of brains. He knows that he has only one chance and tries every means to get involved. It's too late. Compared to her, I'm already far behind. Moreover, using such low-level tactics as flattering women will never lead to great things. Wan Shirin shook her head, no longer taking Su Ming to heart. Then she stood up again, led her entourage to the elevator, and asked the two guards, "Gentlemen, may I go up now? That guy was able to come down from upstairs just now. Do you think I, Wan Shirin, am inferior to him, or inferior to the Shen family?" "Who?" The two guards glanced at Wan Shirin with surprise. "That kid from just now, that good-for-nothing who hangs out with the Shen family in Yunqing. Everyone knows he's useless and a complete failure. If even someone like that can come down from upstairs, why can't I go up and pay my respects to Commander Su? Wan Shirin said through gritted teeth, unwilling to accept it. She might not be able to compare to others. But what is Su Ming compared to him? 100 of those guys combined couldn't compare to Wan Shirin. However, the guards laughed when they heard this, looking at Wan Shirin as if she were an idiot. What, that kid, do you even know who he is? You dare compare yourself to others? Let me tell you, forget about you, within the entire 9 provinces, how many big shots can compare to him? He is. The guards thought this woman must be crazy. To compare oneself to the king of Kyushu is far too arrogant. Just as the guard was about to utter the words king of the 9 provinces, a sound suddenly came from the stairs. Oh, Miss Wan, what brings you here? On the stairs, Luo Qianshan of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, the new academy master Xiao Qingyu, and a group of medical king elders walked down together. Lord Luo. Upon seeing Luo Qianshan, Wan Shirin immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. He hurriedly led his men to greet them, missing the last four words the guard uttered. Wan Shirin knelt before Luo Qianshan. Greetings, Lord Luo. I have come here specifically to pay my respects to you and Commander Su. There's no need for you to pay your respects to me. I am no longer the lord of the prefecture. The current lord of the 9 provinces is this physician king, Xiao Qingyu. Luo Qianshan smiled broadly, stepped aside to let Xiao Qingyu pass, and said to Wan Shirin, the new lord of the manor? Wan Shirin suddenly looked up and stared blankly at Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu was almost the same age as her. Before this, although he had the title of king of medicine and the #1 genius in Zhengzhou, he was already a big figure. But Wan Shirin didn't think the gap was that big. Once the Wan family makes a name for themselves in Zhengzhou, they might be able to compete with Xiao Qingyu. But now, Xiao Qingyu has transformed into the head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. This leap in status and position is just too big. This completely widened the distance between them. When will Wan Jia and Wan Shirin ever catch up with Xiao Qingyu's current achievements? Xiao Qingyu looked down at Wan Shirin and asked expressionlessly, is there something you need? This change in identity brought entirely different pressure. Sweat beaded on Wan Shirin's forehead as she hurriedly said, it's like this, having heard about what happened at Tianxiang Tower, I wanted to come and explain. Our Wan family was only responsible for organizing the 9 provinces medical competition, we know nothing else. It has absolutely no relation to the Fang and Lu families. No need to say more, the big boss has already made it clear to us your Wan family indeed has no connection whatsoever. After all, with your strength, you are not at that level. However, your Wan family has indeed made a contribution by organizing the competition. This is a reward for your Wan family out of respect for the big boss, and I hope you will make good use of it. After speaking, Xiao Qingyu took out a prescription and handed it to Wan Shirin. Big boss? Wan Shirin was completely stunned. What big shot? Are you talking about Su Zifeng? But Su Zifeng doesn't know anything about the Wan family either. How can she explain this to the Kyushu Medical Academy? Moreover, Su Zifeng didn't have much of a relationship with the Wan family, so why would she speak up for them? Wan Shirin couldn't understand it at all for a while. But this is ultimately a good thing. Wan Shirin hurriedly took the prescription and bowed to Xiao Qingyu in gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Xiao. Well, that's settled then. Tomorrow, our entire Kyushu Medical Academy will be returning to Kunlun Mountain, so we won't need to trouble you any further. After Xiao Qingyu finished speaking, she left the hotel with the others. Wan Shirin held the prescription, still in a daze for a long time. Big boss, what kind of big boss? Just then, Wan Shirin's phone rang. Wan Shirin took out her phone and answered it. Hello, is this Miss Wan from the Wan family of Yuncheng? A deep male voice came from the phone. It's me. Wan Shirin answered. We are from the Zhengzhou Tianfu Business Alliance. We received an application submitted in your name by the Black Gold Business Alliance. We have passed the first round of review. We hope you will bring your documents to Zhengzhou for a face-to-face meeting. If the application is approved, we will allow Wanja to join the Tianfu Business Alliance and fully support you in opening up the Central China market. On the phone, the deep voice spoke in a measured and methodical manner. 564, Chapter 564. Chu Qingqing, come out and face your death. Real? Wan Shirin's eyes widened in surprise. You really are the Tianfu Business Alliance, the Tianfu Business Alliance that spans 3 states and is all over the world, my god. Wan Shirin was so happy she almost fainted. Tianfu Business Alliance. That huge merchant guild, which ranks among the top 20 even in Kyushu. A group alliance that countless people dream of joining. Joining the Tianfu Business Alliance is equivalent to stepping onto the stage of Kyushu. The Black Gold Alliance actually recommended her. Wan Shirin was so happy she couldn't contain herself. Who would have thought that Wan Shirin would have such a day? Yes, we are waiting for your arrival. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Oh my god. Quickly, hurry back to the Wan family to make preparations. My glorious future, Wan Shirin's future, has finally arrived. Without even paying her respects to Su Zifeng, Wan Shirin eagerly led her people back to the Wan family home. A moment later, Su Zifeng and Su Fanghua stepped out of the elevator. 2 guards hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Commander Su, a woman was clamoring to see you just now, saying she was Wan Shirin from the Wan family. Wan Shirin? Su Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Wan Shirin was the ex-wife of Prince Su, but that was a long time ago. What do you want with her now? Where are they? Su Zifeng asked, puzzled. She's gone. It looks like she received a call from the Tianfu Business Alliance, and she ran off excitedly. The guard replied. This woman. Hearing this, Su Fanghua rolled her eyes. What's the Tianfu Business Alliance? She can't even catch a big shot like King Su yet. She's overjoyed over a mere Tianfu Business Alliance. What's wrong with this woman's brain? How could Prince Su have ever taken a liking to a woman like that? He would have preferred me to her. Su Fanghua curled her lip and said dismissively. Su Zifeng rolled her eyes. Come on, what exactly do you want? I think you should come back to Shuzhou with me right now. Second sister, are you getting anxious? Are you afraid I'll steal your man? Su Fanghua chuckled. You brat. The Chang family. Many thanks to Prince Su for his great kindness. If it weren't for Prince Su's intervention, my Chang family might never have been able to avenge this. Chang Chun and Chang Qingyun, along with the rest of the Chang family, knelt before Su Ming and respectfully kowtowed in gratitude. Su Ming smiled and said, Get up, your Chang family has helped me a lot. Zhu Kai deserved to die, no need to thank me, he deserved this end. Take this handwritten copy of the 13 Needles of the Ghosts and Gods back with you. Su Ming said calmly. No. Chang Chun gave an awkward smile and respectfully said to Su Ming, King Su, we will always remember your great kindness, but our Chang family is not fortunate enough to possess the 13 ghost needles with our family's capabilities. We simply cannot protect them. Taking them would only bring trouble upon ourselves. Such things will happen again if they happen once, so please, Prince Su, take this back. This? Su Ming looked surprised. This is a priceless treasure that every doctor desires. Zhu Kai and Shen Men were willing to risk their lives for this thing. Chang Chun actually begged him to take it back? But thinking about it, it makes sense with the Chang family's strength in Yunqing. They simply couldn't hold on to something like this. Such a treasure, in their hands, has become a hot potato. The saying possessing a treasure is a crime has come true in their case. So, young Master Chang isn't going to learn the 13 Needles of the Ghosts and Gods? Su Ming's gaze fell on Chang Qingyun, and he asked in confusion. Your Highness, don't worry about me, I've memorized everything. Chang Qingyun raised his hand and patted his head, saying with a big smile. He had a photographic memory, and he had already memorized all the contents, so the handwritten copy was no longer needed. I see. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then put away the 13 ghost needles. Furthermore, I've received an invitation from the National Medical Academy. After tomorrow, I'll be heading to Zhongzhou to participate in their assessment. If it's successful, I might choose to join the Kyushu National Medical Academy. Chang Qingyun said to Su Ming with immense gratitude and excitement. The National Medical Center is far superior to the Medical Academy of Kyushu by many levels. Above the National Medical Center is the Imperial Medical Academy, the headquarters of the Kyushu Imperial State. The National Medical Center is ranked at least in the top 10 in Kyushu. Once you've established yourself and made a name for yourself at the National Medical Hall, you'll have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Medical Academy of Kyushu. Then you'll have achieved complete success and fame. Countless renowned traditional Chinese medicine masters emerged from the Imperial Medical Academy. That is the true sacred hall of medicine. Su Ming was also happy for Chang Qingyun, as this wouldn't be a disgrace to him. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I wish you all the best." "Thank you, Prince Su, I will certainly not let you down." Chang Qingyun knelt down, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with gratitude. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming went outside and answered the phone. On the phone, Lin Xiaoyun's voice was hurried and panicked. "Xiao Ming, something's happened. Qingqing is in trouble. The medicine she sells through her company has been found to be poisonous. Many people who bought her medicine have experienced problems after taking it now. Many victims are at the company gate, blocking her inside. She can't even get out. Please think of something quick and save her." Lin Xiaoyun said helplessly, her voice trembling with tears. "Aunt Lin, I already warned her before. She just wouldn't listen. I won't help her anymore. She never learns her lesson and will always be blinded by money. Besides, this time she didn't just hurt herself, she hurt others. I can't save her. Let her figure it out herself. I don't have that much time to play along." Su Ming said coldly. Since leaving the Chu family, he has made up his mind that unless Lin Xiaoyun is in mortal danger, he will never help the Chu family again. Besides, there's Chu Qingqing, that arrogant and forgetful girl. "Xiao Ming, I'm begging you please, for my sake, this is the last time. If you do it again, I swear, I'll never get involved with her again. If you don't think of something this time, she's really doomed. I am begging you, Aunt Lin." On the other end of the phone, there was a thud, clearly indicating that Lin Xiaoyun had knelt down before Su Ming over the phone. "Xiaoyun, what are you doing? Get up right now. What's the use of begging that kid? Besides, you're begging over the phone. Do you think he can even see you? He's useless. If he were capable, he wouldn't need to beg him. Get up now." The voice on the other end of the phone was Chu Yingxai's, panicked and agitated. Su Ming hung up the phone immediately. His brows were deeply furrowed. Behind him, Shen Luoyun came out and asked, "Brother Su, what happened?" "Nothing." Su Ming shook his head and walked out of the Chang family home with a cold expression. The commercial building houses Chu Qingqing's company. "Chu Qingqing, come out here and face your death. You heartless bastard, you've got yourself killed. Get out here right now." Hundreds of people blocked the front of the building, throwing stones at the floor where Chu Qingqing was. The sound of slapping. The stone struck the window like a bullet, shattering the glass and scattering it all over the floor. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she and her secretary and staff hid under the table, trembling with fear. They've been hiding for a day. They didn't even eat. A group of employees lay on the ground, weak and pale from hunger. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes, and she kept making phone calls. In just 2 hours, she had made phone calls to everyone she knew. She called the Fang and Lu families over 100 times, but no one answered. She didn't know why things had turned out this way. But she was completely desperate. Now, who can save her? 565, Chapter 565. My life is over. Bang! Another stone was thrown into Chu Qingqing's office. Ah! The employees who were hiding there all screamed in terror. Chu Qingqing was completely stunned and numb at this moment, and her hands and feet trembled involuntarily. What to do? No one answered the phone, and there was no one to help. I hope she won't be trapped here and die today. Su Ming's image suddenly appeared in her mind. Although she had always looked down on Su Ming, that kid would always show up whenever she encountered trouble. Will it happen this time? Chu Qingqing was stunned. She even began to imagine Su Ming coming to rescue her. Even though she knew it was absolutely impossible. As time passed by, after more than 10 minutes, there was suddenly no sound outside. This greatly surprised Chu Qingqing. Have those people who were blocking the company building already left? She shakily climbed out, wanting to get closer to the window to see what was going on. Bang! Just then, the company door was suddenly opened. A dark figure appeared at the company entrance. Ah! Chu Qingqing screamed and collapsed to the ground, terrified. Have those guys already stormed upstairs? This is it, we're completely finished. The dark figure stepped into the office and slowly walked towards Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing stared blankly, so terrified that she almost stopped breathing and dared not move an inch. Finally, he could see the shape of the shadowy figure clearly. Su Ming? Chu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Su Ming stood in the center of the office, looked around, and nodded calmly. Looks like you're still alive. Aunt Lin can rest assured now. What brings you here? Chu Qingqing stood up in surprise. Just now she was hoping that Su Ming would come to save her, but he actually came. Moreover, no one in the entire Tianhai city was willing to pay attention to her. But how did Su Ming get up here? The hundreds of people below almost blocked the entire company entrance with Su Ming's abilities. How could he possibly get up there? Su Ming didn't answer. He glanced at Chu Qingqing and said in a deep voice, if you're not dead, then leave. Aunt Lin is still waiting for you at home, worried sick about you. If you don't go back soon, she's probably going to have a breakdown. No, how did you get up here? There are so many people down there, they're like madmen. Chu Qingqing asked in utter shock. They just want compensation and an explanation. After all, they took your medicine and were poisoned. Nobody wants to die as long as they get an explanation. They'll leave. IVE already told them that you'll provide the antidote tomorrow, guaranteeing everyone's safety, Su Ming said calmly. What, are you crazy? Where would I get the antidote? Chu Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. In the end, wasn't all the responsibility still on her shoulders? We've dodged it today, but what about tomorrow? If no antidote can be found, she will still be doomed. They thought Su Ming had some special abilities, but it turns out he only temporarily slowed down and shifted the hatred. In the end, she still had to pay the price. I have the antidote. Su Ming pulled out a prescription and tossed it to Chu Qingqing. This is the antidote for the Feng family's soul-stealing pill. IVE already had the herbs sent to the Chu family and given to Aunt Lin. Just follow the prescription I gave you and you'll be cured. By the way, I've already wiped out the Feng and Lu families, so you don't need to worry about them causing you trouble. You should be able to see it on the news tomorrow. However, this is the last time I will save you. From now on, I will have no further connection with your Chu family. Su Ming said coldly. What, really? Chu Qingqing was shocked and incredulous as she reached out to take the prescription. A sudden, overwhelming dizziness washed over me. This guy even wiped out the Feng and Lu families? Those are two major families in the Huai River Basin. You can't just brag like that. How much of what this kid says is true? Chu Qingqing was unable to understand. Alright, go back and say goodbye to Aunt Lin. I'll probably be leaving Yunqing for Zhengzhou soon. Farewell. After saying that, Su Ming didn't hesitate any longer and turned to leave. Wait. Chu Qingqing was in a daze. She chased after Su Ming to the door, wanting to call him back and ask him for clarification. After all, she didn't know if the prescription would actually work. I don't know whether what Su Ming said is true or false. If you don't understand, it could cause you trouble. If the Feng and Lu families hadn't been eliminated and had instead acted recklessly, wouldn't they have been doomed? However, Su Ming left without looking back. Who is that guy? Is he really that powerful? He can even wipe out two major families. The employees behind Chu Qingqing came out and looked on in utter shock. I don't know either. Chu Qingqing shook her head blankly. Whether Su Ming's words were true or false remains to be seen, but the people below the building were indeed dispersed and disappeared. Chu Qingqing and a group of employees were able to leave the company. Chu Qingqing returned to the Chu family immediately. Let's see what's going on. Upon returning to the Chu family home, Chu Qingqing rushed in and immediately saw that, in addition to her father Chu Yingkai and mother Lin Shouyun, her godfather Chen Fengyu was also there in the hall. When Chen Fengyu saw Chu Qingqing, he immediately smiled and said, Qingqing, you're back. Are you alright? Godfather, did you save me? Chu Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. So that's how it is. So it was her godfather who came to her rescue. What did that kid have to do with her at all? No, it was Prince Su who instructed me to deliver the medicinal herbs leaving Yunqing tomorrow, so he's too lazy to come himself and asked me to do it for him, Chen Fengyu said with a smile. Could it be that you're talking about Su Ming? Chu Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, and she asked blankly. That's right. Chen Fengyu grinned, don't you guys know? King Su personally slaughtered 2 major families in the Huai River Basin, completely eradicating those 2 scourges. Even Zhu Kai, the traitor of the 9 provinces medical academy, died at King Su's feet. His actions were earth-shattering. He cleansed the entire Yin city. It's okay if you don't know these things, you'll find out everything when you watch the news tomorrow. Chen Fengyu had a big smile on his face. But as soon as these words were spoken, this shocked all 3 members of the Chu family. The 3 of them were stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. Mr. Chen, you're saying Xiao Ming did all these big things? He did them all by himself? How could he have such ability? Lin Xiaoyun asked blankly. Chen Fengyu grinned. King Su was the king of the 9 provinces, with millions of war gods under his command. Eradicating these scumbags is as easy as crushing ants. What's so difficult about that? And let me tell you, the reason your Chu family has been able to thrive until now, including Qingqing being able to control the company, is all thanks to Prince Su's care for you. Otherwise, with all the trouble you've caused, you wouldn't be enough to die hundreds of times over. Boom! Hearing these words, Chu Qingqing felt as if her head was being thundered, and her head was about to explode. That kid! Is he truly the king of the 9 provinces? How could that be? She actually treated the king of Kyushu as a piece of trash, as garbage, humiliating him in every way and trampling him underfoot. Chu Qingqing felt dizzy, her eyes rolled back, and she fell backward, fainting on the spot. Qingqing, Qingqing. All I could hear were my parents' panicked screams. My life is over. 566, Chapter 566 Fighting Spirit. Is it a dream? The next day, Chu Qingqing woke up in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to come to her senses for a long time. She seemed to have had a terrible dream. In her dream, Su Ming became the king of Kyushu and even saved her. Impossible. Chu Qingqing smiled, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Something must have happened at the company. He was under too much pressure and his mind went blank. How could that kind of guy possibly be the king of Kyushu? He's clearly a good-for-nothing with no talent. Otherwise, how could he have been divorced by Wan Shirin and kicked out of the Wan family? If such trash were the king of the 9 provinces, wouldn't it be shameful to say that? Chu Qingqing smiled as she got up, washed up, dressed, and went downstairs. Downstairs in the living room, Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were having breakfast. Nothing different from usual. It was just a dream after all. Chu Qingqing relaxed completely and went up to drink her porridge with a big smile. She said, Mom, let me tell you, I had a really bizarre dream last night. In the dream, that kid Su Ming was actually the king of the 9 provinces. Isn't that funny? If that kind of person were the king of the 9 provinces, would he still be freeloading off my Chu family before? It seems I'm under too much pressure, and I'm treating those kinds of people like saviors. Chu Qingqing spoke and laughed as she drank her porridge. It's true. However, Lin Xiaoyun put down her chopsticks and looked at Chu Qingqing seriously. What? Chu Qingqing was stunned, her hand holding the spoon froze in midair. You fainted after hearing this news last night. Your godfather, Chen Fengyu, made sure you were alright and then left. By the way, this is something left to you by Xiao Ming, no, by the king of Kyushu. Lin Xiaoyun also hurriedly spoke up. Thinking back to how she used to call the king of Kyushu Xiao Ming every day, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. It's truly shameful to think that such important figures in Kyushu have always been treated like ordinary, insignificant people. What? Chu Qingqing stared blankly at the prescription Lin Xiaoyun pushed over, her mind completely blank, unable to process what was happening. Chu Yingkai looked at the newspaper, shook his head and sighed. He's truly a man of great depth. I never imagined he was such a big shot, if he can withstand so much gossip and pressure. But that's probably the mental fortitude of a truly powerful figure. Otherwise, he couldn't have risen to that position, second only to the emperor. The Fang and Lu families truly deserve to die. How dare they come to Yunqing and act so presumptuously? They deserve to be wiped out by the king of the 9 provinces. Chu Yingkai said with a big smile. It's a pity we didn't see it sooner, didn't realize it sooner. In fact, he said it many times, but we just didn't believe him. In the end, it's because we lack experience and are too ignorant. We just can't believe that he would be the king of the 9 provinces. Such a great figure would fall into the hands of our Chu family. It's like a phoenix landing among a flock of crows. The crows will only see the phoenix as one of their own kind. Chu Yingkai spoke with a mixture of regret and sigh. What? Chu Qingqing said something 3 times in a row, and at this moment, her mind finally regained a little clarity. He snatched the newspaper from his father's hand. Dad, let me see. Chu Qingqing frantically flipped through the newspapers and finally found the news that the Fang and Lu families had been eliminated. However, the report did not specify how the Fang and Lu families were eliminated or by whom. The report only stated that the Fang and Lu families perished overnight. The 2 major families in the Huai River Basin were thus destroyed and vanished. The economic development path in the Huai River Basin has been restored. Seeing these messages, Chu Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine, her scalp tingling. She plopped back into her chair, buried her head, and remained silent for a long time. Qingqing, are you alright? After a long while, Chu Yingkai turned to look at Chu Qingqing and asked. He comforted her, saying, It's alright, this just means we were destined not to have this good fortune. It's not your fault. After all, who could have foreseen this? If we're talking about foolishness, the Wan family is even more foolish than us. They couldn't even hold on to such a golden opportunity, a real catch, and instead kicked him out. It's a miracle that the Wan family has survived until now. As for anything else, don't think about it. For our family, finding someone who is a good match for us is enough. The king of the 9 provinces, what a height he is, like being in the clouds, and we can only look up at him. Chu Yingkai kept talking in Chu Qingqing's ear. At this moment, Chu Qingqing was filled with deep regret. How could she not see it? How could she be so stupid? Which of those times we escaped danger and turned misfortune into good fortune was something an ordinary person could do? She always thought it was because of her good luck, and she always thought it was because of her own ability. In reality, if her ability to cause trouble relied on good luck, she would probably be dead long ago. She had always looked down on Su Ming and insulted him in every way, which was incredibly foolish and shameful. In that case, what difference is there between her and the Wan family? Where did she go? Chu Qingqing raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed, and asked. They left a long time ago, and I don't even know if they're still in Yuncheng, Lin Xiaoyun replied. Don't bother him anymore, you probably won't even get to see him anyway, he's already solved your problem. Just live your life well from now on, and understand yourself, that's a kind of gain. Lin Xiaoyun comforted her. No. Chu Qingqing clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. He's been hiding and pretending all along, not letting us know his identity, just because he's afraid we'll benefit from his fame. The king of the 9 provinces may be powerful and unparalleled in the world, but so what? What does he take me, Chu Qingqing? For, what does he take my Chu family for? I will never let him look down on me, and I will never forgive him. Chu Qingqing's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were both shocked. He stared at Chu Qingqing in shock. What are you trying to do? Are you crazy? How can you think like that? He has already given back more than enough to our Chu family. If it weren't for Xiaoming, our Chu family would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Xiaoyun looked at Chu Qingqing with surprise and doubt. Mom, stop trying to defend him. I will never admit defeat from today onward. I will regroup and make the company bigger and stronger. I will storm into Zhongzhou and conquer the 9 provinces. I will make my name, Chu Qingqing, resound throughout the 9 provinces. The one who should regret it is him, not me. Sooner or later I'll make him realize that it's him who's inferior to me, not me. Chu Qingqing's eyes shone with boundless pride. After saying that, he put down his chopsticks and bowl and didn't eat breakfast. Clutching the prescription, he strode out the door. What's going on with this girl? Lin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. I don't know, whatever, but she should learn her lesson. Chu Yingkai shook his head, unable to understand either. However, this was Chu Qingqing's last act of bravado. If she just accepts it like that, it's because she's incompetent, because of Su Ming's help to the Chu family, and she'll acknowledge the gap between herself and Su Ming. After that, she lost all fighting spirit and the will to persevere. Only by taking Su Ming as her goal and an opponent to surpass can she continue to work harder with greater motivation. That's why she said she would never admit defeat. 567, Chapter 567. Going to see someone. Prince Su, I have already met with Su Di, Grand Commandant Su. And I tried to explain what I wanted to say to him face to face, but this man was arrogant, heartless, and stubbornly unrepentant. He seems to have no intention of stopping his expansion of military power and his desire to dominate the imperial province. Moreover, if he finds out that it was Prince Su who destroyed the Fong and Lu families, he will certainly not let it go. I urge Prince Su to be extremely careful. Inside the heavenly palace on the cloud top, Su Ming sat on the sofa, looking at the message sent by Shui Hai, the chief steward of internal affairs, a gloomy smile curving his lips. Su Da? That old scoundrel, stubborn and incorrigible, is courting death. Yi Tang. Su Ming shouted loudly with a cold gaze. Yi Tang strode in from the doorway. King Su. Yi Tang bowed respectfully. Su Ming put down his phone and said in a deep voice, Shui Hai sent me a message that mentioned Su Dian before Fang Sangshu died. He also mentioned Su Da's people. Su Di is definitely involved in this matter, isn't he? Reporting to King Su, your guess is correct. According to the intelligence gathered by the War God Army's intelligence department, this Grand Commandant Su Da does indeed have intricate connections with the 8 bandit leaders. At least half of the 8 bandit leaders' wealth has flowed into his pocket. Moreover, during the 3 years that King Su has been missing, he has been recruiting soldiers on a large scale. He now commands at least 6 million troops, and that's a conservative estimate. Yi Tang answered in a deep voice. Why didn't you say so sooner? Su Ming rolled his eyes. If he had been told sooner, he could have gone straight back to the imperial state, dragged that old bastard out, and beheaded him in front of everyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. What else could the Fong and Lu families possibly do to stir up trouble? How can Su Da be allowed to act so recklessly and dominate the world? Yi Tang looked embarrassed and said with a forced smile, we didn't have enough information before, and you, Prince Su, are still poisoned. Going head-on to confront Grand Commandant Su, who has been stationed there for a long time and is ready to attack, will probably not be to your advantage. Ultimately, Yi Tang was still unsure. 3 years ago, it would have been fine. Su Ming led the War God Army and was invincible. Standing in the imperial city of Dezhou, he could make even Grand Commandant Su kneel down to pay his respects. But more than 3 or 4 years have passed, and things are different now. Su Taiwei's power has grown to an uncontrollable level. The War God Army had been dormant for too long, and Su Ming was hiding his identity and still had poison in his body. All these factors made Yi Tang dare not mention this matter casually. This Grand Commandant Su was no ordinary man. One of the 3 highest officials in the imperial court is not someone whose job is as simple as killing a lowly henchman. All right. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt, very impatiently. His eyes were cold and his face was full of killing intent. Su Da is nothing. Even if I only have half a life left, let alone if I haven't been cured of the poison, I can kill him as easily as killing a dog. Pack up and head to Zhongzhou. I hope I never run into that beast again, or I'll chop his head off with my own hands. Su Ming was filled with murderous intent. Yes. Yi Tang immediately responded excitedly, seeing Su Ming's imposing aura. The god of war, the king of the 9 provinces, has returned. 10,000 families. After Wan Shirin returned, she told Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia about the invitation she had received from the Tianfu Business Alliance. The two were so happy that they couldn't sleep well all night. That's great, Shirin, you've really finally got your revenge. The Tianfu Merchant Alliance, what kind of entity is that? That's one of the top 20 merchant guilds in the entire 9 provinces. The banks under the Tianfu Merchant Alliance have annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. Countless bigwigs feel honored to have their money deposited in the Tianfu Business Alliance. If you can join the Tianfu Business Alliance, then the name of our Wan family will truly be known throughout the entire 9 provinces. Luo Hongxia gripped Wan Shirin's hand with immense excitement, her eyes reddening with joy, and spittle flying from her mouth. He originally had no idea just how powerful the Tianfu Business Alliance was. But after a sleepless night, Wan Jinshan explained to her the status of the Tianfu Business Alliance in Kyushu. Now Luo Hongxia couldn't sleep even better. I'd laugh myself awake even in my dreams. Yunqing is nothing. Zhongzhou is nothing. With the invitation and support of the Tianfu Business Alliance, and by using this as a springboard, the Wan family could directly enter the 9 provinces. Moreover, I've heard that the Tianfu Business Alliance, like the 9 provinces medical academy, has close ties with the imperial province. They might even have a chance to go to Kyushu. I have met the current emperor. OMG. Luo Hongxia dared not think any further. She felt like she was about to faint if she thought about it any further. Such a joyous occasion, even Wan Jinshan, who was usually able to remain calm, was all smiles as he looked at Wan Shirin, his eyes filled with relief and anticipation. Whether the Wan family can bring honor to their ancestors depends entirely on Wan Shirin. But at this point, Luo Hongxia's face darkened again, her mood somber, and she said with a grim expression, "Shirin, you are living a life of boundless success and have a bright future. Your father and I are both proud and happy for you, but your brother Wanhua is suffering. They haven't been released by the enforcement team yet. Even if he's released, his life is over. I don't know what he'll do now." At this point, Luo Hongxia couldn't stop the tears from flowing from her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe them away, tears and snot streaming down her face, heartbroken. She had no idea what sins the Wan family had committed. Even though Wanhua was the male heir to carry on the family line, they still treated him as a precious gem and raised him to be their protege. As a result, Wanhua was arrested. Wan Shirin, who had never been highly regarded, suddenly rose to prominence. What a cruel twist of fate. When this matter was mentioned, Wan Shirin's expression was complicated. Seeing Luo Hongxia's heartbroken state, she knew that she wouldn't be able to rest easy even if she went to Zhongzhou until this matter was resolved. Sure enough, Luo Hongxia gripped Wan Shirin's hand tightly and said, "Shirin, please save him. We can still rely on you now. If you go to Zhongzhou, I don't know who will be able to save your brother. When will he be released?" Wan Shirin's face turned ugly. But how could she possibly save him? She tried everything she could for Wanhua. Suddenly, she remembered what Wanhua had said to her during their last meeting. Tell her to go find Su Ming. But so much happened after that meeting that she never talked to Su Ming about it. Could it be that only by finding Su Ming can Wanhua be rescued? If so many big shots can't do anything about it, what can that guy do? Just when Wan Shirin was filled with confusion and hesitation, laughter rang out from the doorway. "Congratulations, congratulations, Miss Wan, congratulations on finally getting your chance to shine. You've been accepted into the Tianfu Business Alliance." At the entrance, the Black Gold Business Alliance's black and white headquarters, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands and stepped into the Wan family's home. The Black and White Elders. Wan Shirin, her face beaming with joy, walked up to the two of them and knelt down to pay her respects. Wan Shirin greets the two senior masters. Since she joined the Black Gold Business Alliance, she has been fortunate to have the care and support of these two people, otherwise, she would not have achieved what she has today. Even the invitation from the Tianfu Business Alliance was largely thanks to the efforts and maneuvering of the two elders, He and Bai. Otherwise, how could she have come into contact with such a being on her own? "You're too kind. Get up quickly. We're both very happy to see you succeed. We came here especially to congratulate you," the two said with smiles on their faces. "Thank you for your kindness, elders. I appreciate it." Wan Shirin's face was full of gratitude. Then, with a quick glance, he said, "Since you two are already here, would you be willing to accompany me?" "Where to?" The two old men, one black and one white, smiled and asked with broad smiles. "I'm going to see someone, only he can save my brother. I can't do anything to him alone, but if my parents come with me, I believe he'll be so scared he won't dare breathe and will obediently cooperate with us." Wan Shirin seemed to have thought of a solution, her eyes shining as she spoke. 568, Chapter 568 Benefits you can't earn in your whole life. The person Wan Shirin wanted to see was naturally Su Ming. Although he didn't know what abilities Su Ming had to save Wanhua. But when Wanhua mentioned Su Ming, it was inevitably related to this matter. She and Su Ming had been divorced for a long time, and there had been many unpleasant things going on during that time. If she were to go to Su Ming alone, it would probably end in another unpleasant argument. Not to mention saving Wanhua. But with the Black Gold Alliance's two elders accompanying him, even a small favor would make that guy so happy he'd faint. Su Ming has probably never seen such high-ranking figures as the Black and White Elders in his entire life. So Wan Shirin led the way, taking the two elders, one black and one white, directly to the Chu family. Upon entering the Chu family's living room, they immediately revealed the identities of the two elders, Black and White, and specifically requested to see Su Ming. This completely terrified Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun, leaving them speechless. The Black and White headquarters of the highest Black Gold business alliance in Yunqing, huh? What an important person this is. They had never seen such a big shot in their entire lives. Chu Qingqing, being young and spirited, remained calm and composed, and stepped forward to handle the situation. Miss Wan, you're looking for Su Ming? What do you want with him? Did you regret it after finding out his identity? Are you trying to win him back? Chu Qingqing's lips curled into a slight sarcasm. They mocked Wan Shirin for being blind to talent, saying that marrying Su Ming was a blessing the entire Wan family had accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed by Wan Shirin and the Wan family themselves. What's the use of regretting it now? Identity? What identity? However, Wan Shirin looked blankly at Chu Qingqing, puzzled. What kind of identity could that kid have? Winning him back is even more impossible. He and I are no longer on the same level. I came to see him just because I have some things to take care of. Wan Shirin didn't understand Chu Qingqing's words at all. He pondered to himself, could it be that Su Ming's relationship with the Shen family was part of his identity? What does this mean to her? In the past, she might have been more respectful, but now that she has been invited by the Tianfu Business Alliance, she doesn't even care about the Shen family, which is among the top 50 medical families in the 9 provinces. Of course, this only applies to her. In the eyes of an ordinary family like Chu Qingqing's, Su Ming's ability to marry into the Shen family is probably like that of a god. Compared to the Chu family, this identity is indeed quite remarkable. But it's nothing more than a competition among ants. Wan Shirin immediately felt relieved and dismissed it with disdain. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing laughed, a very happy and sly laugh. Ever since last night, she has thought she was the stupidest person in the world, the last person to know Su Ming's identity as the king of Kyushu. The feeling of regret that makes her want to die has not yet dissipated. But now it seems that Wan Shirin is still completely unaware of the situation and knows nothing about it. Compared to that, she felt much better. It feels so good. It turns out that this famous Miss Wan was the most foolish one. Even dumber than her. This is so awesome. Let this foolish woman remain in the dark. She eagerly awaits the day when Shirin learns Su Ming's true identity. She'll see how she feels then. I bet she wants to die even more than he does. Now, Chu Qingqing decided not to tell Wan Shirin Su Ming's identity. She grinned and said, Miss Wan is right, you are a very famous person in Tianhai City, a prodigy, a business tycoon who doesn't know your name. How can ordinary people compare to you? Not to mention Su Ming, isn't he as insignificant as an ant in your eyes? He probably doesn't even have the ability to follow in your footsteps now. He can only look up to you. Chu Qingqing almost burst out laughing. Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow. This little girl's insight and knowledge in this area were truly outstanding. No wonder Su Ming has been in the Chu family for so long, yet he hasn't sparked any romance with this little girl. I guess Chu Qingqing doesn't even think much of him, which is why she turned to curry favor with Shen Luoyun. Wan Shirin smiled and nodded. You're right about that. With that kind of insight, your future looks bright. But let's stop with this nonsense. Where is he? I don't know about that. He left our Chu family a long time ago. If you want to look for him, try looking at the heavenly palace on the cloud top. You might be able to find him there. Chu Qingqing had already realized that Su Ming was the king of the 9 provinces, so the legendary powerful figure in the cloud palace was probably Su Ming, who had been living there all along. Okay. Then I'll take my leave. Wan Shirin nodded and said something. Not wanting to waste any more time, she immediately turned around and led her people to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. The future looks bright. This Miss Wan is really going to make me laugh to death. After Wan Shirin left, Chu Qingqing could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Qingqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you just tell Miss Wan Xiaoming's identity directly? Yi Susu walked up and said anxiously. She guessed that Wan Shirin's divorce from Su Ming, as well as the Wan family's prejudice against Su Ming, were probably caused by a lot of misunderstandings. This directly shows that it would be better to let Wan Shirin wake up sooner. Mom, didn't you hear what Wan Shirin was saying? She thinks she's so great, she thinks she's some big shot in the 9 provinces. Would it be useful for me to tell her directly in this situation? She'd probably just laugh at me for being stupid and ignorant. In that case, let her figure it out herself. She's been married to the king of Kyushu for 3 years and only just gotten this far, yet she's still so smug. That's absolutely ridiculous. If I had been married to Su Ming for 3 years, I wouldn't even know what my status would be now. She's just luckier than me, and she doesn't know how to appreciate it. At this point, Chu Qingqing blushed. Then, blushing, she said proudly, in short, even if I rely on myself, I will soon surpass Wan Shirin. I'll wait and see her expression then, it's going to be amazing. Chu Qingqing laughed happily. Well. Yi Susu sighed helplessly. She was finding it increasingly difficult to understand what this young man was thinking. Wan Shirin drove the car and brought the two elders, Heibai and Wu Bai, to the entrance of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. I was very confused. Is Su Ming really in the heavenly palace on the cloud top? What are you doing here? That kid's status isn't even enough to qualify him to enter here, is it? Is Chu Qingqing playing a trick on her? Just as Chu Qingqing was wondering. The gates of the heavenly palace on the clouds slowly opened, and Su Ming actually strode out carrying something. Wan Shirin's eyes widened instantly. Are you sure you didn't see that wrong? Did this guy really come out of there? Could it be that he found a job in this heavenly palace on the clouds? Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped on the gas, drove over, and stopped in front of Su Ming. She rolled down the window, stared at Su Ming, and said, I didn't expect you to actually be here. Get in the car, I have something to tell you. Su Ming paused for a moment, looked up at Wan Shirin, and frowned, saying, just say what you have to say. There's no need to get in the car. It would be bad if people misunderstood and it damaged your reputation, Miss Wan. Don't be sarcastic. I need your help, and you'll definitely get something out of it, something you could never earn in your entire life. Wan Shirin's gaze darkened as she spoke coldly. Then please, Miss Wan, give me a reward I could never earn in my entire life, but I can't keep you company today. Contact me another day. I have other things to do today. Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, picked up a black cloth bag, and turned to leave. Hey, you! Wan Shirin panicked and hurriedly opened the car door and got out. The two elders, one black and one white, also got out of the car. 569, Chapter 569 seems to be a bit seriously ill. You, stop right there. Wan Shirin stood in front of Su Ming. Su Ming frowned, looked up at Wan Shirin, and said in a deep voice, Miss Wan, what exactly do you want? There are many wealthy and powerful people coming and going at the entrance of the Cloud Palace. If someone sees you arguing with me here, you'll make a fool of yourself. That's enough. Wan Shirin could no longer stand Su Ming's sarcastic tone and interrupted him with a cold shout. He scoffed, I know you found a job at the heavenly palace on the clouds. Are you a security guard, a cleaner, or a gardener? You've managed to enter the heavenly palace at the cloud top, which is something you should be proud of. This must be the greatest achievement of your life. But what's the use? I've already received an invitation from the Tianfu Business Alliance and I'm about to set off for Zhengzhou. From now on, I'll be on the grand stage of Zhengzhou, and even the 9 provinces. After this parting, you may never see me again. If you're willing to help me with this, I'll still appreciate it, but if you have this attitude, then we're complete strangers from now on. Wan Shirin looked down at Su Ming with a cold expression. She had no idea what Su Ming was so proud of. Just because you've met 2 wealthy tycoons from Tianhai City in this heavenly palace on the cloud top, you think you're someone important? They are still far from being as good as her. These words were meant to make Su Ming realize his own limitations and not miss out on opportunities only to regret it later and cry in secret. Unexpectedly, Su Ming smiled faintly and grinned, then I really have to thank you. After saying that, Su Ming prepared to walk through the 3 people and leave. Stop right there, kid. Just then, the elder in white, Bai Qingshan, stepped forward, his face grim, and said, Miss Wan's words may be unpleasant to hear, but honest advice is hard to swallow. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you don't seize it, it will be a tremendous loss for you. How about this? Bai Qingshan stared at Su Ming, his gaze darkening as he said, if you're willing to help Miss Wan with this, I, Bai Qingshan, promise you I'll directly contact the management of the Cloud Palace and get you a job there. Your monthly salary will be no less than 10,000. How about it? 10,000. In the eyes of the two elders, or Wan Shireen, it was no different from waste paper and not worth mentioning at all. They spend tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, on just a small trinket. But 10,000 is an incredibly high salary in the eyes of ordinary people. Especially for an average guy like him, hearing this salary would probably make him kneel down in shock. Wan Shireen couldn't help but smile. The methods of the two old men, black and white, are still the most effective. Upon seeing Su Ming, he couldn't help but be provoked and influenced by Su Ming's words, losing his composure. In fact, she should have realized long ago that they could easily make Su Ming overjoyed and faint with happiness by offering him any small benefit. Su Ming was about to leave when he heard this, so he slowly turned around, his cold gaze falling on Bai Qingshan. He grinned and sneered, "Bai Qingshan, is that it? You've forgotten that phone call so quickly? Don't you two know how you got in touch with Wan Shireen? You dare to come and tell me how to do things? You brat." Bai Qingshan was furious when he heard Su Ming address him by his full name. "I've never seen such an ungrateful and stubborn kid." She raised her hand to slap Su Ming across the face. At this moment, the black-robed elder, He Sha, was suddenly startled. He grabbed Bai Qingshan, looked at Su Ming with utter shock, and said to Bai Qingshan, "Something's not right. How did he know about that phone call? Have you forgotten, back then, when Wan Shireen asked us for help to save the Wan family, it was we who made that call." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Qingshan was suddenly jolted, his raised hand freezing in mid-air as if struck by lightning. He stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Could he be the person from the phone call? No way. Bai Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. No matter what, the fact that he knows about this means it's not that simple. Whether he is or not, we can find out by making a phone call. Don't you have call logs? Black sand reminds you. Rational. Bai Qingshan was also instantly awakened. He hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket, found the number he had dialed to Su Ming before, and dialed it. Wan Shireen stood 2 meters away, watching the two old men in black and white whispering to each other, but she couldn't hear them clearly, which made her look surprised and confused. I have no idea what the two old men, one black and one white, are doing. Are they discussing how to deal with Su Ming? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Su Ming's rude remarks to her were one thing. Out of consideration for their past relationship, she wouldn't really hold a grudge against Su Ming. But given their status, how could these two elders, one in black and one in white, tolerate such an offense from an ordinary person like Su Ming? The two are probably already discussing how to deal with Su Ming. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. He stood motionless, a sinister smile playing on his lips, staring at Bai Qingshan and Haisha, and sneered, "What, do you want me to answer your calls right in front of you?" Boom. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions changed drastically. Bai Qingshan was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and fainted on the spot. Kurosa also seemed to have seen a ghost, his whole body trembling. "Yes, it's you, boss, my god." Kurosa couldn't catch his breath and stumbled backward, eventually falling to the ground on the street. Then they scrambled up and kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming, saying, "We're sorry, we were wrong, boss, please forgive us." Black Sand was so frightened that he wet himself and cried bitterly. Roll. Su Ming's eyes were contorted with rage, and he let out a furious roar. Yes, we'll leave right away." Haisha let out a howl, picked up the unconscious Bai Qingshan, put him in the car, stepped on the gas, and drove away without looking back. The black and white elders. Seeing this scene, Wan Shireen was completely shocked to be impeccably proper. What's going on? Are you crazy? Why are the two old men, one black and one white, so panicked? Could it be this kid? Wan Shireen suddenly turned around, her shocked gaze falling on Su Ming, her face full of disbelief. How is that possible? She was completely stunned. What exactly is going on? Wan Shireen stepped forward, looking at Su Ming with utter shock. You're the one who scared the black and white elders like this, how could you do that? Who knows? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Isn't this the person you brought? He seems to be seriously ill. Is that all? If not, I'm leaving. Etc. Wan Shireen stopped Su Ming with a shocked and horrified expression, and said with a grim face, I don't know what happened, but can I apologize to you for what happened today? Wan Hua was arrested, and the last time I saw him, he told me to come to you. I'm begging you, if you really have a way, please save him for me. You can have anything you want. Wan Shireen looked at Su Ming with her big, innocent, and pleading eyes. So that's what it was about. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. I finally figured it out. It turns out they came from Wan Hua. But he might consider other things. This is the only thing I have absolutely no chance of. Wan Hua is a scourge of Yunsheng, releasing him will only bring harm to others. At least 50% of his feud with the Wan family stemmed from Wan Hua. No matter what you say, he will never let go. Su Ming grinned and sneered, if that's the case, no way, I am not going to let him go, not even a little bit. Su Ming said with an extremely cold expression. 570, Chapter 570. The Most Awesome Man. You, let go? Wan Shireen looked at Su Ming in surprise. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Wan Hua was arrested by the law enforcement team, and it was ordered by Suan, the leader of the law enforcement team. In this situation, how could Su Ming just release them as he pleases? Even she couldn't do it. Could Su Ming really have the ability to get the enforcement team to release the person with just a word? You've got it wrong. I wanted to ask you for a favor, to see if you know anyone. If you do, I'll visit them myself, so you don't have to bother. You just need to promise me that. I, Wan Shireen, have never asked anyone for anything before, but today I'm begging you. If you're willing to help, I'll be extremely grateful. There's still a chance for our situation to be salvaged. As long as I see your efforts and ambition, and that one day you can catch up with me, I won't object to us remarrying and being together again. Wan Shireen looked at Su Ming earnestly and said. You? Su Ming was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only give Wan Shireen a thumbs up. You're amazing, goodbye, go ask someone else for help. After saying that, Su Ming walked straight ahead. Am I setting my expectations too high? Wan Shireen was taken aback. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Su Ming had said something like that before, he might have had a chance. But now she is being asked by the Tianfu Business Alliance to become a big shot in Zhengzhou. With such a gap in social status, how hard can Su Ming possibly catch up? This is something that can no longer be changed by hard work and striving for improvement. For Su Ming, there's probably not even the slightest chance. No wonder this guy suddenly got so angry. Wan Shireen realized her mistake and quickly changed her tune, saying, if it really doesn't work out, I'll lower my standards a bit. You don't have to keep up with my pace. As long as I see changes in you, I'll consider it, okay? Wan Shireen shouted loudly. However, Su Ming didn't turn his head and walked straight to the side of the road. A car drove up, and Shen Luoyun opened the car door and helped Su Ming into the car. Wan Shireen immediately shut her mouth. It turns out that what Su Ming meant by having something to do was to meet with Shen Luoyun. His job at the Heavenly Palace on the Clouds was probably arranged by the Shen family because of Shen Luoyun's connections. Sigh, this guy hasn't changed at all. Wan Shireen sighed regretfully. Having managed to curry favor with the Shen family, Su Ming certainly felt more confident speaking to her, which is why he deliberately put on an act, hoping to make her regret her actions and become jealous. It's a pity that she is no longer comparable to the Shen family. Su Ming is the one who should regret it. By the time Su Ming realizes what's happening, it will be too late for regrets. This is the only chance I've missed to repair my relationship with her. Thinking of this, Wan Shireen raised her head again and said to Su Ming, I'll give you one last chance. Let's talk properly later, and everything can still be changed. However, the car had already started and was heading forward. Brother Su, what did Wan Shireen just say? She said she'd give you a chance. What chance? Shen Luoyun asked, puzzled, as she drove. Wan Shireen wouldn't be trying to win Su Ming back, would she? Do they know Su Ming's identity? So you're bringing up old feelings again? What a shameless woman. Su Ming shook his head. Ignore her, she's obsessed. She'll realize it sooner or later. Okay, let's meet up with my dad first, and then we'll go to Zhengzhou together, Shen Luoyun said happily. She'd love to avoid mentioning that short-sighted woman. Unable to get help from Su Ming, Wan Shireen had no choice but to go to the law enforcement team alone, gritting her teeth and facing the prospect. Although she had already suffered a setback last time, her status was different now. She hoped that the law enforcement team would have some sense and give her face by releasing Wan Hua. But when she arrived at the law enforcement team and asked Suan about it, Wan Shireen was completely stunned. As Suan sipped his tea, he smiled and said, "Miss Wan, you're too late. Wan Hua was submitted to Zhengzhou prison 3 days ago. The prison guards have already taken him away, and he's probably already inside." Ah? Wan Shireen was completely dumbfounded. This is really the end for us. They've all been sent to Zhengzhou prison, so getting them out of there won't be so easy. However, considering that I am also about to set off for Zhengzhou, and that the Tianfu Business Alliance will be there to help me, things might go more smoothly. Thinking of this, Wan Shireen hurriedly returned to the Wan family home, packed her things, and prepared to head to Zhengzhou. The entrance to the International Hotel. Su Zifeng and her entourage bowed to Su Ming. "Prince Su, I won't see you off. I need to return to Shuzhou to handle some matters. I've heard recently that there's been a lot of unrest and disturbances on the border, with various mercenaries and other bandit groups causing constant trouble. The Shuzhou border is also not peaceful. If I don't go back to oversee things, Shuzhou will probably descend into chaos," Su Zifeng said in a deep voice. Su Ming nodded calmly. "Now that you have the strength of the Earth Profound Realm, dealing with those petty villains will be a piece of cake. If there are any you really can't handle, just let me know, and I'll send the War God Army to help you." Upon hearing this, Su Zifeng revealed a meaningful yet shy smile. "I understand. If Prince Su has any orders, I will be there immediately. By the way, where is your sister, Su Fanghua?" Su Ming looked around and realized that Su Fanghua was not with Su Zifeng. "I don't know. I told that girl to come back to Shuzhou with me, but she ran away overnight. I don't know where she went. I think she's become completely wild outside, and she doesn't even want to go home anymore," Su Zifeng said dejectedly. "It's alright, I'll teach her a lesson when I see her." Su Ming smiled slightly. "Brother Su, let's go." Shin Luoyun, standing to the side, was practically bursting with jealousy. Look at Su Ming and Su Zifeng, so lovey-dovey, their eyes are practically glued together. How could she possibly accept this? So, Su Ming and Shin Luoyun got into the car. Several cars started. It moved, heading towards Zhengzhou. "Prince Su, take care." Su Zifeng watched Su Ming's car drive away before turning back and leaving Yunqing with her entourage. Zhengzhou railway station. "Hee, you want me to go back? I won't go back so easily. I finally met a big shot like the king of Kyushu, so naturally I'll follow him wherever he goes. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Future breakthroughs in martial arts cultivation will all depend on this king of the 9 provinces." Su Fanghua leaned against the window of the departing train and sent a message to Su Zifeng on her phone. "Second sister, you are well, don't worry." Then he put down his phone, a smug smile on his face. However, a young man with side-swept bangs leaned in and asked with a lewd grin, "Hey beautiful, where are you going?" "To Zhengzhou, that's my territory. How about I show you the way? Let's add each other on WeChat." Roll. Su Fanghua didn't even bother to look at the young man. She had seen countless lewd men like this who tried to pick her up. In the past, I might have made a few jokes about it. But after witnessing the magnificence of the king of Kyushu firsthand, he saw such a person as laughable as a clown or an ant. They're not even worth her time. What kind of attitude is this? I am the eldest young master of the Yang family, a prominent family in Zhengzhou. You won't even give me this much face. Clap clap clap. Su Fanghua beat the eldest son of the Yang family until his head was swollen like a pig's head. He lay face down on his seat, sobbing uncontrollably, too afraid to move an inch. "Young Master Yang, you're nothing, only that peerless genius of the 9 provinces is the most awesome man in my heart." 571, Chapter 571 Amazing Potential. Zhengzhou, Tianfu Business Alliance Branch. A middle-aged man wearing an overcoat, with sharp eyes and a commanding presence. I stepped into the branch building. "Hello, who are you looking for? If you need to see our branch manager, an appointment is required." The woman approached the man with a smile and said, "Smack! Smack!" Without saying a word, the middle-aged man slapped the woman across the face, leaving 5 bright red finger marks. He beat his daughter until she fell to the ground. The other employees around him looked terrified and shocked at the man in the coat, some of them taking out their phones to call the police. Insolence, put down your phones, you don't even recognize the prefectural commandant, are you blind? Quickly inform your commander that the prefectural commandant has arrived. Tell him to come down and greet him immediately, or he'll lose his head. Behind the middle-aged man, 2 men in black stepped forward, pointed at the employees of the Tianfu Business Alliance branch, and shouted sternly. Everyone was so frightened that they trembled all over. Lord Fouet? Those with some knowledge were so frightened by the name that they almost wet themselves. The prefectural commandant is a high-ranking official directly under the imperial commandant's office, a big shot on par with the prefectural leader. That's not all, because the prefectural commandant has the entire grand commandant's office backing him up. Perhaps Su De, the grand commandant, had some connection with the prefectural commandant. Let's not even talk about this prefectural commandant. Take the grand commandant's mansion, for example. Just mentioning its name sends chills down their spines. This news reached the ears of the headquarters chief. The head of the Tianfu Business Alliance was so frightened that he scrambled down to greet the man standing in the lobby. He bowed and scraped repeatedly, apologizing to the middle-aged man, and, sweating profusely, led the prefect to his office on the rooftop of the building. General Manager Yang Guangming personally poured tea for the prefectural commandant, and asked with a fawning and respectful expression, "Prefectural commandant, it is an honor to have you here. May I ask what brings you here?" My Tianfu Merchant Alliance has always maintained good relations with the prefectural commandant's office. 2% of the Tianfu Merchant Alliance's annual income is also sent to the prefectural commandant's office. If it's about increasing taxes, that's negotiable. Raising it by 2 points shouldn't be a problem. Yang Guangming kept smiling apologetically, afraid of offending anyone in the slightest. Others might not know, but he knew perfectly well that this prefectural commandant, Li Ziqi, was a favorite of Grand Commandant Su Dani. Important matters in the Grand Commandant's mansion were entrusted to this prefectural commandant. This shows the extent of Su Da's trust in this person. Now that Li Ziqi has graced us with his presence, he must have received orders from the Grand Commandant's office. Whether it brings good fortune or misfortune, we must not offend him in the slightest. Otherwise, the entire Tianfu Business Alliance couldn't afford it. Li Ziqi glanced at Yang Guangming and sneered, "You're quite sensible, you know how to behave. I won't beat around the bush with you." Then Grand Commandant Su ordered me to personally come down to Zhongzhou to thoroughly investigate the annihilation of the Fang and Lu families in Yunqing. Have you heard about that? The 2 major families of Fang and Lu in the Huai River Basin. Upon hearing this, Yang Guangming's eyes widened slightly, and he solemnly said, "To be honest, our Tianfu Business Alliance also has business dealings with the Fang and Lu families." I was shocked and deeply saddened by this major incident, but I know nothing about the specifics of what happened. But to wipe out 2 major families overnight, the person who did it must possess extraordinary abilities. If the prefectural commander wants to investigate this matter, our Tianfu Merchant Alliance will definitely provide full assistance. That's right. At this point, Yang Guangming raised an eyebrow and hurriedly said, "It just so happens that we have an appointment with Miss Wan from the Wan family in Yunqing today, President Wan, to discuss his joining the company. We can take this opportunity to find out more." The Wan family, President Wan? Li Ziqi's gaze was low. He had never even heard of it. Moreover, the people of Yunqing are simply not worth mentioning. However, since we have this opportunity, it's not unreasonable to give it a try. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, then I'll sit back and observe. I don't need to teach you how to ask questions or probe, do I?" "Of course not, I know what to do." Yang Guangming nodded hurriedly and said with a smile. So Li Ziqi sat directly in front of the office, and Yang Guangming had someone bring over a screen to block out Li Ziqi's figure. A dozen minutes later, a message came from below. "Minister Yang, Miss Wan Shireen has arrived. Have her come up to my office." Yang Guangming said into the phone. "Yes." A little while later, footsteps could be heard outside the office. Wan Shireen, dressed in a black suit, pushed open the door and entered. She was slender, tall and graceful, and charming. Yang Guangming looked up and smiled. Miss Wan truly lives up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in Yunqing. Seeing her in person is far better than hearing about her. She truly lives up to her reputation. Wan Shireen smiled gently, her pretty face slightly flushed. Manager Yang, you flatter me too much. It's all just empty fame, nothing of substance. On the contrary, it is my greatest honor to be recognized by the Tianfu Business Alliance. Miss Wan is indeed eloquent. Please have a seat. Yang Guangming gestured for him to proceed. Wan Shireen walked over and sat down with graceful demeanor. Behind the screen, Li Ziqi drank tea, not caring about the two men's pleasantries. He just wanted Yang Guangming to get straight to the point and inquire about the Fang and Lu families. But if you ask directly right away, you'll alert the enemy. Yang Guangming, as the renowned general manager of the Tianfu Business Alliance branch, was no fool. He was already as shrewd as a shrewd person. He first pretended to look at the information submitted by Wan Shireen, which included the Wan family's assets, future development plans, and the Black Gold Business Alliance's recommendation. After reading it, Yang Guangming said with a smile, Miss Wan has a wealth of experience with so many qualifications. It would take me a while to even look at you. My Tianfu Business Alliance highly recognizes Miss Wan's strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't have invited you. But as far as I know, Miss Wan, your Wan family's rise to prominence is entirely due to a prescription for the Bright Moon Pill from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. This prescription has brought at least nearly amount to your family profits of hundreds of billions. However, a long time has passed since the Bright Moon Pill entered the market. Its value has been almost completely squeezed out. Miss Wan, what benefits could you bring us if you joined our Tianfu Business Alliance? This statement is direct and obvious. It's an assessment of the value Wan Shireen will bring in the future. Tianfu Business Alliance doesn't collect trash for nothing. The Wan family made a lot of money, but not a single penny of it will be given to the Tianfu Business Alliance. In short, the Tianfu Business Alliance can help open up the Zhengzhou market, but a single Bright Moon Pill formula is not enough. Wan Shireen needs to come up with something more substantial. Wan Shireen had already prepared for this. Wan Shireen then took out another prescription from her pocket and respectfully presented it to Yang Guangming, smiling as she said, Chief Steward Yang, this is a prescription bestowed upon my Wan family by the newly appointed head of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, Xiao Qinju. It's called the Qi Building Pill IV. Pill IVE had it appraised. It's a 4th grade pill. A 4th grade pill, Manager Yang should know what that means, right? Wan Shireen was full of confidence. That's the source of our confidence. The selection conference for the Kyushu Medical Academy was organized by Wanzhou with money and effort. It wasn't done for nothing. Most importantly, it also serves as an opportunity to demonstrate the deep relationship between the Wan family and the Kyushu Medical Academy. In this situation, who could remain unmoved? Sure enough, Yang Guangming's eyes widened instantly. A 4th grade pill, a Qi building pill? My God, this is a top-notch prescription. This thing is sold out in the border regions, and it's extremely rare to find even one pill. I never expected to see the prescription in Wan Shireen's possession. If this were released in Zhengzhou, it would be snapped up by everyone. I never expected Wan Shireen to have such potential. This is a truly unexpected surprise. Yang Guangming was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. This time, we've really struck gold. Aha! Just then, a low, clearing sound came from behind the screen. Yang Guangming was immediately jolted, and sat up straight with a solemn expression. Wan Shireen also suddenly looked up, staring in shock at what was behind the screen. Are there still people here? Why are you hiding? Isn't this her franchise interview, or is it with an even more powerful figure? Isn't this Yang Guangming the head of the Tianfu Business Alliance branch? Wan Shireen was utterly shocked. 572, Chapter 572. Who was more powerful than the Grand Commandant's mansion? Wan Shireen was filled with surprise and doubt. I have no idea what's going on. Should we continue talking to Yang Guangming in front of us? Yang Guangming also looked solemn and serious. Clearly, the voice of the prefectural commandant Li Ziqi just now indicated that he was already very impatient, reminding him to get to the point quickly. Yang Guangming then asked Wan Shireen with a solemn expression, Miss Wan, I have a few personal questions for you. They are also related to our assessment. Please answer them truthfully. First, are you aware of the sudden demise of the Fang and Lu families in Yuncheng? Have no idea. Wan Shireen shook her head without even thinking. Yang Guangming frowned and then asked, did you hear any rumors in Yunqing, who made a move against the Fang and Lu families? Have no idea. Wan Shirin answered again with a blank expression. Bang! Yang Guangming stood up abruptly, moving the table forward a short distance, and glared angrily at Wan Shirin. Miss Wan, if you don't cooperate like this, it will be very difficult for our Tianfu Business Alliance to work with you. Wan Shirin sneered. Are these really the questions you want to ask, and what do they have to do with me? Why don't you let the person who wants to ask these questions come out and talk to me in person? What do you mean by that? Yang Guangming stared wide-eyed. It doesn't mean anything. Wan Shirin smiled, her gentle demeanor vanishing as she stood up and said in a deep voice, I treated you with sincerity, but I never expected Steward Yang to treat me like fish playing tricks on me. Although I, Wan Shirin, don't have much power, I'm not stupid. I think we really don't need to cooperate anymore. After saying that, Wan Shirin turned to leave. Etc. Just then, a voice came from behind the screen. Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant, slowly walked out, smoking a cigarette with a smile on his face. He looked at Wan Shirin and said, Miss Wan is indeed extraordinary. She has broadened my horizons. Lord Fuwei. Yang Guangming, looking grim, moved closer to Li Ziqi. Waste. The prefectural commandant raised his hand and slapped Yang Guangming across the face, letting out a cold shout. She made all sorts of promises to him at first, but in the end, she couldn't even handle a little girl. Are all the people employed by the Tianfu Business Alliance incompetent? Who are you? Wan Shirin stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at Li Ziqi with a puzzled expression. Li Ziqi smiled and said, I am Li Ziqi, the prefect of the Grand Commandant's office. You should have heard of the prefect, right? Lord Fuwei. Wan Shirin was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to bow to Li Ziqi. Wan Shirin, I have met Mr. Fuwei. Although she had never been to the imperial state, she had heard a little about its powerful institutions and intricate relationships. This prefectural commandant is a top-ranking figure in the Grand Commandant's office. Arriving in this central plains, they are simply overwhelming forces. Moreover, I've heard that all officers are military personnel, so the martial arts prowess of this prefectural commandant must be astonishing. Wan Shirin was deeply shocked. No need. Li Ziqi smiled and waved his hand. Miss Wan's spirit has impressed me. She is much more useful than some useless trash. At this point, Li Ziqi glanced disdainfully at Yang Guangming beside him. Then he walked to a chair and sat down, saying, Miss Wan guessed correctly. Those questions were exactly what I was supposed to ask. This is also my mission in Zhengzhou. If Miss Wan knows the answer, please tell me the truth. I guarantee you will immediately join the Tianfu Business Alliance and receive unexpected benefits. Yes. Having understood the situation, Wan Shirin dared not hesitate any longer and hurriedly told everyone she knew. I was indeed involved in the Fang and Lu family's affair, but I'm not entirely sure who I offended. Yunqing is full of hidden talents. Someone capable of wiping out the Fang and Lu families in one night must possess extraordinary abilities, a truly powerful figure, and it seems the Shuzhou army was also involved in this matter. That's all I know. Wan Shirin said respectfully. So that's how the Shuzhou army is. Li Ziqi smiled and nodded in approval. Miss Wan is indeed sincere. In that case, I hereby declare that you have officially joined the Tianfu Business Alliance. Besides, Li Ziqi stood up, took out a palm-sized piece of white jade, and handed it to Wan Shirin, saying, This is my Grand Commandant's pass. Take it and do me a favor. The Ren family of Zhengzhou is a family of physicians. They owe my Grand Commandant's mansion a piece of land. Take this pass to them, and they'll understand. Help me get the land back. I'll have the Tianfu Business Alliance provide you with 2 billion yuan in refining capital free of charge. In other words, you can have 2 billion worth of medicine without investing a single penny, and all the money from selling it will belong to your Wan family. Oh my God. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was so overjoyed that she knelt down on the ground. He bowed in gratitude, his face beaming with excitement. Thank you so much, Commandant. I will definitely help you get the land back and give it to you intact. We've struck it rich. This is truly a windfall. I never expected to encounter such a benefactor so soon after arriving in Zhengzhou. 2 billion, that's nothing. Being able to work for a powerful official like Li Ziqi and establish a connection with the Grand Commandant's mansion would bring the Wan family immense wealth and prosperity in the future, something she she never even dared to dream of. I hope you have a good trip. Li Ziqiu nodded calmly. Thank you very much, Commandant. Overjoyed, Wan Shirin went downstairs with light steps and a happy expression. Lord Prefect, isn't this price too high? 2 billion, giving the Wan family 2 billion for nothing, is it worth it for them? Yang Guangming stood beside him, his expression agitated, he looked like he was about to go crazy. 2 billion is nothing to Tianfu Business Alliance. But giving it away for nothing is heartbreaking. The most crucial question is, why should Wan Shirin be worth him paying 2 billion for nothing? You idiot! Li Ziqi gave Yang Guangming a cold look. You think I sent her just to get a piece of gold? Is it really that simple? This Yun family of Zhengzhou is courting death. For nearly 3 years, they've refused to pay a single penny to the Grand Commandant's office. And they even have the audacity to say that they are acting on behalf of heaven and upholding the bottom line of the 9 provinces. They say they are willing to give all the money to the war god army and the emperors of the 9 provinces, but they will not give a single penny to the Grand Commandant's mansion. We've already incurred Grand Commandant Su's wrath, this is just an opportunity to teach them a lesson. That land is the lifeblood and foundation of the Yun family. If the Yun family hands over that medicinal herb land, they're finished. They won't give it up so easily. Let Wan Shirin fight the Yun family like dogs. If she succeeds, she'll wipe out the Yun family that will avenge Grand Commandant Su. If it can't be done, kick Wan Shirin out, just like kicking away a dog. Li Ziqiu wore a cold smile, as if everything was under control. I see. Yang Guangming then realized what was going on. But Wan Shirin just said that there seems to be some big shot in Yunqing, and that her Wan family has a good relationship with the Kyushu Medical Academy. Aren't you worried about offending people by using her like this? Yang Guangming asked in surprise. Oh. Li Ziqiu chuckled softly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Big shot, who could be more powerful than Grand Commandant Su? Who could be more powerful than the Grand Commandant's mansion? Yunqing district is just a small place, how big can it be? It's just the ignorant Wan Shirin praising it. As for the Kyushu Medical Academy, don't even mention it. The Kyushu Medical Academy is now in pieces and is no different from garbage. Li Ziqiu's face was full of domineering and arrogant air, looking down on everyone. The prefectural commandant is unparalleled in the world. Yang Guangming completely submitted and prostrated himself on the ground. 573, Chapter 573 Yun Family, Yunlian. Evening. At the entrance of the Shin family's residence. Brother Su, we've arrived. Shin Luoyun opened the car door and said to Su Ming with a big smile. Su Ming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. It wasn't that they were resting, but rather that they were sitting quietly observing the inner world. I've been taking longin pills for a while now. However, neither the silkworm venom nor the golden snake venom in his body was completely eradicated. If it were just one type of poison, it would be easy to deal with, but when these two poisons come together, they evolve into a completely new toxin that remains in his blood and dantian. After being suppressed by the dragon roar pill, the heavenly silkworm poison has weakened considerably. In addition, having lived in the Chu family before, and benefiting from the Xianhuang jade, 8 or 9/10 of the heavenly silkworm poison has been eliminated. Only the venom of the golden snake seems to have taken root in the bones, and even now, not even 30% has been eliminated. It seems that relying solely on the dragon roar pill won't be enough. We need higher grade pills, such as 7th grade or 8th grade pills. Only then can the venom of the golden snake be completely eradicated. This is also why he transferred to Zhengzhou. In addition to dealing with the scourge of the Grand Commandant's mansion, he also wanted to find better medicinal herbs in Zhengzhou. May my physical strength return to its peak as soon as possible. Su Ming opened the car door and got out. Follow Shin Luoyun into the Shin family. It has been more than half a year since I last visited the Shin family in Zhengzhou. The Shin family has not changed much, but the interior decoration has been greatly improved. It seems that the 7 fragrance pills he left behind, while not turning the Shin family around, did indeed help them a lot. Miss Shin, you're back. Just then, a cheerful and happy voice came from ahead. Then I saw a young girl with a pale, baby-faced expression running towards me. She looked to be around 20 years old, wearing a light blue coat with the sleeves rolled up at the elbows, revealing her snow-white, lotus root-like forearms. Her face was as white as a porcelain doll's, without a trace of blood. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This girl's body isn't quite up to par. With weak blood and qi, his life was as fragile as paper, and he was so weak that he could not withstand the wind. In terms of physical fitness alone, he was probably only half as good as Shen Luoyun. Yun Lian. Upon seeing the girl, Shen Luoyun also showed a happy expression, stepped forward and grabbed the girl's hand, overjoyed. He pulled Yun Lian to Su Ming's side and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is the king of the 9 provinces, Su Ming, brother Su." The king of the 9 provinces? My God. Is he the famous king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million war gods army? Yun Lian opened her mouth wide in surprise. Yes. Shen Luoyun smiled proudly, then said to Su Ming, "Brother Su, she is Yun Lian, the eldest daughter of the Yun family in Zhongzhou. She is my good friend, a typical lady of a prominent family. She rarely leaves her home. She has always been studying medicinal herbs at home. I have never met anyone more pure-hearted than her. Greetings, king of the 9 provinces." Yun Lian timidly stretched out her fair, delicate hand, her eyes filled with shyness and unease. Su Ming calmly shook hands with Yun Lian and nodded slightly. "Your health isn't very good." "Yes, my dad often says I'm not in good health and tells me to stay home as much as possible. However, I heard that Luoyun has returned, so I volunteered to personally deliver the medicinal herbs to the Shen family, king of the 9 provinces. I've heard that you led the war god army to victory on the border, wiping out all the bandits of the 9 provinces and pacifying the 4 seas. You are my hero." As Yun Lian spoke, she couldn't help but get excited. A blush finally appeared on her pale face, and her big, watery eyes looked at Su Ming with admiration. "Those are all my responsibilities, and I believe any responsible person would do the same." Su Ming smiled calmly. "You're amazing. Oh, right, this is a medicine pouch I made myself here. It's for you." Yun Lian hurriedly pulled out a red embroidered medicine pouch from her bosom and handed it to Su Ming. "It contains medicinal powder made from precious herbs." Su Ming took the medicine and smelled it. This prescription is quite good. Did you prepare it yourself?" "Yourself. Besides its fragrance, it also has a calming and nourishing effect. It must be at least a 3rd-grade prescription." Hearing Su Ming's words, Yun Lian blushed. "I figured it out myself, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. I hope you'll forgive me, Prince Su." "No, the fact that you can concoct such a prescription yourself shows that you have a deep understanding and comprehension of medicinal herbs and the art of medicine. However, since you have such insights, why can't you improve your health?" Su Ming asked curiously. At first glance, he could tell that Yun Lian was born with weak blood and qi, and could only rely on medicine to replenish it. As long as a divine physician of medical caliber prescribes a medicine and takes care of her for 2 or 3 years, Yun Lian can recover to normal. If it were him, he could make Yun Lian no different from an ordinary person in just 3 hours, within 2 or 3 years. Yun Lian lowered her head shyly and said, "Prince Su is too kind to me. Don't have the ability to do that. My father said that only a divine physician of the level of a medical saint can cure my illness." "But, a medical saint? How many medical saints can be found in the whole country?" "I'm afraid only the most skilled physicians in the Imperial Medical Academy could possibly reach the level of a medical sage. I probably couldn't achieve that in my entire life. But it's okay, I'll try to move less and eat less, and I can still survive." Yun Lian smiled brightly. Su Ming nodded without saying a word. "He can cure illnesses, but there's no need for him to meddle. He won't treat everyone who has a minor ailment. Yun Lian has been doing this for a while now, and since he's gotten used to it, he's too lazy to interfere. Besides, this is only the first day we've met." But Shen Luoyun saw through it, widened her eyes, and looked at Su Ming, saying, "Brother Su, you can cure it, right? Your medical skills are superb. Yun Lian's little ailment shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" "Ah." Upon hearing this, Yun Lian was shocked, her big, watery eyes wide with astonishment. "Can Su Ming cure it? Is Su Ming a medical sage?" "Su Ming Yin," he said expressionlessly, "I can indeed cure it. I don't even need Hua Tuo's medical classic. With just the 13 ghostly needles, I can restore the patient to full health within 3 hours. However, I have no intention of intervening, nor do I need to." "The 13 needles of the ghost god, my god." Upon hearing this, Yun Lian's eyes widened again, filled with shock. Brother Su, please help me, Yun Lian is a good person and my best friend, please save her. Shen Luoyun pleaded with Su Ming from the side. It's okay. Yun Lian smiled and waved her hand, saying, Luoyun, it's alright if Prince Su doesn't want to, then so be it, I am used to it, it's fine. Yun Lian interrupted with a smile. Su Ming remained calm and silent. Shen Luoyun's eyes lit up, and she smiled, saying, Brother Su, aren't you looking for medicinal herbs? The Yun family of Yunlian is the origin of top-grade medicinal herbs in Zhongzhou. Their medicinal fields are even better than those of the Chang family in Yunqing. If you're willing to lend a hand, I believe you can get any medicinal herb you want. The medicinal herbs I want are no ordinary things. I want heavenly fire poria, white jade Shanawang ginseng, and 9-grade imperial lotus. Su Ming rattled off 3 extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs in one breath. But Yun Lian's eyes lit up when she heard this. Your Highness Su, are these the 3 medicinal herbs you want? I do have some at home, though not much, but I should be able to find some. Real? Su Ming was also slightly surprised. It seems that the Yun family does indeed have some strength. He immediately said in a strong voice, if you can really produce these 3 medicinal herbs, I will treat your illness and restore you to normal. It's alright, whether my illness is cured or not is not important, but the Yun family will certainly provide the medicinal herbs that Prince Su needs. Please, Prince Su, come and visit. Yun Lian waved her hand, saying with great joy. She wasn't lying. The Yun family is utterly loyal to the 9 provinces palace. A large portion of the money he earns is donated to the Kyushu palace and the war god army. As the leader of the war god army, Su Ming would gladly offer up not only a few medicinal herbs, but also the entire fortune of the Yaoyun family. So Su Ming followed Yun Lian and Shen Luoyun to the Yun family. Besides the Yun family, a large group of people are on their way. It was Wan Shirin, who had received orders from Li Ziqi, the prefectural commander, and Ding Sanshao, the leader of the Tianfu Business Alliance, who had come to assist Wan Shirin. More than 300 people, a dark mass, surged toward the Yun family like a flood. 574, Chapter 574. Take off your clothes. Dad, do we have heavenly fire poria, 9-grade emperor lotus, and white jade Shanawang ginseng at home? Yun Lian entered the inner hall of the Yun family and called out softly. Yes, I have. A square-faced man stepped out, his expression simple and honest. He looked at Yun Lian and smiled affectionately. What do you need these things for? It's what Prince Su needs, not what I want. I'll take it and give it to Prince Su. Yun Lian said with a smile. Su Wan, who, your boyfriend? The man was taken aback and asked in surprise. My daughter never leaves the house, when did she ever meet a man? This is wonderful news. Yun Lian blushed instantly and said shyly, I don't have that kind of luck. He is the king of the 9 provinces. I would be overjoyed to be able to contribute to the king of Su. King of the 9 provinces, my god. Yun Jian, the head of the Yun family, was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground, staring at his daughter in shock. Are you telling the truth? Is it the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million war god army? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes at the Shen family's residence, and now they've come to our Yun family's outer hall. They're waiting outside. Besides, who would dare ask for these precious medicinal herbs unless they were the king of the 9 provinces? Yun Lian said with certainty. No, since he is the king of the 9 provinces, what can't he have? Why would he need these medicinal herbs? Yun Jiang asked again in surprise. Yun Lian shook her head. I don't know either, but Prince Su said that as long as I can produce these medicinal herbs, he will treat my illness for free and cure my anemia. Of course, I didn't ask for that much. What precious medicinal herbs, you silly girl. These things, despite their grand names, are just ordinary poria cocos and ginseng. Only this 9-grade emperor lotus is somewhat special, but it's not rare. They're all common items, and most large pharmacies have them in their collections. My Yun family has accumulated quite a lot. Yun Jiang sighed. Ah. Hearing this, Yun Lian was dumbfounded. No wonder these medicine names felt so familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere before. I thought they were some rare and precious things that I had glanced at in some ancient book. Was King Su doing this on purpose? Yun Lian felt a little dizzy from thinking about it. Yun Jiang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Prince Su was deliberately giving you this hint, just to find an excuse not to treat your illness for nothing and make you owe him a favor. It makes sense, considering Prince Su's status and the kind of person he is. Moreover, he is so thoughtful, truly worthy of being the most respected figure in my Yin family. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away, daughter, there's hope for you. Yun Lian stood there blankly, unable to come to her senses for a long time. A moment later, Yun Jiang retrieved the medicine and, together with Yun Lian, the father and daughter went to the outer hall. Upon arriving before Su Ming, Yun Jiang knelt down with a thud, bowing respectfully and saying with tears of gratitude, I am Yun Jiang, the head of the Yun family, paying my respects to King Sui. I am deeply grateful for King Su's great kindness in treating my daughter's illness. Yun Lian suffers from congenital septicemia, which can only be cured by a physician of the highest caliber. Our Yun family has searched the entire Central Plains and beyond, but has not found anyone willing to help. We are deeply grateful for King Su's great kindness and are willing to serve you like a slave. Yun Jiang was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Yun Lian, her face flushed, knelt down in front of Su Ming, her heart pounding. She was already weak, and she almost fainted from excitement. Su Ming took the medicinal herbs, placed them on the table beside him, and said calmly with a smile, Get up, I didn't treat her for nothing. Consider these herbs from your Yin family as payment. This. Yun Jiang wanted to be direct and express her gratitude to Su Ming for his kindness. But thinking about it, wasn't Su Ming doing this just to make the Yin family feel at ease? If they exposed him, not only would it offend King Su, but it would also seem ungrateful and make King Su lose face. So he nodded and said, Yes, no matter what, my Yun family will remember this kindness for generations to come. Su Ming nodded and gave Yun Jiang an approving look. He stood up and smiled, Then why not today? I happen to have some time now, so let's treat Miss Yan's illness first. Please find me a pack of silver needles. Also, prepare some medicinal herbs, and I'll give you the prescription. Su Ming picked up a pen and paper and wrote a prescription for Yun Jiang. Then he stood up and said to Yun Lian, Miss Yun, please come with me. Well. Yun Lian nodded hurriedly and obediently followed behind Su Ming. Holding the prescription, Yun Jiang was moved to tears. My only worry was this daughter. I would never be able to rest easy about her when I passed away in my old age, but now, I can rest easy. Prince Su is truly a noble person of our time. He saved me and the Yun family. Shen Luoyun stood to the side, smiling, and said, That's because your Yin family is so powerful, Master Yun, that you can provide such precious medicinal herbs. Otherwise, Brother Su wouldn't have been willing to help. Even if I begged him, it wouldn't have mattered. What, Miss Shen, you're joking? The medicinal herbs that Prince Su asked for are all common items. He just didn't want to upset the Yun family, so he deliberately asked for some random herbs. This is simply a blessing that Yun Lian has accumulated in her past life. Yun Jiang wiped away her hot tears and said, Ah. Shen Luoyun was shocked and gasped, her mouth agape. She had just been feeling slightly disappointed in Su Ming. Although Su Ming is the king of the 9 provinces, the Yun family has always treated people and done things in a kind manner, and has donated countless amounts of money to the war god army. Su Ming shouldn't have deliberately made things difficult for the Yun family. But now that she's heard it, she realizes she was completely wrong. Su Ming's ideas were at a level she could never reach. Shen Luoyun blushed with shame, wanting to slap herself twice. She said remorsefully, I was so ignorant, how could I think of Brother Su like that? I deserve to die. I'm not going to say anything more, I'm going to prepare the medicinal herbs for Prince Su. Yun Jiang took the prescription and happily turned to leave. Su Ming led Yun Lian out of the door. Enter the guest room. Standing at the door, Yun Lian said with emotion and gratitude, Prince Su, thank you. My father has already told me that the 3 medicinal herbs you requested are not rare. They are all common herbs. I, Yun Lian, have no way to repay your great kindness. I only hope that once things return to normal, I can do my part to serve Prince Su. Su Ming smiled calmly, turned around, and said in a low voice, Actually, I should have asked for some precious medicinal herbs, so you wouldn't be able to see through me and you wouldn't be so reserved. Come on, sit on the bed and take off your clothes. Ah. Yun Lian's face immediately turned as red as if it were on fire. Take off your clothes? Yes. Su Ming calmly nodded, I'm going to apply acupuncture to your back and also need to introduce the medicinal properties into your body. I can't do it without taking off your clothes. Yun Lian lowered her head softly and walked forward. She wasn't unwilling at all, but she was incredibly shy, since it was the first time she had ever taken off her clothes and been completely naked in front of a man. However, thinking about what King Su had seen, she felt much more relaxed. Standing by the bed, she slowly took off her coat and vest, revealing her smooth, jade-like back. 575, Chapter 575. Who the hell is messing with you? Prince Su, I've brought you the silver needles and medicinal herbs. Outside the door, Yun Jiang stood ramrod straight, carrying medicinal herbs, and said through the door and window that he dared not take another step forward. Okay, just leave it at the door. Since Yun Lian had already taken off her clothes, although the Yun family certainly trusted him, Su Ming still asked Yun Jiang to leave the things at the door to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes. Yun Jiang bent down and put the things down. Just as he straightened up, a servant of the Yun family ran over and respectfully said to Yun Jiang, "It's bad, Master Yun, a large group of people has entered our Yun family. It seems to be Wan Shirin from the Tianfu Business Alliance, and a leader named Ding Sanshao, a total of 300 or 400 people. You should go and take a look right away." The servants were terrified. Tianfu Business Alliance, a Ding Sanshao? Yun Jiang's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "All right, come with me." So Yun Jiang led his men quickly toward the front hall. Su Ming opened the door, picked up the medicinal herbs and silver needles, glanced at them from afar, and frowned deeply. Why are Wan Shirin and the people from the Tianfu Business Alliance here? I'm afraid they're up to no good. Su Ming shook his head, ignored him, picked up his things, and closed the door. Prince Su, what happened? Is it serious? Yun Lian also heard the sound with her back to Su Ming. She turned her head and asked in surprise. It's nothing, don't worry about them, getting you treated is the priority. Su Ming said calmly. Good. Although Yun Lian was worried, she didn't say much and calmed down. Su Ming first lit the medicinal herbs, then took a lid with small holes and placed it on top of the herbs. The smoke from the burning herbs spread out through the small holes, enveloping Yun Lianchua's fair and petite body. Then, with his eyes fixed straight ahead and mind focused, Su Ming held the silver needles between his fingers and began to perform the 13 ghost needles on Yun Lian's back. The medicinal smoke, through Su Ming's acupuncture technique, slowly seeped into Yun Lian's skin. The front hall of the Yun family. Yun Jiang and his men came out to greet them. Inside the hall, Shen Luo Yun and Wan Shirin were having a fierce argument. Wan Shirin, don't be ungrateful. It's one thing for you to act arrogantly in Yun City, but this is Zhongzhou. This isn't your territory. Know your place. How dare you come to the Yun family and act so presumptuously? Do you really not take me, Shen Luo Yun, seriously? Shen Luo Yun pointed at Wan Shirin and shouted angrily. Wan Shirin's gaze was calm as she sneered, I came to the Yun family, not the Shen family. What business is it of yours? Does the entire Central Plains belong to you, Shen Luo Yun? You're so amazing. How did you manage to run into me here? Wan Shirin retorted sharply. I don't know if I'm that good or not, but I'm definitely better than you. Wan Shirin, especially a blind woman like you, who can't even keep the treasure by her side, deserves to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of your life. Shen Luo Yun snorted coldly. What did you say? Wan Shirin was enraged and glared at Shen Luo Yun. Alright, ladies, please calm down. Please don't get so angry. My Yun family is a small place, we can't afford to suffer your wrath. Yun Jiang hurriedly stepped forward, interrupting the two's argument with a smile on her face. You don't know what's good for you. Shen Luo Yun snorted coldly and stepped aside to sit down. Shameless. Wan Shirin also stared coldly at Shen Luo Yun. This put Yun Jiang in the middle, making her look embarrassed and quite embarrassed. Yun Jiang turned his head and looked at Wan Shirin with a polite smile, asking, Miss Wan, I don't know what brings you here. If you have any instructions, please feel free to speak. If my Yun family can do it, we will do our utmost. Seeing how sensible and tactful Yun Jiang is, he must be an honest person. Wan Shirin didn't make things difficult. She directly took out the token given to her by Prefect Li Ziqi and handed it to Yun Jiang, saying, I'm here on behalf of the Tianfu Merchant Alliance and the Grand Commandant's mansion to ask for something. Prefect Li said that you'll understand once you see this jade token. I'm just doing my job, so please cooperate. Wan Shirin said calmly. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Yun Jiang's expression immediately changed. His honest and simple face instantly turned cold and stern. Holding the jade pendant, he said with a cold gaze, Miss Wan, what do you mean by this? I have never had any grudge against you. Is this your way of putting me to death, after only meeting you for the first time? What? Wan Shirin was taken aback upon hearing this. Prefect Li Ziqi only sent her to take back the Yun family's medicinal herb fields. He even said that the Yun family owed him this. How did it become a death trap for Ji-Yun, this guy? Is he pretending to be stupid because he doesn't want to return the medicinal field? Wan Shirin frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Does Master Yun not want to return the medicinal herb field? Don't try to frame me." Dirty water? Yun Jiang sneered, "Miss Wan, don't you understand? This is the Grand Commandant's order to kill. Once this order is issued, it means the complete annihilation of the target is declared. If you don't cooperate, you will die without a burial place." Order to surrender? Wan Shirin was completely stunned and dumbfounded. Staring at Yun Jiang with a shocked and blank expression, he said, "What are you talking about? The prefectural commandant said this is a pass from the Grand Commandant's residence. Don't twist the facts." You don't believe me? Yun Jiang raised an eyebrow and immediately flipped the jade tablet over. On the back of the jade tablet were two words engraved, "Slay and kill." This? Seeing this, Wan Shirin was completely stunned. As if struck by lightning, she stood there frozen, her eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a single word. A kill order? This is actually a kill order? Could it be that Li Ziqi and Yang Guangming are using him as a pawn? No wonder they agreed to her joining so readily. He also promised her 2 billion in funding for medicine making, all free of charge. The price of this wealth was that she became an executioner. No wonder Ding Sanxiao brought hundreds of people to support him. If it's just about getting things back, where we need this many people? At this moment, Wan Shirin finally understood. At the same time, people were also stunned and dumbfounded. Alright, whether it's a kill order or a pass, the purpose is the same, isn't it? It's to get your Yun family to hand over the medicinal herb field. Why are you dragging your feet like this, old man? You're wasting your grandpa Ding's time, do you know that? Behind Wan Shirin, the gang leader Ding Sanxiao was furious. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed Yun Jiang by the collar, and roared furiously. Oh! Shen Luoyun, who was sitting next to him, immediately let out a mocking sneer. Wan Shirin, I knew you'd come to Zhongzhou. You're here to be someone's dog, their executioner, in exchange for wealth and glory. I've never seen a more shameless woman in the world. A person like you doesn't even have the right to argue with me or be compared to me. You're nothing but an ant, a utterly worthless piece of trash. Shen Luoyun gritted her teeth and let out a series of cold snorts. Don't talk nonsense. Wan Shirin's face turned red, and she said through gritted teeth with great anger, I am not an executioner. Then she turned to Ding Sanxiao and shouted, Release Master Yun, we're here to get our things back, not to cause trouble. As she spoke, Wan Shirin was about to go up and pull Ding Sanxiao away. But Ding Sanxiao swung his thick arm and knocked Wan Shirin to the ground. He grinned menacingly and sneered, Causing trouble? Who the hell's causing trouble for you? When I fight, it's bloody, it's deadly. Haven't you heard that? Then Ding Sanxiao's arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire Yun family hall, deafeningly loud. 576, Chapter 576. Everyone's going to suffer. Ding Sanxiao is the chief security captain of the Tianfu Business Alliance. But this identity alone is not enough to make him the leader. Instead, he relied on the powerful Tianfu Business Alliance to develop a formidable underground force. His daring and aggressive methods earned him the appreciation of the Tianfu Business Alliance, which was willing to support him. That's why it's called the leader. And these hundreds of people tonight were pulled out of the underground forces by him. The order received from the Tianfu Business Alliance was also to take over the entire Yun family. Therefore, whether Wan Shirin cooperates or not is not important. If the Yun family does not hand over the medicinal field today, no one in the entire Yun family can expect to live in peace. Don't expect anyone to be able to catch their breath and see tomorrow's sun. Are you crazy? Wan Shirin was stunned and furious, staring at Ding Sanxiao with bloodshot eyes. Shut up. This isn't your place to call the shots. Do you really think you're part of the Tianfu Merchant Alliance? You're just a nobody from Yunqing. You think too highly of yourself in Zhongzhou. You're nothing but an ant. Ding Sanxiao gave Wan Shirin a cruel and contemptuous look. Stop. Shen Luoyun also stood up, walked closer, stared at Ding Sanxiao and shouted, She's nothing, and you're nothing. Nothing, you re, just a dog of the Tianfu Merchant Alliance, yet you dare to act so presumptuously. Here I am, Shen Luoyun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. If you dare to cause trouble, the Shen family will not let you off the hook. Smack! A crisp, explosive sound. Ding Sanchao slapped Shen Luoyun across the face, causing her to vomit blood and fall to the side. Two ungrateful little brats, I'll deal with you after I've dealt with the Yun family. Both of you are quite beautiful. No wonder you're listed among the beauties of Zhengzhou. Tonight's going to be fun. Ding Sanchao laughed like a wild beast. Let's do it! Ding Sanchao let out a sharp shout, and the hundreds of people behind him surged in like a tide, sweeping across the entire Yun family. The servants of the Yun family fled amidst screams, but those who escaped were quickly caught, pinned to the ground, and beaten until they vomited blood and howled in agony. Nothing belonging to the Yun family was spared. Sounds of smashing and looting echoed everywhere. You beast, what exactly do you want to do? Yin Jiang was both anxious and furious. His face was flushed as he glared at Ding Sanchao, his eyes blazing with rage. He roared, "Do you know that my boss is in the Yin family now? If you dare to do anything reckless, he will definitely kill you." Big boss, big my ass. In Zhengzhou, there isn't a single person who is worthy of your grandfather Ding's attention. Ding Sanchao grabbed Yin Jiang by the collar and slapped him twice across the face, sneering, "You have one last chance to consider before I slaughter everyone in your Yin family. Immediately hand over the deed and key to the Yin family's medicinal herb field, otherwise, I'll slaughter the entire Yin family and then find my own way. You beast, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Yun Jiang gritted his teeth, his whole body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "You can talk about this when you're a ghost." Ding Sanchao laughed wildly and without restraint. The sounds of smashing, looting, burning, and killing echoed throughout the entire Yin family compound, a truly horrifying scene. Wan Shirin lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, looking like a sinner. But actually, this matter has little to do with her. Even without her, the Tianfu Business Alliance would have taken action sooner or later. The four of Ding Sanchao's men smashed their way to the guest rooms in the backyard. With a bang, the door to the room where Su Ming was treating Yun Lian was kicked open. The two burst into the room and immediately saw Yun Lian lying on the bed. At this moment, Yun Lian had already fallen asleep and was covered with a blanket by Su Ming, resting with her eyes closed. Su Ming, meanwhile, was washing his hands by the basin of water nearby. The four looked up and saw Yun Lian's fair skin and stunning beauty. Their eyes lit up with surprise and delight. "My goodness, we've got an unexpected bonus. We never expected to find such a beauty. Let's have some fun while we still have no results with Boss Ding." The four men chuckled lewdly, rubbing their hands together, drooling with desire, as they approached Yun Lian's bedside. With his back to the four men, Su Ming wiped his hands and said calmly, "Don't touch her. It's not too late to get out of here now. I might spare your lives, otherwise, no one can save you." Ha 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 ha. The four turned their heads and their eyes fell on Su Ming. Seeing that Su Ming was unremarkable in appearance and looked like a homeless man, they all burst into laughter. "Who the hell are you? Don't touch her. Do you think you're in charge here? Even the Yin family patriarch is in our boss's hands. What are you? We're going to move anyway. What can you do about it? We won't just target her, we'll also target you, you piece of trash." Immediately, a man on the right stepped forward and reached out to grab Su Ming's shoulder. "Turn around and let Grandpa see what kind of good-for-nothing you look like." However, before he could finish speaking, Su Ming suddenly turned around and punched the other man in the face. Boom! The man's face was smashed to pieces by a single punch, and he flew backward, smashing the door in two before landing in the courtyard outside. He was now a corpse, his face a bloody mess, no longer recognizable as human. He never made a sound until his death. This? The remaining three were completely dumbfounded. He stared at Su Ming with a shocked expression, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What's going on? Although none of them were experts, they were still much stronger than ordinary people, especially the one who was sent flying by Su Ming, who was at the level of a supreme war god. Could this guy be a grandmaster war god? Who exactly are you? One of them, holding a knife, stared at Su Ming in utter shock. King of the 9 provinces. Su Ming flicked his long robe and pounced on the three like a tiger. The three were taken aback and, without even thinking of resisting, turned to run away. But Su Ming grabbed them by the back of their collars. The remaining person was kicked away by Su Ming, smashing a large hole in the wall. He bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Arrested, the 2 who lived there fared even worse. Su Ming grabbed one of them with each hand and slammed them heavily to the ground, pressing down on their exposed hands. Boom! His head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood everywhere. Su Ming slowly stood up, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He stepped out of the room, and a terrifying killing aura filled the entire backyard. Everyone in the backyard is going to suffer. The crowd who were vandalizing the backyard sensed this terrifying aura and all turned around, looking at this sight in shock. If you don't want to watch it, fine. Upon seeing it, everyone was terrified. Behind Su Ming, his 4 accomplices lay dead in extremely gruesome circumstances, as if they had been captured by evil spirits, their original appearances unrecognizable. You bastard, how dare you hurt our people? Do you even know who we're with? Have you heard of Third Master Ding? I think you're tired of living? Boom! However, before the other party could finish speaking, Su Ming suddenly rushed out like a rock, spreading its wings. Charge into the crowd. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Screams filled the entire backyard. Boss Ding, something's happened, something's wrong, something's happened. One of his men, as if he had seen a ghost, scrambled and stumbled to the front hall, arriving at Ding Sanxiao's side in a panic. What's wrong? You found the land deed, look how excited you are, kid, tell me slowly. Ding Sanxiao scoffed. He has complete control over the Yun family, he can stay here as long as he wants. Boss Ding. The subordinate scrambled to his feet and whispered a few words in Ding Sanxiao's ear in utter terror. Ding Sanxiao's expression changed drastically. 577, Chapter 577. Ex-wife. His subordinate told Ding Sanxiao. A master has emerged in the backyard of the Chang family, he kills anyone who gets in his way. Upon hearing this, Ding Sanxiao's expression changed, revealing a ferocious smile. Expert, in front of me, the Grandmaster War God Ding Sanxiao, no one dares to call themselves an expert. You stay here and watch over these 3 pieces of trash while I go teach him a lesson. Yes. The subordinate quickly responded. Then Ding Sanxiao released Yun Jian, strode confidently, and went to the backyard with overwhelming momentum. Upon arriving at the backyard, Ding Sanxiao looked up and saw that the entire backyard was littered with the corpses of his men. They all died tragically, not a single one survived. Seeing this, Ding Sanxiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Who is it? Such brutality. Regardless of whether he was a master or not, his moves were deadly and left no trace of his body. He had never seen such a brutal method in all his years in Zhengzhou. Ding Sanxiao walked forward slowly with a solemn expression, and saw Su Ming squatting next to a well in the center of the courtyard, washing his hands in a bucket of water. Ding Sanxiao glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Su Ming. Looking him up and down, Su Ming's aura was ordinary, one could not sense the slightest hint of a martial arts master from him. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, Kid, did you see anyone beat my men up like this? If you did, where did that guy go? Did he run away? Escape? Su Ming grinned, slowly stood up, turned his cold gaze to Ding Sanxiao, and sneered, what a pity, I just washed my hands clean, but after killing you, I'll have to wash them all over again. Who the hell are you? Could it be you? Ding Sanxiao was suddenly startled, his eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back in surprise and uncertainty, getting into a defensive stance, clenching his fists. He looked Su Ming up and down again. I still can't tell. Where did this kid get his skills from? He managed to kill all of his men, even though he didn't have the slightest bit of martial arts prowess. His subordinates are not weak either to achieve this level, they must be at the peak of the Grandmaster War God realm or the Earth Profound realm, right? But this kid doesn't show even a trace of the Earth Profound realm. So you were the one shouting outside just now, saying you wanted to take over the Yin family, right? Come on, stop standing there, I'll give you a quick death. Su Ming looked at Ding Sanxiao expressionlessly and said. Bullshit, take over the Yun family? I'm going to slaughter the Yun family, especially that old bastard Yun Jiang. He deserves to die by my hand. This is what happens when you offend the Tianfu Merchant Alliance. And those two little wench, Shinjia and Wan Shirin, I'm going to drag them back and play with them for 3 days and 3 nights, especially that little girl Shin Luoyun, she's so well maintained, with such delicate and tender skin, it'll be so much fun to play with her. Ding Sanxiao chuckled menacingly. Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. Is this idiot afraid he won't die fast enough? But before I play with them, I'll crush you, you ant, first. Ding Sanxiao let out a loud shout, leaped into the air like a tiger, and pounced on Su Ming, punching out with both fists at his chest, aiming straight for Su Ming's face. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Ding Sanxiao was sent flying backwards. With just one kick, Su Ming sent Ding Sanxiao flying more than 10 meters away, breaking all his ribs after landing. Blood gushed from his mouth. Ding Sanxiao's face contorted in pain as he clutched his chest, struggled to lift his head, and stared at Su Ming with shocked eyes. You beast, where did you get such strength? Who exactly are you? Su Ming leaped forward, taking 2 quick steps to reach Ding Sanxiao. He placed one foot on Ding Sanxiao's head, grinned coldly, and said, Li Xiao, the commander of Qingzhou, is my subordinate. Who do you think I am? Li Xiao, the commander of Qingzhou, the last war god of Yunsheng, who is now at the Earth Profound Realm, is he your subordinate? How is that possible? Could you be? Ding Sanxiao was instantly terrified and shocked, his pupils dilated, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he stared up at Su Ming with extreme fear, his eyes pressed against the ground. That's right, just as you guessed. So how do you want to die? Su Ming looked down at Ding Sanxiao like the Grim Reaper. No, king of the 9 provinces, don't kill me, I'm just a lackey working for the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Alliance. I came here on their orders. If you kill me, the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Alliance will definitely not let this go. When they find out it's about you, they'll fight you to the death. If you let me go, I promise I won't mention a single word about you when I get back, and I won't reveal a single word about your identity. Moreover, the Tianfu Business Alliance won't cause any trouble. Ding Sanxiao screamed in terror and begged for mercy, his face covered in sweat that streamed down his cheeks. Tianfu Business Alliance, do you think I'd even give you a second thought? Su Ming said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming kicked Ding Sanxiao's head so hard it exploded. Master Yun, are you alright? The Yun family's reinforcements have finally arrived. Besides the Yun family members themselves, other families that the Yun family was on good terms with also rushed over to provide assistance upon hearing of the incident. Ding Sanxiao was dead, and the remaining men were all defeated and scattered. Some fled, some ran away, and none dared to stay at the scene. Several reinforcements from various families took control of the scene. The others followed to the backyard to check the situation. When they got to the backyard, everyone was dumbfounded. The ground was littered with corpses, a scene like a nightmare, as terrifying as purgatory. Oh my God! Who did this? Who has such terrifying power? That must be Ding Sanxiao, right? Ding Sanxiao was a grandmaster war god, yet he died so tragically. Did the Yun family hire some powerful expert? They don't need our help at all. Everyone was shocked, speechless. In the front hall, Yun Jiang thanked the various families for their concern, then helped Shen Luoyun up and asked, Miss Shen, are you alright? Shen Luoyun was slapped hard across the face, her mouth was bleeding, and her face was slightly disfigured. Yun Jiang hurriedly had someone fetch the ointment and presented it to Shen Luoyun, saying, Miss Shen, thank you for speaking up for the Yun family in this time of crisis. This is a snow cream made by my Yun family, which has the effect of beautifying and repairing scars. Apply it for 2 days, and you'll be fine. Thank you, Master Yun. Shen Luoyun reached out and took it. Then Yun Jiang turned to look at Wan Shirin. At this moment, Wan Shirin was blushing and too ashamed to lift her head. At least half of what happened today is her responsibility. If she hadn't been used as a pawn by the Tianfu Business Alliance and brought people to their door like an idiot, the Yun family wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment, she deeply realized her own foolishness and felt utterly ashamed and unworthy of being called a human being. Yun Jiang will definitely hold her accountable and punish her. Wan Shirin immediately knelt on the ground, head bowed, and said to Yun Jiang with shame, Master Yun, I, Wan Shirin, was blind and committed a grave crime, almost harming an innocent person. I almost aided and abetted evil, and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Master Yun, whatever you decide to do with me, I, Wan Shirin, will not utter a single word of denial. Now you know you regret it, Now you realize how foolish you were? Shen Luoyun gritted her teeth, stepped forward, pointed at Wan Shirin, and said sharply, "So you women are ignorant and foolish, yet you call yourself smart. Do you think you were able to step into Zhengzhou today because of your own efforts? You're supposed to be Brother Su's ex-wife, yet you haven't even learned a tenth of what Brother Su learned. You don't even know who you're benefiting from. What an idiot." Shen Luoyun was furious, partly to vent her anger and partly to stand up for Su Ming. Su, Wang, ex-wife? However, upon hearing this, Yun Jiang was utterly shocked. This Miss Wan is actually Prince Su's ex-wife? 578, Chapter 578. Are you stalking me? Miss Wan, are you really Su Wan's ex-wife? Yun Jiang was shocked and stared wide-eyed at Wan Shirin. King Su? Su Ming, right? Wan Shirin was slightly taken aback, then realized what was happening and turned to look at Shen Luoyun. It's probably because Shen Luoyun told Yun Jiang about her relationship with Su Ming that Yun Jiang learned about Su Ming. Otherwise, given the Yun family's status in Zhengzhou, they would never have known about a nobody like Su Ming. Moreover, Shen Luoyun is now inseparable from Su Ming, and when she talks about Su Ming, she will probably boast about him to the skies. It's not surprising that Yun Jiang regards Su Ming as some important figure. However, no one knew Su Ming better than her, and how lowly he was from the bottom of society. Although it's a little embarrassing to talk about. But now that I've made such a big mistake, there's nothing to hide anymore. Wan Shirin immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, I do have some past issues with that kid, but that's all in the past. We're no longer from the same world or on the same level. We can't be compared, and what I've done in Zhengzhou has absolutely nothing to do with him. Given his status, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to get in touch with him." Of course, you can't get in touch with them. If Su Ming hadn't happened to appear at the Yun family today, given the disputes and grudges between the Tianfu Business Alliance and the Yun family, they probably wouldn't have even heard of Su Ming's identity. Yun Jiang thought to herself that Wan Shirin was not on the same level as him, that there was a huge gap between her, Miss Wan, and the king of Kyushu. But in reality, what he thought was completely different from what Wan Shirin was confident about. But in any case, Su Ming is now a benefactor to the Yun family. He saved his own daughter without saying a word. If it weren't for Su Ming's presence today, the Yun family would probably have suffered. Although I didn't witness it firsthand, the fact that the backyard could be quiet again must be a testament to the terrifying power of the king of Kyushu. Thinking of this, Yun Jiang smiled and nodded to Wan Shirin, saying, "Miss Wan, I figured it out. You're an honest person. You've probably been used by the Tianfu Merchant Alliance. How about this? If you're interested in refining medicine and opening up the Central Plains market, why not cooperate with my Yun family? My Yun family may not have much in the way of other things, but we have the most medicinal herbs. I am sure we can satisfy you. Moreover, my Yun family has some reputation in Zhengzhou. Although it can't compare to the Tianfu Business Alliance, it should be no problem for your medicine business to gain a foothold in Zhengzhou." Yun Jiang had a big smile on his face. Real? Oh my god. Wan Shirin was so surprised that she couldn't speak, as if she had been hit by a huge windfall, her face full of disbelief. She thought she was doomed. After all, she had made a mistake by associating with the Tianfu Business Alliance. Even if she suddenly realized her mistake, she would still have to accept it if the Yun family didn't want to let her go. Unexpectedly, Master Yun was so kind that he forgave her. Was it because they saw her potential? It makes sense, considering that he was able to rely on the meager resources of the Wan family to gradually enter the Black Gold Merchant Alliance and penetrate the Central Plains. This potential should not be ignored. Master Yun is a smart man, he can surely see how far she can go in her future. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin was overjoyed and almost cried. She knelt down in front of Yun Jiang with a thud and respectfully bowed. Wan Shirin, thank you for your great kindness, Master Yun. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will carry forward what my Wan family has. I am willing to share half of the profits from the 4th grade medicine formula, Qi building pill, with Master Yun. The money is nothing, Miss Wan, please get up, I can't accept this. Yun Jiang hurriedly helped Wan Shirin up, his head covered in sweat. Su Wang's ex-wife knelt down before him. This is such a great gift, he can hardly accept it. No way, Mr. Yun, you really believe this woman, with her inability to distinguish right from wrong and her brainless behavior, if you cooperate with her, you won't even know how she will harm you. Shenluo Yun, standing to the side, looked utterly frustrated. This woman has benefited from Brother Su's influence once again. He gained the favor and respect of Yun Zhang. Most importantly, Wan Shirin was completely unaware, acting as if it were perfectly natural and smug. It makes her angry just looking at it. Hey, it's alright, it's business, it doesn't matter who you do business with. Besides, I believe that with him and that big shot around, there won't be any problems. Yun Zhang said with a smile. Who is that big shot? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin raised her eyebrows slightly. Who is that big shot? Could he be some unknown, reclusive master from Zhengzhou? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The Yun family has stood strong in Zhengzhou for so long. How could they not have any powerful backers or an amazing big shot supporting them? It seems I still have a long way to go. Although I have entered Zhengzhou, this huge place is like a vast ocean, full of all sorts of strange and wonderful things. I'm new here, just to nobody. My previous confidence and arrogance were all premature. There is still so much to learn. Just then, Su Ming walked out of the backyard. He looked up at Yun Zhang and said, Master Yun, the matter has been settled, I'll be leaving now. Not only was Yun Lian's illness resolved, but the Yun family's crisis was also over, so he was too lazy to stay here any longer. What are you doing here? Wan Shirin was startled when she saw Su Ming. What a coincidence. Is this guy following me? I barely stepped into Zhengzhou and this guy spotted me at the Yun family's place as soon as he smelled me? Could it be that they came to eavesdrop on her business dealings, hoping to get a share and also enter the upper echelons of Zhengzhou Great World? You're here too? Su Ming frowned slightly. It's not surprising. When Wan Shirin entered Zhengzhou, she had no backing or background, and she didn't know many people. The only people she could contact were this group. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? You weren't following me, were you? Trying to ride on my coattails and also enjoy the glory of Zhengzhou? Let me tell you. Trying to bask in someone else's glory is useless. That's why I've been so useless until now. After all this time, do you still think that way about me? Wan Shirin glared angrily. This guy is so shameless. He's already clinging to Shenluo Yun, and he still harbors ulterior motives towards her. What a shameless and spineless man. Track? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Why would I be in the mood to follow you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? I'm here to get my medicine. You woman. Shenluo Yun was furious upon hearing this. She stepped forward and said angrily, let me tell you, Brother Su, this woman almost ruined the Yun family, and now she's benefiting from your influence. Never mind. Su Ming interrupted, calmly shaking his head, let's go, lest she misunderstand again that we're following her. After saying that, Su Ming ignored him and walked out. No. Shenluo Yun stomped her feet in anger, glared at Wan Shirin, and sighed, you'd better not regret this later. After saying that, Shenluo Yun quickly followed Su Ming out. Regret? What do I have to regret? You're the one who shouldn't regret it, clinging to a man like that, treating him like a treasure. Do you think anyone else would try to take him away from you? Wan Shirin shook her head. I think Shenluo Yun must be possessed. Otherwise, why would she be interested in someone like Su Ming? It was the man she had once abandoned. Yun Zhang also sensed that something was amiss. Although she is his ex-wife, why does this ex-wife of Prince Su treat Prince Su so badly? And she even seemed to look down on Su Ming. Even the king of Kyushu looks down on him? Is Miss Wan's taste really that high? Yun Zhang's expression was complicated, and he couldn't help but wonder whether his cooperation with Wan Shirin was the right or wrong thing to do. P.S. My new book, Peerless Hero, has been released. Feel free to check it out. 579, Chapter 579 Martial Arts Training Ground. What, you're saying Ding San laughed himself to death? Even the hundreds of men he brought with him are mostly dead? Are you kidding me? Inside the Tianfu Business Alliance office. Upon hearing the report from Ding Sanxiao's escaped subordinates, both the branch headquarters chief Yang Guangming and the prefectural commandant Li Ziqi stood up in shock, their bodies trembling. One Ding Sanxiao is enough. There were over 100 of them, and Yang Guangming knew perfectly well the strength of Ding Sanxiao's men. Although they couldn't compare to the border garrison, they were unstoppable in front of ordinary people. Each of them possesses at least the strength of a supreme war god. And now, they have all gone and never returned, perishing at the hands of the Yun family. Are you kidding me? The Yun family is just a small family, an alchemy family, with only a few people. I don't know if they have 100 people in total. Could the Yun family, with its powerful connections, really swallow up all of Ding Sanxiao's people? Could it be that there is some real expert behind the Yun family? But within this Central Plains, which expert is so blind as to dare to defy the pressure of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Alliance and stand up for the Yun family? Most importantly, now there's not only the Tianfu Business Alliance, but also the Grand Commandant's Mansion. How dare you oppose these two major forces? Are you tired of living? Where is Wan Shirin? Yang Guangming frowned and asked. That Wan Shirin is unreliable. She didn't side with Third Master Ding. Instead, she turned around and lectured us after the incident. She stayed with the Yun family. His subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and said, "You bastard, fine, Wan Shirin, my Tianfu Business Alliance kindly invited you and even gave you such a great deal, but you don't know how to cherish it and dare to oppose may think your Wan family is doomed." Yang Guangming was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his face turned ashen, and he took out his phone to make a call. "What are you going to do?" Li Ziqi glanced at Yang Guangming with a gloomy expression. "Find someone," Yang Guangming said in a deep voice. "We can't let the Scotian family dare to resist, and Wan Shirin dared to rebel, which means they don't take our Tianfu Merchant Alliance seriously. They don't even take the Grand Commandant's Mansion seriously. My pride isn't important, but the Grand Commandant's Mansion's reputation is. I don't want to fail at such a small matter. If one Ding Sanxiao isn't enough, I'll find 10, 100. I refuse to believe we can't take down the Yun family, and I happen to know where their medicinal herb fields are. I'll send men straight to their fields. I don't believe the Yun family won't beg for mercy on their knees." As he roared, Yang Guangming reached for the phone number to make a call. "Save your breath, you idiot." Li Ziqi rolled her eyes at Yang Guangming and sneered. "Are you trying to make the whole city know, to make everyone know, that it is my Grand Commandant's Mansion that is taking action against the Yun family? Are you afraid that the whole world will not be able to find a reason to condemn the Grand Commandant's Mansion?" "But..." Yang Guangming, his face full of resentment, gritted his teeth and asked, "Are we just going to let this go like this? Are we just going to let the Yun family off the hook like this?" "Of course not. But it's useless to look for those lackeys. If you're going to look for someone who can make the final decision. I happen to have some connections with the Central Plains Martial Arts Training Ground. Let's go directly to the people there. The instructors at the Martial Arts Training Ground are all grandmasters or war gods, and the leaders even have Earth Profound Realm experts. If they take action, 10 members of the Yun family won't be able to stop them. Those behind the Yun family will also die and be trampled underfoot." Li Ziqi said with a gloomy look in his eyes. "Martial arts training ground?" Upon hearing these 4 words, Yang Guangming's eyes widened suddenly, his eyes bulging out. "Your Excellency, are you referring to that martial arts training ground that specializes in producing top experts? Most of the people there are military instructors who are assigned to various prefectural military districts to guide martial arts training. I've heard that everyone inside is a reclusive master, especially the head of the training ground, Wei Qilin, who is a peak Earth Profound Realm expert." Yang Guangming exclaimed in amazement as he described the martial arts training ground as he knew it. "Who else could it be but that one? Make a call." Li Ziqi said coldly. "My God, I never imagined the Grand Commandant's Mansion had this kind of connection to be able to get these big shots to help. What is the Yun family? Wouldn't the entire Yun family be trampled into dust?" Yang Guangming was beaming with excitement. He immediately dialed the phone number Li Ziqi had given him. The call was connected very quickly. The person who answered the phone was Wei Qilin, the chief steward of the martial arts training ground. Faced with such a martial arts master, Yang Guangming dared not speak recklessly and hurriedly handed his phone to Li Ziqi. Li Ziqi picked up his phone and said calmly, "Is this Xiao Wei? Can you do me a favor?" "Lord Prefect, please speak." Upon hearing Li Ziqi's voice, Wei Qilin, a peak Earth Profound Realm cultivator, immediately became respectful. Although the martial arts training ground is renowned in Zhengzhou, that's only within Zhengzhou. It can't compare to the Grand Commandant's mansion, which is located in the imperial capital. Before the Grand Commandant's mansion, even Wei Qilin was just a nobody. Moreover, Wei Qilin's martial arts training ground has received considerable care and benefits from the Grand Commandant's mansion. It's not a big deal, just help me raise the Yun family in Zhengzhou and take over their medicinal herb garden, leave no survivors. Li Ziqi said calmly. That's not big yet. He threatened to wipe out an entire Zhengzhou family with a single word. They're from a family of doctors. However, for a martial arts expert like Wei Qilin, it was indeed no big deal. He quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Commandant, leave this to me. But Wei Qilin hesitated, clearly wanting to ask for something in return. Once this is done, all the medicinal herbs in the Yun family's herb garden will be yours. Li Ziqi said in a deep voice. Thank you very much, Commandant. I guarantee I can take over the Yun family's medicine garden in 3 days at most. Commandant, wait for my good news. On the phone, Wei Qilin immediately beamed with joy and made a firm promise before hanging up. The main hall of the martial arts training ground. After hanging up the phone, Wei Qilin rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes shining. All the medicinal herbs in the Yun family's herb garden. What an incredible reward! He had long coveted the medicinal herbs in the Yun family's herb garden, having heard that the Yun family's herb field contained extraordinary medicinal seeds and cultivation techniques. They have all top-grade medicinal materials, the best of which even include materials for refining 7th-grade pills. This kind of thing can no longer be measured by money. If it could be used for alchemy, the effects would be unimaginable. It might even help him break through to the heavenly profound realm in one fell swoop. Heavenly profound realm. Just thinking about it made Wei Qilin want to burst out laughing. I used to have the desire to steal but not the courage. With his background at the martial arts training ground alone, even if he were to raise the Yun family to the ground, the entire central continent would probably not let him off the hook. But now that the Grand Commandant's mansion is backing them up, the situation is quite different. Wei Qilin thought about it with great excitement. A subordinate walked in through the door and said respectfully, Sir, Instructor Qin Shuang is back and is waiting outside to pay her respects. Qin Shuang? Upon hearing the name, Wei Qilin raised an eyebrow, his face full of disdain. He scoffed, that woman, we sent her to be an instructor for the Qinzhou army for only a month. She went and then disappeared without a trace. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought she was dead. Now she's back. Wasn't she so arrogant, helping the Qinzhou army win first place in the 3 armies competition? Why would someone so arrogant come back? Maybe he's been exposed as a paper tiger, can't make a living anymore, and is coming back for protection. Tell her to get in here and see me. Wei Qilin shouted sharply. Yes. The subordinate turned and left. A short while later, Qin Shuang, dressed in black with a tall and slender figure, stepped into the main hall, approached Wei Qilin, and bowed respectfully. Qin Shuang greets Chief Steward Wei. Kneel down. Wei Qilin gave a cold shout. Thump. Qin Shuang knelt before Wei Qilin. Do you know your crime? Wei Qilin slowly raised his head, his face cold and arrogant, his imposing aura pressing down on Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's expression was cold and calm as she said in a deep voice, I don't know what crime I have committed. You're really stubborn. Wei Qilin sneered. Where have you been all this time? You've been missing for over half a year without a trace. If you were dead, that would be one thing, but you're still alive, yet you don't even come back to the training ground to report? What? You've made something of yourself, gone out there and made a name for yourself, so you don't respect the training ground that raised and taught you anymore? No, that's not it. Qin Shuang's expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head, saying respectfully, for the past 6 months, I have been in Yunqing serving a big shot. I lost a bet with him, and I accept it willingly. Serving as his bodyguard for 6 months, I have never coveted fame or fortune, and I beg Steward Wei's forgiveness. Go to hell. Upon hearing this, Wei Qilin flew into a rage, his thick eyebrows furrowed and his eyes blazing with fury. Bang! He slapped the chair next to him until it shattered. Pointing at Qin Shuang, he roared, Big shot? What big shot? And from Yun City, what big shot could there be in that insignificant place? The Central Plains training ground trained you to be someone's dog. 580, Chapter 580. Can we find a master? No, he is. Qin Shuang looked anxious and was about to reveal Su Ming's identity. That man is the king of Kyushu. What's so shameful about being a bodyguard for the king of Kyushu? This is an opportunity that the entire Central Plains martial arts training grounds could only dream of. Shut up! Wei Qilin interrupted him with a sharp shout, disarm, drop everything you own at the martial arts training ground, including your identity, get out, from now on, you are no longer a member of the martial arts training ground. Yes. Qin Shuang gritted her teeth, her face ashen, and knelt on the ground. She took off her coat, belt, gun, and the long sword that Wei Qilin had given her, and neatly placed them all in front of her. Then Qin Shuang stood up, gave Wei Qilin a deep look, and said expressionlessly, I can leave, but I hope you won't regret it after you know the truth. Don't beg me to come back. Ha 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 ha. Wei Qilin threw his head back and laughed wildly, his laughter deafening. Then, looking at Qin Shuang as if she were an idiot, he said, what ability do you have that would make me regret it? You are where you are today because I helped you up in front of you. I am the sky, I am a god. Regret? How many people in Kyushu can make Wei Qilin regret something, idiot? Qin Shuang shook her head and didn't say anything more. A person like Wei Qilin could never understand this in his entire life. But this is for the best. Without her identity at the Central Plains martial arts training ground, she can now wholeheartedly stay by Prince Su's side and serve him. Thinking this way, Qin Shuang felt a little relieved. He turned to leave. Just then, Wei Qilin behind him snorted again with a gloomy expression, stop, there's one more thing you haven't left behind. What? Qin Shuang turned around abruptly, her brows furrowed deeply, her face full of surprise and doubt. She has left behind everything she got from Wei Qilin. What else is left? Your martial arts skills were given to you by me. You can leave if you want, but I have to cripple your martial arts skills. After saying that, Wei Qilin suddenly sprang up, swooping down on Qin Shuang like an eagle. With one hand forming a claw, like an iron hook, he grabbed at Qin Shuang's throat. You? Qin Shuang was shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined that Wei Qilin would be so ruthless and cruel. He hurriedly raised his hand to try and block it. But she, a Grandmaster War Goddess, was no match for Wei Qilin, a cultivator at the Earth-Profound Realm. Wei Qilin grabbed Qin Shuang's right hand and twisted it violently. Click! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Ah! Qin Shuang let out a shrill scream as Wei Qilin twisted her arm off. Then Wei Qilin twisted and broke Qin Shuang's left hand, and finally punched Qin Shuang in the lower abdomen. Boom! Qin Shuang was sent flying more than 10 meters away after landing, blood gushed from her mouth, and her pale face was completely drained of color. Like a dead person. Wei Qilin then clapped his hands with a cold laugh, killing you, you're not even worthy from now on, I'll make you a cripple. I'll let you know that without my martial arts training ground, you're nothing in this central continent. No one will respect you. I'll make you a dog in the central continent, and when you see me, you can only kneel and kowtow. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me? Roll! Then Wei Qilin turned his head and shouted violently outside, men, gather your men, we'll storm the Yun family's herb garden with you tomorrow. Qin Shuang, however, could only drag her crippled body and crawl slowly into the distance. Something terrible has happened, master, the young master has been beaten up. Zhongzhou Villa District. As soon as Yang Guangming, the head of the Tianfu Business Alliance, stepped into his young family home, a servant rushed up to him anxiously and shouted. What's going on? Yang Guangming was startled and his face turned pale with horror. The Yun family's problems haven't been resolved yet, and now trouble is brewing in my own backyard. Who dares to hit his son, hit the son of the head of the Tianfu Business Alliance? Yang Guangming was both shocked and furious, and shouted, what exactly happened? Wasn't the young master supposed to be traveling in Yunqing? How could he have been beaten? I don't know, but I was beaten by a woman. That woman was very fierce, and she's already come to our house. She's in the living room. The servant said in a panic. You son of a bitch, you have the nerve to do this. Yang Guangming clenched his fists in anger. Not only did she beat my son, but she also dared to come to my house. I want to see who she is, who has such audacity. No matter who she is, she's dead today. Call all the men here and block the main entrance. We can't let her escape. Yang Guangming was so angry that his face turned red. He grabbed a stick from under the wall next to the courtyard and stormed into the living room with the stick in his hand. The servant then turned and went to inform the rest of the Yang family. A short while later, all 30 or 40 members of the Yang family rushed towards the living room, blocking the entrance and staring intently into the living room. Bang! Yang Guangming kicked open the living room door. He stormed in, carrying a wooden stick as thick as his arm, and sure enough, he saw a woman sitting at the table. Her own son was treated like a servant, humbly serving tea to the woman. "So you're the one who hit my son, and you dare to order him around? Do you even know who I am? You've messed with the wrong person." With a roar, Yang Guangming charged forward, wielding his stick, and slammed it down on the woman's head. Boom! Before the stick could even hit the woman's head, she simply raised her hand and waved it lightly, and the arm-thick wooden stick exploded in mid-air, turning into shattered pieces. Fragments scattered and flew everywhere. This? Everyone in the Yang family was stunned by what they saw. The eldest son of the Yang family, who was pouring tea for the woman, was so frightened that he trembled all over and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Yang Guangming also retreated in fear, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of strength is that? What kind of technique is this? This must be from a master above the supreme war god level, right? The woman slowly raised her head, her phoenix eyes sharp as swords, her gaze icy and chilling. It was Su Fanghua. "Is this all the Yang family can do? Can't you find a real expert to help me stretch my muscles?" Su Fanghua revealed a mocking and disdainful smile. "You?" Yang Guangming was so frightened that he backed away and almost fell to the ground. He pointed at Su Fanghua in shock and anger, saying, "Stop bullying me here, you're just a woman, at most you're only at the level of a supreme war god. Can you fight one? Can you fight 10? If all 30 or 40 members of my Yang family rushed up here, we'd crush you to death." "Then come on." Su Fanghua stood up, waved, and looked at him with a mocking expression. "Dad, no." The trembling, kneeling young master of the Yang family finally cried out in terror. "The entire Yang family attacked together? Are you kidding me? There's no way you can beat Su Fanghua. It would be more likely if Su Fanghua killed them all. This female warrior is practically a demon. Ever since he flirted with and provoked Su Fanghua on the train, he has been beaten by Su Fanghua quite a bit along the way. The eldest son of the Yang family has been completely defeated." They also knew just how terrifying this renowned prodigy of the peerless sect truly was. "Son, don't be afraid. As the head of the Tianfu Business Alliance, do you think I can't even handle a woman? I'll make her pay tenfold for whatever she did to you. I'll make her kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize. Someone come here." Yang Guangming shouted towards the door. Immediately, dozens of people from the Yang family rushed into the Yang family living room, surrounding Su Fanghua and blocking the way completely. Only Su Fanghua stood among them, her face full of interest and a smile. It's like looking at a group of ants. 581, Chapter 581. This is getting interesting. Let's do it. Yang Guangming roared angrily. Immediately, dozens of people raised their sticks and weapons and surrounded Su Fanghua. No! The eldest son of the Yang family was so frightened by what he saw that he almost fainted. Why didn't they listen to him? This woman is no ordinary person. If they all come up here, they're just going to their deaths. The eldest son of the Yang family was too frightened to look, fearing that if he looked up, he would see a river of blood. However, Su Fanghua merely glanced at it coldly, pulled a token from her pocket, casually tossed it on the table, and sneered, "Do you recognize this thing? What kind of crap is this? You think you can scare me, Yang Guangming, with just a sign?" Yang Guangming's face was sharp and disdainful. But when he looked down, he was completely terrified. His pupils dilated, his whole body trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. The black token was engraved with two large, eye-catching characters, Peerless. Peerless? The Peerless sect, my god. Thump! Yang Guangming could no longer hold on and knelt straight down on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly shouted to the others, "Stop, don't do it." The entire Yang family froze on the spot, staring blankly, not knowing what was going on. Yang Guangming crawled on his knees to Su Fanghua and bowed deeply, saying, "This humble one, Yang Guangming, pays respects to the boss of the peerless sect. I finally recognized him. Seeing this, the eldest son of the Yang family was overjoyed to have survived the ordeal, and tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't imagine what would happen to the entire Yang family if his father remained obstinate. At least you have some sense. Su Fanhua grinned coldly, put away the token, and then said sarcastically, however, I showed the token not because I'm afraid of your Yang family, it's just that killing ants like you is really boring. Those worthy of my attention, Su Fanhua, must be experts above the earthly profound realm in martial arts, not you ants, you don't even deserve to die by my hand. What an arrogant tone. The Yang family members, numbering several dozen, were stunned. But only the Yang family father and son knew that Su Fanhua was definitely not joking. Wushuang sect is a top-tier martial arts sect, and anyone who stands out from it is a martial arts master. Killing them is indeed as easy as killing chickens. Yang Guangming hurriedly shouted at the crowd, what are you all standing there for? Get out of here right now and serve this big shot tea and a feast if you show the slightest disrespect. Don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Yes. Everyone responded and then dispersed and left. Afterwards, a table full of fine food and wine was laid out, and Yang Guangming personally poured wine for Su Fanhua. Miss Su, I, Yang Guangming, am blind and ignorant. I didn't recognize you as a big shot of the Wushuang sect. I am truly blind. I am personally pouring you wine to apologize, and I hope you will be magnanimous. This is an 82-year-old vintage red wine. I hope it suits your taste. Su Fanhua raised her glass, took a sip, and said calmly, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Who do you think you are? Ever since witnessing Su Ming's power, she no longer takes anyone seriously. Yes, I am naturally insignificant in front of Miss Su. Yang Guangming quickly put on a forced smile, his eyes darting around as he already hatched a plan. The fact that such a renowned master of the peerless sect from the 9 provinces has settled in the Yang family is not a disaster, but an immense blessing. If he can curry favor with Su Fanhua, what can't he do in Zhengzhou? Besides, the Grand Commandant's office just happens to have an important task that he can't complete. Isn't this a gift from heaven, an immense blessing? If we could get this martial arts master to help us, we could challenge not only the Yin family's herb garden, but even the Xiao family of Zhengzhou. Thinking this, Yang Guangming beamed and asked with a smile, I wonder what brings Miss Su to my Yang family in Zhengzhou, or is the Wushuang sect planning to establish a branch in Zhengzhou? If so, my Tianfu Merchant Alliance will certainly be the first to approve and provide funding. Just name your price. Su Fanhua rolled her eyes. This guy really knows how to make conversation. She said coldly and indifferently, I have no interest in the fame and fortune of your branch, as I came to Zhengzhou only to follow in the footsteps of a big shot. He came to Zhengzhou, so naturally I had to come too. Only by following him can I reach a higher level in martial arts and achieve greater success. Only then can I reach the peak I've always imagined. When Su Ming was mentioned, Su Fenghua's eyes would light up with admiration. Oh my God. Upon hearing this, Yang Guangming was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He said incredulously, with your status, position, and martial arts skills, Miss Su, is there anyone stronger than you? A big shot that you respect so much? How strong must that be? Does such a person truly exist within the 9 provinces? Yang Guangming found it unbelievable, even unimaginable. He even suspected that it might be an excuse made up by Su Fanhua. Where in the world is there anyone so strong, stronger than Wu Shuangman? A frog in a well. Su Fanhua gave Yang Guangming a disdainful look, knowing that it was pointless to talk to this kind of person. He scoffed dismissively, just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush or I'll tear your tongue out. Yes. Yang Guangming nodded hurriedly, then smiled obsequiously, then I won't hide it anymore. Here's what happened recently. My Tianfu Merchant Alliance has encountered some trouble. We met a very formidable opponent, the Yun family of Zhengzhou. A family specializing in medicine, but I don't know what kind of expert they hired to help them. They are incredibly powerful and they originally owed our Tianfu Merchant Alliance a medicinal garden, which they absolutely refused to return. I really have no way to deal with them, but if we could get Miss Su to step in, I think 10 Yin families wouldn't be yours opponent. Yang Guangming said in a flattering tone. It's such a trivial matter, I'm not interested. Su Fanhua rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay any attention. She has absolutely no interest in these power struggles. No, Miss Su, As long as you're willing to help me, Yang Guangming, with this favor, I can give you anything you need. Do you need money? 10 billion, is that enough? Yang Guangming made a huge boast, mentioning $1 billion without even asking. If we can acquire the Yin family's medicinal garden, we could earn not just 1 billion, but 10 billion. The benefits that would be immense. 10 billion, are you insulting me? The pills I take at the Peerless sect cost hundreds of millions each. You're offering me 10 billion to do things for you, you think too highly of yourself. Su Fanhua gave a sarcastic laugh. Then, what do you want? Pills, treasures, antiques, jewelry? Miss Su, just name your name. Yang Guangming became somewhat anxious and said helplessly. Su Fanhua leaned back lazily in her chair, holding a wine glass in one hand, and said with a mocking laugh, I've said it before, money and material possessions are nothing but dirt in my eyes. If I don't make a move, it means I don't even want them. Otherwise, who can stop me? Unless there's a true master worth my time, then I won't take a single penny. I'll go and meet him for you for free. Su Fanhua exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. That suits you perfectly, Miss Su. Yang Guangming exclaimed with delight. Didn't I tell you, the Yun family hired a master to oversee things. All the people I sent to the Yun family before were killed by him. Among them were grandmaster-level war gods, none of them came back alive. Just how strong must this person be? Yang Guangming said excitedly. Oh? Su Fanhua became interested and slowly sat up. Even grandmaster war gods died at his hands, so he must have been at least a peak grandmaster war god, or at least a Dixian realm expert. This is getting interesting, go on. Su Fanhua had a sharp smile on her face. 582, Chapter 582. Wei Qilin, you're finished. So, I'm certain that there's a powerful expert behind the Yun family. I assent that exactly what you wanted, Miss Su? If all else fails, Wei Qilin, the chief of the Central Plains martial arts training ground, who is at the peak of the earth-profound realm, will also rush to the Yun family medicine garden. Miss Su, if you are willing to stand up for the Yang family and make this trip, you will definitely not be disappointed. Yang Guangming said with a face full of excitement. I see, peak earth profound realm, that's very interesting. Su Fanhua stood up, her eyes shining with a fierce and burning light. It seems I really have to go this time. She can't speak for others, but she absolutely has to test her skills against this peak earth profound realm expert. Yang Guangming also had a deep and smug smile on his face, and he couldn't help but feel excited. He messed things up because of Ding Sanshao and lost face in front of Lord Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant. I lost face in front of the Grand Commandant's mansion. But now that we can get a master like Su Fanhua from the Wushuang sect to help us take over the Yin family's medicine garden, it's a piece of cake. If we can make a meritorious contribution first, wouldn't that also establish a reputation in front of the Grand Commandant's office? He could no longer imagine his future status, wealth, and power. I was so happy I almost burst out laughing. The Shen family. Clang. Covered in wounds, Qin Shuang burst through the Shen family's gate, fell to the ground, and blood trickled from her mouth. This is Instructor Qin? Something's happened, someone come quick, Instructor Qin is in trouble. The servants of the Shen family rushed forward in a panic and carried Qin Shuang into the Shen family home. Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun rushed over upon hearing the news and examined Qin Shuang's injuries in the room. My God, who did this, so brutal? They were trying to kill her. Instructor Qin's martial arts skills aren't bad, yet she ended up like this. Who was the one who did it? Shen Songlin sat in front of Qin Shuang's bed, his mouth agape in shock. Shen Luoyun also looked tense and solemn. I heard Qin Shuang say goodbye to Brother Su before, saying that she was going back to the Central Plains martial arts training ground to report back. She's only been gone for 2 days, and it's already like this? Could it be that someone from the martial arts training ground did this? The martial arts training ground is full of experts, and it is indeed possible to achieve this level of skill. But isn't Qin Shuang also a member of the martial arts training ground? Why was she treated so viciously? Shen Songlin shook his head inside. She's already ruined. Her severed hands can be reattached, but her dantian has been shattered. I am afraid she'll never be able to practice martial arts again. How pathetic. Shen Songlin looked at him with deep sympathy and let out a heavy sigh. Qin Shuang, who was lying on the bed, was not completely unconscious, but when she heard Shen Sanglin's words, she was utterly heartbroken and desperate. More than 20 years of effort have vanished in an instant. From now on, Qin Shuang will truly be a cripple. Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of her eyes. Overwhelmed with grief, Qin Shuang fainted completely. What's going on? Su Ming's voice rang out from the doorway. Su Ming strode into the room. King Su. Shen Songlin hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Brother Su, something terrible has happened. Qin Shuang's dantian has been shattered, and she's crippled. Shen Luoyun's face was pale, and she said anxiously. His dantian was shattered? Su Ming frowned, stepped forward, and grabbed Qin Shuang's arm to check her pulse. That's really true. At this moment, Qin Shuang's internal energy was in chaos, and her lower abdomen was severely injured, almost torn to pieces. The person who did this was incredibly ruthless. This wasn't just about shattering her dantian. If she hadn't encountered a highly skilled doctor, Qin Shuang would have lost her life. Ordinary people simply cannot be saved. Su Ming's gaze was deep as he turned to Shen Songlin and Shen Luoyun and said, "You two go out first, I'll treat her. Prepare some medicine for me." Yes. The Shen family members left the room and closed the door. Su Ming took out his needle bag and performed the 13 ghost needles treatment on Qin Shuang. 2 days later, when Qin Shuang woke up from her coma, she was surprised to find that she was completely unharmed. Not only that, even his severed arms were restored to their original state, and he was just like before, without any pain whatsoever. Everything that happened before feels like a dream. How is this possible? Qin Shuang suddenly sat up in shock. Only then did they realize that Su Ming was sitting in the room. You're awake? Su Ming held a pen in one hand on the table, seemingly writing something, and calmly asked a question. King Su? Did you save me? Startled, Qin Shuang jumped up and hurriedly got out of bed. She knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud. Filled with gratitude and her eyes reddening, she said, "Thank you so much, Prince Su, for saving my life. I can never repay your kindness." Now it seems it wasn't a dream, but I never expected that Su Ming would be the one to save me in the end. But the martial arts principal, who had cultivated since childhood, wanted to take his life. This feeling made Qin Shuang feel indescribably uncomfortable. Su Ming calmly waved his hand. Your minor injury won't take much effort, however, even with the 13 ghost needles. I can't repair your dantian. It's probably unlikely that you'll be able to practice martial arts again in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang lowered her head, her face filled with defeat and despair. In the end, it was all for nothing. Her martial arts skills were gone, so she wasn't too bothered by it. But she was unwilling to accept it. She was unwilling to become a cripple for nothing, and her heart was filled with hatred for Wei Qilin. If she had another chance, she would definitely fight Wei Qilin again in person, and this time, the one who would fall would be Wei Qilin. Unfortunately, she probably won't have that opportunity in her lifetime. The saddest thing is that she is now a cripple, and her status is worlds apart from Su Ming's. In front of Su Ming, she was not even as good as an ant. From now on, she probably won't be able to follow Su Ming anymore. Thinking about it, Qin Shuang's tears fell to the ground uncontrollably, like pearls from a broken string. But Su Ming turned around, looked at Qin Shuang meaningfully, and grinned. However, it's not impossible to repair your dantian as long as we find some top-grade medicinal herbs in the future. I can help you repair it. Besides, who says that reaching the peak of martial arts necessarily requires qi cultivation and a dantian? This? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was startled and looked up at Su Ming in shock and astonishment. Su Ming picked up a book from the table and handed it to Qin Shuang, grinning as he said, "This is the ancient martial arts manual, Withdrew subduing demon skill. I personally copied it for you while you were unconscious for the past 2 days. This skill doesn't require a dantian. As long as your muscles and physique are strong enough, you can master it. Once you master this technique, even 10 Wei Qilins wouldn't be a match for you." Withdrew subduing demon skill? Qin Shuang was completely dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the cultivation technique Su Ming handed over. I was so shocked my eyes widened. A martial arts manual I've never heard of before, even 10 Wei Qilins wouldn't be a match for it. My god, just how powerful must that be? Even with a shattered dantian, can one achieve this level of skill? At this moment, Qin Shuang's blood boiled and burned once again. Wei Qilin, you're finished. 583, Chapter 583 The most powerful man in Kyushu. But, mastering such a top-tier martial art shouldn't be that simple, right? Although Qin Shuang was eager for revenge, after calming down, she realized that this was an ancient martial arts manual. It's definitely obscure and difficult to understand. In addition, her talent is not high, and now that her dantian is shattered, it is probably not something she can learn in a short time. Su Ming nodded and smiled. That's right, an ordinary person could practice their whole life and still not learn it. Even someone with a martial arts foundation would need at least 60 years. Even a prodigy needs at least 20 years of training, and that's only if they start practicing from a young age with a solid foundation. Even a genius needs 20 years? Oh my god. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang, who had just been filled with enthusiasm, was instantly doused with cold water and almost fainted. 20 years later, he's still a genius. She's not a genius yet, that would take 60 years. 60 years later, let's not even talk about whether she still wants revenge. By then Wei Qilin will probably be old and dead by then. There was no chance for her to make a move. Qin Shuang hung her head in dejection, her face filled with disheartened disappointment. Su Ming smiled and said, geniuses need 20 years, but in front of me, 3 days is enough. I'll lend you a hand, using silver needles to help you transfer qi and strengthen your bones, plus soaking you in medicinal water. In 3 days, you can learn at least 30% of it. 30% is more than enough to deal with Wei Qilin. 3 days? Qin Shuang was stunned again. Staring at Su Ming in disbelief, Prince Su, are you telling the truth? Even I could master it in 3 days? Yes, as long as you do as I say, you can seek revenge on Wei Qilin in 3 days. Su Ming nodded. Qin Shuang was immediately moved to tears and knelt down in front of Su Ming. I, Qin Shuang, have no way to repay the great kindness of King Sui, only wish to be his ox or horse in the next life to repay you. No need for such exaggeration. As long as you learn it and join the war god army to serve them, then passing on this technique to you won't be a waste. Su Ming smiled and said. He had already planned to have Qin Shuang learn the Withdrew subduing demon skill and join the war god army, thus giving himself a great help and not doing someone else a favor. Yes, thank you, Prince Su. Qin Shuang trembled all over, no longer knowing how to express her emotions. Her eyes were red, and tears of emotion flowed incessantly. Joining the war god army is not even a price to pay. This is something that others can only dream of. She not only received instruction from Su Ming, but also had this opportunity. What an immense favor this was. All she wanted was to avenge herself and then serve Su Ming, even at the cost of her own life. All right. Su Ming stood up, exhaled, and said, I know you're anxious, so let's get started. I'll have someone bring in the bathtub and soak you in the medicinal water first. While you're soaking, watch and see what you can understand. If you don't understand something, I'll guide you. Yes. Qin Shuang stood up excitedly. 3 days later. On the road to Yun family medicinal herbs garden ahead. Sister Shireen, my dad told me you've already been married, and to a very important person. Is that true? Miss Yun Lian and Wan Shireen walked side by side toward the medicine garden. Since the incident involving Ding Sanxiao at the Yun family, Wan Shireen has reached a cooperation agreement with the Yun family and has been staying at the Yun family's residence to handle business matters these past few days. The two were close in age, both outstanding in appearance, young and beautiful, and quickly became good friends. Yun Lian had also heard a couple of words from her father. I know that Wan Shireen got married and then divorced. However, I never heard my father mention who she married. Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen immediately looked embarrassed and shook her head with a smile, saying, that happened more than a year ago, it's all in the past, let's not talk about it. It's bad luck to bring it up. That kid even showed up at the Yun family's place before. He was probably following me, trying to get some benefits. They scolded me, and it's funny to think about it now. Really? Upon hearing this, Yun Lian was utterly astonished. Are there really such shameless men in the world? This is outrageous. Sister Shireen, that's a good scolding. You shouldn't give this kind of person any face. You should humiliate him severely in public and trample on his self-esteem, so that he won't dare to bother you anymore. Yun Lian said angrily. Of course, I've already made it clear to him face to face that he and I are no longer on the same level. He can never be worthy of might's a pity that the kid is so stubborn, like a leech, I can't shake him off. Wan Shireen sighed helplessly. Hey, Shireen, you're so beautiful and elegant. You're really unlucky to have met a man like that. Is the one in my heart the only truly great figure in the entire land? At this point, Yun Lian thought of Su Ming again, and a blush involuntarily rose on her face, her eyes filled with shyness and admiration. I wonder if the king of Kyushu still remembers me. Seeing Yun Lian's budding heart and blossoming appearance, Wan Shireen couldn't help but become interested and teased, Oh, Miss Yun, you have someone you like? What kind of person is he? Someone worthy of you? Putting aside looks, he must be an outstanding person. He must be a genius from Zhengzhou at least, otherwise, how could he be a match for your status? A prodigy from Central Plains? No, more than that. What prodigy from Central Plains? He's nothing but a fart. In front of him's the most powerful person in the 9 provinces. Yun Lian said with admiration. Real? Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen was also filled with surprise. To receive such high praise from Yun Lian, one must be quite extraordinary. After all, Yun Lian was the eldest daughter of a medical family in Zhengzhou. What kind of men hadn't she seen? But Miss Wan, you'll be able to see him today too. I arranged to meet him at the entrance of the herb garden. He should have arrived by now. Yun Lian said with a big smile. Then I really want to meet this prodigy. Wan Shireen also looked expectant. I am really curious to see what kind of extraordinary person he is. As they talked, the two walked through the forest path and arrived at a grassy area at the entrance of the Yun family's medicinal garden. As soon as she stood still, Wan Shireen looked up and saw Su Ming standing in front of her, staring blankly around, looking around like a clueless young man. Wan Shireen immediately flew into a rage and coldly shouted at Su Ming, What are you doing here? You've been following me all the way here. Are you crazy? Are you really that persistent? Upon hearing this, Yun Lian was instantly dumbfounded. There was no one else here, except for the two of them and Su Ming. Could it be that the person Wan Shireen was referring to as someone who had been constantly bothering her was Su Ming? How is that possible? Is it true that the king of Kyushu is entangled with her? Could it be that the person Wan Shireen married and then divorced was the king of Kyushu, whom she admired the most? Yun Lian's eyes widened in shock, her brain unable to process it, and she almost fainted. Su Ming also walked up, giving Wan Shireen a cold look. What business is it of yours whether I'm here or not? Yun Lian invited me here. What does it have to do with you? Yun Lian invited you here. Who do you think you are? Wan Shireen subconsciously let out a cold laugh in anger. But the next moment, she suddenly froze, realizing something, and turned around sharply, looking at Yun Lian in shock. Miss Yun, could he be the one you love? Yun Lian was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Wan Shireen was completely dumbfounded. He's gone mad. He must be mad. This world is crazy. The most powerful man in Kyushu that Yun Lian mentioned was actually this kid? What kind of mess is this? 584, Chapter 584 Self-Enlightenment. Wrong. Something's not right. Yun Lian and Wan Shireen were almost going crazy at this moment. First, Yun Lian's little head was practically churning with thoughts. If Su Ming is indeed the persistent pest Wan Shireen talks about, the useless son-in-law who married and divorced her, that means that even the king of the 9 provinces is not satisfied with Wan Shireen and looks down on her. What kind of man does Wan Shireen need to satisfy her? OMG. Yun Lian's brain almost trembled. The good impression I had built up over the past few days with Wan Shireen completely collapsed. She didn't know about anything else, but Su Ming had genuinely cured her illness and saved the Yun family. Otherwise, who knows what would have become of the Yun family. Although Yun Lian hadn't seen much of the world, she was very clear about gratitude. And just now, he was cursing Su Ming with Wan Shireen's group. Yun Lian was so ashamed she wanted to die. This woman has really gotten herself into a mess. No matter how high Wan Shireen's standards are or what she thinks, I must stay away from this woman from now on. To avoid being corrupted and becoming like Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen's idea was simpler. Judging from Yunlian's innocent appearance, Su Ming probably used some sweet talk to deceive this naive young girl, just like he deceived Shenluo Yun. This damn thing. Don't you have any shame? Had they no shame, they could have just fooled one person, but now they're even going after Yunlian. She truly regretted knowing someone like Su Ming. It's a stain on my life, a disgrace. Wan Shirin immediately pointed at Su Ming and shouted, "What exactly do you want to do? Are you crazy? How dare you lay a hand on Yunlian? How old is she? She never leaves her home and has never seen the world. Don't you feel any remorse for harming her?" Never seen the world? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Miss Yunlian from Zhengzhou has seen just as much of the world as Wan Shirin. Most importantly, Yunlian is much smarter than Wan Shirin. Su Ming shook his head, too lazy to argue with Wan Shirin, and simply said calmly, "I didn't lie to her. Whether I lied to her or not, you can find out by asking her yourself." How could that be? If you don't use some tricks, would Yunlian and the Yun family even give someone like you a second glance? Wan Shirin scoffed and dismissed Su Ming's words with disdain, not believing them at all. But he still turned to Yunlian and asked, "Miss Yun, what did he say to you? What did he do to you? Just tell me and I will expose him on the spot and know whether he lied to you or not." "He didn't lie to me." Yunlian bit her lip lightly, her fair face slightly flushed, and said, "It was my own choice to let him treat my illness, and it's my honor." Yunlian was at a loss for words. Why would the king of the 9 provinces need to deceive her? That's giving her way too much credit. Moreover, if the king of Kyushu were truly willing to deceive her, that would be such a blissful thing. No, treating illnesses, how could he possibly know how to treat illnesses? Wan Shirin felt her head was in a complete mess and could no longer understand what Yunlian was saying. In short, Cheyenne, whatever I do is what I do willingly, and it has nothing to do with him. Yunlian's innocent eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. Even you've gone mad? Wan Shirin felt like she was going to faint. Shenluo Yun and Yunlian, these little girls, are they so unable to distinguish right from wrong, so easily fooled? Or is it that Su Ming's methods are too clever, and he's always right? Forget it, Yunlian, you can't reason with her. Let's go, let her think it through herself. She'll understand when she finally comes to her senses. Su Ming calmly said to Yunlian. Good. Yunlian nodded slightly, stepped forward, and walked side by side with Su Ming toward the medicine garden. Su Ming, what did you say? I've finally seen through you. I'm just late to the party, that's why I regret not seeing through you sooner. I am warning you, don't hurt her, or I will never let you off the hook. Wan Shirin shouted angrily from behind. Wan Shirin felt both grief and anger. Yunlian is a good child, innocent and kind. She can't even imagine what would happen if she were harmed by someone like Su Ming. If that's the case, she'll never let Su Ming off the hook for the rest of her life. No, next time she sees him, she must warn Su Ming to stay away from Yunlian. No matter what means you use. After calming down, he could only go to the Yun family's medicine garden alone. Brother Su, this way. Arriving at one side of the Yun family's medicinal garden, Yunlian pointed to a small path on the side and said, "From here, we can go directly into our family's medicinal herb garden, and it's closer." Good. Su Ming nodded and walked onto the path with Yunlian. Yunlian followed behind Su Ming, her fingers nervously gripping the hem of her clothes. There were so many questions in her mind that she couldn't understand, and she felt like ants were crawling all over her. Unable to hold back any longer, she asked, "Brother Su, what's going on? Why is Miss Wan treating you like this? I thought she was a kind and friendly person. After spending these past few days with her, how come she's like a completely different person when she sees you?" She couldn't understand how someone could change their attitude so quickly when they were emotionally agitated. She seems like a completely different person from Wan Shirin, whom she knew before. Her. Su Ming sighed helplessly and said, "She's always looked down on me, thinking I'm a burden to her. So a year ago, she chose to initiate the divorce. I complied with her, but in her eyes, I haven't changed at all. So she's always treated me this way." OMG. Yunlian stared in shock, her mouth agape. "Even with your status, Brother Su, she wouldn't look down on you. What kind of person could she possibly be interested in? Could it be the emperor of the 9 provinces? Who knows?" Su Ming shook his head, unable to figure out the problem either, but he had long since stopped worrying about it. Could it be that she doesn't know your identity, Brother Su? Yun Lian was very clever. With a quick glance, he realized the problem. Su Ming smiled bitterly. I've told her my identity many times, even before the divorce, but she's never believed me. She always thought I was just using lies to make her happy. I see. Yun Lian finally understood. Now she realized what the problem was. Ultimately, it comes down to a matter of perspective and knowledge. Wan Shirin's identity and the structure of Yuncheng limited her horizons. Convincing Wan Shirin that her husband is the mighty king of the 9 provinces is probably harder than climbing to heaven. It's like talking to a frog in a well about how vast the world is. No one will believe you. There is no solution to this problem. Su Ming was right. Only Wan Shirin could finally understand the vastness of this world and everything else. At that moment, she would also fully understand Su Ming's existence. At the same time, Yun Lian was also relieved that although she was young, she was well read, and her father had talked to her about the border regions and the war god army since she was a child. Her longing for the war god army and the king of the 9 provinces has been going on for quite some time. Therefore, the moment she saw Su Ming, she was certain that, apart from him, there was probably no one else in the world who dared to call himself the king of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, she would probably become a laughing stock. After thinking it through, I felt sorry for Wan Shirin. Yun Lian could only sigh in her heart. Fate is so cruel. In a short while, the two stepped into the Yun family's medicinal garden. King Su. The Yun family patriarch, Yun Jiang, and Qin Shuang, who had already arrived, stepped forward and bowed to Su Ming.